The young Yi Chun was originally a traveler from another world, but unexpectedly awakened the weakest beast, the golden carp. Little did he know, a twist of fate would grant him the forbidden ancient beast system, catapulting him into becoming a peerless prodigy with an SS rank 9th tier thunder ancient Jiao. Yi Chun quietly stared at the incessant news notifications on his phone, letting out a deep sigh. As a traveler, he still felt somewhat uneasy about this perilous world called Blue Star. 500 years ago, the outer domain abyss tore open the sky, and every year during the blood moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival, it not only opened secret realms but also triggered biological mutations and beast invasions. Human civilization was on the brink of collapse, giving rise to various professions, including the mysterious and powerful beast masters. However, Yi Chun's path as a beast master was fraught with difficulties. His first awakened beast was an errank golden carp that could do little more than look cute, lacking even the most basic combat abilities. In an effort to upgrade this carp, he took out loans to purchase large quantities of upgrade pills, but to no avail. With the college entrance exams approaching, Yi Chun grew increasingly anxious, even entertaining the absurd idea of cooking the carp to eat. Just when Yi Chun was on the verge of despair, fate smiled upon this unfortunate traveler. A mysterious forbidden ancient beast system suddenly descended, not only bestowing upon him 2 precious evolution fruits, but also completely altering the course of his life. When Yi Chun fed the first fruit to the golden carp, a miracle occurred. The golden carp erupted in a dazzling light, causing the water in the tank to boil and churn. In an instant, a massive golden jiao several meters long replaced the tiny fish, majestically coiled within the beast's space. The system's cold prompt announced that the E-rank first-tier golden carp had evolved into an SS rank 9th-tier thunder ancient jiao, becoming one of the most elite beasts in existence. Faced with such an astounding transformation, Yi Chun could hardly contain his excitement. He began to dream of the endless possibilities for the future. Could he find a common chicken and have it eat the other fruit to become a phoenix? He longed to obtain more evolution fruits, even whimsically imagining whether the system could consume a human fruit to transform into a beautiful maiden. Yi Chun checked his character panel again, and when he saw that his soul power was displayed as unlimited, he was astonished. He realized this was definitely the work of the system. For a beast tamer, this meant he could contract with any level of mythical beast, even those at the level of a beast emperor, and they would be absolutely obedient. A glint flashed in Yi Chun's eyes as he thought that with the acquisition of a gold fruit or diamond fruit, buying a beast emperor would no longer be just a dream. He also noticed that he possessed a talent for absolute immunity to lightning of the same level. He calculated that the next time he encountered Wu Dao, his opponent's abilities would be ineffective against him. Without hesitation, Yi Chun used the advancement card and upgrade card, hoping to achieve better results in the upcoming college entrance exams. The system notification sounded, announcing that his beast pet had evolved into a second-tier demon soldier, its bloodline upgraded to a chi dragon, and new skills were unlocked. Yi Chun's level also advanced to a second-tier beast soldier, and the system gifted him an extra ice fruit. Looking at the chi dragon, now bathing in a sea of lightning within the beast's space, Yi Chun smiled with satisfaction. Although he hadn't obtained the gold fruit, it wasn't a big issue. He observed the chi dragon's 15-meter-long body, sharp claws, and lightning scales, thinking it was more than enough to crush many mid to low-tier demon disciples. Yi Chun left his room and went into the courtyard. He saw a chicken and a sparrow, and an idea struck him. He decided to contract them. Under Yi Chun's coaxing, the 2 ordinary animals surprisingly approached him willingly. Yi Chun immediately performed a blood contract ritual and made them his contract beasts. This scene was witnessed by others at the orphanage, who laughed and questioned Yi Chun's sanity. Unfazed, Yi Chun silently vowed that the next time he returned, he would make everyone see him in a new light. Back in his room, Yi Chun couldn't wait to feed the burn fruit to the chicken and the ice fruit to the sparrow. In the beast space, the 2 ordinary animals rapidly evolved in a dazzling light, transforming into an SS grade 9th tier fire phoenix and an ice crystal azure wand, respectively. Looking at the 3 SS grade contract beasts in his beast space, Yi Chun was filled with confidence. He was convinced that with these 3 powerful contract beasts, securing the top spot in the upcoming Daxia College entrance exam in Nansong Province would be a piece of cake. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Yi Chun returned from the orphanage to Jiangqing City's #1 high school, ready to face the upcoming Daxia national exams. The campus was filled with a tense atmosphere, and every student's face was a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Walking along the familiar paths of the campus, Yi Chun's mind replayed the events of the past few days. The calls from loan sharks were relentless, even escalating to death threats. But these threats no longer fazed Yi Chun. Since acquiring 3 SS level pet beasts, the Thunder Wrath Dragon, the Phoenix of Rebirth, and the Ice Crystal Wanha, felt more confident. The blood of these mythical creatures was worth a fortune on the black market, enough to settle his debts. Yi Chun calculated his next steps. The Thunder Wrath Dragon had reached the second tier of a demon soldier, while the Phoenix of Rebirth and the Ice Crystal Wand were still at the ninth tier of a demon apprentice. They needed to consume corresponding elemental forces to evolve. Although these conditions sounded demanding, elemental danger zones were not uncommon on the Blue Star, a world filled with secret realms. Chen eagerly anticipated the upcoming Secret Realm expedition. On the sports field, over 1,000 senior students had gathered, representing various professions: ability users, sword masters, berserkers, beast tamers, poison masters. Each person's eyes sparkled with confidence, waiting for the secret realm to open. Chen's gaze swept through the crowd and suddenly locked eyes with Wu Dao. Wu Dao was clearly surprised to see Chen alive, but the murderous intent in his eyes remained undiminished. They stared at each other for a silent second, each considering the other a mortal enemy. Chen withdrew his gaze and glanced towards the front of the crowd, where a girl in a blue dress stood. Su Qingdai, the school beauty. Remembering his past life, Chen sighed inwardly. His insignificant connection with Su Qingdai had led to a fatal disaster, a cruel irony. Sensing Chen's gaze, Su Qingdai turned to look at him, her eyes cold, before quickly turning away. To her, Chen was just a passerby. With her status as an S-level Rainfall Swordmaster, she had a good chance of entering one of Dexia's top 4 academies, a world far removed from Chen's. The girls around Su Qingdai noticed her actions and began to mock Chen. Does he really have the nerve to show up? Without a level golden carp, is he here to die? Qingdai, stay away from that loser. Don't tarnish your reputation. Su Qingdai ignored them, simply raising her head slightly as her hair fluttered in the wind, waiting quietly for the chief examiner's instructions. At this moment, the chief examiner's voice echoed across the field. Everyone, quiet. Today marks the high school entrance exam for our Nansong province. Shortly, you will be randomly teleported to one of 3 major secret realms, where you will spend 2 days. The chief examiner detailed the scoring rules. Killing demon apprentices from Tier 1 to Tier 9 would earn 1 to 9 points respectively, while killing lower to mid-tier demon soldiers would earn 10 to 30 points. He particularly reminded everyone to know their limits when encountering high-tier demon soldiers, as survival was paramount. There will inevitably be casualties in the secret realm, but this world is harsh, and no one can remain untouched, the chief examiner said solemnly, scanning the crowd. Do you all understand? If there are no questions, adjust your mindset. The future of Dexia rests on your shoulders. Protect Dexia, protect our people. After his speech, the chief examiner bowed slightly to all the students. In unison, the students shouted, "We will not fail the trust placed in us. We will protect Dexia, protect our people." The voices of thousands echoed through the sky, even moving Chen. Very well, the chief examiner nodded. You have 5 minutes to prepare. After that, the guiding light will teleport you to one of the 3 secret realms recently discovered near Nansong City. Everything that happens in the secret realms will be broadcast live across Nansong province. The higher your score, the higher your ranking, and your name will shine throughout Nansong. As the chief examiner finished speaking, array masters around the field began setting up the teleportation formations. The students grew restless, and Chen was no exception. He was secretly pleased that the 3 secret realms, Thunder Realm, Fire Realm, and Ice Abyss, were perfect for his 3 mythical beasts. This wasn't just an exam. It was an opportunity for his pets to evolve. 5 minutes passed in a flash. A beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping everyone. In an instant, thousands of students vanished, teleported into the 3 secret realms. Before leaving, Wu Dao glared at Chen, silently mouthing, "You will die." Chen was unfazed. To him, Wu Dao was nothing more than a clown. As for Su Qingdai, even if they met in the secret realm, he wouldn't show mercy. Unless... A strange thought crossed Chen's mind, but he quickly dismissed it with a smile. After everyone had left, 10 light screens appeared on the field, displaying live feeds from within the secret realms. A massive light screen emerged over Nansong province, listing the names of tens of thousands of students, all starting with 0 points. Standing on the podium, the chief examiner gazed at the screens, his brow furrowed, and sighed deeply. Our human race is not in a good state. The recent tide of sea monsters has caused significant losses in Nansong, and another wave is coming. Countless islands have been overrun by beasts, and the sheer number of monsters emerging from the abyss is overwhelming, surpassing our Dexia. The last defense was costly, and if we face another wave, Dexia will be in grave danger. The chief examiner's eyes were filled with worry, making him seem decades older. He looked at the students on the screens, hoping to find the future protectors of humanity among them. A flash of light enveloped Chen, transporting him to the Thunder Realm, one of the 3 great secret realms. As the intense light dissipated, he opened his eyes to find himself in a field crackling with lightning. In the distance, countless low-level demonic creatures stood motionless, but upon sensing the presence of numerous intruders, they immediately awakened. Their eyes turned blood red, scales gleaming with lightning, and they surged towards the group like a tidal wave. Above the horizon lay a higher plane of existence, filled with violent lightning elements that crackled and roared with destructive force. Each bolt of lightning was as thick as a barrel, densely covering the sky and occasionally exploding with deafening thunder. Chen's heart leaped with joy. The Thunder Realm was rich with concentrated lightning energy, making it the perfect place for Xiao Lei to level up. He decided to stay here for a while before seeking passages to the other two secret realms. Suddenly, 100 or so thunder beasts charged at Chen. Their powerful limbs struck the ground, causing tremors. These unique 7th-tier demonic creatures, such as thunder wolves and thunder jackals, were composed of lightning elements and were ideal nourishment for Xiao Lei. Instead of fear, Chen felt exhilaration. With a thought, he summoned the Thunder Dragon. A nearly 10-meter-long dragon appeared in midair, its eyes as large as the thunder beasts' bodies, exhaling hot breaths with disdainful eyes. The appearance of the SS-grade demonic dragon instantly tipped the battle in their favor. Its tail swept through the air, sending nearby thunder beasts flying, and then it opened its massive jaws to devour them. The thunder dragon soared into the sky, targeting thousands of thunder wolves and thunder leopards on the plain. Bursts of lightning erupted from its body, transforming into countless spears that rained down, each strike killing a thunder beast. In just a short moment, hundreds of thunder beasts were annihilated, and thousands more became the dragon's feast. The system continuously notified Chen of the dragon's evolution points as its level quickly rose from Tier 2 to Tier 4. However, the upgrade speed soon slowed, as these demonic creatures were no longer sufficient for the dragon's evolution. Chen looked up at the lightning-filled sky, contemplating how to reach the higher plane. There must be stronger beasts there for the dragon to devour and evolve further. Meanwhile, other candidates watched in shock. They had been worrying about how to earn points, but now they helplessly witnessed the terrifying demonic dragon sweeping through the plane. As they attempted to move, the dragon suddenly turned towards them, its body once again erupting with powerful lightning that formed thousands of spears suspended in the air, aimed directly at them. In their moment of despair, Chen quickly stopped the dragon's attack. The candidates realized that this terrifying SS-grade demonic dragon was actually Chen's beast. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Chen, though their emotions were mixed, feeling that it would be difficult to shine with such a powerful peer in their midst. As the thunder dragon continued to hunt the remaining thunder beasts, Chen's name shot to the top of the leaderboard, accumulating a staggering 5,218 points, leaving the second place, Su Qingdai, far behind by over 500 points. Are you kidding me? Over 5,000 points? This kid must be cheating. A shocked exclamation shattered the silence of the exam hall. Chen, a name almost unheard of in the high school examination circles of the southern province. The well-known contenders were the Sclass Berserker from Jianghe High School and the 7th-ranked Sclass Poison Mist Master from Wanshu High School. But now, an unfamiliar name had taken the top spot by a landslide. Could he be a dark horse from some obscure high school? Doubts and murmurs spread through the crowd. Only a few people had any recollection of Chen, those from the same orphanage, those who had once mocked him, and the parents of other students from his high school. But these scattered memories were quickly dismissed. A loser with an E-class golden carp contract? How could he possibly be at the top? At this moment, on the field of Jiangqing First High School, the eyes of hundreds of examiners and array masters were fixed on the central screen. On the screen, the figure of a person and a dragon was clearly visible. An SS-class Tier 4 Yao soldier, Chi Dragon. The chief examiner was flushed with excitement. A dragon tamer of the highest caliber, and an SS-class one at that. This kid's soul power must be extraordinary. While his peers are still in the first realm, he's already in the second. He definitely has more than one beast. The examiner thought to himself, what loser? What rumors? This kid must have been hiding his true strength all these years. With his current performance, he could choose any of the 4 major academies, or even be directly recruited into the elite class. Just then, 2 examiners hurriedly approached the podium. Captain, the military's Dragon Tamer unit, says they're willing to do whatever it takes to recruit him. The vice principal of Tianbei Academy also called, asking for your help to put in a good word. He's on his way from Longdu as we speak. The chief examiner felt a headache coming on. He had a close relationship with the vice principal of Tianbei and owed him a favor, but he also couldn't ignore the military's orders. Who should he help? Meanwhile, in the first layer of the Thunder Realm, the Chi Dragon had swept everything clean. A beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping everyone. A guiding light? Chen felt a surge of joy. Just what I needed. Let the Chi Dragon continue its feast. I wonder which realm Wu Dao is in. I won't be at peace until I take him down. As the light faded, Chen found himself in the second layer, the Thunder Plains. This area was filled with Yao's soldier-level thunder beasts, more dangerous than the first layer. Panic quickly spread among the other examinees. This is bad. These are Yao's soldier-level thunder beasts. Even the chief instructor said to run if we encounter mid to high-level ones. How did we end up here because of this jinx? Fear spread rapidly as tens of thousands of examinees scattered in all directions. Only Chen remained calm, with a glint of excitement in his eyes. Little Thunder, these are all your food, Chen whispered to the Chi Dragon. Enough to get you to the 9th tier of the Yao Soldier realm. Once we get past the 2nd layer, the lightning in the 3rd layer will definitely help you break through to the general level. With that, Chen strode forward, heading towards the thousands of roaring thunder beasts. Behind him, tens of thousands of examinees fled in panic. Is this kid crazy? Taking on thousands of Yao Soldier-level thunder beasts alone? Leave him be. That loser is just going to his death, buying us time to escape. The mockery was soon drowned out by an earth-shaking dragon roar. A 10-meter-long Chi dragon appeared out of nowhere, its majestic dragon eyes flashing with lightning. The dragon's presence swept over like a tidal wave, causing the thousands of thunder beasts to halt involuntarily, their eyes full of fear. They felt a deep, instinctual suppression from their bloodlines, the awe-inspiring majesty of the dragon, the ruler of all creatures. Good lad, Chen thought to himself with delight. With an SS-class dragon beast at his command, he was invincible among his peers and could retreat unscathed. The chief examiner and the other examiners watched Chen on the screen with eager anticipation. The chief examiner mused, if he can annihilate these thousands of thunder beasts, this young man might become the 10th national guardian deity of Xia in the future. Attack! Slay the thunder beasts, devour the lightning, and you shall rule this secret realm. Chen commanded. The dragon Chi soared into the sky, its massive body covered in blue scales that shimmered with electric light. It opened its jaws and gathered a brilliant ball of lightning, then roared as it unleashed the energy. Boom! Lightning surged forth, and countless high-voltage currents erupted from the dragon Chi, filling the sky and transforming into sharp lightning spears. It aimed to pin the thunder beasts to the ground, just as it had done before. The thunder beasts, unwilling to be slaughtered, erupted into a frenzy. Each beast, crackling with blue electric light, charged at the dragon Chi with ferocious roars. However, their lightning power was no match for the thunder spears emitted by the dragon Chi. Boom! 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 The violent collision of lightning created deafening roars and blinding flashes, forcing everyone to squint. The massive explosions shook the entire thunder plains, and everyone's hearts raced in sync with the tremors. As the dust settled, the battlefield became clear. Hundreds of thunder beasts lay dead, pinned by the sharp lightning spears, while the majority of the surviving beasts were injured to varying degrees. They gazed at the dragon Chi with increased fear, letting out beastly roars as they instinctively tried to drive it away. Chen observed the battlefield calmly, showing no sign of concern. Throughout the battle, the dragon Chi remained unscathed and exuded overwhelming power. This was the true strength of an SS-class beast, invincible among its peers. Of course, these thunder beasts had low potential, mostly class, and their realms were not high. If faced with an SS-class opponent, it would undoubtedly be a tough battle. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. 30 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Chen ordered again, commanding the Dragon Chi to unleash its ultimate moves to annihilate the remaining enemies. The Dragon Chi understood, its eyes glowing with a deep blue light, and more dazzling blue spots gathered on its scales, absorbing the lightning power from the thunder plains. It ascended higher into the sky, looking down at the thunder beasts below. Roar! The lightning on the Dragon Chi's body transformed instantly, becoming a massive thousand-bird of lightning, each feather as sharp as a lightning spear. Then a four-horned thunder beast, its claws tearing through everything, and finally a colossal thunder python, opening its maw as if to devour the entire thunder plains. The three lightning beasts charged toward the ground first, with the Dragon Chi following closely behind to finish off the remnants. Dragon Chi, devour them all, Chen commanded, and the battle resumed. This time with a complete and utter domination. Under the immense pressure and electric force of the three lightning beasts, the thunder beasts were obliterated. Not a single thunder beast could withstand the claws of the lightning bird, the paws of the thunder beast, and the crushing body of the thunder python. Boom! 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 Countless thunder beasts were reduced to fragments of lightning or light points, with thunderous roars echoing through the plains. The Dragon Chi followed closely, devouring all the lightning energy. Its aura visibly increased, its realm continuously advancing. System notifications sounded repeatedly, indicating that the Dragon Chi had gained evolution points by devouring the thunder beasts, advancing to the 7th rank of the Demon Soldier realm. The battlefield had turned into a one-sided massacre, with the surviving thunder beasts fleeing in all directions across the thunder plains, reminiscent of when they had chased the examinees earlier. Chen chuckled playfully. Haha, you better obediently become the Dragon Kai's evolution fodder. The feeling of overwhelming power was exhilarating. No wonder protagonists in novels enjoyed such dominance. All those who had fled earlier now stopped and stared blankly at the scene before them, their hearts pounding. The demonic dragon was brutally powerful, not only crushing all its opponents, but also devouring them entirely. Even more shocking was that its aura continued to rise, seemingly evolving by consuming these beasts. The sharp-eyed prodigies from other schools noticed this peculiar phenomenon, finding it increasingly unbelievable. Although the examinees who had followed Chen to the second layer of the Thunder Plains remained outwardly composed, their inner shock was no less intense. They mocked the newcomers for being inexperienced, but inwardly they couldn't help but marvel. This was a monster. Crushing opponents in the demon disciple realm was one thing, but to sweep through the demon soldier realm as well? This beast was too powerful. Could it really have the potential to become an emperor? In the secret realm, waves of shock swept through everyone. The name Chen firmly occupied the top spot on the exam leaderboard, unwavering. His score skyrocketed from an initial 5,218 points to an astonishing 52,018 points, surpassing the combined total of the top 50 candidates. This incredible feat left other examinees dumbfounded, speculating whether he had stirred up a nest of demonic beasts. Outside, the world was equally abuzz, with news outlets flooding the airwaves, all focused on this mysterious prodigy. Although the specifics within the secret realm were confidential, people already hailed him as the pride of Nansong province and a future pillar of the Grand Xia. Meanwhile, in the Wanbing secret realm, Su Qingdai, clad in a green dress, stood alone on the icy plains. At her feet lay the headless corpse of a demonic beast, evidence of a fierce battle. Despite her rank swordsmanship talent, slaying nearly 500 ice beasts left her sweating and slightly flushed. Su Qingdai calculated her next move. With the first layer of the ice hunt plains nearly cleared of beasts, she would either have to compete with other candidates for points or be transported to the more dangerous second layer. She paused for a moment, her gaze firm with determination. The 4 Supreme Academies were her goal, not just Nantong. Unintentionally, the image of Chen flashed through her mind but was quickly dismissed. Their interactions were minimal, and given Chen's unimpressive beast-taming talent, she believed his participation in the secret realm exam was a death wish. Even if he survived by luck, he might struggle to get into an ordinary university. Su Qingdai was indifferent to this and refocused on continuing her hunt. Elsewhere, in the Wanhua secret realm's first layer, a shirtless blonde man wielding a giant sword stood amidst piles of low to mid-tier fire beasts' corpses. This man, Zhang Chao, an strength berserker, had reached the second-tier berserker level. He considered his competition, believing no one in the Nansong province exam could rival him except for Ice Sword Su Qingdai and Mist Poison Jiayu. Zhang Chao decided to charge directly to the second layer, the blazing plains, determined to claim the top spot. His blood surged, muscles bulging, as he entered a berserk state, continuing to hunt fire beasts with ferocity. However, none of them knew what was happening in the Wanlei secret realm. Chen's seemingly cheating performance made their efforts pale in comparison. Candidates from Jiangxing No. 1 High School looked grim, as if they had been slapped in the face. The waste they once mocked now possessed a powerful dragon-type beast. Fearing Chen's revenge, they hurriedly fled the first layer of the Wanlei Plains. Chen noticed these people, but didn't pay them much mind. He released his phoenix of flames, ordering it to burn their clothes to ashes, shave their heads, and give them a thorough beating, intending to humiliate them. Seeing this, other candidates lamented that both the first and second layers were dominated by Chen, leaving them with nowhere to go. They were astonished, calculating Chen's possible points and realizing they might be witnessing a historic moment. Chen's dragon soon devoured all the thunder beasts in the second layer of the Wanlei Plains, reaching the 9th tier of the demonic soldier level and on the verge of breaking through to the demonic general level. He looked up at the dark thunderclouds above, pondering if his dragon could reach them. Suddenly, a beam of light descended, transporting Chen into the thunderclouds. He found himself surrounded by black clouds, standing on a soft, fluffy surface. Violent lightning elements filled the air, occasionally erupting with deafening roars. Above the thunderclouds was a sea of endless blue lightning, exuding a destructive aura. An ordinary person would be obliterated here, but thanks to his contract with the Thunder Dragon, Chen had relative immunity to the lightning. Instead of harming him, the lightning actively tempered his physique, enhancing his physical strength. At that moment, Chen felt his physical combat prowess rivaled that of a berserker. Standing atop the thunderclouds, he sensed his growing power, preparing himself for the challenges ahead. On the field of Jiangxing First High School, the chief examiner and the other examiners were extremely anxious. The images of Chen in the secret realm had suddenly been cut off by a mysterious force, leaving them on edge. What's going on? Why can't we see anything in the secret realm? The chief examiner asked urgently. Could there be some power in the secret realm interfering with the formation? His gaze fell on the suddenly appearing guiding light beam, and a sense of worry crept into his heart. Chen had been drawn to the third layer of thunderclouds, a place filled with tribulation lightning where even a commander-level expert might not return unscathed. Yi Chen's safety is paramount. The chief examiner ordered sternly. Get all the law enforcers from the military district here immediately to repair the formation. Also, mobilize the guardians in the secret realm to search for Yi Chen. In his view, the combined worth of all the high school graduates in Nansong province couldn't compare to Yi Chen alone. Looking across the entire daxia, who could be as astonishing as Yi Chen? He didn't believe this year's unified exam would produce another monster capable of clearing the first 2 levels so swiftly. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, in the midst of the thunderclouds, was completely unaware of the commotion outside. He carefully felt the changes in his body, raising an eyebrow in surprise. These lightning elements are actually improving my physical body, Yi Chen murmured to himself. The tingling sensation means my body is being enhanced. Looking around, he saw the dense, dark thunderclouds surrounding him. Numerous lightning bolts danced within the clouds, exuding a dangerous and violent aura. Without hesitation, Yi Chen released the thunder-devouring dragon. Shall Lei go? Yi Chen commanded. The thunder-devouring dragon, seeing the rich lightning elements around, let out an excited roar and lunged at the thick lightning bolts. The violent lightning was as fragile as potato chips in its mouth, with pieces being bitten off and the remnants absorbed into its stomach. Wow, Xiao Lei is as ferocious as ever. Yi Chen was left in awe. System notifications continuously popped up. Ding! Thunder-devouring dragon has successfully devoured the Tianyuan tribulation lightning. Evolution points 200. Ding! Thunder-devouring dragon has successfully devoured the Tianyuan tribulation lightning. Evolution points 500. Ding! Thunder-devouring dragon has successfully devoured the Tianyuan tribulation lightning. Evolution points 700. As the thunder-devouring dragon kept consuming, Yi Chen's physical body also rapidly improved under the tempering of the surrounding lightning elements. He estimated that his current physical strength was comparable to that of a 9th-tier warrior, capable of punching through numerous mythology beasts. Suddenly, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host's beast, thunder-devouring dragon, for successfully breaking through to the 1st-tier demon general, evolving into a Chiu dragon, capable of commanding all lightning elements in the world. With the thunder-devouring dragon's evolution, it developed new skills, 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon, 90 million volts, Horn Dragon, and 100 million volts, Thunderfall. The system continued to announce rewards. With the breakthrough of the thunder-devouring Chiu Dragon, the host level has reached the 1st-tier Beast General. The system grants the host a random Devil Fruit and will open the Devil Fruit Mall upon the host becoming the top scorer in the exams. Growth task released. Host must become the top scorer in Nansong Province. System rewards: 1 random Devil Fruit, 9 upgrade cards, and 1 Shackle Evolution card. Yi Chen looked at the distance where Xiao Lei's appearance had drastically changed. 2 sharp and majestic thunder horns had grown on its forehead. Its body was covered in blue-violet lightning, and it had reached a length of 20 meters, exuding a destructive aura. Finally evolved. This trip was worth it. Yi Chen rejoiced silently, contemplating whether he could find an entrance to other secret realms. He looked down at the pink fruit the system had just given him. Is this the Empress sweet fruit? Which beast should I feed it to? Yi Chen pondered. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the deepest part of the clouds, causing Yi Chen's eardrums to ache. The thunder-devouring Chiu dragon also paused, a flicker of confusion in its dragon eyes. Ant, how dare you steal my Tianlei? A majestic voice boomed from the depths of the thunderclouds. This otherworldly ant. Where did you get a dragon god's offspring? With the voice, a dazzling ball of lightning revealed its true form. 4 wings and 4 legs, resembling a tiger but not quite, covered in blue scales, without eyes, only a tiger-like head. It exuded a powerful aura, with the surrounding lightning elements seemingly under its control. What is this thing? A new thunder beast? Yi Chen wasn't frightened, but rather disdainful. Small body, big mouth. Impudence. The blue thunder beast roared. How dare you call me a thing? I am the primordial thunder beast god. Otherworldly ant. Surrender the dragon god's offspring, and I may overlook your offense. Otherwise, you will remain here forever, perishing in my secret realm. With its roar, all the lightning elements in the world gathered around it, transforming into 3,000 demon soldier-level thunder beasts, fiercely encircling Yi Chen and the thunder-devouring Chiu dragon. Of course, the number of thunder beasts that these lightning elements could manifest was limited, because all the lightning power had been devoured and evolved by Xiao Lei alone. The blue little beast in front of him, claiming to be the thunder beast god, controlled the residual lightning power and threatened Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt a moment of panic upon hearing the thunder beast's words, but quickly calmed himself. He thought to himself, if this really were the thunder beast god, it would have crushed me already. How could a beast god's power only manifest thunder beasts at the level of mere minions? At the very least, they should be at a monarch level. Yi Chen concluded that this little lightning beast was bluffing. Ant, I won't give you time to think. Quickly hand over the dragon god's youngling and release the beast contract. I will spare your life and let you leave the secret realm. Otherwise, you will face my wrath and that of the abyss. The thunder beast threatened. Chen scoffed. Bring it on. Either you kill me, or I kill you. Stop with the useless threats. I've already died once. I'm not afraid of dying again. I'm an orphan with no attachments, so what do I have to fear? The thunder beast was stunned. It had intended to scare Chen, but hadn't expected him to be so fearless. It thought anxiously, doesn't this kid understand the concept of a beast god? Though Chen appeared nonchalant outwardly, inwardly he was on high alert, asking the system about Xiao Lei's safety. The system explained that the demonic evolution fruit granted Xiao Lei immunity to attacks from the same element. Even the thunder god himself couldn't kill him, unless it was a beast god of a different element. With this information, Chen felt relieved. He realized that as long as he gathered multiple elemental fruits, his beasts could become invincible. The system reminded him that while his beasts were unbeatable, Chen himself still needed protection. As Chen pondered, he decisively ordered, Xiao Lei, devour them all. These are great supplements. The thunder dragon received the order and swung its body, sending the blocking minions flying. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing the evolutionary power granted by the demonic fruit, suppressing the thunder beast before it like a divine force. Its dragon claw grasped the thunder beast god and swallowed it whole. No, I am the thunder beast god, ruler of all thunder. How can you devour me? Ah! A tragic scream echoed as the so-called thunder beast god was completely consumed by the thunder dragon. The system's notification sounded, indicating that the thunder dragon had gained a massive amount of evolution points and had broken through to the 6th rank. It also attained the beast god's absolute deterrence over lower-level beasts and the ability to command heavenly thunder. A flood of memories surged into Chen's mind. He learned that the abyss was actually an artifact from the beast realm, controlled by the 10 beast gods. The thunder beast god had perished in an internal war, leaving only a wisp of its will to form the thunder secret realm. Similar situations had occurred in the fire secret realm and the ice secret realm. What shocked Chen even more was that the north and south poles of Blue Star had been occupied by alien beasts, and the depths of the 4 oceans harbored numerous mutated beasts. Some of these beasts could even take human form and infiltrate human society to launch a blood extinction plan. Digesting this information, Chen's expression turned serious. He realized the situation was more dire than he had imagined. If he couldn't grow to a godly level, he would have to speed up completing his tasks, acquire more demonic evolution fruits, and ensure his own survival. The top scholar position is definitely mine, Chen thought confidently. Not only would he gain a demon evolution fruit, but he had also unlocked a system shop, with breakthrough and evolution cards at his disposal. He could even make a pet beast directly break through to the general level. Chen recalled the recent sweep of the 10,000 Thunder Secret Realm. Xiao Lei had already evolved to a 6th-tier demon general. His gaze turned to Xiao Hua and Xiao Bing nicknames he had given to his Fire Phoenix and Ice Crystal Wand. Turning to the majestic Qiu Long beside him, Chen patted its body. Xiao Lei, open the secret realm passage. Let's head to the 10,000 Fire Secret Realm first. You've leveled up so much. It's time to upgrade your little brothers too. Understanding and willing, the Thunder Dragon, like Xiao Hua and Xiao Bing, had evolved from an ordinary animal and empathized with their journey. The Qiu Long moved its massive head and, using its power as the Thunder Beast God, created a passage of lightning. Ahead, space fluctuated, and a blue secret entrance appeared, leading straight to the 10,000 Fire Secret Realm. Chen mounted the Thunder Dragon and traversed the passage to his destination. Meanwhile, countless blue spatial passages also appeared on the 1st and 2nd layers of the Thunder Plane within the 10,000 Thunder Secret Realm, a result of the Thunder Dragon's uncontrolled power. The remaining examinees in the Thunder Secret Realm looked at each other, hesitant. Someone suggested, there's no more points here. What if these lead to other secret realms? Are we going back with 0 points? Soon, everyone mustered the courage and entered the lightning passages. However, even if they reached the 10,000 Fire Secret Realm, they were destined to earn no points. For Chen, the Scourge had already arrived before them. They would merely witness Chen's sweeping conquest of the 3 major secret realms. Outside, Chen's score had already exceeded the scoring system's limit, stuck at 999999. The entire Nansong province fell into a dead silence, with everyone speculating about what was happening inside the secret realm. Suddenly, an examiner shouted, "Look, Chen has appeared in the 10,000 Fire Secret Realm. He's riding an SS-level demon dragon, with a large group of examinees following him." All eyes were immediately drawn to the scene. The chief examiner was too astonished to speak, simply watching Chen's performance in the secret realm. On the 1st layer of the 10,000 Fire Secret Realm, hundreds of passages appeared out of thin air, and tens of thousands of examinees poured in. Before they could react, they saw a 20-meter-long demon commander-level thunder dragon flying in the sky, its terrifying presence making all the fire beasts in the demon apprentice realm tremble with fear. What shocked them even more was that there was a person sitting on the thunder dragon's back. As soon as Chen arrived at the 10,000 fire plane, he released the fire phoenix, Xiaohua, devour them all. These are your upgrade packs. A thunderous bird cry echoed as the fire phoenix emerged from the beast space, several meters long and bathed in flames, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Under the thunder dragon's pressure, all the fire beasts obediently let themselves be devoured by the phoenix. With the massive devouring, the system notifications kept ringing, and the fire phoenix's level soared rapidly, soon reaching the third-tier demon soldier. When all the fire beasts on the first layer plane were slaughtered, all the examinees were transported to the second layer. Still in shock, they couldn't believe that the boy with the SS-level demon dragon and fire phoenix was their peer. Someone couldn't help but joke, maybe we should restart too, like that restoration healer, and reboot our lives. This is the incredible advantage of obtaining the evolved devil fruit. Chen stood on the back of the thunder dragon, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He looked at the scene before him, secretly delighted. This fruit not only allows him to devour and upgrade elements of the same tier, but also saves him a fortune on buying beast food and upgrade materials. As a poor kid with no background, this cheat was truly a godsend. At that moment, the second level of the fire planes descended into chaos. Low-tier fire beasts rampaged, with most examinees fleeing or banding together to fight back. Only a few prodigies could contend with these demon soldier-level fire beasts. The scene was brutal. Jiayu, use your poisonous mist to knock out these fire beasts. The class berserker Zhang Chao swung his longsword, decapitating a first-tier fire beast, and shouted towards Jiayu in the distance. He was covered in blood, with several deep claw marks on his back that were bone-deep. Jiayu's face was ashen, his right hand tightly gripping a skull staff, continuously emitting poisonous mist to protect himself. If I could knock them all out, do you think I'd need you to tell me? I'm just a second-tier poison soldier, and these are mid to low-tier fire beasts. They inherently have poison resistance. Combined with their special fire bloodline, my poisonous mist is barely effective. Zhang Chao cursed under his breath and once again burned his blood to enter a berserk state, trying to break through the encirclement and return to the first level. But he knew in his heart that he couldn't maintain this state for long. Jiayu was equally in danger, and a sense of despair rose in both of them. Other examinees being pursued also regretted their decision to bravely charge into the second level. Their lives were at stake, and they hadn't earned many points. At this moment, Chen and his group were transported to the second level. Dragon Might, suppress, little fire, attack. Following Chen's calm commands, the thunder dragon unleashed the pressure of a demon general. An invisible force rippled out, causing all the frenzied fire beasts to immediately cower in fear. This scene shocked everyone, especially Zhang Chao and Jiayu. They recognized the pressure of a demon general and were horrified. The other examinees finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they were saved. A fire phoenix descended from the sky, spewing immense flames that incinerated most of the fire beasts into ashes. The remaining fire beasts were precisely targeted by an unknown fire skill, turning into ghostly green flames that the phoenix devoured. System notifications sounded continuously as the fire phoenix's level rapidly increased. Chen watched this scene with satisfaction, thinking that the second level had been swept clean. Next up was the third level, the fire sky. He looked up at the burning red sky, beautiful yet fraught with danger. Chen resolved to have little fire devour the so-called fire beast god and obtain its memories. After that, he would swiftly head to the frozen abyss secret realm and conquer all three secret realms. Just as Chen had anticipated, after he incinerated all the fire beasts on the field, a crimson pillar of light descended in the third layer of the space. The beam enveloped Chen, Xiao Lei, and Xiao Hua, lifting them upwards. Out of caution, Chen specially stored Xiao Lei in his beast space, fearing the intense heat might harm it. In contrast, Xiao Hua had nothing to worry about. Possessing the flame devil fruit and having its bloodline evolved into that of a phoenix, it was completely immune to fire, rightfully earning the title of the King of Flames. Before being whisked away, Chen glanced back at the group of examinees who had followed him all the way from the 10,000 Thunder secret realm, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He remembered only having Xiao Lei carve a path to the 10,000 Fire secret realm, so how did these people manage to follow? Reflecting on his actions within the secret realm, Chen thought to himself that he might have been a bit harsh on them. Considering this, he decided that if he proceeded to the Nether Ice secret realm, he should leave some beasts for them. After all, the fire beasts of the demon disciple level that Xiao Hua had slain in the first layer's flaming plains didn't provide much experience. Slaying those at the demon soldier level would be far more beneficial. Chen decided to give these people a chance to earn some points, avoiding the embarrassment of everyone being disqualified with 0 points. Naturally, earning points would come at a cost. Chen was short on money, and these people seemed to come from well-off families. Charging a protection fee didn't seem unreasonable. As Chen was contemplating, the scene suddenly turned chaotic. The examinees who had followed from the 10,000 Thunder secret realm, after hearing Chen's hint, turned their gazes towards the students from Jiangqing First High School. Their eyes were like a pack of wolves eyeing sheep in a pen, filled with a dangerous glint. The students from Jiangqing First High School panicked and tried to flee, but how could they escape the pursuit of tens of thousands? The area quickly devolved into a massive brawl, with various abilities and spells flying around. Berserkers wielded their weapons in pursuit, while swordmasters and beastmasters joined the fray. Satisfied, Chen nodded and was then carried to the third layer of the sky by the guiding beam. This was the highest point of the 10,000 Fire secret realm, where the sea of flames roared and heat waves rolled. Chen stood on clouds of fire, with the 10-meter-long fire phoenix Xiao Hua by his side. The surrounding flames surged towards Chen, as if to incinerate the intruder. However, these flames did not harm Chen. Instead, much like the thunder baptism, they continuously enhanced his physique. Chen felt his physical strength leap from the 9th level of the Demon Disciple stage to the 2nd level of the Demon Soldier stage. The intense heat quickly turned his clothes to ashes, making him feel quite awkward. Xiao Hua, devour all these flames, Chen commanded. If any flame beast gods or light sources appear, consume them directly. Xiao Hua nodded excitedly and dove into the sky's sea of flames, beginning to devour fervently and continuously enhancing its realm. Chen closed his eyes, quietly sensing the changes within his body. It seemed his blood carried the surge of lightning and the burn of fire. The lightning granted him destructive power, while the fire appeared to have a hint of the phoenix's rebirth trait, capable of healing his injuries. Ding! The system alert chimed, bringing a series of good news to the phoenix reborn from ashes. It had devoured the Tianyuan beast fire, gaining a substantial amount of evolution points and breaking through to the first-tier demon general level. Along with this breakthrough came the unlocking of its innate skills: Phoenix Fire, Flame Prison, and Phoenix Fire, Cross Flame Pillar. Even more astonishing, Xiao Hua acquired the bloodline ability of Nirvana Fire, allowing it to recover from severe injuries unconditionally 3 times a day. Xiao Hua's realm continued to ascend rapidly, absorbing the fire elemental energy from the sea of flames at an incredible pace. At that moment, a majestic voice echoed from the depths of the fire sea. Insect, how dare you contract a phoenix god offspring? Such blasphemy. Release the contract, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, prepare to face the wrath of the beast god and the abyss of beast gods. As the voice resounded, all flames instantly ceased their dancing, obediently floating in midair. This was absolute control over the power of fire, demonstrating the authority of the fire beast god. However, Xiao Hua remained unfazed. Its phoenix eyes glinted with greedy golden light, completely ignoring the beast god's threat. It knew that devouring this light source would grant it a large amount of evolution points and special fire elemental power. Besides, hadn't its master said, ignore those nonsensical voices and just swallow them? Excitedly, Xiao Hua let out a phoenix cry and charged at the light source with its beak wide open. It gave the opponent no chance to take form or utter another word, swallowing it in one gulp. Scoundrel! You have no honor, ambushing me like this. The beast god's voice rang out from Xiao Hua's mouth in a mix of shock and anger. If you have the guts, wait until I finish my threat and take form. But it was too late. The beast god's voice quickly turned into pleas for mercy. No, 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 I was wrong. Please don't swallow me, ah. And then it abruptly stopped. Xiao Hua successfully devoured the power of the fire beast god, its realm ascending once again to the 5th-tier demon general level. The system promptly issued a new alert. Xiao Hua had gained the authority of the fire beast god, allowing it to control any demon beast below its level unconditionally and wield absolute control over fire elements. It could even strip the fire elements from others within 3 major levels below its own. Additionally, Xiao Hua acquired the beast god's might, which could weaken any fire ability user by 20%, regardless of whether they were human, beast, god, or demon. Yecheng's mind was flooded with the memories of the fire beast god. He learned that deep within the major oceans lay countless ancient underwater volcanoes. Under the influence of the Beast Abyss invasion and the Blood Moon mutation, these volcanoes had nurtured billions of fire and earth element hybrid demon beasts. Among them were the 10 forbidden pseudo-gods, thousands of emperor-level great demons, and tens of thousands of sea demon lords. Not to mention the myriad of sea demons and water element demon beasts. Especially in the 4 great oceans, there existed absolute forbidden pseudo-gods. This situation made Yecheng uneasy. Although Xiao Hua could control fire, these mutated demon beasts also contained earth elements. Unless he obtained the demon evolution fruit of the earth element, he couldn't fully control them. He pondered that if he could possess both fire and earth abilities, he might be able to turn these demon beasts to his side. Yecheng opened his eyes, realizing with a headache the complexity of the situation. The Abyss, the mysterious emperors of the North and South Poles, the forbidden existences of the 5 great forbidden zones, along with hidden powers and unknown secrets, were enough to destroy the current blue planet countless times. However, the blue planet wasn't entirely defenseless. According to the fire beast god's memories, Desya had deep foundations, with immortals guarding it for generations. 500 years ago, when the Abyss first appeared, 3 immortals from Desya had stormed the beast Abyss in fury. They eventually signed a pact with the Abyss, agreeing that there would be no large-scale attacks on Desya for 500 years. Northern Europe and Western India also had their own divine systems, which had once contended with the Abyss and signed peace agreements. Yeqing shook off the distracting thoughts, deciding not to dwell on these issues beyond his current level. He quietly waited for Xiaohua to finish devouring all the heavenly fire, preparing to sweep through the final secret realm, the Ice Secret Realm. Meanwhile, at the assessment site, the chief examiner and a group of examiners were in heated discussion. Behind them stood over 100 powerful figures from the military and top universities, originally there to repair the formation. However, upon learning that Yeqing was safe and sound, they couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Nevertheless, their trip wasn't in vain. Through the light screen, they witnessed Yeqing's astonishing performance. A young man with an SS Deer Thunder Dragon and an SS Deer Phoenix was unheard of. While other candidates struggled to survive, Yeqing moved through the realm as if it were uninhabited. Such an exceptional dragon and phoenix beast master immediately caught the attention of everyone present. They silently resolved to recruit this genius into their ranks by any means necessary. Little did Yeqing know, he had already been targeted by a group of old foxes. The chief examiner glanced at the crowd beside him, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He knew exactly what these people were thinking. After all, he too had once shone brilliantly in the Daxia national exams, being courted by several academies before ultimately being taken directly by the military district. Recalling those old rogues and their methods still sent shivers down his spine. "All right, you old bandits, put away your rogue tactics," the chief examiner said sternly. "This is a civilized society, not an era of rampant banditry. Besides, if we're talking about banditry, can any of you outdo our military district? Moreover, this young man has caught not only our eye but also those old fellows from Tianbei Academy who are already on their way. The other 3 major academies are also close. Do you think you can outdo those old bandits and rogues?" Hearing this, the examiners exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. They quickly shifted their attention elsewhere, pretending nonchalance, while inwardly sighing. The old rogues from those academies had far harsher methods, some using money, others stacking various resources. If the top scorer was a single male, they would introduce beautiful seniors from the academy. If a female, they would recommend young, promising, and handsome seniors. If all else failed, they would even resort to the ultimate weapon, knocking the candidate out and taking them by force. At this moment, one examiner suddenly spoke up. "You say there's chaos in the secret realm. Aren't you going to do anything about it? If this continues, those kids from Jiangxing High might get beaten to death. These people have gone crazy, attacking hundreds of others just because of what he said." An elderly man stroked his goatee, smiling with satisfaction. TSK, much harsher than we were back then. This kid is clearly not one to suffer losses, with great talent and a dark heart. Whichever side he joins, chaos will ensue. "I feel the same," another person chimed in, "but having such promising youngsters is quite comforting." The chief examiner waved his hand, his expression calm. "No matter. Among these people, Zhang Chao and Jia Yu are the leaders, and they know what they're doing. The national exams have never been a cushy theoretical test but a real battle, and injuries and casualties are inevitable. Given the current situation of our Blue Star, if they can't survive the national exams, how will they survive in the future?" He continued to explain, "Every year, many geniuses join the military district, but a large number are also eliminated. Some die, and some are even devoured by beasts. Those who survive are the elite of the elite and the backbone of our future. Even after joining the 4 major academies, other prestigious schools, or even ordinary schools, casualties are unavoidable." Meanwhile, in the myriad fire secret realm, Chen stood on the back of a phoenix, a glint of coldness and killing intent in his eyes. The surrounding endless flames formed a vortex, yet were isolated by an invisible barrier. He had just sent little Lei to rob an unfortunate soul on the 2nd level, obtaining a set of clothes to avoid being burned to ashes again. A 6th-tier beast, huh? Not bad, enough to dominate a region, Chen muttered to himself. "Next, I'll head to the Nether Ice Secret Realm. I haven't seen Wu Dao in either of the 2 secret realms so far. When I get to the Nether Ice Secret Realm, I'll settle our grudge once and for all." With a thought, the Phoenix received Chen's command and used its power as a beast god to communicate with the fire elements of the myriad fire secret realm, opening a passage to the Nether Ice Secret Realm. In an instant, teleportation arrays appeared on both the 1st and 2nd planes. Without hesitation, the candidates followed Yi Chen into the arrays, heading straight for the Nether Ice secret realm. During the teleportation, the crowd buzzed with speculation. Some wondered if Yi Chen had a third SS-grade beast. One person joked, well, he already has two, so what's another one? We've been desensitized. How can free players compete with pay-to-win players and cheaters? Others gossiped, the top scorer candidate, Su Qingdai, isn't in the first two secret realms, so she must be in the Nether Ice secret realm. If she meets our boss, do you think he'll crush her or bring her into his fold? Heroes can't resist beautiful women, another chimed in. But with the boss's momentum sweeping through the three major secret realms, he definitely won't lack women in the future. Once he gets into the four supreme academies, who knows how many senior sisters will throw themselves at him? He might not even care about Su Qingdai. The crowd eagerly discussed, looking forward to the upcoming scenes. Points were no longer the focus. Watching the drama was the most important thing. At this moment, in the first level of the Nether Ice secret realm, all the ice feather beasts at the demon servant level had been slain. Most were killed by Su Qingdai, while the rest were dealt with by other top candidates from various schools, including Yi Chen's old acquaintance, Wu Dao. Su Qingdai murmured to herself, next, we should proceed to the second level. According to my investigation, there are numerous mid-ear demon soldiers there. Even I might struggle to handle them. Fortunately, I've cleared out all the ice feather beasts at the demon servant level on this first level, ensuring stability. She looked up at the sky, waiting for the guiding light beam. Behind her, a few so-called sisters kept flattering her. Sujia, you're amazing. With your help, our pressure has been greatly reduced. These points are enough for us to get into mid-tier academies. Yeah, thanks to Sujia. I wonder which man will be lucky enough to win Sujia's favor in the future. Su Qingdai ignored their comments, her demeanor as cold as her profession, rarely smiling. In the distance, Wu Dao silently watched Su Qingdai's figure, his eyes full of admiration. Suddenly thinking of Yi Chen, he sneered disdainfully, a waste within a grade golden carp beast. In such a dangerous secret realm, that kid is probably already dead. You think you can compete with me for Su Qingdai? Just then, a beam of light descended from the sky. A massive phoenix soared into the air, spreading its wings, its eyes full of majesty, its body engulfed in heavenly fire. Even in this cold secret realm, the high temperature of the phoenix fire caused the surrounding temperature to rise abruptly. An invisible aura of the phoenix enveloped the area, making all the candidates look up involuntarily. Even Su Qingdai's expression changed. She gripped her ice sword tightly, struggling to resist the terrifying aura of the phoenix, her face solemn. A man's indifferent voice emerged from the back of the blazing phoenix. As the phoenix soared into the sky, the crowd finally saw the man's figure and face clearly. It was none other than Yi Chen. At that moment, hundreds of spatial portals suddenly appeared, and nearly 10,000 examinees poured into the icebound secret realm from the thunder and fire secret realms to witness Yi Chen's rise. Exclamations erupted from the crowd. How can it be him? Is that an SS-grade phoenix? Or a beast general? Wasn't he just a loser within a grade golden carp before? Could he be from one of the ancient families of Magic City or Dragon City? The students from Jiangqing High School recognized Yi Chen, and no one was more shocked than Wu Dao and Su Qingdai's friends. They had looked down on Yi Chen before, but now they were stunned by his transformation. Wu Dao looked up in terror, his pupils contracting violently, his body trembling uncontrollably. He stammered, "Impossible. How could a loser like you have a beast general? This must be an illusion. You're trying to scare us with some trick." Yi Chen smiled faintly, showing no emotion. Whether it's an illusion or not, you'll find out soon enough. Little Thunder, meet your enemy. A 20-meter-long lightning serpent dragon emerged from the beast's space. Its enormous body crackled with endless lightning, its majestic dragon eyes looking down on everyone with disdain. Its flowing tail, blue gold scales, and powerful claws exuded an aura of supremacy. A spark of lightning flickered from its dragon horns and struck Wu Dao. He let out a blood-curdling scream as the seemingly weak electric current became unbearable torture. The lightning gnawed at him like 1,000 ants, causing excruciating pain that left him unable to faint. Yi Chen looked down at Wu Dao, his voice chillingly calm. Don't you have a grade lightning abilities? Why not use them to resist my beast's lightning? With that, he uttered 2 words, strip away. Instantly, Wu Dao's lightning abilities were completely stripped away, reducing him to a powerless wreck. Wu Dao's face twisted with hatred as he glared at Yi Chen. What are you so proud of? If you have the guts, kill me. I'm from the Jiangqing Lei family. If you mess with me, you won't have a place in Jiangqing. The surrounding examinees looked at Wu Dao with pity and contempt. Someone whispered, "This fool messed with the wrong guy. Is he brainless or just plain stupid?" Yi Chen sneered. The Jiangqing Lei family? Your so-called lightning abilities mean nothing to me. With that, he summoned an ice crystal blue wand. This blue wand, nearly 5 meters tall, was covered in feathers like ice crystals, exuding a mix of pride and grace. Its appearance made Su Qingdai gasp. An SS grade, 9th level ice crystal blue wand. Yi Chen said calmly, Dragon, Phoenix, wand, use a fraction of your power to deal with him. The three beasts obeyed, each releasing a sliver of their power. Thousands of lightning arcs formed a prison, 3,000 ice blades rained down like swords, and a cross of flames rose beneath Wu Dao, forming a judgment cross. Facing imminent death, Wu Dao finally broke down, kneeling and begging for mercy. Spare me, please. I didn't know any better before. I'll do whatever you say from now on. But Yi Chen remained indifferent, merely watching coldly. The other examinees averted their eyes, fearing to attract trouble. With a thunderous explosion, Wu Dao was obliterated by the combined forces, leaving no trace behind. Yi Chen, in the most dominant manner, crushed Wu Dao's pride in life. With this, Yi Chen finally avenged himself, and the strange feeling in his heart dissipated. He knew that his new life was about to begin. The wind howled and waves crashed furiously, but a mere smile sufficed no need for hatred. Yi Chen whispered softly, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. Wu Daoi's corpse lay on the ground, blood spreading across the icy surface, plunging the scene into a deathly silence. The crowd held their breath, fearing that this harbinger of doom might turn his blade on them next. Yi Chen stood atop the phoenix of fire, exuding an intimidating presence. From the secret realm of 10,000 thunder, to the secret realm of 10,000 fires, and now the secret realm of ghostly ice, countless candidates had followed him, their eyes filled with admiration. To be in the same cohort as such a genius was both a misfortune and a blessing. They were witnessing the birth of a legend, a tale they would proudly recount in the future. Yi Chen's thoughts drifted, as if he had returned to another world. He sighed lightly, quickly regaining his composure, and turned his gaze to the second layer plane. The guiding light pillar was about to descend, and he was ready to let the ice crystal Qingyuan clear out most of the beasts, leaving a few for the other candidates to earn points. Su Qingdai's girlfriends excitedly discussed Yi Chen's transformation, urging her to win his favor to gain entry into a top-tier academy. Su Qingdai, with a cold expression, stopped them, her heart a mix of emotions. She realized that the Yi Chen of the past was merely attracted to her beauty, not truly in love. Mustering her courage, Su Qingdai approached Yi Chen. I will enter the 4 supreme academies on my own merits, not as anyone's accessory. Congratulations on your growth. I hope to see you on a bigger stage in the future. Yi Chen glanced at her in surprise, then nodded lightly without saying much. The surrounding candidates whispered among themselves, speculating about the past between the two. Golden light descended, and everyone was transported to the second layer of the ghostly ice plane. Flocks of ice feather beasts rushed at them, and Yi Chen immediately commanded, Beast Command, Suppress. Qingyuan, Devour 2/3. The 2 demon general level dragon phoenixes dominated the scene, causing mid and high-level beasts to prostrate instantly. The ice crystal Qingyuan emitted icy luminescence, freezing and devouring any beasts it passed. System notifications kept ringing, and Qingyuan's level soared rapidly. Yi Chen remained unfazed, as if everything was within his control. He left 1/3 of the low-level ice feather beasts for the other candidates and prepared to move on to the 3rd layer. Su Qingdai watched Yi Chen's distant figure, her heart aching even more. Once upon a time, Yi Chen had chased after her, but now she couldn't even keep up. Fate had played its cruel hand, and all she could do was watch the boy she had once ignored grow into someone everyone revered. The difference in their strength was simply too vast, a whole realm apart. Yi Chen not only possessed an SS-grade pet beast, but also demonstrated extraordinary potential. Su Qingdai pondered silently, thinking that Yi Chen's future stage might not be limited to this building but the entire Blue Star. He could even become the supreme commander of humanity. In contrast, she only had grade swordsman talent. While not weak, it wasn't particularly outstanding among the geniuses of the 4 supreme academies, where grade talents were as common as dirt. Su Qingdai felt a surge of unwillingness. She knew that upon reaching the general rank in the basic 3 realms, one could choose to change professions, offering a chance to acquire a rare class, increase talent limits, and refresh potential levels. Despite the high risk of failure, she was willing to try, just to stand on the same stage as Yi Chen. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with intense battle spirit, and her feelings for Yi Chen were complex and hard to decipher. It wasn't love. It was more about not wanting to lose, mixed with a hint of indescribable emotions. Nearby, the other candidates watched as Yi Chen ruthlessly commanded his SS-grade pet beast to slaughter the demon soldiers, exclaiming, as expected of the big boss, always overpowered. They speculated that, as usual, Yi Chen would challenge the 3rd layer of the secret realm alone, and his Azure Wand would likely advance to the demon general level. The candidates who had followed from the thunderous secret realm felt like they were witnessing Yi Chen's rise, shaking their heads and sighing. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh and scold. What's wrong with the atmosphere on Blue Star? Why do you all behave like this? Get moving. The low-level demon beasts are already subdued. If you delay any longer, they'll be snatched by others from the secret realms. He pointed into the distance, where candidates from the fiery secret realm and the icy secret realm were already fiercely killing to earn points, while his group was still dawdling. This reminder instantly ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Someone shouted, "Damn it, those guys are stealing what our big boss fought for. Brothers, let's get them." Suddenly, candidates from the three secret realms clashed into a chaotic melee. Various magical elements and abilities flew everywhere, and bizarre beasts were summoned to battle each other, creating a gruesome scene. Meanwhile, under Su Qingdai's leadership, the geniuses were fiercely slaying the immobilized ice feather beasts. Heads of the beasts fell wherever her ice sword swept. Zhang Chao and Jia Yu were also working hard to gather points, but noticed Su Qingdai's unusually strong state. What's up with her? Did she eat gunpowder or something? She's so fierce, Zhang Chao wondered. I remember she wasn't this strong during the third mock exam. Jia Yu leaned in and whispered, "Heh, you don't get it. She probably didn't care before, but now that she can't have what she wants, she's taking it out on the beasts." Hearing this conversation, Chen's forehead was full of black lines, contemplating whether to beat up this idiot. He muttered to himself, "What do you mean? Didn't care before? She never had me. I'm unique, a different kind of existence." Soon, with the help of these powerful geniuses, all the ice feather beasts on the second layer of the ice field were eradicated. Meanwhile, the candidates from the three secret realms were still in a chaotic fight, which left Chen speechless. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the third layer of the secret realm, enveloping everyone but Chen and teleporting them out. The three secret realms were swept clean, ending a process that was supposed to take 2 days in less than 1 day due to Chen's interference. Chen teleported with his 3 pet beasts to the highest point of the icy secret realm. Su Qingdai, knowing she was about to be teleported out, cast a determined final glance in Chen's direction, her gaze as firm as steel. "When we meet again, I won't be weak." With a flash of bright light, all the candidates disappeared. The fiery secret realm and the thunderous secret realm vanished, leaving only the icy secret realm intact. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the first layer of the icy plain rose from the ground, merging eerily with the second layer. A massive glacier erupted from the ground, reaching the sky. Surrounded by towering ice mountains, the surface was smooth and cold, never melting for millennia. The massive ice walls enclosed the entire icy secret realm. Chen found himself at the center of this frozen secret realm, cautiously surveying his surroundings, puzzled. Strange, this didn't happen in the other 2 secret realms. To be safe, he released all 3 pet beasts to guard him. The ice mountains stood tall, like eternal monuments, with ice walls enclosing the secret realm into a giant ice cellar. Above was an icy sky, and below was a frozen demon river, faintly showing countless demon bones. The biting cold attacked from all directions, even making the thunder dragon and the phoenix feel a chill. The flames seemed to freeze, and the lightning seemed to be sealed within the icy cavern. "This is strange, very strange." Not as simple as before, Chen's expression grew more serious. He quickly retracted 2 pet beasts into the beast space, leaving only the ice crystal wand by his side. The cold seeped into his body but didn't cause much harm. Instead, it tempered his physique, enhancing his physical strength to that of a third-tier berserker, with a hint of icy blue in his blood. At that moment, a ghostly blue figure emerged from the frozen demon river, appearing eerily in front of Chen. She radiated an icy aura, causing the surrounding glaciers to burst into billions of blue lights, as if coming to life. The figure spoke, a young divine beast, and an evolved supreme bloodline at that. "Human, you are quite extraordinary." Chen took a cautious step back, his guard up as a blue figure suddenly appeared before him. He was ready to have his ice crystal Qingwuan swallow this blue apparition, suspecting it to be an ice beast god, likely similar to the 2 beast gods he had encountered before. The blue figure didn't transform into any specific beast form but remained a vague humanoid shape, standing just slightly taller than Chen. Her voice was ethereal and clear, as if it resonated from the depths of the entire frozen abyss. "I mean you no harm. I am merely a remnant will, and I will dissipate after saying these words. I will tell you what you wish to know. Human, how about we make a deal?" As she spoke, the blue figure stepped back several paces to show she had no hostile intentions. Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "A deal? Let's hear it." The blue figure explained that she could see Chen was a beast tamer, and that his divine beast cub had undergone a bloodline transformation. She produced a large egg, explaining that it belonged to her royal lineage's unborn young master, whose bloodline had dried up and was on the brink of death. She asked Chen to help evolve its bloodline, promising to teach him the forbidden blood pact of the demon clan, ensuring the young master's absolute loyalty. Chen didn't agree immediately, weighing the pros and cons. At that moment, The blue figure suddenly knelt down and transformed into countless light particles, which were then absorbed by the ice crystal Qingyuan. The Qingyuan instinctively swallowed them, gaining immense evolutionary power and complete memories. A system notification sounded. The Qingyuan had acquired the power of the ice god's throne and the might of a higher-rank throne beast god. Yi Chen, on the other hand, received an SS-grade unknown dying mysterious demon egg. Through the shared memories, Yi Chen learned about the Great War 500 years ago and the complex relationship between Tianyuan and Blue Star. He also discovered the plight of the Imperial Fox clan and the true intentions of the Ice Beast god. Yi Chen fell into deep thought. This seemingly simple deal concealed millennia of enmity between the beast and human races, as well as the earnest hopes of a powerful being for their descendants. He needed to weigh the risks and opportunities that accepting this gift might bring. Within Tianyuan, harmony was a rare commodity. Numerous beast gods formed factions, vying for resources and attempting to elevate their race's status and power by suppressing other species. Even the ice beast god's final moments were marked by a treacherous sneak attack from the wind beast god within Tianyuan. Out of the original 10 beast gods in Tianyuan, 5 had fallen. It appeared that the beast realm had dispatched several new beast gods, though their exact number was unknown. Shortly after this news arrived, the ice beast god perished, and all memories of the event ceased abruptly. For Yi Chen, this information was invaluable intelligence. More crucially, he had obtained 2 great opportunities: the egg before him and the ice beast god's gift. Since the beast god's words were sincere and without malice, Yi Chen found it difficult to refuse the gift. With a complex expression, Yi Chen gazed at the ice crystal Qingyuan beside him and then opened his system panel. Pet beast, ice crystal Qingyuan. Talent, SS level, human-defined limit, infinite evolution by devouring ice elements. Realm, demon general 9th stage. Position, ice god's position, can control any demon beast of the same level or lower. Skills, 1000 ice prison, ice crystal purgatory, heaven ice storm. Special, ice god strike, can kill any demon beast below pseudo-god level one-time use. This ice god strike was a special gift from the ice beast god, embodying her life's cultivation. Originally intended as a trump card for the beast egg, it was now given to Yi Chen. With this trump card, Yi Chen had a significant means of survival on the perilous blue planet. As the ice beast god vanished, the entire frozen abyss secret realm began to collapse. The surrounding glaciers melted into countless light particles, dissipating into the heavens and earth. Yi Chen's mind was filled with countless thoughts. The 500 years of recuperation were about to end, and the time for absolute counterattack was approaching. The blue planet would become even more dangerous. Had the 3 severely injured immortals from back then recovered? Did the Great Xia dynasty have other immortals? The dissolution of the secret realm signaled the end of the college entrance examination, and Yi Chen would soon be teleported out. Facing the endless dangers of the outside world, Yi Chen thought it might be wise to retreat into the secret realm whenever trouble arose. After all, it was safe for him, and allowed his pet beasts to upgrade and evolve. Beneath Yi Chen's feet, the frozen remains of the demon river slowly dissipated. Giant demon beasts seemed to cry and mourn the passing of their demon god. They had been sealed here by the ice demon god. Now, with the demon god's will gone, they too were fading away. In their final moments, the demons looked toward Yi Chen and the blue egg floating before him. They bowed their heads and knelt, showing respect to the egg. Their eyes, filled with deep pleading and sorrow, seemed to say, "Please, take care of our young master." Then, they transformed into blue light and vanished from this world. Witnessing this scene, Yi Chen sighed. Even demon beasts have emotions. How could humans be devoid of feelings? Since I owe you, I won't let it die in vain. In his hand appeared a pink devil fruit, the sweet fruit, which had the power to petrify others. He pondered how to feed it to the creature inside the egg. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Right, I could use the juice. Without hesitation, Yi Chen broke off a large piece of the fruit, crushed it into juice, and applied it to the surface of the blue egg. As the juice seeped in, the egg emitted a dazzling blue and pink light, and a powerful bloodline aura began to revive, upgrade, and evolve. This feels like hatching an egg in Pokemon. Yi Chen couldn't help but remark. Crack. Cracks appeared on the egg's surface, spreading rapidly. A white, furry head emerged first, followed by a snow-white body, for agile fox paws, and 3 tails. Its gem-like blue eyes, snow-white little head, chubby body, and 3 colorful tails, 1 white, 1 light blue, and 1 light pink, made it look no bigger than a house cat, but infinitely more adorable. Yi Chen was stunned. Is this little thing the SS level king beast that ate the sweet fruit? Wait, when a chicken eats it, it becomes a phoenix, a sparrow becomes a Qingyuan, a golden carp becomes a thunder dragon. Why is a fox still a fox? And this egg was 2 meters, but this little guy is less than half a meter. Yi Chen and the 3-tailed demon fox stared at each other. He decided to form a pet beast contract first. Yi Chen pricked his finger, drew a formation on the spot, and the blood fell onto the little creature, completing the contract. Notably, this was not a blood contract but a regular pet beast contract. Thanks to the system, all contracted pet beasts had 100 loyalty, making blood contracts unnecessary. This type of contract could be used later to subdue more powerful enemy demon beasts, such as Lord level or Emperor level ones. The little creature didn't resist, and the contract was quickly completed. The system panel then displayed the little creature's information. Pet beast, illusionary heaven emperor fox. Can charm even the heavens, 3 forms. Juvenile, emperor, human. Talent, SSS level, beyond definition. Absolute charm can control any enemy 1 realm higher. Evolves by devouring desires. Realm, demon apprentice first stage. Skills, enchanting sweet wind petrifies enemies, heart capturing arrows. Special, eternal frozen abyss summons deceased beast souls to fight. Random number, random realm, 1-month recovery period. Damn, this little thing is so OP. Its talent even surpasses SS level, and it has 3 forms. Yi Chen exclaimed, illusionary heaven, with such a name, combined with the sweet fruit, I feel like I'm raising an incredibly formidable existence. The more Yi Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. This little creature not only ate the sweet fruit, but also evolved by devouring desires. This meant it could continuously evolve in human society, without the need to seek out secret realms. This was undoubtedly an invincible trump card in Yi Chen's hands. Ing. The little fox let out a soft cry, and seeing Yi Chen's surprised expression, it proudly raised its snow-white head. In the next moment, it transformed into a streak of light and leapt into Yi Chen's arms, its 3 tails wagging playfully as it nestled closer. The ice-blue phoenix nearby watched with some jealousy. It felt a pang of regret, wishing it had a smaller form. Its gaze shifted between the little fox in Yi Chen's arms and its own massive body, ultimately giving up the idea of squeezing into Yi Chen's embrace. Suddenly, the surrounding glaciers began to melt and collapse. The ice mountains shattered into blocks, crumbling instantly. A beam of golden light descended from the sky, enveloping Yi Chen and whisking him away. Yi Chen felt a surge of joy, knowing that he had conquered the 3 great secret realms and obtained all their treasures. With the college entrance exam results now certain, he began contemplating which university to choose. Tianbei Academy, Tianqing Academy, the Magic City Academy of Extraordinary Abilities, or Longhai Academy. Each had its unique strengths and advantages. In a flash of light, Yi Chen was transported back to the sports field of Jiangqing High School. The campus was buzzing with activity, as other examinees anxiously checked their rankings. Yi Chen's name stood prominently at the top, with a score of 999,999, far ahead of the rest. Outside the school gates, numerous media outlets eagerly awaited, hoping to interview the miracle-making top scorer. Military personnel stood ready, holding back the press. As soon as Yi Chen appeared, all eyes turned towards him. The chief examiner immediately approached, congratulated him, and suggested taking him to a quieter place. Yi Chen gladly agreed and was promptly transported away. The remaining examinees looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Some speculated that Yi Chen might have been recruited by the military, but kept their thoughts to themselves. Just then, representatives from Tianbei Academy and Tianqing Academy arrived, each promoting the merits of their institutions in an effort to recruit Yi Chen. However, they soon realized that Yi Chen had already disappeared, leaving them in an awkward situation. When the man finished his patrol and found no trace of Yi Chen, he looked perplexed. Furrowing his brows, he muttered to himself, "This doesn't make sense. The secret realm has already collapsed. He should have appeared by now." Just then, a disdainful voice rang out, "Humph, your Tianqing Academy isn't all that. Besides, can you train SS Class Dragon and Phoenix Beast Masters? Stop wasting time and let us handle it." An old man with a white beard looked around, equally astonished. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, "Where's Shengao? That kid promised to put in a good word for me, so why isn't he here?" As he spoke, he unintentionally released a bit of his aura, sending a terrifying wave of sword energy throughout the area. The examinees present were instantly terrified, feeling as if their skin might crack under the pressure of the sword energy, as if they could explode at any moment. Several formation instructors from Nansong's top academy quickly intervened, forming a protective barrier to counter the sword pressure. "Masterly, please withdraw your power, or these examinees won't be able to withstand the sword energy and pressure. By the way, Shengao has already taken Yi Chen to the military district's secret location. We probably can't find them now." The old man snorted in dissatisfaction and retracted his sword energy. "That Shengao is really unreliable. I had an agreement with him, but now he's not helping me. When I see him next time, I must teach him a lesson." With that, he flew off on his sword, heading straight for the nearby military district's secret location, determined to bring Yi Chen to Tianbei Academy. Seeing this, The middle-aged man also decided not to stay any longer. He mounted his dragon falcon, transforming into a streak of light as he disappeared into the sky above the playground, searching for Yi Chen. Both men knew they had to find Yi Chen quickly, or he would fall into the hands of the military ruffians. The remaining formation instructors watched the two leave, sighing in unison. Ah, this is the importance of top talent. It's not just a competition among academies. It's crucial for our great Xia as well. The annual 4 Academy competition is about to begin, and the winner will represent our great Xia in the International League to compete for the top spot on Blue Star. At this moment, Yi Chen's name was still shining brightly in the skies over Tiansong Province, with an impressive score of 990,000. People from all over Nansong Province and its major academies could see his name, causing a stir. Big Brother is truly amazing. A score of 990,000 is unprecedented and likely unbeatable. Is Big Brother in Jiangxing City right now? I have to catch the next bus to go pay my respects. We're all here to compete for second and third place. First place is a foregone conclusion. This year's college entrance exam is shaken by the presence of such a monster. Students from various major academies in Nansong Province looked up at the ranking screen in the sky, feeling no resentment but rather pride. Yi Chen's strength had surpassed their imagination, leaving no room for jealousy, only admiration. For a while, a peculiar scene unfolded in Nansong Province. All the examinees expressed immense respect for Yi Chen, with many even buying tickets to travel to Jiangxing City. The news headlines in Nansong Province were ablaze. SSS Class Mysterious Dragon Beastmaster Sweeps Nansong Exam. Ranks first. Shock. General level examinee joins the exam. Scores 990,000 points. Is it a twist of human nature or a moral decline? SSS Class Phoenix Beastmaster impresses Nansong examinees, with 150,000 students wanting to call him Big Brother. 990,000 points. An unprecedented high score in Great Xia's history, this year's most prominent exam taker. At that moment, Yi Chen heard the system's notification in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming the top scorer in Nansong Province, sweeping through 3 secret realms. The system rewards the host with a random devil fruit, opens the system store, and grants 9 upgrade cards and 2 realm evolution cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the evolution flash fruit. However, Yi Chen didn't immediately check these rewards. At that moment, he was being led by several examiners to a secret location. For some reason, he had a strange feeling, as if he had boarded a pirate ship and been deceived into coming here. In an underground fortress, Yi Chen sat alone in the center, surrounded by people. In addition to the chief examiner and dozens of other examiners, there were over 100 men in military uniforms. Their eyes were all focused on Yi Chen, scrutinizing him intently. Feeling the pressure, Yi Chen instinctively hugged the 3-tailed imperial fox in his arms. Just then, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet for devouring others' desire to recruit, gaining 3,000 evolution points, and breaking through to Demon Follower Level 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet for devouring others' desire to covet, gaining 3,500 evolution points, and breaking through to Demon Follower Level 5. The 3-tailed imperial fox quietly devoured the invisible aura of desire around it, silently enhancing its power. Xingao smiled and said, Brother Yi, have you decided which academy to attend? Would you be interested in joining our military district? Let me put it this way. After 2 years of training in the military district, you'll gain significant benefits when you return to your studies. Others echoed, yes, yes. What are your future plans? We can help you make an informed decision. Sensing the ulterior motives behind their friendly smiles, Yi Chen felt uneasy. He realized they were trying to recruit him into the military district, but he was still unfamiliar with their customs. Given his current strength, escaping unscathed might be difficult. Yi Chen cautiously replied, I think I should prioritize my studies and join an academy first. Xingao immediately responded, of course, studies are important. You'll learn more specialized knowledge and gain access to abundant resources in a university. However, joining the military district would be even better. Brother Yi, think about it. If you join us, you'll get everything the 4 academies can offer, and more. Plus, the higher-ups have agreed to promote you to captain if you join. How about it? Tempting, right? You'll be on equal footing with me. Yi Chen was speechless, feeling like he was being swindled. He had come expecting rewards, but found himself being persuaded to join the military district. His mind raced, and he quickly formulated a plan. While the rewards were tempting, the military district's activities would likely keep him very busy. His main goal was to explore secret realms and let his pet beasts absorb various elemental powers to evolve. The military district had few secret realms, focusing mainly on areas invaded by monster tides. Only the 4 major academies controlled numerous secret realms, providing the best opportunities for his pet beasts to evolve. His own realm would also rise, allowing him to gain more devil fruits. Thank you for the offer, but I think I should focus on my studies first, Chen said, trying to sound firm yet polite. Seeing that Chen was still hesitating, Shingao suggested, how about this, young man? Just tell us which academy you want to go to, and we'll give you some advice. After all, we know these four great academies quite well. Shingao had his own plans. He knew it was unrealistic to expect Chen to make a decision on the spot, so he intended to belittle the reputations of the four academies to elevate the status of the military district. As for forcibly keeping him, he had considered it, but seeing Chen's cunning nature in the secret realm, he knew it would be unwise. If they angered him and left a bad impression, causing him to refuse to join, it would be a significant loss. With no other choice, Shungao could only try to persuade him kindly. After all, Chen's talent was exceptional, and all major forces were vying for him. More importantly, the higher-ups had explicitly warned that if they tried to use force, they would be severely punished and thrown into the forest of 10,000 beasts for training. That place, teeming with endless beasts, was the most terrifying location in the military district. Just thinking about it was enough to send chills down one's spine. Chen tentatively asked, what about Tianbei Academy? To be honest, he didn't know much about these four supreme academies and hoped Shungao could enlighten him. Upon hearing this, Shungao quickly responded with disdain, a trash place, full of ruffians and gunmen, with a few useless mages. They can't compare to our military district swordmasters, gunmasters, or elemental masters. Such a lousy place isn't worth going to. Everyone in the room nodded in agreement, showing a high level of understanding. Chen cursed inwardly. Whitebeard Swordlord, you bastard. You're willing to say anything to recruit people, aren't you? I asked you to speak well of them, and you go behind their backs to slander them? He then tentatively asked, what about Tianqing Academy? Shingao immediately replied, even more disdainfully, not even dogs would go there. The beasts they control are all trash, just playing around with their little worms and birds. They can't compare to your SS-level Thunder Dragon and Phoenix. If you go there, they can't teach you anything since they don't have many SS-level Dragon or Phoenix beasts. Dogs would shake their heads at such a place. Everyone nodded in agreement once again. Chen's face grew darker, but he still asked, what about the Modu Academy of Supernatural Abilities? Shingao was even more enthusiastic, a lousy school, built on money. They talk about international cooperation, but those trash countries can't compare to our great Xia. Dirty water-drinking Indians, waste water-drinking Japanese, culturally barren Westerners who only know robbery, copying Koreans, and the bandit-like Americans. None have our deep cultural heritage. What international cooperation? It's better to learn from ourselves. They're even worse than the previous two. Chen's forehead veins popped. He had figured it out according to Shungao. Every academy except the military district was trash. But was that really the case? These were the supreme academies that all great Xia students dreamed of attending. They couldn't be that bad. Unwilling to give up, Chen asked, what about the last one, Longke Academy? He knew this was the only academy that collaborated with the military district. So if Shungao even slandered this one, it would be interesting. Shungao opened his mouth and said, that lousy academy is old and worn out, worse than the previous three. Even dogs would cry, and pigs would stand on their heads. Just then, a light cough interrupted Shungao. Ahem, ahem. Shungao immediately shut up, his face changing color. That cough seemed to have magical power, making everyone instantly solemn and fearful. They all rushed out of the underground fortress as if fleeing for their lives. Shungao looked at Chen in disbelief, seeing a playful expression in his eyes. He suddenly realized that Chen had intentionally asked about Longke Academy to make him slander it as well. If he insulted the academy that collaborated with the military district, it would be like insulting the military district itself, and he would surely be punished. Smart kid, almost fell for it. Shungao thought, feeling lucky. He took a deep look at Chen, realizing that this young man's scheming and depth were even greater than he had imagined. At this moment, an elder walked out from behind the scenes. Although his temples were graying, his eyes shone with gold, and his face was lean, exuding an aura of iron-blooded ferocity. The invisible pressure he emitted wasn't intentional, but a result of years of battling through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The elder spoke, Shungao, you may leave. I have something to discuss with this young man. Shungao didn't hesitate and quickly left, his movements swift and efficient. The elder approached Chen, his expression kind and amiable, showing no signs of age. He introduced himself. I am Lu Jia. Young man, don't listen to Shingao's nonsense. Which academy you join is entirely up to you. Each academy has its own heritage. Whether you join the military district is also your choice. If you ever want to train here, our doors are always open for you. Chen quickly bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior. Do you have any suggestions on choosing among the four academies? This time, he genuinely sought advice. Although he leaned towards Tianqing Academy, He wanted to hear the opinion of this important military figure. Lu Ju pondered for a moment, then said, given your talent as a beastmaster, joining Tianqing Academy would be the most suitable. However, with the invasion of Tianyuan and the infiltration of other national forces, even the four great academies are not as peaceful as they seem. As for Modu Academy of Supernatural Abilities, there's no need to mention it. The deans of several colleges are not from Great Xia. People who are not of our kind will have different hearts. This academy is not suitable for you. Yichen listened quietly and nodded, thinking that this aligned with his own thoughts. As for the Tianqing and Tianbei academies, the situation is equally complicated. Although their roots lie in the Xia dynasty, their loyalties have shifted. They no longer serve Xia and even harbor treacherous beasts in secret. The elder, with a solemn expression, warned Yi Chen to be extremely cautious if he decided to join. Given Yi Chen's talent, possessing 3 top-tier SS-level spirit beasts, it was inevitable that he would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in the elder's eyes as he divulged deeper secrets. Xia was not a monolithic entity. Human hearts were fickle, and interests often led to fragmentation. These were secrets known only to the upper echelons and the military. For Yi Chen's safety, the elder had to reveal these details. In contrast, Longke Academy had a close cooperation with the military. Though not entirely devoid of risks, most potential threats had been mitigated. Yi Chen would find the best environment for growth there. Despite its outdated facilities, Longke Academy's foundation was no less profound than the 3 major academies, perhaps even superior. There, Yi Chen had a high chance of encountering the true dragons of ancient Xia, or even the will of ancient beast gods. The elder added that beast gods did not only exist in Tianyuan. Xia had them too, though they were referred to as divine beasts. This revelation hinted at an even greater secret. Yi Chen, deep in thought, inquired about the number of secret realms in Longke Academy. This was a crucial factor in his decision, as his spirit beasts needed resources from these realms to evolve and break through. The elder, unaware that Yi Chen already knew the dangers of the Tianyuan secret realms, refrained from saying too much to avoid causing alarm. He explained that while Longke Academy did not control many Tianyuan secret realms, it possessed nearly 30% of Xia's native revived secret realms. These realms were equally dangerous but contained opportunities left by ancient divine beasts or powerful entities, no less valuable than those in Tianyuan. If Yi Chen needed to enter a Tianyuan secret realm, Longke Academy's collaborative relationships with the other 3 major academies could secure him a spot. Yi Chen candidly shared his unique situation, stating that even if he obtained the ultimate inheritance, he wouldn't be transformed into a treacherous beast. What he needed was the elemental power within the secret realms, not the final inheritance. Hearing this, the elder gave Yi Chen a deep, appreciative look, admiring his steadfast nature. He believed that Longke Academy was undoubtedly the best choice for Yi Chen. It not only aligned with Yi Chen's needs, but also provided maximum care and protection through its network of connections. Finally, the elder handed Yi Chen a gold card and a teleportation array disc as a reward for being the top scholar of Nantong. However, just then, the elder received an urgent message and hurriedly sent Yi Chen back to Jiangqing City. Before Yi Chen could react, he was teleported away. Meanwhile, the deans of Tianqing and Tianbei arrived, demanding that Liu Bei hand over Yi Chen. Liu Bei, with a sly smile, stated that Yi Chen had already been sent away. During the teleportation, Yi Chen noticed the unusually long duration and worried about being sent to a distant place. Taking the opportunity, he checked the system's updated store and discovered a devil fruit purchasing system and ways to earn task points. Realizing he would become a true beast slayer, Yi Chen began planning how to use the monthly beast tides in Jiangqing City to acquire equipment and task points. In addition to all that, Yi Chen discovered an extra feature, a system wheel. The wheel was filled with dazzling rewards, making it hard to choose. Each spin cost a hefty 100,000 task points. The rewards were categorized into 4 tiers: common, elite, epic, and legendary, offering everything from devil fruits to various professional weapons, and even rare beast eggs. Yi Chen stared at the golden wheel, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He was a natural gambler who loved the thrill of the chase. The only downside was that he didn't have any task points at the moment. He began calculating how to earn them should he hunt down beasts or complete system missions. Suddenly, Yi Chen remembered he had a shining fruit. He wondered what kind of beast he should feed it to. A bird? A pig? A mouse? Various possibilities flashed through his mind. But for now, the most pressing matter was to place the little fox in his arms into the beast's space. With a flash of light, Yi Chen was transported to an unfamiliar place. When the light faded, he found himself in an ancient-looking school. Surrounding him were traditional Chinese wooden buildings and ancient city walls. In the distance, stylishly dressed young people moved to and fro. Confused, Yi Chen was about to ask for directions when he heard someone calling him. "Are you here to sign up as an assistant instructor? Hurry up, we're about to depart." A male teacher in the lead shouted at Yi Chen. Everyone around turned their eyes on Chen. The boys looked displeased, while the girls' eyes sparkled. A woman dressed provocatively stepped forward and grabbed Chen's hand, eagerly asking about his identity. Chen then realized he had been transported to Lonke Academy. Just then, the system issued a random task. Secure the position of assistant instructor. Though it felt absurd, Chen decided to embrace this unexpected challenge. Soon, everyone was transported to a training arena within the school. The enormous indoor space housed 30 platforms, awaiting the upcoming selection competition. The male teacher with a square face surveyed the crowd with a stern gaze, exuding an aura of high-level authority that instantly made the atmosphere oppressive. The points of light from the formation around him flickered, highlighting his severity. He announced the rules of the competition. Participants could freely choose their arena, time to compete, and opponents. The first to lose 5 matches would be disqualified, while the first to win 5 would be given priority admission. Any actions that resulted in death or severe injury were strictly prohibited, and violators would be expelled. Although he was the only one in charge, the formation spread across the entire sandy arena allowed him to maintain control. Everyone responded in unison. Understood. Confident young men and women immediately took to the 30 arenas, quickly filling them up. Chen stood to the side as a woman approached him, her breath fragrant like orchids. How strong are you, Junior? If you face me, I won't hold back, she teased. Chen responded calmly. I'm okay. Definitely not as strong as the seniors. He remained indifferent to her provocation, his eyes fixed on the 30 battles happening in the arenas, assessing the opponent's strengths. Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, noting that the strongest on the field only reached the 8th tier general level, with no higher level commanders present. Half of them were S-class professionals, and there were around a dozen with S-class talents. He thought to himself, as expected, in the top 4 academies of the Dragon Nation, A-class are everywhere, and S-class are as common as dogs. The battles on the arenas were intense, with various professional skills intertwining in the air. Suddenly, a scream echoed as a man fell from the arena. Chen sprang into action, his leg muscles exploding with power as he shot towards the arena like a cannonball. Before anyone else could react, he had already landed steadily on the platform. A man in green scrutinized Chen with disdain. A berserker? Judging by your weak aura, you must be low tier. You choose to fight me? He was in S-class lightning element mage, already at the 6th tier elemental general level. Chen was secretly pleased. The last thing he feared were those with lightning, fire, or ice elements. Seeing Chen's silence, the man in green shouted angrily, dare to daydream in a fight with me? Courting death, endless lightning, 1,000 thunder feathers. However, Chen softly said, position of thunder, element, deprivation. The violent lightning vanished in an instant. The man in green was shocked, and before he could react, Chen had already launched towards him like a cannonball, his fist striking the man's abdomen. With a dull bang, accompanied by a scream, the man in green was sent flying off the arena, landing heavily on the ground. He clutched his abdomen in pain, foaming at the mouth, on the verge of fainting. One punch, enemy defeated. Just now, Chen held back half of his strength with that punch. He worried that if he went all out, he might directly kill his opponent. Chen thought to himself that while elemental mages are incredibly powerful in controlling elements, their physical bodies are the weakest among all professions. Professions like elemental mages, formation masters, and beast tamers do not train their physical bodies and are only suitable for long-range attacks. Close combat is truly their Achilles heel. Suddenly, Chen noticed that the surrounding lightning had mysteriously vanished. He frowned in thought, wondering what he had just done that even he hadn't noticed anything unusual. Below the stage, a square-faced teacher with piercing eyes stared intently at Chen on the platform. A look of confusion and surprise flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, what strange technique is this kid using? A berserker being able to neutralize an elemental mage's lightning? I've never heard of such a thing. Could he be a berserker with a special attribute? A woman in shorts also looked equally astonished. She had been convinced that Chen was bound to lose, but the situation had taken such a dramatic turn, albeit with a somewhat inexplicable victory. The surrounding spectators were also stunned. Clearly, no one had anticipated such an outcome. As everyone was still in a daze, a man in black silently seized the opportunity and leapt onto the stage. Without any unnecessary words, he gathered his energy into his fist. A dark flame ignited on his fist, aimed directly at the unsuspecting Chen's face. Low-level berserker. I refuse to believe you can withstand the dark fire of this punch, the fox-eyed man muttered, clearly planning a sneak attack. As an esper, the strength of his physical body fluctuated with the power of his abilities. With his strength-cold attribute dark fire ability, he could unleash tremendous destructive power in a short amount of time. Despicable. Shameless. Angry voices erupted from the audience, with many beautiful women expressing their disdain for such a sneak attack. The young men nearby all rolled their eyes, collectively mocking, ugly guys attacking handsome ones. This kind of behavior is bound to be condemned. However, some had a different perspective. So what if it's a sneak attack? Damn, we've all been single for so long, and this pretty boy just shows up and already has admirers? That's not fair. The stern-faced teacher showed no expression, giving silent consent to the upcoming duel. On the stage, Chen remained calm, whispering, mastery of fire, elemental deprivation, control of fire, reverse. As soon as he finished speaking, the fox-eyed man's powers suddenly vanished. He looked at his fists in terror, the ghostly flames gone. Chen smirked coldly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. With no other options, the fox-eyed man charged at Chen. He threw a punch, but Chen easily caught it. A sharp crack echoed as bones broke. Ambush? Humiliate me? Today, I'll beat you into the ground. Chen's voice was icy, and the fox-eyed man's face turned pale. In the next moment, eerie flames ignited on the fox-eyed man's body, instantly burning his hair to a crisp and severely scorching his scalp. Chen's eyes gleamed with malice as he grabbed the man's arm and threw him over his shoulder, slamming him into the ground repeatedly. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sounds of impact were accompanied by agonizing screams. The spectators winced, marveling at how such a seemingly frail pretty boy possessed terrifying strength. Soon, the fox-eyed man rolled his eyes back and foamed at the mouth, passing out. Chen, now uninterested, tossed him aside and glanced at the middle-aged teacher, whose face had turned an alarming shade of green. Resisting the urge to kick the man further, he gave him a light nudge, sending him off the stage. Chen thoughtfully observed the ghostly flames that had once enveloped the fox-eyed man's hand, recalling his past fascination with the flame fruit. Just as he was lost in thought, the system's voice rang out, explaining the mechanism that would allow him to share abilities with his pet beasts in the future. This news thrilled Chen. He began to envision himself wielding various elemental, superhuman, and animal abilities, already seeing a future where he was invincible. Below the stage, the stern-faced teacher frowned, puzzled by Chen's strange powers. He resolved to investigate Chen's background thoroughly and report to the headmaster. The girl in shorts and the other spectators were stunned by Chen's strength. Potential challengers hesitated, fearing they might end up like the fox-eyed man. Chen glanced around, feeling slightly disappointed that no one dared to challenge him. He couldn't help but wonder, is this really the strength of Lonke Academy? Or have the true prodigies yet to make their appearance? 3 more victories were needed for Chen to reach 5 consecutive wins. As he scanned his own platform and saw no challengers, his attention shifted to the other winners' platforms. Strong opponents were there, perfect to test the strength of his beast. As a beast tamer rather than a berserker, Chen knew that his previous victories were largely due to the power shared from his beast. While Chen was searching for an opponent, a pale-skinned, gaunt man in a black robe with a cold expression leaped onto the platform, his eagle-like eyes fixed on Chen. This challenger, unwilling to watch Chen show off any longer, was Su Long, ranked 80th in the entire grade during the second-year Indoftum ranking battle, and an S-rank necromancer at the 8th tier. The surrounding crowd recognized Su Long and began to murmur. Necromancers, known for summoning the dead, are among the most troublesome and eerie professions. They are difficult to deal with unless one possesses specific elemental powers or attributes of light and purification. Chen remained calm but thought of the power of his shadow fruit. He summoned his 3-tailed fox from the beast space, gently stroking the soft fur of the white fox in his arms. This sudden appearance of the white fox made Su Long wary, suspecting that Chen had other tricks up his sleeve. The women around the platform were dazzled by the sight of the 3-tailed fox, their eyes alight with desire, wanting to rush and snatch it. The fox's allure had a fatal attraction for them. Taking advantage of this, the 3-tailed fox quietly absorbed their desires, continuously enhancing its aura. Seeing Su Long hesitate, Chen reminded him to make a move. Su Long, not willing to show weakness, instead provoked Chen to strike first. With a shrug, Chen summoned a thunder dragon with a thought. The massive thunder dragon suddenly appeared, occupying a 10th of the platform, stunning the entire audience. Chen instructed the dragon to control its power, leaving Su Long utterly dumbfounded. It was then he realized that Chen was a beast tamer, and not just any beast tamer, but one who possessed an SS-rank thunder dragon. The crowd was equally astonished, unable to comprehend how Chen could be both a berserker and a beast tamer. Chen explained that he never denied being a beast tamer, people just never asked. When questioned about how a beast tamer could have such a powerful physique, Chen casually replied, "Can't a beast tamer train their body?" This remark made everyone grit their teeth, wishing they could teach Chen a lesson, but they were also fearful of the powerful beast. The scene fell into an eerie silence, with everyone inwardly cursing this cunning and powerful individual. The emergence of a dragon-type beast tamer caught the attention of the square-faced teacher. He recalled that in the last competition, There was a contestant with an SS-level Dragonite beast, but it was a bone dragon, not a thunder dragon. He didn't have a strong impression of Wang Long, only remembering that he had been taken as a personal disciple by the dean of the beast taming department. The teacher decided to verify with the dean later whether Wang Long was participating in this selection. Chen looked impatiently at Su Long, urging, "Are you ready? Do you want to try defending? I'm about to let Little Thunder attack." Su Long didn't respond, merely staring nervously at the massive thunder dragon in the sky. He felt everyone's eyes on him, including those of the contestants who had stopped their battles on other stages and the square-faced mentor. Those gazes seemed to silently encourage him. "Come on, don't be afraid. Fight back." Su Long took a deep breath and resolved to face the challenge. He closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them, his pupils turning gray, his lips moving as if chanting a spell. "Necromancers summon." Instantly, gray shadows appeared around him, including skeletons, mysterious scythe-wielding figures, and floating spirits of the dead, covering nearly half the stage. Chen kindly reminded, "All right, I'm coming." He commanded Little Thunder to unleash its lightning. 90 million volts. Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon roared towards the sky, its body radiating intense lightning. Dark clouds gathered above, and countless bolts of lightning struck down, merging with the dragon's electric aura to form a colossal Thunder Dragon, its presence overwhelming and the thunder deafening. Boom! The Thunder Dragon charged at Su Long's necromantic summons. Before it even made contact, Su Long sensed something was wrong. His summoned spirits began to scatter like mice before a cat. Su Long was stunned, never having encountered such a situation. The square-faced mentor realized the crucial point. Necromantic summons are most afraid of lightning, and this lightning comes from the heavens, making it a perfect counter. Not to mention the terrifying heat. He secretly reinforced the barrier to stabilize the temperature on the field. Seeing his spells fail, Su Long knew he couldn't withstand the attack. Without hesitation, he raised his hands and jumped off the stage, shouting, "I surrender." Chen immediately commanded, "Little Thunder, swallow it." The Thunder Dragon leaped into the air, opened its mouth, and devoured the lightning, demonstrating absolute control over the element. Chen looked around provocatively. Who else wants to come up? If one isn't enough, two will do. If two aren't enough, bring 5. More are welcome. His expression was innocent, but his words were full of confidence. The crowd avoided Chen's gaze. They realized that among their peers, Chen was unbeatable. The power of an SS-level beast tamer was terrifying. Even a 9th-level berserker would struggle to survive a strike from his demonic dragon. Seeing no challengers, Chen turned his attention to the other stages. However, as he jumped to a neighboring stage, the victor there immediately jumped off. Chen shouted in dissatisfaction, "Don't be a coward, fight me. I'm not that strong." The person retorted bluntly, "Nonsense. You're not strong, but that demonic dragon above you is. Whoever wants to get beaten can go up." Helpless, Chen looked to other stages. But as soon as everyone sensed his intention, they all abandoned their stages and fled. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence. No one dared to fight. Chen grew anxious. What's going on? I still need 2 more wins. He rolled his eyes, then suddenly had an idea. Fine, if no one wants to fight. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of impending doom, as if they were being watched by a predator. Regardless of gender, even the beautiful young girls felt threatened. Clearly, Chen, the maniac, didn't care about gender, only about victory. Chen, leveraging the immense power of his SS-level Thunder Dragon, easily advanced to the next round. The stern-faced instructor gravely reminded him, "The upcoming special training grounds are nothing like the arena matches. Even your powerful beast might not get a chance to shine." Hearing this, Chen was puzzled and silently pondered the potential special rules of the next round. Could there be a prohibition phase? Would they forbid the use of his beast? He dismissed the thought with a smile, thinking, which one would you ban? I never said the Thunder Dragon was my strongest. Chen was filled with anticipation for the next competition, eager to witness the true strength of the top talents at Longke Academy. Su Long only ranked 80th in the sophomore year-end ranking, indicating there were stronger opponents. Would the juniors and seniors reach the sovereign or even monarch level? Chen couldn't help but wonder if Liu Bei had other motives for sending him here. The battles on the field concluded swiftly. Several strong contenders advanced, including a 7th-tier female gunner, as well as Zhu Danxiong, Wu Luoxin, and Zhong Xing. The stern-faced instructor announced, "The top 100 will follow me to the next venue. Those who failed should not be disheartened and wait for the next opportunity." With a flash of light, the group found themselves in a dense forest spanning several miles. A female instructor in a green dress appeared and took over from the stern-faced instructor. Their occasional glances at Chen made him feel uneasy. The green-dressed instructor began explaining the rules. "This is the final assessment. You must determine the last 50 standing in the forest, but you might face situations where your strength is suppressed, or your professional abilities are restricted. She specifically looked at Yi Chun, implying these rules were aimed at him. This round will have everyone vote on which type of professional skill to prohibit, the green-dressed instructor continued, and a voting screen appeared in front of everyone. The other contestants cast their eyes on Yi Chun, wearing smug expressions. They intended to ban Yi Chun's powerful dragon and then gang up on him. Yi Chun, however, remained unfazed, knowing he had other tricks up his sleeve. The forest showdown was about to begin, brewing into a thrilling confrontation. Wow, just as I suspected, the rules for this simulation exam are quite unique. They've even set up a ban phase to block my pet beast. Fortunately, I have plenty of pet beasts, otherwise, you guys might have really outsmarted me. Want to see me fail? Just wait and see how I send you all flying. Yi Chun calculated silently, a sly smile appearing on his face. He was ready to teach everyone a harsh lesson. The voting results came out quickly, showing that Yi Chun's Thunder Dragon received a unanimous 100 votes for a ban. What's even more shocking is that none of the other contestants voted for any other profession. They all focused solely on banning Yi Chun's pet beast. A girl tugged on Yi Chun's shorts and stuck out her pink tongue apologetically, saying, "Sorry, Junior. It's not that we have anything against you, but your dragon is just too powerful. If it wasn't banned, we wouldn't stand a chance." Other girls who had a favorable impression of Yi Chun also gave him apologetic looks, hoping he wouldn't hold it against them. Some even hinted that after the exam, they could discuss matters of the heart, though the implication was far from innocent. Yi Chun remained expressionless and didn't respond to anyone's words. He couldn't very well tell them he was just toying with them. The green-dressed female instructor exchanged a glance with the square-faced male instructor and sighed. It's been years since we've seen such unity. Even the previous top-level geniuses didn't get unanimous bans. It's surprising he's provoked such widespread animosity. I wonder how strong his third pet beast is. They noticed that the three-tailed fox in Yi Chun's arms was one of his contracted beasts, but its level wasn't high, only at the demon soldier stage. Hence, they didn't think his third pet beast would be much stronger. The green-dressed instructor finally reminded, "All right, since the results are out, this student, under no circumstances can you let your thunder dragon appear, or you'll be disqualified immediately. That's all I'll say. You have 10 minutes to hide. Whether you win or lose, you must come to me to register your identity and verify your information for extra credits." With that, she turned into a green light and slowly disappeared, blending into the ancient forest. The square-faced instructor used his array skills to teleport to the tallest ancient tree, overlooking everything. It was the best spot to watch what would happen next. Would Yi Chun be chased and beaten by everyone? Or even hunted down? After all, he had already angered everyone. Although the rules allowed 10 minutes for contestants to hide and ambush each other, the scene was unusually eerie. Yi Chun stood alone in a corner of the forest, surrounded by motionless contestants, seemingly preparing to encircle him. Even the young women were eyeing Yi Chun, ready to strike as soon as the 10-minute grace period ended. Su Long cast a sinister glance at Yi Chun and sneered, "Hey kid, you made me jump off the platform earlier, so I'll give you a chance. If you surrender quickly enough, you might avoid a beating. How about it? Of course, if you get eliminated at the start, you'll set a new record for the fastest elimination in this ancient forest ambush battle. You might even go down in history." Zhu Danxiang, a berserker with a unique gluttony ability that made him stronger the more he ate, stood out with his massive size. He said to Yi Chun, "Though your earlier words were annoying, I don't believe in body-refining beastmasters. I wanted to fight you, but I couldn't beat your dragon, so I had to ban it. If you surrender now, you'll suffer less. Otherwise, my fists won't hold back, and your body-refining techniques won't stand a chance against my special profession." Wu Luoxin and Zhong Xing also chimed in. "You brought this on yourself by being too arrogant. Even if you're a dragon-type beastmaster, you can't easily provoke us. Youthful arrogance comes at a price. So show some respect to your seniors and be the first to get eliminated this round." Yi Chun ignored their words, patiently waiting for the 10 minutes to pass. They felt the time dragged on, and so did he. Listening to their threats and boasts, he only felt awkward. He didn't want to waste words on them. Empty threats without strength only made the speaker a laughingstock when they were beaten. Seeing Yi Chun's silence, the others snorted in dissatisfaction but said no more. They assumed he had given up, knowing he would be eliminated and quietly waiting for the time to run out. The square-faced instructor observed everything from the tree, scrutinizing Yi Chun's subtle expressions. He noticed that Yi Chun's face remained unchanged throughout, showing no reaction to the taunts. He thought to himself, has he really given up? That doesn't seem right. Even without his strongest beast, someone of his caliber should still fight. Does he have some hidden card up his sleeve? Ding! A clear bell rang through the ancient forest, marking the end of the 10-minute safe period. Now, the contestants could start hunting each other down. Everyone turned to Yi Chun, eyes red, fists clenched, their aura surging. In an instant, Various professional powers gathered as they charged at Chen, shouting, "Let's see you act tough now. Show off, you're going down. No chance to surrender. You're out." Actually, I'm speechless. From the beginning until now, my expression hasn't changed at all. Didn't you notice anything wrong? Chen lifted his slightly lowered head, a harmless yet bright smile forming at the corners of his mouth. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and he spoke with a hint of mockery in his voice. "You thought you could just eliminate me like that? And who told you I only have one SS-ranked beast?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chen focused his thoughts. In an instant, a massive phoenix appeared in the sky. Its fiery red feathers blazed like flames, and its enormous wings spread out, covering half the sky. With a deafening cry, the phoenix emerged from the fire, surrounded by raging flames. Everyone felt the sky darken momentarily, only to be illuminated again by the phoenix's fiery glow. The intense heat rose rapidly, forcing people to step back. "Phoenix flame. Crossfire pillar," Chen shouted. In an instant, a cross-shaped flame erupted from Chen's position. The terrifying heat mixed with violent flames, blasting everyone around him away. Zhu Danxiong, Wu Luoxin, Zhongping, and others were thrown dozens of meters, landing heavily on the ground, creating small craters. Damn it. How does this bastard have a divine beast too? Screams filled the air as dozens of figures were sent flying. Chen didn't spare the women on the field out of pity. In his eyes, men and women were equal. Under the scorching heat, most of the crowd's clothes turned to ashes. Fortunately, they used their abilities in time to defend themselves, or they might have perished. Even so, the scene was quite comical. The men were mostly shirtless, with only tattered pants left, scrambling to cover themselves with dirt. The women fared slightly better, with torn clothes but still wearing their undergarments, exposing large swathes of fair skin. How is this possible? This aura is also at the Beast General level, a 5th-tier Beast General, and it's S-ranked. Not only one contracted divine beast, but a second one, and it's a phoenix. This guy is both a dragon and a phoenix beast master? In our Disya, no one has ever had such dual mastery. Those who were knocked down struggled to lift their heads, their eyes filled with unwillingness and shock. Su Lung managed to stand up and questioned, "You have a second beast this powerful. Why didn't you say so earlier? Who are you?" "A dragon and phoenix beast master wouldn't be unknown in our Longke Academy." Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "You never asked. If you had, maybe I would have told you." This remark completely infuriated Su Lung. Overcome with rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, a green-robed mentor appeared atop the tallest ancient tree, standing beside the square-faced mentor. She gazed at the massive phoenix in the sky, her eyes deep with thought. "That's a legendary phoenix. Combined with that lightning dragon, is our Longke Academy about to rise? Among the younger generation of the 3 great academies, there are 4 heavenly lords. With him, there will definitely be a 5th. The square-faced mentor quickly ordered, "Go. Report to the dean immediately. Find out who this kid is. Even if he's not from our academy, we can't let him escape." On the field, Zhongping and Wu Luoxin were the first to react. "Damn it, we can't beat him, but we can outrun him. I don't believe he can wipe us all out in one go. Everyone, scatter in all directions. In such a vast forest, he can't possibly catch us all." They shouted while grabbing handfuls of dirt to cover themselves and sprinted into the dense forest. Other men followed suit, scattering in all directions. From a distance, only their pale buttocks could be seen bobbing through the trees. The women, however, hesitated. They looked at the majestic fire phoenix in the sky, calculating in their minds. Letting Chen see them might not be so bad. With their impressive assets, maybe he would take an interest. Besides, Chen was so strong. He surely had a bright future at Longke Academy. Following him might bring them great benefits. With this thought, many women stopped trying to cover up and stood up, exposing themselves to Chen. Chen's gaze swept over the women without lingering, feeling a pang of guilt. But he quickly refocused, looking at the dense, ancient forest. Searching individually was unrealistic, but what if he used the fire phoenix's power to set the forest ablaze? With the phoenix's current strength, controlling the heavenly fire to burn this forest was entirely possible. "Senior, if we burn down this entire ancient forest, it should be fine, right?" Chen's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, and his tone carried a hint of eagerness. The girl in shorts shuddered at his words, cold sweat instantly appearing on her forehead. She quickly grabbed Chen's arm. Her voice filled with terror. "Junior, you absolutely mustn't. This ancient forest is Professor Lualua's main assessment area. It cost a fortune to transplant it into the school's secret realm. If you burn it down, you'd owe at least a few million." She subtly moved closer to Chen, her cleavage becoming more evident. Chen silently chanted, "Do not look," but couldn't help but steal a few glances. Though Chen's voice wasn't loud, It instantly spread throughout the forest. The fleeing crowd abruptly stopped, turning back to look at Chen in disbelief, shouting, "You bastard! You want to burn down the forest? Why not burn us all to death too? We've seen some tough characters, but never a living devil." They were so furious that veins bulged on their foreheads. If they weren't afraid of being beaten, they would have rushed to gang up on him. Chen chuckled nonchalantly and said, "All right, I was just talking. If I accidentally killed all the seniors, the school would definitely blame me, and I can't afford that." Though he said this, he had a different plan in mind. His words were meant for the hidden Professor Luoluo. "Professor, you don't want this forest you managed to be destroyed, do you? You don't want to be penalized by the school, right? So, better listen up." As soon as he finished speaking, Professor Luoluo appeared from the top of an ancient tree, glaring at Chen. She announced, "Everything stops here. Chen, you win unconditionally and rank first. The rest of you, adjust yourselves and restart the assessment in an hour, with a new draft and selection." At that moment, a system voice echoed in Chen's mind. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You've received a random devil fruit, 1 spin of the prize wheel, 3,000 task points, and a random profession weapon." Chen was secretly pleased and decided to check the rewards after everything was over. Hearing Professor Luolua's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Someone muttered, "Finally, we're free. As long as that bastard is around, we can't compete and are just his backdrop." The men stopped running and went to change into new clothes, covering their bald heads with hats to hide their embarrassment. Professor Luoluo walked up and, without a word, grabbed Chen's arm. "Come with me. I have something to discuss with you." Green light flickered under her feet, forming a staircase of vines, taking Chen to the top of the ancient tree and into a hidden space. Inside the space were the square-faced professor and about a dozen elderly men. They had restrained auras and sharp eyes. At the front were 3 elderly men in white robes, with the others standing behind them. One of the white-robed elders said kindly, "Young man, don't be afraid. Have a seat." Chen hesitated briefly, but then sat calmly on the front wooden chair. He knew his identity as a non-student of Longhei Academy couldn't be hidden, but since he had completed the system task, he wasn't too concerned. The 3 elders were even more satisfied seeing Chen's composure. Little did they know, Chen didn't recognize them at all and had never been to Longhei Academy, thinking of them as ordinary school leaders. The elder in the middle spoke, "Young man, we've checked the entire student list of Longhei Academy and didn't find your name. Are you interested in joining us? No need for exams. We can directly enroll you next month with the new students." Another white-robed elder added, "Young man, our Longhei Academy is excellent, with many secret realms. If you join us, resources and rewards will be tilted in your favor. Especially if you join my Beast Taming Academy. I can personally take you as a disciple and guide you in all aspects of beast taming." Hearing these invitations, Chen confessed, "Actually, I had planned to apply to Longhei Academy. Today was an accident. I was tricked by that old guy, Liu Bei. He said he'd send me back to Jiangqing, but instead, he transported me here. I intended to apply to Longhei Academy as my first choice. I just didn't expect to end up in this instructor-assistant assessment by mistake." Chen observed their expressions and, seeing no suspicious reactions, relaxed. He then asked, "I heard that being selected as an instructor assistant comes with a 500,000 bonus and 10 credits. Is that still valid? I really need the money right now. Even with the system's help, being a beast tamer is quite costly." Liu Bei? Old geezer? Freshman enrollment? As soon as Chen finished speaking, everyone present widened their eyes in shock, momentarily frozen in place. Isn't Liu Bei the dean of their Academy of Artifact Crafting? How could someone dare to call him an old geezer? They thought to themselves, if Dean Liu Bei with his notorious temper found out, this kid would be in serious trouble. What surprised them even more was Chen's audacity to call Liu Bei by his name, something none of them would dare to do. However, on second thought, considering Chen's extraordinary talent with dragon and phoenix beasts, he seemed to be worth special treatment. Not to mention calling him by name. Even if Chen were to act out of line, they would probably still have to welcome him with a smile. Quickly, they understood the implications of Chen's words. Freshman enrollment? They immediately recalled the recent buzz. A terrifying dual-element dragon and phoenix beast tamer had emerged in Nansong province, sweeping through 3 major secret realms and outshining the top students of various provinces in Xia. Even the vice presidents of Tianbei Academy and Tianqing Academy had gone personally to invite him, and their own vice president of Longhei Academy was no exception, already in Jiangqing to find this genius. To their delight, this prodigy was now standing right in front of them, offering himself up. They couldn't miss such an opportunity. They were determined to keep him here by any means necessary. An elderly man in a gray robe immediately stepped forward and pulled out an already prepared enrollment contract. "Young man, just put your thumbprint here, and you're officially enrolled," he said enthusiastically. "Longhei Academy will provide you with a private villa, a 5 million yuan scholarship, and 30 academic credits. If you have any other needs, just let us know. Chen was a bit surprised to see that they had already prepared an enrollment contract. He couldn't help but wonder if he had walked into a den of bandits. These people were acting like a bunch of robbers. However, the 5 million yuan scholarship and private villa were indeed tempting. After carefully reading through the contract to ensure it wasn't some sort of indenture agreement, Chen cautiously pressed his thumbprint. The elderly man, as if he had found a treasure, quickly put away the contract and dashed off to file it, afraid Chen might change his mind. Another elderly man handed Chen a prepared gift bag. Young man, there's still a month before the official start of the semester. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us. He pointed to a phone inside the bag. This is the latest model, the Pair 18. It already has our contact information and addresses saved. The gift bag also included a freshman handbook, the special student uniform of Longhai Academy, and various daily necessities. The most eye-catching item was a gold card, presumably the 5 million yuan scholarship. Chen was secretly delighted. With the military district's previous rewards, he had become a millionaire. Although money was also consumed rapidly in this world, for someone like Chen who had special upgrade methods, this amount of money could get him quite a few good things on the black market. I have one more request, Chen said, looking at the three elderly men. Could you send me back to Jiangqing City? I still have some unfinished business. The elderly man in white nodded in agreement. Of course. There's still a month before the semester starts. You can go back and take care of your matters. By then, Dean Liu Bei will likely personally escort you to the academy. With that, a man with a square face waved his hand, and a beam of light enveloped Chen, transporting him to Longhai Academy's teleportation array, directly sending him back to Jiangqing City. The elderly men exchanged joyful glances, thrilled to have recruited such an outstanding talent. They were already imagining the upcoming battle of the four great academies of Dexia, where Chen would surely become the fifth heavenly lord of Dexia. Meanwhile, the students still competing for the teaching assistant positions in the ancient forest had no idea of Chen's true identity, thinking he was just a freshman. Their reactions at the start of military training would undoubtedly be priceless. During the teleportation, Chen opened his system panel and used the Realm Upgrade card and the Shackles Breakthrough card without hesitation. Instantly, the realm of his Thunder Dragon surged from the 7th tier to the 9th tier's peak, then broke through to the commander level. He used up 6 upgrade cards in one go, directly boosting it to the 6th tier. The system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, Thunder Dragon, for successfully breaking through to the commander level. The host's realm has also reached the commander level, earning a random Devil Fruit X1 as a system reward. Ding! Thunder Dragon's bloodline evolved into Thunderstorm Dragon. In the beast space, the Thunder Dragon's body flickered with lightning, its aura rapidly rising. The dense lightning almost turned purple-black. A pair of enormous dark golden dragon wings sprouted from Little Thunder's back, its body expanding to 30 meters. Its dragon scales were neatly arranged, and its aura grew even more formidable. A pair of blue-gold eyes exuded indifference toward all things. The Fire Phoenix and Icelwan felt a moment of fear in the presence of Little Thunder's transformation. This was a bloodline suppression. Thunderstorm dragons were among the top dragon species in Dexia's system, close to the ancestral dragon. The system prompted again. Ding! Thunderstorm Dragon unlocked its innate dragon skill, 3 billion volts, divine annihilation. Chen eagerly anticipated testing this new skill's power. Seeing the Phoenix and Luan cowering in the corner, he couldn't help but laugh. Look at you too, so scared. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'll upgrade you next and find some elemental secret realms to help you break through as well. With that, he used the remaining 3 breakthrough cards on the Fire Phoenix, bringing its realm to the 9th tier's peak. Just like the Icelwan, both pets were now only a step away from breaking through to the commander level. The breakthrough in the realm of beast tamers is closely tied to their pets. With Xiao Lei's advancement, Chen's level reached the commander stage, making him a beast commander. At this moment, his soul power could faintly manifest externally, a force sufficient to easily crush hundreds of demon beasts at the demon disciple level and even intimidate those at the demon soldier level. Chen sighed softly, thinking to himself, this external manifestation of soul power is still too weak. Even though the system has transformed me, making my soul power almost god level, I can only use a tiny fraction of it. I wonder how many more levels I need to advance to fully harness it. However, he quickly gathered his resolve, not dwelling on the issue. The system had mentioned that breaking through to the Beast Commander level would allow him to unconditionally share one pet's innate ability. Chen pondered which contracted pet to choose, the Thunder Dragon's Thunder Fruit, the Fire Phoenix's Flame Fruit, the Ice Luan's Freeze Fruit, or the Sweet Fruit. Each choice was tempting. Right, there's also the 2 random Devil Fruits and a random profession weapon I haven't unlocked yet, Chen said excitedly to the system. System, open the 2 random fruit packages and the random profession weapon I stored earlier. The system immediately responded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained Sweet Fruit 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Door Fruit 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Swordmaster Profession Weapon. SS Grade Sovereign Level Demon Lord Sword. Yi Chen was overjoyed, especially with the acquisition of the Door Fruit. Isn't this the spatial fruit? With it, my pet can traverse any space and take me anywhere. Combined with the Flash Fruit to increase speed, who could catch me? Just as Yi Chen was about to try his luck with the raffle in the system shop, the surrounding light began to dim, and he found himself back in Jiangqing City. However, the scene before him left him stunned. In the distance, the roars of beasts and the screams of people intertwined. Yi Chen realized something was terribly wrong. Could the beast tide have erupted early? As the teleportation array settled, Yi Chen finally saw the devastation around him. Jiangqing City was in ruins, with people fleeing for their lives and demon beasts in pursuit. Emergency alert! Emergency alert! The coastal beast tide has surpassed 10 million and breached the coastal defense line. All citizens are advised to evacuate immediately. A helicopter circling overhead broadcasted continuously. Standing in the middle of the street, Yi Chen witnessed the catastrophe. He saw people being devoured by beasts, children being impaled by rock crabs. The Demon Hunter Association and military forces were battling on the front lines, and the city's strongest fighters were confronting the oceanic overlords in the skies above the coast. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen's gaze became resolute. He gripped his demon-slaying sword tightly and walked against the fleeing crowd, heading straight towards the beast tide. While thousands fled, I walked alone. The chaos on the battlefield was distinct, like a meticulously divided war painting. By the coast, powerful warriors clashed. In front of the coastal defense line, elite fighters battled fiercely. On the outskirts and inside Jiangqing City, it was a scene of lower-level martial artists fighting. At this moment, the system's notification sounded. Ding! Detected turmoil in Jiangqing City, issuing a growth mission. Help quell the chaos and slay a sovereign-level beast to receive a random Devil Fruit 1. Random Profession-level Weapon 1. 1 spin of the prize wheel, and 10,000 mission points. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Slay a sovereign-level beast? That's a task for the high-ranking fighters. What could he, a small fry, possibly do? However, since the mission had been issued, he knew he had to give it a try. After all, even without the mission, he would still lend a hand. With his abilities, he could alleviate a significant amount of pressure. More importantly, slaying beasts could yield random equipment, and the higher the level of the beast, the better the gear. This equipment could be exchanged for mission points, which was another reason Yi Chen was willing to act. Determined, Yi Chen decided to go all out. As he prepared to act, a few men fleeing the scene saw Yi Chen running against the tide and hastily tried to dissuade him. Young man, run. Don't try to play hero with that sword. Your life is more important. Let the experts handle this. We should follow orders and retreat to avoid causing more trouble. They even attempted to drag Yi Chen away. Yi Chen smiled at their concern, but his gaze turned icy. Gripping his sword tightly, he took a step forward and shouted softly, "Sword, come." "No, beasts come." This time, Yi Chen held nothing back. Unlike the entrance exams for the 3 secret realms of Nansong Province or the instructor assessments at Longke Academy, facing millions of beasts now was no time to hide his strength. With his call, 3 earth-shaking roars echoed through the sky. 3 colossal creatures materialized. A purple-blue thunder dragon bathed in lightning, a fiery phoenix that turned the sky crimson, and an icy azure lawn surrounded by frost and snow. Witnessing this, the fleeing crowd stopped in their tracks, their faces a mix of shock and hope. Some brave souls even took out their phones to record the spectacular scene, intending to share it on social media. Yi Chen, like an emperor, commanded, 3 masters, Ice Master, Fire Master, Thunder Master, heed my call. Strike back. Azure Lawn, Ice Prison Cage, trap and execute those trying to escape into the city. Phoenix, Crossfire Pillar, incinerate these sea beasts. Thunder Dragon, 1 billion volts, charge the coastline. Leaping onto the Thunder Dragon's back, Yi Chen surged forward. The 3 beasts unleashed their power, sending ripples of divine beast might across the battlefield. Instantly, all lower-level beasts and sea monsters invading the city were controlled, turning on their own kind instead of attacking humans. The battlefield descended into utter chaos. The Thunder Dragon unleashed countless bolts of lightning, each strike felling thousands of sea beasts. The Phoenix's flames formed massive cross-shaped pillars, accurately targeting high-ranking sea monsters, and the Azure Lawn turned the battlefield into a frozen wasteland, ice spikes piercing countless beasts. Under the ferocious assault of the 3 divine beasts, the tide of battle in the city quickly turned. Nearly a fifth of the invading sea beasts were slain, and the rest were pushed back toward the coastal defense line. As the battle raged on, the system continuously notified Yi Chen of his spoils. Ding! slayed 1,000 high-ranking beasts, obtained 3 S-grade mage staffs. Ding, slayed 5,000 high-ranking beasts, obtained 100 S-grade fire swords, ice swords, rage blades, and broad axes. Ding, slayed 100,000 mid-ranking beasts, obtained. Ding, slayed a mid-ranking blood shark beast, obtained SSS Beast God Equipment Beast God Ring. Despite the abundant rewards, Chen had no time to collect them. His sole focus was ending the battle quickly to minimize human casualties. The outskirts of Jiangxing City presented a grand yet terrifying sight. Areas touched by the Thunder Dragon turned into seas of lightning, those by the Phoenix into infernos, and those by the Azure Luan into frozen sculptures. Looking at the devastation, Chen couldn't help but think, I've driven these beasts away and slain countless numbers, making a significant contribution. Surely they won't make me pay for the damaged buildings? Shaking off the thought, Chen rode the Thunder Dragon straight out of Jiangxing City, charging toward the coastal defense line. At this moment, the defenders and demon hunters within Jiangxing City were momentarily bewildered. In the blink of an eye, the beasts that had been fiercely battling them suddenly turned on each other. To their astonishment, 3 colossal creatures appeared in the sky: a dragon, a phoenix, and a green luan. The elemental powers unleashed by these 3 divine beasts were like a heavenly punishment, annihilating the sea demons and beasts. The demon hunters collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their eyes filled with the relief of having narrowly escaped death. Without Chen's assistance, they might not have survived. Facing 100,000 demon hunters against 1,000,000 sea demons, coupled with the beast's tough hides, today's battle was destined to be a heavy loss. Thank goodness for him. If he hadn't stepped in, we'd all be dead by now, a demon hunter muttered to himself. The leaders of the 100 demon hunting squads quickly regained their composure and issued orders. Follow this commander and break through the city's defenses to repel the sea demons along the coastal line. Chen had already charged ahead, with the demon hunters following closely behind, determined to defend their homeland. The residents of Jiangxing City halted their escape and gazed towards the battlefield. The trail left by Chen and the 3 divine beasts was shocking. A sea of fire, a field struck by lightning, and a cluster of ice-covered buildings. The citizens couldn't help but smile bitterly, unsure who the real destroyers were. Hey, I recognize him, a high school student in the crowd exclaimed. That's Chen from Jiangxing First High, the top scorer in Nansong Province. It's only been a day, and his power has grown so terrifyingly strong. Some brave citizens followed, eager to witness Chen's prowess firsthand. Others, adhering to the government's instructions, orderly retreated into the teleportation array. Chen, leading tens of thousands of sea demons and beasts, along with the 3 divine beasts, flew towards the coastal defense line. The battle there was even more brutal than expected. The bodies of beasts piled up like mountains, their blood turning the sand crimson. Countless corpses floated on the sea, including many humans. Brothers, fight! The frontline berserkers roared, protect Jiangxing. We must not let these beasts invade the city. Covered in blood, whether their own or the beasts, they swung their weapons with all their might. Behind them, elemental and supernatural attacks filled the sky like dazzling fireworks. Yet, facing the overwhelming number of sea demons, they could only fight and retreat. In Chen's arms was a 3-tailed imperial fox. During the brief battle, it had absorbed a significant amount of negative emotions, breaking through to the 5th-tier demon general. The little fox remained indifferent to the surrounding carnage, merely nuzzling Chen's embrace, a hint of fierceness in its eyes. Seeing this, Chen murmured, the situation is more dire than I imagined. It's a good thing I came today. He then shouted, unleashing 3 waves of commanding power. 3 commanders, beast god's might, subdue 1,000,000 demons. The terrifying pressure of the beast god's might spread out, causing any beast below the commander level to cower and tremble on the ground. 1,000 thunder spears, phoenix fire, green glow fire, ice cage prison. The thunder dragon, phoenix, and green luan simultaneously unleashed their powers. Thousands of thunder spears descended from the sky, piercing through commander-level sea demons with precision. Green glow fire transformed into an icy rain, flames mingling with ice, and ice carrying lightning, enveloping tens of thousands of commander-level sea demons. Boom, boom, boom. In a matter of breaths, countless sea demons fell. Seizing the opportunity, the berserkers furiously swung their weapons, cleaving the sea demons before them in half. Due to the dense concentration of human defenders and sea monsters along the coastal defenses, Chen found himself in a dilemma. He initially wanted to unleash a powerful area attack, but doing so would inevitably involve the human defenders as well. Seeing the beast tamers on the verge of a mutual destruction with the sea monsters, Chen couldn't bear it and opted for a more precise, single-target elimination. On the sandy shores, nearly 2,000,000 sea monsters gradually settled down. The beach was teeming with hundreds of thousands of soldier-level, tens of thousands of general level, and thousands of commander level blood sharks, blood crabs, killer squids, man-eating piranhas, and other creatures. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg. At the junction between the sand and the ocean, both underwater and above the surface, another 6 million sea monsters floated densely, creating a terrifying scene. Chen knew that unless these sea monsters were completely eradicated, the attacks would be endless. In the distant ocean, the human race's sovereign-level experts were entangled with 5 king-level oceanic overlords, unable to spare any attention. With a determined look, blue electric arcs flashed in Chen's eyes as he formulated a plan. Seawater conducts electricity, and Shaolei, having reached the commander level, possessed the innate lightning strike 3 billion volts of divine destruction. Chen planned to unleash this attack on all the sea monsters in the ocean. Even if it couldn't annihilate them all, it would eliminate half. If necessary, he could use this powerful move multiple times. As for keeping these controlled sea monsters around, Chen never even considered it. These human-eating sea monsters disgusted him and were destined to be completely eradicated. For now, controlling them to kill their kind was merely a temporary measure. Boom, boom, boom. The battle intensified. Over 1.5 million sea monsters under Chen's control charged into the ocean, clashing with the beasts about to land. The human defense line managed to catch its breath due to Chen's intervention. People turned their heads, gazing in awe at Chen in the sky and the 3 imposing divine beasts beside him. Which beast king from our great Xia is this? He can control 1 million sea monsters invading Jiangxing City. Look at his divine beasts. They are all S-class. A dragon, a phoenix, and that ice blue one. Could it be the legendary Qinghuan? Any one of them is unique in our great Xia. The beast tamers from the Monster Hunting Association were the first to recognize the divine beasts beside Chen. They could clearly feel the terrifying threat emanating from these pets, especially the divine aura and their mastery over the elements of lightning, fire, and ice. Almost made some beast tamers kneel in reverence. Wait, isn't this the top scholar from Nansong province? Yes, it's him. The one who swept through the 3 great secret realms. He disappeared for just a day, and now he's here to help us defend Jiangxing from the sea monsters. Truly a noble son of our land. Members of the Jiangxing Monster Hunting Association recognized Chen, whose appearance had gone viral online just the day before. Among the crowd were familiar faces Shen Gao, who had tricked him into the military district, the examiners from that day, and over 100 general-level formation masters from other prestigious academies. Chen exchanged a nod with Shen Gao and the others. Shen Gao and his group were stunned. Where did the commander take him? He went from general level to commander level in just one day? That's faster than riding a rocket. They couldn't fathom it and speculated whether Chen had obtained some supreme artifact. At that moment, thousands of figures emerged from Jiangxing City. Although most were at apprentice or low soldier levels, they rushed to support without hesitation. Boss, we're here to help. Boss, we didn't expect you to become so fierce just a day after the college entrance exam. You truly are our boss. Chen turned around in surprise, seeing these little brothers who had acknowledged him as their leader in the 3 great secret realms. His expression darkened. He didn't expect them to come and help. Their levels were too low, and leaving the city would be a death sentence. But seeing their fearless expressions, a warm feeling rose in Chen's heart, and he nodded at them. Turning back, Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. These once strangers had now gained a sense of camaraderie in his heart. Thousands of people risking their lives to come, and support was proof enough. Now, it was time to get down to business. With a determined gaze, Chen prepared to showcase his full power first to annihilate the monsters, then to slay the king-level overlords. The boss nodded at us, a simple gesture that sparked heated discussions among his followers. Some believed it was an acknowledgement of their help, while others thought it was just a casual move. A few lower-ranked students proudly declared that it was definitely a sign of the boss's recognition of their actions. They took pride in being associated with dragon and phoenix beast tamers, and firmly believed that Chen would one day become a pivotal figure in Xia. These young people originally came to Jiangxing City to offer support, but to their surprise, Chen resolved all the issues single-handedly. They heard of Chen's heroic deeds from fleeing citizens and saw videos of him commanding 3 divine beasts and slaying monsters. The daring individuals who filmed these videos were now following them, continuously recording and uploading on their phones. Chen was unaware of his followers' thoughts or the actions of other demon hunters. At that moment, he stood on the back of the Thunder Dragon, his voice booming as he issued orders to everyone. Everyone, retreat from the coastal line and fall back into Jiangxing City. I will use the power of the 3 divine beasts to exterminate the sea monsters. You won't be able to perform here. Please carry the bodies of our fallen comrades back and ensure they are buried in the cemetery so they may rest in peace. Chen's words, filled with power, echoed along the coastline. His speech not only showcased his strength, but also his leadership and sense of responsibility, earning the admiration of senior military officials like Shun Gao. They believed Yi Chen had the makings of a great leader, destined to become a prominent figure in Xia and possibly the entire Blue Planet, as long as he did not fall. Upon hearing the boss's command, his followers retreated 100 meters without hesitation. Though eager to witness Yi Chen's prowess up close, they understood their own limitations and could only watch from afar. Some sensed that Yi Chen was about to perform an extraordinary feat, perhaps even engage in a high-level battle in the distant sea. After a moment of stunned silence, team leaders and association executives swiftly ordered a retreat. The Red Flame Squad took charge of transporting the bodies of fallen comrades. The Ice Peak Squad assisted the wounded, and other teams carried out their respective duties. Soon, only Yi Chen, controlling countless sea monsters and surrounded by numerous beast corpses, remained on the beach. Seeing everyone safely evacuate, Yi Chen's gaze grew deep and calm. He quietly paid tribute to the warriors who sacrificed their lives to defend Xia, promising to ensure they received the rest they deserved. Then, Yi Chen commanded, "Thunder, annihilate." The thunder dragon soared into the sky with Yi Chen, disappearing into the dense clouds. The entire sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds, with only the phoenix of fire and the ice crystal wand waiting below. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the heavens and earth. The relentless peals of thunder were terrifying, each one more daunting than the last. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to be brewing a formidable force. Finally, the word annihilate echoed from the thunderclouds, mingled with the roar of lightning, like a divine decree or Yi Chen's command, signaling that a monumental battle was about to commence. Boom, boom, boom. Dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening to crush it, as lightning bolts flashed, revealing golden scales. Between heaven and earth, a 10-mile-wide sea of purple-black lightning gathered beneath the ominous clouds. Bolts as thick as 10 feet descended from the thunderous sea, like divine punishment. Boom, boom, boom. Each lightning flash briefly illuminated the pitch-black world, blinding everyone in an instant. The divine lightning struck the sea, sending towering waves skyward and forming massive whirlpools, instantly obliterating countless sea monsters. In the blink of an eye, the ocean surface was littered with the remains of countless beasts, staining the water crimson with their blood. Dozens of lightning bolts fell simultaneously, creating a curtain of thunder along the horizon. In an instant, countless monsters were reduced to dust. Nearly a quarter of the millions of hidden sea monsters had perished under the lightning storm. Terrified roars echoed, and the surviving beasts fled into the ocean's depths, ignoring their king's orders, focused solely on survival. Along the coastline, tens of thousands of colossal creatures revealed themselves and fled to the open sea. Among them were a 6-meter-long orank, 9th-tier blood-horned whale, a brank, 9th-tier bramble kraken with tentacles over 10 meters long, and shrank monsters like the furious shark swordfish, the phantom lanternfish, and the 8-winged fangfish. At the edge of Jiangxing City, people stood in stunned silence, watching the mass exodus of top-tier monsters. Their legs trembled uncontrollably. The mere sight from a distance was terrifying, let alone engaging in close combat. Thinking of how Yi Chen single-handedly slaughtered so many beasts and fearlessly commanded the situation, their admiration for him grew even deeper. At this moment, Yi Chen and the Thunder Dragon were still nowhere to be seen. Only the dense sea of black lightning remained. Punish! Another furious shout echoed from the lightning sea. This time, the entire 10-mile expanse of lightning descended as one. Boom, boom, boom. With each inch the lightning sea dropped, the world shook violently. The ocean boiled, and countless monsters fled in terror. Even those watching from afar felt their skin prickle and their hearts race. The lightning sea plummeted at an alarming speed, quickly descending from the sky to the surface. The ferocious lightning blasted the beast corpses on the sand, turning them into blood mist. The sandy shore was left with a massive crater. Crash! The deafening crash echoed all around, forcing everyone to cover their ears, momentarily deafened. As the seawater and lightning met, the water boiled and evaporated instantly. More sea monsters were exposed but soon obscured by the blinding lightning. People closed their eyes and covered their ears, while a few brave souls recorded the scene on their phones. Boom! The myriad bolts struck the sea, vaporizing countless monsters in an instant. The seawater conducted the electricity, spreading the lightning rapidly. Millions of monsters, regardless of their rank or type, were decimated unless they surpassed the sovereign rank. The destructive power of the lightning crushed everything in its path, mingling with the seawater, creating endless steam. Boom! An elliptical crater, nearly 10 miles wide, appeared on the coastal ocean surface. The bottom was barren, devoid of any monsters or seawater, only a flat stone bed. Soon, the surrounding gray-blue and blood-red seawater surged back in, filling the massive crater. Whoosh! 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 The only sound left was the rushing seawater, creating an eerie silence. In the sky, a phoenix bathed in flames and an ice crystal wand circled above. Seeing everything calm down, a hint of regret flashed in their eyes. These sea beasts, mostly with violent or mutated rock attributes, could have greatly enhanced their power if devoured. Chen understood his pet's thoughts and pondered. There will be more opportunities in the future. Perhaps a trip to Mount Fuji in Sakura country to trigger a volcanic eruption, allowing the fire phoenix to devour magma and fire-type beasts. As for the ice Luan, a visit to the poles to seize the Ice Emperor's territory could also lead to an upgrade. He recalled a new student exchange event at Longkei Academy involving a trip to Sakura country, already planning how to take advantage of it. But for now, he had to complete the system's task. Slay the sovereign beast. Just thinking about it gave Chen a headache. Although the coastal defense issue was resolved, the final sovereign beast was a formidable opponent. He could only pin his hopes on the SS-rank Demon Slayer sword in his hand. Suspended high in the sky atop the Thunder Dragon, Chen carefully examined the Demon Slayer sword. This divine weapon had a 5 chance to instantly kill any beast, regardless of rank, though the probability was low. He hoped to acquire a luck-enhancing fruit in the future, boosting his luck to achieve an invincible strike every time. Ding! The system's prompt sounded in Chen's ear, announcing his astonishing achievements. Congratulations, host, for slaying 30,000 height-ear, general-level bloodhorn whale sharks. Items obtained: Grade Beast Egg, Low-tier Braid Broadsword, Mid-ear A Grade Undead Bone, Crade Female Berserker Bracers. Special Reward: SS Grade Sea God Ring, containing an endless ocean world. The system continued. Congratulations, host, for slaying numerous sea monsters from the apprentice to general level, acquiring a vast array of weapons and equipment. Please check your inventory. Chen's 3-tailed Imperial Fox pet was also busy. The system prompted again. Congratulations, host's pet, the 3-tailed Imperial Fox, for devouring the envy, jealousy, and admiration of others, gaining 70,000 evolution points and breaking through to the 9th tier general level. The continuous system prompts gave Chen a headache. He opened the golden panel and found a variety of grade and crade professional weapons, ranging from female berserker panties to necromancer skulls, and even a grade trihorn bull whips. What truly caught Chen's attention were the 2 SS grade rings, the previously obtained Beast God Ring and the newly acquired Sea God Ring. He carefully examined their descriptions. Beast God Ring contains a vast land capable of housing billions of gigantic beasts. Sea God Ring contains an endless ocean world. Chen put on the gold and silver rings, thinking they could serve as new homes for his pets. Every beast tamer has limited space in their beast taming dimension, which can be cramped for his 3 giant divine beasts. Since the contract space and these 2 ring spaces are interconnected, it would be a perfect solution. Without hesitation, Chen recycled all the equipment below a grade, converting them into mission points. He had already decided to hunt down a king-level overlord beast and needed to prepare for potential dangers. The system prompted, recycled 6,973 grade weapons, earning 128,037 mission points, rounded to 130,000. If the host had not killed all the beasts and left their corpses for the system to recycle, an additional 100,000 mission points could have been earned. Chen's smile froze on his face. He cursed himself for getting carried away with Xiao Lei's killing spree and forgetting about this. But it was too late to regret now. He opened the shop panel and checked the survival section. Several options appeared. King-level Guardian Array can withstand 3 attacks from any king-level entity, priced at 100,000 mission points. Emperor-level Guardian Array can withstand 2 attacks from any Emperor-level entity, priced at 1 million mission points. Pet Sovereign Speed Talisman greatly enhances pet speed, allowing escape from sovereign-level attacks, limited to 10 minutes, priced at 100,000 mission points. After careful consideration, Chen chose the Speed Talisman. His plan was to use the beast god's might of his 3 pets to weaken the enemy's strength by 30, then leverage his speed advantage to adopt guerrilla tactics. He would observe from a distance, strike when the opportunity arose, and retreat quickly. If he could trigger the 5 absolute kill probability, the mission would be complete. If not, he would retreat and look for another chance. Though it pained him, Chen spent 100,000 mission points on the Speed Talisman, leaving him with 30,000 points. Then, he, along with Xiao Lei, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Qing, disappeared into the horizon, heading towards the open sea to support the 30 sovereign-level experts in Jiangqing City. After Chen left, the crowd remained in shock. Could one person really take down millions of beasts? The sea had been flattened, leaving a huge crater. Was this the power of a dragon-type beast tamer? The beast tamers were filled with excitement, vowing to improve their skills. Chen's followers were even more thrilled, clamoring to become beast tamers and take pride in their leader's name. This sparked a chain reaction, making everyone realize the potential of the beast tamer profession. Compared to other professions, beast tamers could contract powerful creatures and command from the rear, offering higher safety. This newfound understanding ignited a surge of people in Jiangqing City wanting to switch to the beast tamer profession. At that moment, three figures soared from Jiangqing City, speeding towards them. An old man with a white beard riding a sword, a middle-aged man standing on a dragon falcon, and an elderly man in military uniform wielding twin axes. All three exuded the terrifying aura of king-level experts. Behind them were hundreds of thousands of reinforcements from various regions. The three king-level experts spoke almost simultaneously. Fear not, everyone. Watch this old man slay the beast tide with one sword. Do not be alarmed. Watch this elder subdue the monsters with one move. Fear not, everyone. Watch me quell the beasts with one weapon. The leader's call caused a stir. At the border of Jiangqing City, deans and professors from numerous prestigious institutions sensed the overwhelming presence of the sovereigns. Their expressions were solemn, but there was no panic in their eyes, only slight surprise and curiosity. They didn't show much gratitude, as these three sovereigns had arrived rather late. If it weren't for Chen who had wiped out all the beasts in time, they might have already perished. Among the three elders, the one holding twin axes and dressed in military uniform was Liu Bei. If Chen were here, he would have rushed forward to pull his beard, for it was this old man who had tricked him into being teleported to Longhai Academy. The three sovereigns nodded slightly and scanned the surroundings, quickly noticing something unusual. The battle near the coastal defense line should have been extremely fierce, but why were there no beast corpses? Not even human remains were in sight. If not for the large craters in the sand and the lingering scent of blood in the air, they might have doubted whether a battle had truly taken place here. What happened? Liu Bei questioned Shen Gao and the others. Where are the millions of sea beasts? Weren't we told that our side suffered heavy losses, with nearly 10 million beasts attacking? Why are there no beasts here? Did the beast tide retreat? Baihu Jianjun from Tianqing Academy and the middle-aged Yu Jun from Tianbei Academy both looked towards the distant horizon, noticing the seawater flowing back into a massive pit. Their sharp eyes immediately saw that a fierce battle had indeed taken place here, but it seemed an absolute force had annihilated all the beasts. Shen Gao trembled when Liu Bei questioned him and quickly revealed the truth. Leader, Chen was here just now. He broke through to the commander level and brought an SS-level thunder dragon. Wherever the thunder passed, the beasts were wiped out, leaving nothing behind. Not only that, but he also quelled the beast tide in Jiangqing City and along the entire coastal defense line by himself. Liu Bei was shocked. Chen? Commander level? His thunder dragon wiped out nearly 10 million beasts? That's impossible. Even an SS-level thunder dragon couldn't annihilate such a vast number of beasts in one go. Do you think he's a sovereign? The other two sovereigns also showed disbelief, scrutinizing Shen Gao. The rescuers from various places behind them, including some commander-level experts and an S-level dragon beast tamer, shared the same skepticism. They might believe a same-level dragon could fight thousands, but millions? Ridiculous. Facing the doubts of the three sovereigns, Shen Gao broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly took out his phone to play the video he had just recorded. I wouldn't dare deceive the leaders. Please watch the VCR. The three elders crowded together, staring intently at the phone screen. In the video, Chen's heroic figure was evident as he swept from Jiangqing City to the coastal line. The fire phoenix exterminated beasts, the azure wand froze them, and the thunder dragon annihilated all. He led nearly 2 million beasts to turn on each other, and all these astonishing feats were accomplished by Chen alone. He really is commander level. Liu Bei gasped, realizing he had inadvertently tricked a monster. A mere commander level could control millions of beasts without his mental strength exploding? The power of that 10-mile-wide sea of thunder was like an apocalypse. Even more shocking was the dragon's sprouting wings, resembling the legendary Yinglong. The three were stunned, unable to fathom how such an outrageous event could happen. This was beyond extraordinary, it was monstrous. The middle-aged man on the dragon hawk suddenly thought of a possibility. I understand. There's a legend that beast tamers have a supreme royal body, the beast emperor physique, which can command all beasts unconditionally. If he could contract 3 SS-level beasts at such a young age, and now control numerous sea beasts, it must be because of this. Such talent must be brought into our Tianbei Academy at all costs. Liu Bei's eyes flashed with pride at these words. Fortunately, he had the foresight to trick Chen into Longhai Academy, or the loss would have been immense. Suddenly, the three realized Chen was nowhere to be seen and quickly deduced he might have gone to the deep sea. With sovereign-level battles taking place there, even with the emperor physique, Chen's current strength might not be sufficient. The three dared not delay and immediately transformed into streams of light, flying towards the distance to aid Chen. At this moment, if the 30 sovereign-level warriors currently struggling against 5 sovereign-level beast overlords knew about this, they would probably curse in anger. They had been fighting hard for a long time, and these 3 old men thought of saving Chen first instead of them? If Chen knew about this, he would probably chuckle to himself. I have 3 SS level beasts, and there will be more in the future. I can kill millions of beasts and quell the sea beast chaos even at the commander level, and now I'm here to help you. I'm invincible below the sovereign level and can trade blows 1 for 1 above it. Most importantly, I'm a man with hacks. So, should they come to save me or not? At this moment, Chen had no idea that 3 old men were trailing him. His mind was entirely focused on how to slay the sovereign realm overlord. Even if he knew, he was confident that no one could stop him from completing his mission. After all, he had spent 100,000 mission points to buy this opportunity, and he was determined to achieve his goal. Chen rode on long, his gaze extending beyond the coastal defense line, towards the open sea. The scenery of Jiangxing City had long disappeared from view, replaced by a thrilling battle between sovereign realm overlords. In the distance, 20 Skyfire hawks circled the sky, each carrying a formidable sovereign realm warrior on its back. Terrifying elemental spells and strange powers rained down like a storm upon 3 gigantic oceanic sovereign realm overlords below. The roar of battle was ceaseless. Countless elemental spells struck the armor of a pitch-black creature, causing no damage whatsoever. This monster, 60 meters in length, was covered in hard black shells and bristling with poisonous spines. It was a Tier 3 sovereign realm ocean overlord's venomous armored dark clam. The other 2 were even more terrifying. One was a massive man-eating fish with razor-sharp teeth, 50 meters long, with a lantern on its head that emitted a mesmerizing light. A moment of carelessness could lead to losing one's mind and becoming its meal. This was a Tier 5 sovereign realm overlord, the lantern-devouring fish. On the other side was a chaotic mass of giant seaweed, with a radius of 25 meters. Countless strands of seaweed extended from it, effortlessly fending off the attacks of numerous sovereign sorcerers and warriors. Deep within the mass, a dark light flickered its core. As long as the core remained intact, it was an immortal existence. 20 sovereign realm warriors were locked in fierce combat with the 3 sovereign realm ocean overlords. On the surface, the human side seemed to have the upper hand, launching continuous attacks. However, in reality, the initiative remained with the beasts. The human warriors were limited by their professions and could not unleash their full power. Worse still, 2 hidden sovereign realm beasts made them wary of using their ultimate moves. The unique environment of the sea further restricted the human warriors' abilities. Berserkers and other melee professions had no footing, and formation masters found it difficult to set up formations. Only long-range attackers could barely hold their ground, but their combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Another 10 sword-wielding warriors patrolled the sea, controlling hundreds of flying swords behind them, searching for the 2 hidden ocean overlords. They cursed inwardly, "Damn it, the sovereign realm stealth dragon shark stealth ability is undetectable by anyone below the sovereign realm. If it ambushes us, we're doomed." And there's the agate tentacle lord, whose tentacles are deadly poisonous. One wrong move, and it's certain death. Both are high-tier sovereign realm beasts, and we can't possibly fend them off. The battle reached a stalemate, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. The 5 sovereign realm ocean overlords maintained a sinister silence, while the human side could only await reinforcements. At that moment, a massive thunder dragon flapped its wings and sped towards the battlefield from afar. The 30 sovereign realm warriors immediately sensed Chen's beast-taming aura and the divine dragon aura from the thunder dragon, their faces lighting up with hope. However, they remained focused, not letting up their attacks on the 3 ocean overlords below. The dark seaweed entangled the flying swords, immobilizing them in the air and limiting the sword master's combat power. The venomous armored clam acted as a meat shield in front, blocking the long-range attacks of the human formation masters, sorcerers, and ability users. Meanwhile, the lantern-devouring fish floated quietly on the surface, seemingly asleep, with only the faint glow of its lantern pulsing. Chen observed the battlefield from the back of the thunder dragon. He quickly noticed something was wrong. That lantern fish is emitting a mesmerizing force. Our 30 warriors are about to fall into an illusion. Damn, its target is those 10 sword masters. It's creating an opportunity for the 2 hidden sovereign realm beasts to launch a fatal ambush. Chen saw that the 10 sword masters' gazes were becoming unfocused, their control over their flying swords slowing down, making them fly aimlessly over the sea. "Xiaolei, attack the water below." Chen ordered decisively, "Use the seawater as a medium to conduct the power of lightning and force those 2 hidden sovereign realm beasts out." 1 billion volts. Thunder descent. Without hesitation, Chen used a speed talisman he had just exchanged from the system, sticking it onto Xiaolei. Instantly, Xiaolei's speed increased dramatically, far surpassing its previous limit. Chen and Xiaolei turned into a streak of lightning, reaching the edge of the battlefield in the blink of an eye, just a kilometer away from the 30 human warriors. Xiaolei opened its massive jaws, and a 10-meter thick bolt of dark purple lightning began to form within. With a deafening roar, the lightning, imbued with terrifying destructive power, struck down into the sea. Boom! The moment the lightning hit the water, dark purple currents spread rapidly through the seawater, probing into the ocean's depths in all directions, targeting the two hidden behemoths. Roar! The two beasts, severely injured by the lightning, roared in agony, abandoning their ambush plan and surfacing from the ocean depths. On the surface of the sea, a massive agate octopus and a black shark with jagged fangs lurked just beneath the water. Their position was directly below the tin sword masters in the sky. These two sovereign beasts were poised to strike, ready to leap out and either swallow the sword masters whole or ensnare them with the octopus's venomous tentacles. At this critical moment, Chen's thunderous roar echoed, jolting the 30 human warriors back to reality. They woke up as if from a nightmare, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads, hearts pounding, eyes filled with lingering fear. They realized they had just experienced a moment of mental lapse, their thinking and actions sluggish without them noticing. The group glared angrily at the gigantic anglerfish, clearly the one who had used its sovereign beast control skills. At that moment, Chen flew over on a thunder dragon. Though smaller than the 5 sovereign beasts below, the thunder dragon was undaunted, its nostrils flaring with hot breath, eyes full of disdain. The 30 warriors, initially hopeful that a powerful human ally had arrived, were stunned when they saw it was just a young man of the commander rank. They quickly urged Chen to fetch reinforcements, not to sacrifice himself in vain. Chen muttered, "If I hadn't come to help, you'd already be dead. I'm here to complete my mission. Even if you all get eaten, I'll be fine." He scanned the 5 massive sovereign beasts below, strategizing. The 5 beasts were also scrutinizing Chen, or more accurately, his thunder dragon. Despite being 2 ranks higher, the bloodline aura and suppression from the dragon made them uneasy. They were surprised to find their powers inexplicably diminished by 10%, their large beastly eyes filled with confusion. Chen quickly analyzed the enemy. The seaweed is a warrior, the clam is a tank, the shark is an assassin, the octopus with many tentacles is a marksman, and the anglerfish is a mage. Take out the kingpin first, target the marksman and mage. This one has control skills, it needs to be eliminated first. With that, Chen patted the thunder dragon's back, and a demon-slaying sword appeared in his hand. With a shout of, "Watch my sword," he and the thunder dragon became a streak of lightning, striking the giant anglerfish. The speed was so fast that even the 30 sovereign rank warriors couldn't react. A flash of the sword landed precisely on the anglerfish, only leaving a shallow mark on its scales. The anglerfish roared in fury, its giant lantern emitting a blinding light, a powerful psychic wave sweeping over. Boom! The terrifying psychic force invaded Chen's mind, but he remained unscathed. He quickly retreated on the thunder dragon, lamenting, pity that didn't finish it off. A 5 chance of absolute kill, still too low. The anglerfish looked at the unharmed Chen in bewilderment, unable to understand how he had survived such a powerful psychic blast. The 30 human warriors, witnessing this, were even more determined to protect Chen. Unwilling to give up, Chen decided to press on. He summoned a phoenix of fire and an ice crystal wand from the beast god realm. The 2 colossal divine birds, one blue and one red, appeared in the sky. The pressure from the fire beast god and the ice beast god further weakened the 5 sovereign sea beasts. Attack! Phoenix fire, cross judgment, ice crystal purgatory, ice seal miles. Chen commanded, and the divine birds unleashed their powers. The ice crystal wand led, its icy breath freezing a section of the sea. The 5 sovereign beasts were momentarily halted, but soon shattered the ice with their massive bodies, glaring furiously at Chen. They were terrified to find their strength suppressed by 30%. The strange power emanating from Chen made them both resistant and fearful. The 5 beasts reached a consensus. This human must die. Chen shouted, "Watch my sword again," diving down as a streak of lightning on the thunder dragon. He adopted a guerrilla tactic, darting between the 5 beasts, striking each with a sword. Unfortunately, each strike only left shallow marks, failing to trigger an instant kill. Damn it! I refuse to believe my luck is this bad. Chen cursed as he continued his agile assaults, his speed making it hard for the beasts to counter. However, Chen's actions had thoroughly enraged the 5 sovereign beasts. Their eyes turned blood-red, murderous intent radiating as they unleashed their full sovereign pressure. The 30 human warriors, faces pale, urgently shouted, "Little ancestor, stop provoking them. We can't win this fight. Damn it, this is bad." Chen's heart sank. His recent actions had completely enraged the 5 monarch-level beasts, making another sneak attack nearly impossible. To make matters worse, the speed talisman's effect only lasted for 10 minutes, and 2 minutes had already passed. Cold sweat dripped down Chen's forehead as panic set in. He had swung his sword several times without triggering the critical effect. Meanwhile, the expressions of the 30 sovereign-level experts around him were a mix of shock and disbelief. They had just witnessed Chen's reckless move in Emperor level, ant, daring to attack monarch level beasts with a small sword, leaving blood marks on them. It was sheer provocation. Now, the 5 monarch level beasts were furious, seeing Chen as a thorn in their side, and they were including the onlookers in their wrath. Everyone silently cursed. Was this insanely talented youngster here to get them all killed? Being impulsive had its limits. Even if he could land a couple of hits, he should have at least inflicted some damage. Now, the provocation level was maxed out, but the damage was 0. The 5 ocean beasts roared in unison, shaking the heavens. The lantern on the head of the lanternfish glowed brightly, transforming the surroundings into a bizarre mental realm. The flow of seawater slowed drastically, and the ice fragments on the surface nearly froze in place. Monarch Domain Prison World. An invisible domain descended, covering several miles. The gem on the head of the agate octopus sparkled, and its tentacles shot out countless venomous sacs, raining poison down on everyone. The area ahead was instantly filled with a deadly barrage of toxic liquid. The dragon shark submerged, ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment. The seaweed creature sprouted thousands of thick vines, attempting to entangle and strangle the group. The venomous shellfish fired countless black shells, turning into a swarm of poison needles that blocked any escape routes. Chen and the others found themselves besieged. Mental suppression from above, entangling vines below, toxic liquid in front, and poison needles behind. Escape seemed impossible amidst these lethal attacks from all directions. Damn it! Chen's face turned pale. Monarch-level beasts are indeed not easy to kill. I underestimated their abilities. He had thought that killing one would complete the task, but now, having angered the other 4, even the 30 sovereign-level experts were in danger. Chen himself was not overly worried. He still had a life-saving skill granted by the Ice Beast God, but the situation had become extremely dire. Xiao Lei, 300 million volts divine descent. Chen gritted his teeth and had Xiao Lei unleash a full-power attack. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a terrifying sea of lightning appeared. The lightning struck down, creating a crack in the mental prison above. Head for that opening. Chen shouted to the others, transforming into a bolt of lightning and charging out. The 30 sovereign-level experts didn't dare to hesitate, using all their strength to follow. Besides the mental suppression above, the vines, poison needles, and toxic liquid below were all deadly. They finally broke through the encirclement, but still had fear in their eyes. However, a new worry surfaced. They had dodged one attack, but what now? The 5 monarch-level beasts hadn't even shown their full power yet. Just defending against one attack had been so difficult. This was the gap between major realms. Chen mentally grumbled. This evolution fruit from the system isn't that great. In novels, the protagonist often crosses dozens of realms to kill enemies. Why can my pet only cross one realm? But he only complained inwardly. Today was just bad luck. If the 5 monarch-level beasts had attributes of ice, fire, or lightning, he could have fought more effectively. Unfortunately, their attributes were all different, leaving Chen at a loss. Sensing Chen's dissatisfaction, the system quickly explained, "Please stop complaining about the evolution fruit. Its early-stage combat power may seem limited, but as your pet's bloodline improves, it will significantly enhance its ability to cross realms." Chen chuckled, a sudden idea flashing in his mind. Though he felt a pang of reluctance, he made up his mind. System, recycle all my grade equipment into mission points, and do it fast. To save himself and help the 30 others escape, it was time to sell all his remaining grade equipment to exchange for a large teleportation array to get everyone out. Ding! Recycling complete. Host has received 300,000 mission points, the system announced. Detecting the host's critical situation, the system offers a life-saving package. 1 random teleport card, 1 death substitute hit, and 1 50 probability boost card, all for just 500,000 mission points. Don't miss this chance. Would you like to buy it? The package contents were tempting, but Chen only had 320,000 mission points. Where would he find the extra 180,000? Even selling the evolution fruit wouldn't be enough. The system coaxed, "Host, if you don't have enough mission points, you can take a loan. The system can lend you 200,000 mission points, and you only need to repay 250,000 later. Think about it. Not only can you resolve the current crisis, but you might also have a chance to kill one of the beasts in one strike. Isn't that a great deal?" Chen was almost convinced, but then thought, wait, if I escape, what about the 30 others? They'll be left for dead. Although he often liked to mess with his teammates, they had kindly warned him earlier. He couldn't repay kindness with betrayal. Just then, 3 figures were speeding towards them from miles away, their faces anxious, fearing any harm might come to Chen. That kid better be all right. He's the future of Long K. Liu Beixian was the most worried, stepping on a giant flaming axe to maximize his speed. Chen sensed 3 terrifying auras approaching from afar. Among them was the old man Liu Bei, who had once tricked him. All three were genuine sovereign realm experts. With their presence, the safety of the 30 venerable realm experts should be assured. Chen thought that if he could take down one more sovereign realm beast, the odds of escaping in a 4-on-3 scenario would greatly increase. Without hesitation, he looked resolutely at the system and said, "System, loan me 200,000. I'll repay 250,000. Buy that package." The system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the linkage package. The host now owes the system 250,000. Fortune favors the bold. Let's do this. Chen quickly turned, his gaze fixed on the massive anglerfish. This beast, with its control abilities, had to be eliminated, or it would be detrimental to their team fight. Chen immediately used a precision talisman and charged forward without hesitation. He understood the system's intention. The package's death substitution and random teleportation were designed to counter the furious retaliation from other beasts after he killed a sovereign realm beast. Even with a 30% suppression in power and Xiao Lei's speed, the enraged beasts would become significantly stronger. At that point, he would endure one hit, and then use the random teleportation to escape, completing the mission. Attack. Chen lightly patted the back of his thunder dragon, and they transformed into a streak of light, heading straight for the anglerfish. The 30 human experts were terrified, shouting, "Come back! Don't go to your death!" Chen pushed Xiao Lei to the limit, transforming into a streak of purple-black lightning, and appeared in front of the giant anglerfish. Gripping his demon-slaying sword tightly in his right hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent, he slashed down fiercely. The blade pierced the anglerfish's body, unleashing terrifying divine energy, destroying its life force from within. "Die!" Chen muttered. The light atop the anglerfish's head dimmed, and its pupils turned lifeless. The system notification sounded, declaring the mission complete. The 4 sovereign beasts were momentarily stunned, then their killing intent solidified. The 30 human experts, shocked, realized the imminent danger and rushed towards Chen, trying to rescue the genius who could slay a sovereign realm beast while still in the commander realm. A skydiving dragon shark burst from the sea, its fanged maw aiming for Chen. The vine beast exploded into countless tendrils, forming an impenetrable cage around Chen within a 20-meter radius. Poison, venomous spikes, and toxic vines all attacked simultaneously, trapping Chen. Vines wrapped around his left ankle, and venom continuously eroded his flesh. Chen closed his eyes and sighed, feeling his life force ebb away, death looming over him. He crushed the death substitution talisman, and the eerie power vanished. He then activated the teleportation array to leave. The Fire Phoenix and Azure Lawn were also summoned back to the beast space. Having completed the system task, Chen planned to find beasts to use the remaining devil fruits to expand his beast army in preparation for his enrollment at Longhai Academy in a month. However, the outside world was in an uproar because of Chen's actions. The 30 human experts, seeing Chen trapped, were heartbroken. Their eyes reddened, veins bulging, and they launched a desperate attack on the remaining 4 sovereign realm beasts, vowing to avenge this exceptional young talent. Not only did the eyes of the 30 people turn red, but the 3 figures rushing from afar also witnessed the scene, immediately releasing terrifying auras of monarch-level power. Their blood energy transformed into blood clouds, embodying the domains of swordsmanship, marksmanship, and control. Their auras were far stronger than those of the 4 monarch-level beasts. The 3 figures crushed the 4 beasts in the most primitive and brutal manner. It is said that on that day, the sky above the sea of clouds was filled with 100,000 flying swords, 100,000 long spears, and 5 dragon falcons exuding monarch-level auras. Millions of sea beasts in the distant sea were slaughtered by the 3 monarchs, regardless of their level. Octopuses, sharks, algae monsters, poisonous clams, lantern fish, none were spared. The corpses of the 5 gigantic monarch-level beasts were dragged into Jiangxing City, with their heads severed and hung in the city center. However, Chen was unaware of this at the time. He found himself teleported to another country, and by the time he returned, he had already gone to Longhai Academy. When everyone thought he was dead and even erected a statue in his honor, he suddenly appeared, making quite a dramatic entrance. Damn, where have I ended up this time? Chen looked around, utterly confused. Are the teleportation arrays on Blue Star all this unreliable? I jumped across several provinces from Jiangxing City, and now where am I? In front of him stood a massive red teaching building, higher in the middle and lower on both sides, with an ancient bell hanging from the top. Behind it were Western-style teaching buildings, and young men and women were bustling around the front. The girls were uniformed JK outfits, skirts, over-thinny socks, and platform shoes, showing off their long legs. The boys mostly wore white shirts and black pants, with neatly parted hairstyles. Chen turned to look at the school gate and could barely make out the characters for Tokyo University. Shit, I've been teleported to Sakura country, Chen exclaimed, his mouth slightly open. He remembered that Longkei Academy would visit several top universities in Sakura country after the school term started, but he hadn't expected to arrive here ahead of time. Suppressing his unrealistic thoughts, Yi-chun walked to a bench under a tree and sat down, opening his golden system panel. He had accumulated 2 chances to spin the wheel. After clicking the lottery module, a huge golden wheel appeared before his eyes. After 2 spins, the system informed him that he had obtained the human fruit and the tremor fruit. Yi-chun pondered the uses of these 2 fruits, particularly the tremor fruit, which sparked some sinister ideas in his mind. System, activate the rewards I just received, Yi-chun muttered to himself, hoping to get a lucky fruit. Suddenly, he realized he could have purchased a lucky fruit earlier and felt a wave of regret. Damn it! I fell for this scam and took out a loan of 200,000, now owing 250,000. This evil system. The system's voice leisurely responded, Host, you are mistaken. I merely provided you with an option. I didn't force you. It was your own choice, wasn't it? Yi-chun's face immediately darkened, and his forehead was covered in black lines. He realized he had been outsmarted by the system and was momentarily speechless. Yi-chun let out a soft sigh and turned his gaze toward the unused fruits in the warehouse. The glint fruit, the door fruit, the sweet fruit, the tremor fruit, the human fruit, and the slow fruit. He was secretly delighted, as the door fruit represented the power of space and the slow fruit symbolized the power of time. This meant he had already mastered the forces of space and time. The key now was to find suitable ordinary animals to apply these fruits. Thanks to the demon evolution fruit, he didn't need to seek out powerful beasts. Ordinary animals would suffice. Yi-chun looked up and fixed his gaze on a cicada on a tree, its incessant chirping piercing the air. He had an idea and decided to use the door fruit to cultivate a space insect king. Half jokingly, he asked the cicada, Do you have a dream? Unexpectedly, the cicada seemed to sense the unusual aura around Yi-chun and fluttered down to land on his hand. Surprised by the cicada's intelligence, Yi-chun picked a small piece of the door fruit and placed it in his palm for the cicada to eat. Without hesitation, the cicada devoured the fruit and was soon enveloped in a blue glow. Its size rapidly increased to a meter in length, its body covered in dark armor, and its transparent wings adorned with dark golden patterns. Each flap of its wings caused tiny ripples in the surrounding space. Ordinary cicada door fruit evolution. Void King Cicada. Pet beast. Void King Cicada. Talent. SSS level. Realm. First tier apprentice. Abilities. Space devouring evolution, portal creation, space banishment, talent sharing. Loyalty. Never betray. Yi-chun was thrilled by this unique evolution method and commanded, Little cicada, gnaw its space for me. Following his order, the cicada opened its mouth and began to bite at the space around it. A pitch-black spatial rift appeared before Yi-chun, with the surrounding space slowly mending itself. The system notified him that the Void King cicada had gained 100 evolution points, advancing to the second-tier apprentice realm. Overjoyed, Yi-chun instructed the cicada to continue devouring space. He also summoned Xiaobai, ordering it to consume the surrounding desires. In this area of Sakura country, space was continuously devoured, forming a dark abyss. The cicada's realm swiftly climbed to the 5th-tier apprentice. People began to gather around, buzzing with curiosity about the peculiar sight. Deciding to change locations, Yi-chun had the cicada create a portal. They stepped through and arrived at a zoo. Spotting a fawn, Yi-chun used the glint fruit to evolve it into a light qilin. Next, he found a turtle by a wishing pond and used the slow fruit to evolve it into a celestial Xian Baxa. With each evolution, both the cicada and the light qilin absorbed the surrounding energy, rapidly enhancing their realms. After 2 random teleports, Yi-chun had found suitable candidates for 2 of the fruits. He was still pondering over the tremor fruit, but he had already decided to share this power with Xiao Lei. Yi-chun's adventure continued, and he eagerly anticipated the next extraordinary encounter. Once again, Yi-chun found himself transported randomly through space. Along the way, he had Xiaochan secretly devour large swathes of space in various locations, causing spatial black holes to appear in several places. His realm had just broken through to the 5th-tier soldier level. After numerous transfers, Yi-chun had figured out the pattern of these spatial transports. The space gate could achieve precise teleportation, but only if the exact coordinates were known. The teleportation distance depended on Xiaochan's level. The higher the level, the farther the distance. Currently, to teleport back, he would need to reach a height-tier general level. The distance between Sakura country and Dixia was not far, so Yi-chun could accomplish quite a bit during this period. After yet another teleportation, Yi-chun found himself in a hidden underground aquarium. Behind a massive glass wall was deep sea water, and he could faintly see a gigantic creature swimming within. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a whale with chains piercing its tail, blood continuously oozing from the wound, staining the surrounding water red. Yi-chun approached the glass and saw the creature clearly. It was a juvenile blue whale, about 10 meters long, cruelly confined in a small space. The whale seemed to sense Yi Chen's presence and let out a sorrowful call. Its eyes filled with a hopeful look directed at Yi Chen. The tremor fruit's rightful owner, I found it. Yi Chen's heart stirred as he recalled Whitebeard's whale-shaped ship. He gazed intently at the juvenile whale, waiting for its response. A deep, resonant whale call echoed through the underground chamber, and the blue whale pressed its head against the glass, its eyes full of pleading. Yi Chen clenched his fist and struck the glass forcefully. Cracks spread across the glass, eventually shattering it, allowing seawater to flood in. He quickly retrieved the tremor fruit and tossed it through the opening. Swallow it, and you will have the power to seek vengeance, Yi Chen said softly, filled with anticipation. Without hesitation, the blue whale swallowed the fruit, and an overwhelming aura erupted from its body. The chains were instantly shattered, and its body rapidly expanded from 10 meters to 30 meters. Its blue stripes grew brighter, shimmering with light blue spots. A massive azure golden horn appeared on its forehead, radiating destructive power. A system notification sounded. Blue whale tremor fruit evolution? SSS dimensional dragon whale. Yi Chen excitedly accessed the dragon whale's information. Pet beast, dimensional dragon whale. Level, SSS, beyond current definitions. Abilities, seaquake, skyquake, earthquake, with power and range increasing with level. Realm, first tier apprentice level. Devour, any form of energy. Evolution talent sharing, natural disaster tsunami, earthquake. Yi Chen unhesitatingly shared the fruit's talent. He clasped his hands tightly and lightly struck the void, causing the space to crack like a spider web, resulting in a massive explosion that shattered a large area. More seawater poured in, submerging Yi Chen's ankles. Realizing the urgent situation, Yi Chen summoned Xiaochan, opened the space gate, and initiated another random teleportation. A flash of light engulfed the entire chamber, and Xiaochan's level rose to the 9th tier demon soldier level. Yi Chen stored the dragon whale in the sea god's ring, which contained a vast ocean for it to live freely. Suddenly, a faint consciousness reached Yi Chen's mind. It was the dragon whale requesting revenge for its kin. Yi Chen agreed and devised a series of plans, using tsunamis and earthquakes for retribution, absorbing energy at Mount Fuji to level up, and disrupting Sakura Country's power system for Xiaoguang to devour light energy. As Yi Chen's figure vanished from the chamber, the entire space was already submerged in seawater. He could imagine the shock and outrage people would feel upon discovering it, but none of that concerned him. As space stabilized once more, Yi Chen found himself in a new location. Before he fully materialized, he overheard hushed conversations. People were discussing an upcoming exchange competition with Disya, encouraging participants to be ruthless against Disya's students, even to the point of crippling them. The speakers also mentioned the rise of the younger generation in Disya, believing it necessary to suppress Disya's talents. Finally, they discussed how to cover up any incidents, clearly experienced in such tactics. Yi Chen stood in the training field of the University of Tokyo, a glint of determination and menace in his eyes. He had just overheard the derogatory remarks made by the Sakura students and was secretly plotting his counterattack. Inside the training room, hundreds of freshmen were seething with rage, their faces twisted with malice. Most of them were either A or S-level professionals, generally at mid to low soldier rank, with only 3 middle-parted-haired males reaching high soldier rank. On the other side were the sophomore students of Tokyo Academy, numbering over 1,000. Their ranks were generally at mid to high general level, with a few at low commander level. Nearly all of them were either ninjas or mages, with a handful of other professions. Suddenly, a few instructors received an enraged message from the dean through their earpieces and hurriedly left. Seeing this, Yi Chen felt a surge of joy. He tore off a piece of his short-sleeved shirt to cover the lower half of his face. Once he confirmed the instructors were completely gone, he appeared in the center of the field like a phantom. Clenching his fists tightly, Yi Chen slammed his fists into the air on both sides. Spacequake. 2 white domes manifested, and the space shattered like a spiderweb, spreading towards the crowd. With a thunderous roar, the space trembled violently, and the killing intent reached the freshmen. Nearly half of the freshmen spat out large mouthfuls of bloody froth, mixed with fragments of their internal organs, and collapsed unconscious. The remaining students felt a sharp pain in their organs, letting out muffled groans. Yi Chen sighed inwardly, knowing his current combat power was limited. The remaining freshmen, realizing what had happened, roared and charged at Yi Chen. Some ninjas threw smoke bombs, disappearing into the surrounding shadows. Yi Chen sneered, "Is that all you've got? Kid, have you ever been kicked by light?" With a thought, he summoned the light Qilin. The golden mythical beast emerged from the void, its body covered in shining scales, exuding an imposing presence. As the light Qilin stepped forward, countless luminous hooves struck the advancing freshmen. The continuous thudding sounds were followed by bodies hitting the ground like lifeless lumps, Chen felt a surge of joy and decided to let the light Qilin absorb the electrical energy in the area, aiming to elevate its rank to commander level before leaving. He was already plotting his escape, all the while ensuring that the University of Tokyo would remember this lesson. The crowd was blasted away by the radiant hoof, and in a flash, everything settled. Chen's sharp gaze swept over the remaining 1,000 or so second-year students, devoid of any mercy. He thought to himself, the exchange between Daxia Academy and foreign universities isn't limited to freshmen. Second and third-year students are also eligible to participate. Since that's the case, it's better to cripple these second years as well, leaving Tokyo University without any contenders. At that moment, 3 men of the second-tier commander level led the second-year students to the scene. They glared at Chen, fists clenched, their faces brimming with killing intent. One of them shouted sternly, "Who are you to dare harm the prodigies of Tokyo Academy? You have no place here in Tokyo. Leave now before the mentors arrive." However, despite their higher levels, they were intimidated by the aura of the radiant Qilin, feeling as insignificant as ants. They calculated internally, this S-class beast's combat power was on par with theirs, and its master must be a prodigy from some faction. Moreover, Chen carried an aura of a commander-level beast, suggesting he might have another powerful beast hidden. Chen grinned, his expression playful despite the mask covering his face. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you're all going to die," he quickly ordered. "Xiaoguang, use the 3-foot jade hook and take them out instantly. Xiao Chan, devour the space and prepare for teleportation." The Space King Cicada appeared, beginning to devour the surrounding space to prepare for teleportation. Simultaneously, the radiant Qilin emitted a dazzling brilliance, countless light points converging in the void, filling the entire space. Each light point held the power of a peak soldier-level strike. The second-year students were terrified at the sight. The 3 leaders made a swift decision, transforming into smoke and fleeing in different directions. The other students followed suit, scattering in all directions. However, how could their speed compare to the speed of light? Fall. With a light command from Chen, countless light points shot out like arrows, precisely targeting each fleeing person. In an instant, screams filled the air, and blood stained the training ground. Those who ran slowly were instantly pierced through and fell to the ground. Even the ninjas hiding in the smoke couldn't escape, revealing their true forms and collapsing in pools of blood. Chen watched coldly, then ordered the radiant Qilin to absorb all surrounding light and electricity in preparation for a breakthrough. Meanwhile, the Space King Cicada had already devoured a large area of space, elevating its level to the 5th-tier soldier level. Chen waited silently, with the 3-tailed Emperor Fox in his arms continuously absorbing the surrounding negative emotions. He knew well that the killing intent in these people's subconscious was undeniable, so why would he show any mercy? As time passed, the levels of Chen's beasts continued to rise, but the materials needed for their evolution grew increasingly vast. He pondered his next move, waiting for any potential changes. Following Chen's command, the little whale opened its massive mouth and began absorbing the electrical energy within the training room. Simultaneously, the light Qilin and the Void King Cicada in the air frantically absorbed the surrounding light and spatial fragments. The entire space was plunged into darkness, resembling an abyss with no end in sight. Chen watched the astonishing scene, gasping in amazement. The little whale's devouring ability far surpassed that of the other 2 pet beasts, creating a massive energy vortex with a radius of 10 meters, continuously drawing in energy. As it absorbed large amounts of energy, the little whale's realm rapidly ascended, breaking through multiple levels until it reached the 9th rank of the apprentice realm. System notifications sounded in quick succession, announcing the realm breakthroughs and new skill unlocks for the little whale, the Void King Cicada, and the light Qilin. Chen marveled. The evolution devil fruit really is something else. The little whale has now transformed into a dragon whale, and can even fly. It's far more terrifying than the cicada and the Qilin. However, the little whale's devouring ability was so powerful that it caused a power outage across the entire North Campus of the University of Tokyo. At that moment, angry roars erupted from various parts of the campus. It turned out that the students' smart bracelets indicated they had lost vital signs, leading the school to believe a mass murder had occurred. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen decided to retreat immediately. He quickly recalled his 3 pet beasts and stepped into a spatial portal, vanishing from sight. By the time school personnel arrived at the training room, they found only a chaotic scene. In the following days, Chen and his pet beasts continued to absorb energy throughout Tokyo. They visited power stations and remote outskirts, further enhancing the strength of the dragon whale, light Qilin, and Void King Cicada. Meanwhile, Chen had the white fox absorb various emotions in commercial streets, allowing it to break through to the 1st rank of the commander realm. Tokyo descended into chaos, with the government and the university jointly hunting for Chen, but they could never catch the elusive, masked Garfield. As Chen listened to the public speculations and observed his own wanted posters, he felt a mix of pride and caution. He knew he had to be even more careful to avoid losing his life in this perilous land. Xiaoguang and Xiaochan had reached the 7th stage of the general realm, having absorbed a vast amount of lightning and spatial energy in recent days. Chen nodded in satisfaction, knowing that Xiaochan's level was sufficient to support a pinpoint teleportation back to Daxia. But before leaving, he planned to create some major disturbances. Stroking his chin, Chen's eyes gleamed with thought. Now, it's time to replenish Xiaojing's energy. A nuclear power plant would be perfect. The energy there is immense. Over the past 10 days, Chen had been chased by the Sakura military, forcing him to flee from central Tokyo almost to the outskirts of Osaka. Along the way, his pet beasts devoured every power station they encountered, causing blackouts across various regions of Tokyo. Each time he appeared, he would use the power of the tremor fruit, occasionally causing small earthquakes that terrified the locals, destroyed buildings, and eliminated some pursuers. Notably, the team chasing Chen had grown from a few thousand soldiers and 10 shinobi masters to 10,000 soldiers, 100 shinobi masters, and even 3 Dean-level experts from Tokyo Academy shinobi lords. At the edge of Tokyo, in a heavily guarded nuclear power plant, Chen silently appeared using spatial nodes. Without hesitation, he summoned the dimensional dragon whale. Xiaojing, let's make this quick. Take a huge gulp and then run. There are strong enemies guarding this place, and we are not yet their match. As he spoke, Chen opened a spatial portal. He knew that he wouldn't be detected immediately upon arrival, but the size of the dragon whale would soon give them away. The best strategy was to absorb as much energy as possible and then leave before being discovered. Roar! The dragon whale opened its massive mouth and inhaled deeply, swallowing a tremendous amount of energy in an instant. Its level visibly surged, advancing 2 stages to reach the 7th stage of the soldier realm. How dare you invade the nuclear power plant? You're courting death. Several angry shouts echoed as thousands of figures appeared, surrounding Chen. Just as I expected. Chen smirked and stepped into the spatial portal, leaving with the dragon whale and offering only a fleeting glimpse of his back to the onlookers. Damn it! It's that masked Garfield again. What's he after? Is he stealing our electricity and nuclear energy? The enraged shinobi lords began discussing the mysterious pet beast that could devour such terrifying amounts of energy, speculating on its potential value if captured. Meanwhile, in a conference room in Osaka, the atmosphere was tense. Over 100 people sat around a round table, each with a dossier on the masked Garfield, detailing his actions over the past 2 weeks. Half the power from 7 medium-sized power plants had been stolen, and 4 nuclear power plants had lost half their nuclear energy. Numerous spaces had been destroyed. Most infuriatingly, the intruder had infiltrated a time-secret realm, killed freshmen and sophomores from 2 prestigious academies, and seized the power of time, rendering the secret realm useless. Damn it, this guy controls spatial power. Every time we locate him, he escapes just a bit faster than we can catch him. The high-ranking officials from Tokyo Academy and the Tokyo government cursed, their faces dark with anger. They were particularly vexed that the intruder targeted Tokyo while leaving other cities untouched. At the head of the table, several middle-aged generals in mustard yellow uniforms spoke with grim determination. We've deployed 2 shinobi emperors and 3 spatial mages to ambush him at likely targets, including nuclear and power plants. We've also stationed heavy troops in the outskirts, waiting for him to walk into our trap. Our goal is not only to kill him, but also to capture his pet beasts. We've spread the word that we've captured his parents and friends. If he shows himself, they will be spared. Otherwise, they'll be killed. The attendees nodded in satisfaction, and the tense atmosphere eased slightly, even giving rise to a few cold laughs. Excellent. We'll lay in wait and force him out using his loved ones as bait. Well done, General. This time, they were serious. The situation was humiliating for the nation. Being terrorized by a single commander and having academy students killed was a disgrace that could not be ignored. However, Chen had already sensed the shift in the atmosphere and quickly retreated. He sneered, typical of them to use such underhanded tactics. But I'm an orphan. They've got nothing on me. When it comes to strategy, they're amateurs. With a flash of resolve, Chen thought, using threats? These guys all deserve to be wiped out. After nearly a month of pursuit by tens of thousands of shinobi soldiers, I'll make sure they all perish in Mount Fuji's magma. Chen had arrived at the foot of Mount Fuji. Xiaoguang and Xiaochan had reached the 9th stage of the general realm, and Xiaojing was on the verge of breaking through. Along the way, he deliberately left traces indicating his destination. I've recorded all my actions on my phone. It's a pity there's no signal to upload it online and expose their shame. Chen mused, now, I just need to wait for them to fall into my trap. After the final big move, absorbing the fire and earth energy from Mount Fuji will definitely push Xiaojing to the general realm and possibly even the commander realm. Plus, the magma can help the phoenix break through to the commander realm. With Xiaolei and Xiaobai, I'll have 4 Commander Realm pet beasts. Together, they can easily take down a King Realm beast, one with lightning, one with fire, and one causing earthquakes. Xiaochan opened a spatial portal, and Yi Qian stepped through to the summit of Mount Fuji. The peak was covered in snow, and the air was frigid. An unexpected bonus. The massive amount of snow and ice elements can help Xiaoqing level up. Yi Qian exclaimed excitedly. Soon, I'll have a 5th Commander Realm pet beast. Looking down into the crater, darkness obscured the magma. Occasionally, faint glows flickered beneath the black rocks, with wisps of smoke rising and carrying hints of heat. This is the magma underneath. It's buried deep, with only a bit exposed. Yi Qian summoned Xiaochan and leaped into the spatial portal. Thanks to the phoenix's elemental sharing ability, he was immune to any fire or heat elements. Once I reach the volcano's base, I'll unleash Xiaojing to absorb Mount Fuji's energy, Xiaohua to absorb the magma, and Xiaoqing to absorb the snow and ice outside. Then, I'll cause an earthquake to trigger an eruption. The spectacle will be magnificent. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding, detecting host's actions. Issuing growth task. Trigger Mount Fuji's eruption, help Dimensional Dragon Whale break through to commander level, kill 100 Shinobi commanders, and 10 Shinobi masters. Rewards, Random Devil Fruit 1, Maul Spin 1, 10,000 task points. The sudden task assigned by Tongzi left Yi Qian overjoyed. This was exactly what he had hoped for. With that in mind, he decided to go all out. Yi Qian quickly summoned several divine beasts from the Sea God Ring and Beast God Ring, giving each of them specific orders. Xiaoqing, absorb all the ice power outside. Xiaohua, consume as much underground magma and fire elements as you can. Xiaojing, absorb underground energy, and, if necessary, trigger an earthquake to facilitate a volcanic eruption. Xiaoguang, absorb the light from the magma in the surrounding area, plunging this region into darkness. Xiaochan, prepare the portal so we can return to Xia at any moment. Yi Qian's plan was meticulous, unfolding step by step from the inside out. Massive fire phoenixes, light cheilants, and dragon whales appeared at the base of Mount Fuji, each exuding an awe-inspiring aura. The fire phoenix, engulfed in crimson flames, plunged into the ground without hesitation, greedily devouring the overflowing magma. As it consumed more, its power continued to rise, and its aura grew ever stronger. The system notification sounded, announcing that the Fire Phoenix had broken through to the first-rank commander level, unlocking a new skill, Calamity Heavenly Fire scorching the plains. The light Shielan gracefully absorbed the surrounding firelight, progressing at a slower pace but still gaining significant evolution points. The dragon whale remained stationary, waiting for the right moment. Through the Fire Phoenix's perspective, Yi Qian was astonished to discover a vast world of fire element beasts hidden beneath Mount Fuji. Millions of fire element beasts lay dormant, each unique in form and formidable in strength. Deeper still, there existed a fire kingdom with even more numerous and powerful beasts. This discovery made Yi Qian realize that the mutation of Blue Star was far beyond his imagination. He immediately adjusted his strategy, deciding to preserve these fire element beasts for potential future leadership. Xiaohua, come back. Don't consume the magma for now. We'll need it later. Yi Qian called back the Fire Phoenix and then directed the Dragon Whale. Xiaojing, start absorbing now. Trigger the magma inside Mount Fuji, consuming all kinetic energy and power. Stop once you reach the commander level, then cause an earthquake to promote the volcanic eruption. Finally, Yi Qian gave a new order to the Fire Phoenix. Xiaohua, later use your fire abilities to control the magma, making Mount Fuji's eruption even more intense than expected. Let's give the small island nation a real show. A look of excitement crossed Yi Qian's face as he anticipated the upcoming spectacle. The eruption of Mount Fuji was just the beginning. A grander plan was unfolding. Hold on, why haven't we seen any trace of that guy after waiting for so long? The military leaders stationed at various nuclear and power plants, along with the professors from the 3 major academies of Sakura, suddenly realized something. They had been outwitted by Yi Qian and were now furious, shouting baka at the top of their lungs. Just then, a messenger rushed in to report, "Sir, the commander seems to have spotted that guy. His target appears to be Mount Fuji." Everyone was taken aback. Why would he go to Mount Fuji? Someone questioned. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through their minds. No, his pet beast can absorb energy. He might be trying to absorb the immense energy from Mount Fuji and the underground energies. If that's the case, it could accelerate the volcano's eruption, causing catastrophic damage to our country. Get over there now. Furious, everyone moved at their fastest speed to the nearest teleportation array, heading straight for the base of Mount Fuji. At the same time, they mobilized a large number of troops and powerful figures from the academies, even calling in several deans, each possessing formidable strength. What puzzled them was how Yi Qian managed to evade the surveillance and barriers of the spatial arrays. These arrays were specifically designed to counter spatial abilities, yet they were ineffective against him. Meanwhile, inside Mount Fuji, Xiao Jing, following Yi Chen's command, moved its massive whale body and opened its vortex-like mouth, inhaling deeply. Instantly, the terrifying underground energy was sucked into Xiao Jing's mouth like a whirlwind, enhancing its aura. The energy surge caused a massive tremor at the base of Mount Fuji, shaking the entire volcano and the surrounding land. A system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, dimensional dragon whale, for absorbing a large amount of volcanic and underground energy. Evolution points 100000. Breakthrough to 3rd tier commander realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, dimensional dragon whale, for absorbing a large amount of magma and elemental energy. Evolution points 130000. Breakthrough to 1st tier martial realm, unlocking the skill dimensional explosion, merging 3 tremors: air, sea, and land. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. That's about right. The magma inside Mount Fuji has been drawn out, and all the energy has been absorbed. This volcano probably won't erupt for a long time. The people here should thank me. A hint of regret flashed across his face, but quickly disappeared. Yi Chen didn't expect that by a twist of fate, he had helped them eliminate the potential threat of a volcanic eruption. However, he planned to return to Sakura Nation, and when he did, it wouldn't just be about a volcanic eruption. The ensuing chaos would be akin to a massive beast invasion, with creatures of commander and sovereign realms, turning the place into a hellish nightmare. Xiao Guang, Xiao Qing, Xiao Chan, get ready. Lure those bastards over here. Seeing that the time was right, Yi Chen ordered his 3 other pet beasts to start their evolution process. This month in Sakura Nation had been incredibly fruitful. He had gained 3 powerful martial realm beasts and shared the abilities of the Tremor fruit. Now, with a single punch, he could unleash the power of a martial realm, capable of turning everything within a kilometer radius into ruins. The 3 pet beasts sprang into action immediately. The light Kirin transformed into a golden beam, soaring from within Mount Fuji and hovering above the crater. At noon, all the sunlight and brightness were swallowed by the golden beast, plunging the surroundings into darkness, with only a single golden glow remaining. The ice crystal phoenix opened its beak, swallowing all the ice and cold breath on Mount Fuji, its aura surging. The Void King cicada flapped its wings, causing patches of space to vanish mysteriously with each buzz, merging into its body. The sky grew darker, resembling an abyss. The system notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, Void King cicada, for absorbing a large amount of space. Evolution points 50,000. Breakthrough to 1st tier martial realm, acquiring the skill Space Mirror, capable of recording and playing any scene with adjustable quality. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, Light Kirin, for absorbing the light of the sun. Evolution points 60,000. Breakthrough to 3rd tier martial realm, unlocking the skill Blazing Skylight, a group dazzling ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, Ice Crystal Phoenix, for absorbing a large amount of ice breath. Evolution points 40,000. Breakthrough to 1st tier martial realm, unlocking the innate skill, Sky Burial Ice Coffin, a permanent ceiling skill effective up to 1 realm above the pet's current level. The massive anomaly at Mount Fuji drew significant attention, alarming the military forces of Sakura Nation. Tourists in the vicinity fled in panic, capturing the rare phenomenon on their phones as they ran. In the distance, 100,000 troops from Tokyo and Osaka assembled neatly at the foot of Mount Fuji. Over 100 powerful auras gathered there, each one at the sovereign realm, along with 10 commander realm experts. Leading them were 2 gaunt elders in yellow uniforms, their aura surpassing anyone Yi Chen had encountered. They were at the Emperor realm. How did that guy get to Mount Fuji? Isn't there layered spatial monitoring around it? And spatial detection arrays, entry prevention arrays, and barrier arrays? How did he slip through so easily? The 2 gaunt elders berated the officers behind them. What were the garrison troops doing? How did you fail to detect him and let him get in so easily? Everyone hung their heads in shame, equally baffled. Initially, when they heard Yi Chen intended to create trouble at Mount Fuji, they were full of scorn. Did he think anyone could just waltz up to Mount Fuji? The layered arrays should have detected even a commander realm expert. So why did they fail this time? In truth, Yi Chen was also surprised by how smoothly everything went. The fact was, there were very few high-level array masters in Sakura Nation, so they had hired array specialists from Dacia. The infrastructure teams from Dacia had built numerous teleportation arrays worldwide, but they always left a backdoor. Their arrays could detect and monitor anyone except those from Dacia. Yi Chen carried the aura of Dacia, with pure Dacia blood running through his veins, so the arrays naturally didn't detect him, allowing him easy access to Mount Fuji. The aura of those 3 pet beasts was incredibly powerful, with each reaching the SSS level. 2 gaunt old men spoke in a sinister, raspy voice, their eyes gleaming with greed. Where did this beast get these from? Once we kill him, these 3 divine beasts will belong to our country, compensating for the damage he's done to us. Through the images sent back by the three pet beasts in the sky, Chen saw the familiar faces that had been hunting him for the past month. His face instantly filled with a chilling and ruthless expression. Finally, they've arrived. The show is about to begin. These bastards have been chasing me for a month, and even plan to execute the heavenly genius extermination plan on our Xia kingdom. Such audacity. I'll destroy you now, and even if I can't wipe you all out, I'll at least eliminate your low-end forces. Chen realized that he couldn't contend with the Imperial realm. He would likely be killed instantly if he showed himself. This was his last chance to escape, but he decided to leave some souvenirs before departing. Thinking of his newly unlocked spatial mirroring ability, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He fiddled around inside Mount Fuji, then retracted the three divine beasts into his beast space. Chen ordered Little Fire and Little Whale to act, triggering the eruption of Mount Fuji. Little Fire, cause a magma eruption. Hide the magma beneath the crust so they won't discover our future army. Little Whale, trigger the volcano. Create earthquakes and airquakes, shatter the ground and the sky, and add chaos to Sakura country. Chen set a time delay for Mount Fuji to erupt violently after the enemies had left for a short while. He then disappeared from the base of Mount Fuji with Little Fire and Little Whale, precisely teleporting to Jiangxing City and leaving Sakura country. At this moment, three military realm deans from Tokyo University shouted towards Mount Fuji, "Kid, come out now. You are surrounded by our forces. Your parents and friends are in our hands. We advise you to surrender. Hand over the three divine beasts, kneel and break your arms to atone. Otherwise, your parents will be beheaded, and your friends are already under our control." Chen suddenly appeared at the foot of Mount Fuji, 1,000 meters away from the crowd. He slapped his right cheek and taunted, "Oh, you kidnapped my family? I'm so scared. Please kill me. Go ahead, kill them. If you don't, you're all my grandsons." The crowd was infuriated by Chen's attitude, their faces turning ashen, teeth grinding. Two Imperial Realm elders coldly said, "Do you know the difference between the handsome realm and the Imperial realm? With just a thought, the shuriken in my hand can appear anywhere on your body." Chen became even more brazen. "Oh, you're going to cut my tendons and cut off my tongue? Old man, you're so powerful. Why don't you ascend to the heavens? When you're dead, I'll be the first to dig up your grave and scatter your ashes in a latrine. Come on, kill me if you can. I'm right here." The two Imperial Realm elders could no longer tolerate it and attacked simultaneously. In a blink of an eye, dozens of shurikens appeared in front of Chen, aiming at his knees, crotch, and mouth. However, the shurikens passed through Chen's figure had vanished. The two elders were shocked. How is this possible? A clone? An illusion? A mirage? What kind of sorcery is this? The next moment, Chen's figure eerily appeared atop Mount Fuji, his expression cold and indifferent. He looked down at the crowd and said, "Next time we meet, I'll be riding to Tokyo to enjoy the cherry blossoms. I hope you like this volcanic eruption gift." With a snap of Chen's fingers, Mount Fuji shook violently, spewing out rolling magma. The sky was shrouded in thick fire clouds, and countless streams of molten lava flowed down like dragons, destroying everything in their path. Volcanic ash filled the air, blocking out the sun as if the apocalypse had arrived. The two Imperial Realm elders immediately acted, casting Heavenly Ninja, flying sand and rolling stones, and Heavenly Ninja, myriad flower clouds, attempting to block the erupting magma. They manipulated natural forces to form a massive shield over Mount Fuji. Other military realm and noble realm experts also acted to resist the heavenly fire and molten rocks, but thousands still perished. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the ground suddenly shook violently, cracking open countless fissures. Before the 10,000 soldiers could react, they were pulled into the underground magma by a powerful suction force, melting instantly like dumplings in boiling water. Next, space shattered like a spider web, and 30 noble realm experts were bizarrely cut in half. 10 military realm experts were also severely injured, vomiting blood incessantly. The two Imperial Realm elders roared with bloodshot eyes, "I will kill you. No matter where you run, to the ends of the earth, I will kill you." They didn't notice that a strange light mirror on Mount Fuji was recording everything, transmitting the images somewhere else. On this day, the entire Sakura country and even the whole world were shaken. Sakura country issued an international arrest warrant with a bounty of over $1 billion, just to get information on Chen. 10,000 soldiers were annihilated, 30 academy instructors perished, and 10 military realm experts were severely injured. The most frustrating part was that Chen remained at large. Since that battle, the Sakura kingdom has been gripped by panic. The Emperor of Sakura issued a strict lockdown order, and the entire nation was on high alert. Border checks became exceptionally stringent, with every person leaving the country subjected to thorough searches. Major cities began large-scale cleansing operations, and the military focused on guarding power plants, nuclear facilities, and potential volcanic sites. They feared that Yi Chun might launch a surprise attack again, causing massive destruction. However, Yi Chun seemed to have vanished into thin air, disappearing without a trace. Months later, when a delegation from the Sakura Kingdom went to the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom for academic exchange, they unexpectedly discovered someone who bore a striking resemblance to the masked Garfield. Just as they were planning to take action, possibly even bringing this person back to their country, the entire Great Xia turned their attention to them. The looks in their eyes were as if they were staring at a group of dead men. From that moment on, those representatives from the Sakura Kingdom were never seen again. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You have earned 10,000 mission points, 1 random devil fruit, and 1 spin at the shop's wheel. For exceeding the mission requirements, killing 10 in the sovereign realm, 100 in the commander realm, and ambushing 100,000 soldiers, the system awards an additional 20,000 mission points. To date, after deducting all of the host's 30,000 mission points, the host still owes the system 200,000 mission points. Currently, Yi Chun was in the midst of a space teleportation, fully engrossed in the scene before him, paying no heed to the system's notification. He thought to himself, still owe 200,000? Once I return to Great Xia and participate in a monster tide slaughter, I'll easily earn that. The first thing I'll do is use 100,000 mission points to get a luck fruit. Yi Chun chuckled with satisfaction at his handiwork. The eruption of Mount Fuji was just a diversion. The real killer move was the subsequent earthquakes and airquakes. This sudden disaster caught the Sakura Kingdom off guard, achieving an unexpectedly effective result. His gaze lingered on the dozen or so fissures in the ground, and a smile crept up his face. The thrill was even more exhilarating than slaying 1,000,000 monsters. Yi Chun thought smugly, whether it's scheming or open confrontation, little Sakura is still lacking in cunning. As Yi Chun reveled in his victory, the spatial particles gradually stabilized, and the scenery around him stopped shifting. He realized he had returned to Great Xia, and was about to arrive in Jiangqing City. A portal of light appeared ahead, and Yi Chun stepped through it, the dazzling sunlight falling on his youthful face. Finally back, Yi Chun took a deep breath, spread his arms, and howled with excitement. There's no place like home. However, he hadn't noticed his exact arrival location or the unusual emotions of the surrounding crowd. Thousands of people were gathered in front of a three-turtle statue, some weeping, others sighing softly, all offering flowers and gifts. The statue vividly depicted a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, holding a demon-slaying sword, his gaze imperiously fixed on the coastal defense line. He was the youngest commander of the human race, the most outstanding dual-element beastmaster of Great Xia. At this moment, everyone was immersed in sorrow and regret, deeply pained by the untimely death of such a young and talented individual. Beneath the statue, the man's story, name, and a brief biography were inscribed, commanding dragons and phoenixes to vanquish countless monsters, controlling sea demons by the millions, unleashing endless thunder to annihilate tens of thousands of beasts, a lone man and his sword defeating the demon king, yet lamenting the early demise of a hero. On that very day, videos of the man's battles were uploaded online, causing a sensation throughout Jiangqing City and the entire Daxia. Countless netizens traveled from all over Daxia to Jiangqing City, gathering before the statue to pay their most sincere respects to the young hero. As the crowd was deep in mourning, a sudden wolf howl shattered the solemn atmosphere. In the midst of such emotions, many were instantly enraged. They turned around, not yet seeing the face of the newcomer, and angrily cursed. Who the hell is so blind? Cursing in front of our hero's statue? Do you have any decency? Damn it. Who the hell howled like a wolf and scared me half to death? I was crying, and your howl scared my tears back. No way, I have to teach you a lesson. A few burly men, their tempers flaring, pointed at Yi Chun and cursed, even rolling up their sleeves and raising their fists, ready to give Yi Chun a heavy beating. However, in the next moment, as they saw Yi Chun's face, they were stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Nearly 1,000 people rubbed their eyes, their gazes shifting between the face of the statue and the handsome young man before them. Aside from the differences in clothing, the two faces were identical. Everyone was bewildered. Was this a twin? Could it be that Jiangqing's hero Yi Chun had a long-lost brother, a mistake from his father's youth? Yi Chun was also bewildered, his smile freezing on his face. How could there be a statue of him if he wasn't dead? A statue was fine, but why was there a biography on it? Hey, he's not dead yet. Could it be that the old guys like Liu Bei thought he had died in the mouth of a beast? Yi Chun quickly regained his composure and looked towards the statue as the crowd did. A mountain of flowers, various snacks, and women's clothing were neatly arranged. There were even some youthful underwear and unknown people's Fijian cups, engraved with "Gift from little brother Yi Chun." Seeing this, Yi Chun's face darkened, as black as coal. He had some goodwill towards these followers before, but now he decided to beat them up the next time he saw them. A bold young man stepped forward and tentatively asked, "Brother, are you Yi Chen? Didn't you die in the mouth of a beast? Or are you the twin brother of Jiangqing's hero Yi Chen?" Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh and scold. "Of course I'm not dead. Unless you think the person standing in front of you is a ghost?" As he spoke, with a thought, three majestic beasts appeared in the sky above Jiangqing City. A thunder dragon, a fire phoenix, and a blue luan. Each one was awe-inspiring, exuding immense power, covering half the sky. Their enormous eyes looked down indifferently, disregarding everyone except their master, Yi Chen. With the appearance of these three divine beasts, Yi Chen's identity was unmistakable. Yi Chen is not dead. Yi Chen is alive. The crowd erupted, their gazes at Yi Chen filled with excitement and admiration, almost wanting to rush up and embrace him. Some women blushed, gazing at Yi Chen with affection, almost losing their composure. As for the burly men who were shouting earlier, they could only hang their heads in shame. Yi Chen felt a sense of pride. Am I that famous? Just for killing some beasts? If they knew what I did in Sakura country, they might worship me as a god. Suddenly, hundreds of skyhawks appeared in the sky above Jiangqing City, each carrying a powerful warrior. 100 warriors moved in unison, all for Yi Chen. It turned out that the area around Yi Chen's statue was under surveillance, and anyone disrespecting the statue would be apprehended. Now, seeing Yi Chen's return through the monitors, their shock was indescribable. Military personnel, elders from the Jiangqing City Monster Hunting Association, principals from various universities, as well as the mayor and high-ranking officials of Jiangqing City, all rushed over, just to witness the hero of Jiangqing. Among them were 30 familiar faces, the 30 human warriors who had fought the Beast King in the distant seas. Additionally, an elderly man in military uniform arrived, his beard disheveled from the rush, his old face beaming with joy. His eyes scanned the crowd, finally landing on Yi Chen. "You're alive. You're alive. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Heaven has eyes. Heaven blesses Daxia." The old man rushed to Yi Chen's side, embracing him tightly, his large hand slapping Yi Chen's back with great force. Each slap resounded loudly, causing Yi Chen to grimace in pain, feeling as though his bones might be dislocated. "Old man, if you don't let go, you're going to strangle me." Yi Chen cursed softly, not showing much respect to Liu Bei, as he had been tricked by this old man before. Liu Bei didn't mind Yi Chen's words, chuckling as he grabbed Yi Chen's hand and leapt into the air, two long spears appearing beneath his feet. With a swift movement, they quickly disappeared from the crowd's view, heading towards the military district. "This isn't the place to talk, with so many people watching," Liu Bei explained. The remaining crowd began to discuss. "That old man is still as impatient as ever. Thank goodness our hero of Jiangqing is alive. With this, Yi Chen will surely rank in the top 3 in the competition for the strongest scholar in Daxia." Wait, did Yi Chen just call that old man an old fart? And the old man didn't get angry? That's rare. Of course, he wouldn't dare. With such a hero, even the higher-ups in Longdu have spoken. If Yi Chen had really died, they might have posthumously honored him. The remaining warriors whispered among themselves, smiling. In the Jiangqing City military district, Liu Bei's status was high, but in Longdu, it was a different story. Longdu was the true center of power, gathering the best resources of Daxia. The Tianqing Academy and Tianbei Academy were located there, and this year's top talents of Daxia had been admitted. A 5-element mage with SS-level talent, a special sword master with the Sword King physique, and a dual ultimate ability user with strong mental and necromantic control. These 3 special abilities were on par with Yi Chen's dual Dragon Phoenix profession in terms of potential. But in terms of achievements, they couldn't compare to Yi Chen, who could slay a king-level beast while still at the commander level. Yi Chen's admission to Longkai Academy was already a certainty. Everyone was filled with anticipation, eager to see what sparks would fly when so many prodigies met in the upcoming 4 academies competition. Yi Chen found himself surrounded by military personnel in an underground basement. Across from him sat Liu Bei, the atmosphere tense. Cutting straight to the point, Liu Bei asked, "You didn't get devoured by the beasts? We clearly saw you surrounded by that kelp swarm, and after we killed them, we couldn't even find your body. How did you escape? Do you have some kind of spatial teleportation technique?" Yi Chen nonchalantly shook his head. "Old man, you really wanted me to die at the hands of those beasts, didn't you? I'm blessed with good fortune and have my own escape plans. The fewer people know about these cards up my sleeve, the better." Everyone around widened their eyes at Yi Chen's bold address to Liu Bei. In this military district, anyone daring to speak to Liu Bei like that would usually face severe consequences. But given Yi Chen's identity and abilities, they all turned their eyes to Liu Bei, curious about his reaction. Liu Bei raised an eyebrow and first barked at the crowd. "What are you all staring at? Keep gawking, and I'll throw you into the monster pit." Then he turned to Yi Chen with a kinder expression. "You're right. The fewer people who know about your ace in the hole, the better. Those life-saving talismans from the old masters have short range. You must have a longer distance spatial escape method. Liu Bei had a pretty good idea of what had happened. Escaping from that space must have involved a priceless spatial array type of life-saving card. He then reminded Yi Chen, since you're back, report to Lonke Academy. The new term starts in 3 days, and there will be a special welcoming ceremony. Be prepared. Just as he finished speaking, something occurred to Liu Bei. Oh right, since you're now an assistant instructor, that special ceremony won't apply to you. Instead, some of the senior students will get special treatment. Watch out and don't cripple anyone too badly. Yi Chen caught the underlying message and started planning how to handle those seniors' warm greetings. He decided that anyone who dared to cause trouble would get a severe lesson. As for the new student training, he was practically an instructor already, so he could just sit back and enjoy watching others suffer. Liu Bei then asked, by the way, where have you been for the past month? We searched all over Jiangxing City and couldn't find a trace of you. How did you just disappear? Yi Chen smiled mysteriously. Nothing much, just some trivial matters. Then he shifted his tone, putting on a pitiful look. Principal Liu, I seem to have gotten into a bit of trouble. It's a black organization, and I might not be able to handle it. If things go south, you have to help me. Otherwise, I might get assassinated. Saying this, he slyly took out his phone and started recording. Liu Bei was furious. What? You're one of Jiangxing's finest and a great talent of the Summer Kingdom, and some black organization dares to touch you? They must have a death wish. I'll kill as many as come. Even if the emperor himself shows up, I'll slap him twice. With me around, don't worry about a thing. Today I'm making it clear, any trouble you have, I'll take care of it. Yi Chen smiled reassuringly. With your word, Principal Liu, I feel at ease. If anything happens, I'll count on you. He chuckled inwardly. You tricked me once, I'll trick you back. When it comes to the International Academy Exchange, the Sakura Kingdom is sure to recognize me, and I'll let Principal Liu handle it. Just then, a major international news report came through the military district secure room. A mysterious assassin from another country had caused an explosion on Mount Fuji in the Sakura Kingdom, killing 10,000 Sakura soldiers, 100 high-ranking ninjas, and severely injuring 10 elite ninjas, all while escaping in front of 2 emperors. This assassin had also killed students from several prestigious universities, including Tokyo University, wiping out their entire sophomore class. The assassin's identity was unknown, but they were accompanied by several SS-grade pet beasts capable of consuming energy and traversing space. The Sakura Kingdom had issued an international bounty, calling for a global manhunt for this individual masked Garfield. Everyone was astonished by the news, and Shun Gao laughed heartily. A legend. Charging into enemy territory to kill their students and trap 10,000 soldiers. Brilliant. I'd love to meet this hero and share a drink. Double the celebration today. Ha ha ha. Liu Bei nodded in agreement but was more focused on Yi Chen's reaction. He noticed Yi Chen's expression turned slightly unnatural upon hearing the news. Yi Chen looked at the ceiling, whistling nonchalantly, his eyes darting around. Initially, Liu Bei thought Yi Chen was simply feeling competitive, impressed by someone so formidable. However, it didn't take long for Liu Bei to sense something amiss. He saw the wanted poster of masked Garfield on the screen. Although the lower half of the face was covered, those eyes looked strikingly similar to Yi Chen's. This person seems more familiar the more I look at him, Liu Bei thought to himself. Those eyes, those pupils, even the expression in his gazite all seemed so similar. Could it be Yi Chen's doing? But then again, it seemed unlikely. How could Yi Chen have traveled to Sakura country in just 1 month? Liu Bei discreetly observed Yi Chen multiple times, contemplating this possibility. However, what are the chances of such a coincidence? Yi Chen had only disappeared for a month, and then such news emerged from the other side. It was likely just a 99 coincidence. Moreover, the actions of that masked Garfield were even more astonishing than Yi Chen's. Escaping from the pursuit of 2 emperor-level masters, what did that imply? The power of an emperor far exceeded that of a king. They could fight against hundreds. If they wished, they could massacre millions of beasts in an instant. Of course, different professions among emperors had some differences. Formation masters, ability users, sword masters, and gun masters could achieve instant kills, while berserkers and ninja assassins needed more time. Masked Garfield. The nickname itself was ridiculous. Liu Bei couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the thought of it. Someone actually used such a nonsensical nickname. The pets didn't match either. The masked Garfield used a giant king cicada and a light chielin, which had no connection to Yi Chen's 3 divine beasts. Liu Bei had already conducted a mental brainstorm, dismissing 99 of his doubts, but still couldn't shake off that one suspicion. He decided to investigate further and gather more details about the masked Garfield. For some reason, he felt this matter might be connected to Yi Chen. Disappearing for a month without a trace, and then such a big event happening in Sakura country? And the mysterious man's identity was still unknown, now vanished into thin air. It all seemed too coincidental. Hey, old man, I've slain so many beasts. Don't I deserve some sort of reward? Yi Chen interrupted, seeing Liu Bei deep in thought. After all, I saved a lot of people in Jiangqing City. Liu Bei snapped back to reality and slowly spoke. There is a reward. Generally, beast corpses can fetch a lot of money. But countless beasts were turned into blood mist by your thunder dragon's lightning, leaving nothing behind. Hearing this, Yi Chen's face twitched, and he took a deep breath to calm himself. He was quite annoyed, as this had cost him a significant amount of task points. Moreover, thousands of houses on the outskirts of Jiangqing City had been turned into ruins by the lightning, burned to ashes by fire, with some ice-sculpted buildings still standing. The government would need a lot of money to rebuild. Liu Bei raised an eyebrow at Yi Chen, his expression clear. So, as for your reward, you get the idea. Yi Chen's face turned completely dark at those words, lines of frustration appearing on his forehead. Seeing Yi Chen's miserly expression, Liu Bei laughed heartily, patting him on the shoulder. Of course, for the great contribution you've made to Jiangqing City, you will be rewarded handsomely. The reward will far exceed your expectations. When you report to Lonke Academy in 2 days, it will be given to you. Don't worry, no one's going to shortchange you. Damn it, you old geezer. Yi Chen cursed, but then casually chatted with Liu Bei for a while before being sent back to Jiangqing City. He planned to spend the next 2 or 3 days wandering around the city before heading to Lonke Academy. Who knew when he would return next? After Yi Chen left, Liu Bei put away his playful demeanor and resumed his usual stern posture. He ordered, retrieve all images related to the masked Garfield and have our informants in Sakura Country gather information on events from the past month, especially concerning the beasts under the masked Garfield's control. Watching Yi Chen's departing figure, Liu Bei's eyes turned deep. If it really is you, kid, then you've defied the heavens. Our operatives in foreign countries would be stirred up because of you, and you'd face endless assassination attempts. The beautiful country, Sakura Country, White Elephant Country, Nordic countries, and Bear Country would never allow a unifier of Blue Star to emerge. Upon returning to Jiangqing City, Yi Chen was invited to various places as a guest. The respect from hundreds of sovereign-level figures was overwhelming. Under their endless goodwill, Yi Chen made appearances at the Beast Hunting Association, government departments, and major universities, leaving group photos with everyone. The institutions aimed to boost their reputation, as Yi Chen's presence could only benefit their future prospects in attracting talent. Yi Chen spent the entire day running around, being chauffeured and accompanied by beautiful women. Unfortunately, there were too many people around. Otherwise, late at night, after finally finishing all his affairs and collecting 20 million in cash, Yi Chen arrived at an old orphanage on the city's outskirts. Gazing at the familiar courtyard, he felt a bit nostalgic. This was where he had lived for over a decade, having been taken in at the age of 5. Despite being bullied by some kids, he had made a few friends, though they seemed to have drifted apart over time. A silhouette of a woman in a red dress appeared in his mind. She was the director of the orphanage, who had taken in all the homeless children. She had taken over the orphanage at the age of 15, still a naive girl, yet providing a home for all the orphans. Young Yi Chen had been quite mischievous, always clinging to the director and sneaking into her bed to sleep. Remembering this, Yi Chen's old face turned a bit red, and he muttered, "Kids are clueless. Ah, youthful innocence eventually gives way to being a rascal. It's just a man's nature." Shaking off these random thoughts, Yi Chen felt immense gratitude towards that woman. Unfortunately, it had been 3 years since she left, and her whereabouts were unknown. He had heard she was from Longdu. He would look into it when he had the chance. Yi Chen lingered outside the orphanage for a long while, looking at the darkened building. He skillfully climbed over the back wall and left a gold card on Aunt Xia's desk, who now managed the orphanage. He trusted Aunt Xia. She treated everyone equally, like her own children. The card contained 1/10 of his earnings for the day, 2 million. Enough to renovate the orphanage, improve the food, and buy some study materials for the kids. After completing all this, Yi Chen took a deep look at his small, separate room, right next to the director's room. He smiled, a bright and carefree smile. He stayed for only half an hour before leaving without any further attachment. Silently leaving the orphanage, Yi Chen looked up at the moon hanging high in the sky and murmured, "The moon ages silently, while conversations don't mind the setting sun. Everything feels like a dream. I am who I am. Yi Chen of Huaxia is me, and Yi Chen of Daxia is also me." He remained silent for a long time. At night, faint sounds of animals and rustling leaves could be heard. Trees. Yi Chen thought of something, gazing at a small tree ahead with burning eyes. Trees have life too. Could they also gain the abilities of devil fruits? Little tree, do you have dreams? System, can these trees also use the demon evolution fruit? Yi Chen wondered, his brows furrowing slightly. If not, he would have to reluctantly abandon this plan and find another option. After a moment of hesitation, the system's voice slowly replied, "Host, theoretically, any living species can use it." There was a hint of uncertainty in the tone. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. As long as it's possible, that's all that matters. he decisively set aside his other concerns and began to devise an evolution plan, merging the fragmentation fruit with a small tree. Let's see what it evolves into, Chen murmured to himself, envisioning the ideal form of the tree in his mind. Unaffected by blades, branches that can fly in all directions, enhanced surface hardness, and ideally, fire resistance. With these traits, this ancient tree would be nearly invincible. The leaves rustled gently in the breeze, as if responding to Yi Chen's musings. Yi Chen chuckled. All right, since you're not objecting, I'll take that as a yes. You're a tree with dreams, so stick with me, and I'll find you a splendid grove to thrive in. With that, he carefully took out the fragmentation fruit from the system shop and applied a small amount of its juice to the small tree in front of him. In an instant, the inconspicuous little tree in front of the orphanage emitted a dazzling green light under the dark night sky. The tree's texture became clearly visible, as if it had awakened. The previously 2 to 3 meter turtle tree suddenly grew to 10 meters, its trunk thickening and its branches becoming more robust. The surface of the tree was covered in a layer of greenish-blue light, enhancing its defensive capabilities. The system's notification sounded. Ordinary small tree fragmentation fruit evolution. SS level heaven-splitting tree ancestor. Pet. Heaven-splitting tree ancestor. Grade. SS level. Human-defined ultimate special ability. Impervious to any damage below divine realm, regardless of its own level. Level. First stage apprentice. Weapon-like evolution skills. Fragmentation, vine whip. Yi Chen carefully examined the panel information and was quite satisfied with the result. This tree's main ability was to act as a tank rather than to deal damage. The damage-dealing tasks could be handed over to his other pets like Xiao Lei, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Jing. For control, he had Basia's slowing effect and Xiao Qing's freezing ability. For initiating attacks, there were Xiao Guang's speed and Xiao Chan's spatial teleportation. However, the tree seemed somewhat vulnerable to non-weapon attacks, which would need to be addressed in the future. Just then, the system suddenly issued another notification. Special pet detected that can be matched with special demon evolution fruits. Fusion and further evolution features are now available. Heaven-splitting tree ancestor can be paired with the forest fruit, thunder dragon can be paired with the fish fruit, dimensional dragon whale can be paired with the devour fruit, and phoenix can be paired with the immortal bird fruit. A special limited-time shop is now open, selling these demon fruits at 80,000 points each for 3 months. The system added, friendly reminder. Only pets with related attributes and special abilities can consume these fruits. If there is no connection, such as the burn fruit and smoke fruit, the pet will explode and die. Yi Chen's golden panel changed, showing the images of his pets matched with their corresponding demon fruits. This meant his pets could evolve again, breaking through their original level limits and achieving a qualitative leap in strength. Imagining Xiaohua devouring the immortal bird fruit and gaining additional abilities related to magma and heat, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel excited. The phoenix already had the ability to be reborn from fire. With the immortal bird fruit, it would become nearly indestructible, making it a formidable opponent. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He envisioned the heaven-splitting tree ancestor paired with the forest fruit, impervious to any flames, capable of transforming into a unique forest realm, devouring other beasts' flesh to grow wildly, and potentially becoming a world tree-like existence. The potential was limitless. Though excited, Yi Chen quickly calmed down, realizing that the immediate priority was to earn more task points. He calculated, first, pay off the 200,000 task points debt, then buy all the demon fruits from the limited-time shop. In the next 3 months, he decided to hunt monsters relentlessly, gather equipment, and recycle corpses to accumulate resources for future power. With a thought, Yi Chen stored the heaven-splitting tree ancestor in his beast god ring, creating an independent realm for it. He made sure to keep Xiaohua away from this space, fearing that the phoenix's flames might accidentally harm the newly evolved pet. Sensing the tree ancestor's gratitude, Yi Chen smiled slightly. Suddenly, the system issued another notification. Detected that the host is about to enroll in Longke Academy. Growth task issued. Successfully complete the military training and pass the special freshman initiation ceremony to receive 3 random demon fruits, 50,000 task points, 1 shop lottery, and 1 breakthrough card for any level. Seeing such generous rewards, Yi Chen's eyes widened. System, since you put it that way, I better head there soon. Without hesitation, he summoned Xiao Chan, opened a spatial portal, and set off to find Liu Bei. 2 days passed in a flash. Today, Liu Bei accompanied Yi Chen to Longke Academy via a teleportation array. A massive flying spear roared across the sky above Longke Academy, drawing countless gazes. Typically, flying was prohibited within the academy unless specially authorized. However, as the dean of the Artifact Academy, Liu Bei naturally didn't need to abide by these rules. He even bypassed the cumbersome freshman registration process and directly took Yi Chen to his assigned residence. As one of the 4 top academies in the Great Xia Empire, Longke Academy controlled numerous secret realms. Yi Chen's residence was a three-story villa with a garage. The courtyard was filled with green bamboo, creating a serene environment. The villa's interior was well designed. The first floor housed the living room and kitchen, the second floor had the living quarters and entertainment spaces, and the third floor featured a special spatial array that allowed teleportation to any classroom, saving daily commute time. More thoughtfully, all the living essentials were provided, and the wardrobe was stocked with over a dozen tailor-made outfits, ranging from short sleeves to long pants and coats. Liu Bei raised an eyebrow at Yi Chen, unable to hide his envy. Enjoying the champion's treatment? Huh? You don't need to bring anything. The academy has prepared it all for you. His gaze swept over the teleportation array on the top floor, and he couldn't help but sigh. Back in my day, we didn't have such good conditions. We lived in six-person dorms. After intense training, we had to endure our roommates' thunderous snores at night, which were louder than spring thunderstorms, tractor engines, and even the sound of oxen plowing fields. Old man, cut the crap. Yi Chen interrupted impatiently. What about the reward you promised? I didn't slay all those beasts for nothing. Liu Bei sighed inwardly at Yi Chen's indifference to the living conditions. He pointed to the wardrobe in the room. Go take a look. That gear is incredibly precious. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Chen walked to the wardrobe. As he opened the doors, a platinum battle robe came into view. Woven with platinum threads, it was lightweight yet incredibly resilient. A large golden emblem adorned the chest, depicting a five-clawed golden dragon soaring through the sky. The shoulders were decorated with broad golden epaulets, and the robe's hem was elegant and flowing, exuding endless glory. The system immediately displayed the robe's details. White Dragon Battle Robe, SS grade, reduces Emperor-level attacks by 30, King-level attacks by 70, Sovereign-level attacks by 80, and Commander-level attacks by 90. Ultimate defense. Yi Chen's eyes lit up as he thought, this treasure from the Beast Academy suits me perfectly. His physical strength was only at the commander level, and wearing this robe would compensate for his lack of defense. Seems like that old man still has some conscience, Yi Chen muttered under his breath, feeling a slight warmth in his heart. Liu Bei didn't linger. After giving a few brief instructions, he hurried off. As the head of the academy, he had numerous tasks to handle on the freshman's first day and needed to return to Longhai Academy. Yi Chen opened his phone to carefully review the freshman orientation information. New students at Longhai Academy must undergo a month-long blood sand training, where they must hunt enough blood spirits and blood beasts to pass. The top 40 students would enter the elite class. Blood sand, danger level S. Yi Chen murmured to himself. But it shouldn't be a problem for me. He stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming. Since skipping grades is allowed, maybe I should go and challenge those second-year students? Just as Yi Chen was making his plans, his phone chimed, reminding him to report to the field. On the large field of Longhai Academy, 3,000 new students were already lined up in neat rows. At the front stood 30 SS grade talent students, including 5 provincial top scorers. Most of the freshmen were at the mid-level soldier rank, with only a few top talents reaching the high-level soldier rank. Yi Chen strolled onto the field leisurely, having arrived late. Unlike the others, he wasn't wearing the academy's white robe but casual clothes, which caught the attention of the assistant instructor, Su Long. Hey, you, the new student. Su Long shouted from a distance. Why aren't you wearing the robe? Don't you know the blood sand is filled with deathly aura? That's irresponsible for your own life. Hearing the voice, Yi Chen looked over and recognized Su Long. He grinned. Hey, isn't that little Long? Haven't seen you in a month, and now you're a big-shot instructor, huh? The familiar voice made Su Long shiver. When he finally saw Yi Chen's face clearly, he felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Yi Chen's sudden appearance instantly heightened the tension in the room. When Su Long saw him, his eyes were filled with dread and fear, as if he had seen a nightmare. For the past month, he had been living under the oppressive fear of Yi Chen, often dreaming of scenes where he was struck by a thunder dragon. Su Long tried to maintain his composure, but his voice trembled slightly. How is it you? Weren't you gone for a month? Today is the freshman training day. As an assistant instructor, why aren't you wearing your uniform? Fighting is not allowed here. I advise you not to cause trouble, or the consequences will be severe. His words drew the attention of many freshmen towards Yi Chen. Some recognized him and looked at him with admiration, while others were puzzled, not understanding why Su Long was so nervous. The 30 or so top-tier SS grade talents standing in the front row looked at Yi Chen with nothing but awe, devoid of any intention to fight. They knew well that even 10 of them together wouldn't stand a chance against Yi Chen's thunder dragon. The woman with the long legs and shorts from that day looked at Yi Chen again, her eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Other female assistant instructors secretly hoped to get closer to Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at Su Long with a playful smile. Oh, I'm a freshman this year. As I'm not an instructor, I don't need to wear the uniform, right? Do you think you can stop me if I decide to cause trouble? Su Long instinctively stepped back, his guard up. Don't you dare. Wait, how can you be a freshman? How could a freshman be selected as an assistant instructor? Chen calmly took out his phone and showed his admission letter and student ID, leaving everyone present in shock. A deathly silence fell over the scene. The assistant instructors exchanged bewildered glances, while the freshman, though stunned, found it reasonable given Chen's strength. He was more than qualified to be an assistant instructor. At this moment, 30 instructors dressed in white and green robes appeared on the stage. One of the high-ranking elders spoke. Chen, you are both a freshman and an assistant instructor, so you can switch roles freely. However, I suggest you participate as an assistant instructor. You certainly have the ability. Chen politely declined. No, I'll remain a student. I'll help out whenever I can. A square-faced formation instructor reminded. The Blood Sandland has a special deathly aura that can only be resisted by the robes made by the school. They are included in the freshman package, or you can wear the instructor's uniform. Chen looked a bit embarrassed. He had already lost his freshman package. He retrieved a newly acquired white dragon robe from his beast god ring and put it on. This scene made the 30 instructors' mouths twitch simultaneously, cursing inwardly. Is this kid here just to show off? In recent days, the news that Liu Bei had gifted the Academy's prize treasure, the white dragon battle robe, to Chen had spread far and wide. Many were green with envy, as this artifact would be immensely beneficial to them as well. However, Liu Bei had generously handed it over. At that moment, Chen stood boldly before the crowd, draped in the white dragon battle robe. In the past, anyone attempting to catch a glimpse of the robe would be sternly reprimanded by Liu Bei. Now, seeing Chen casually wearing it, many felt as though a precious treasure was being squandered. Chen noticed the 30 instructors' eyes fixed on the white dragon battle robe he wore and deliberately flaunted it. Everyone's attire was uniform. Freshmen in white robes, instructors in light green academy uniforms, and instructor assistants in white and green teaching attire. Chen alone wore a set of white and gold battle robes, making him stand out like a precious gem, as if everyone else were merely his attendants. This one will do too. After all, it's yours, the square-faced mentor said, biting out each word, his eyes filled with greed as he stared at the white and gold robe on Chen's back. He even felt an impulse to snatch it by force, but knew well he was no match for Chen, so he had to suppress his anger. Many instructors shared the same concerns. Chen was someone who could slay a monarch-level beast. If he used such a trump card, even they might not escape unscathed. They recalled the images circulating online of Chen effortlessly killing martial-level beasts and felt a chill. Among them, 10 were at the martial level, while the rest were at the sovereign level. Even if they joined forces, they might not defeat Chen, let alone kill a monarch-level beast. Su Long and Wu Luoxin exchanged confused glances. Was Chen really just a freshman? What was the story behind the white and gold robe? Was it truly a gift from Dean Liu? The girl in shorts shifted her focus to another issue. According to the instructors, Chen was indeed a freshman, yet he was stronger than all the upperclassmen. She recalled Chen's earlier threat to burn down the ancient forest and kill all the contestants, and she shivered. She silently hoped that the so-called special welcoming ceremony would be cancelled to avoid provoking Chen and causing a disaster. The white-beard elder, sensing the tense atmosphere, cleared his throat to draw everyone's attention back to the trial of the bloody quicksand. Ahem. Since time is about right, let's enter the bloody quicksand secret land. Freshmen, form groups of 100, select your teams, and follow us. Each team will be led by an instructor to hunt blood beasts and dead beasts. The 29 instructors reluctantly took one last look at the robe on Chen before averting their gaze, stepping down from the podium and positioning themselves before the 30 assembled teams. Su Long and the others snapped back to reality, forcing themselves to stop looking at Chen and paired up with their respective instructors, preparing to lead their teams into the secret land. Su Long silently prayed that Chen wouldn't end up in their group. Seeing Chen made him uneasy. He couldn't beat him and didn't dare offend him, so he could only tread carefully, fearing a beating. 30 teams, 3,000 people, with 30 instructors and their assistants took their positions. Depending on the instructors' realms, the number of assistants varied. Sovereign-level instructors needed only one assistant, while martial-level instructors required 2. Coincidentally, the instructor for Su Long's team was only at the martial level, and the other teams were already paired, leaving one spot vacant in his team. Although Chen claimed to participate as a freshman, who would treat this monster as an ordinary freshman? It was already fortunate not to consider him an instructor. Instructor Liu Tianhuan of the 13th team extended an invitation. Chen, join our team. We happen to have an opening. While Chen could join any team, Liu Tianhuan decided to act first and pull Chen into his group. Hearing Liu Tianhuan's invitation, Su Long's face turned ashen, leaving him in despair. He feared that if he angered Chen in the secret land, he would be powerless to resist, especially in front of the freshmen he led, which would be utterly humiliating. Chen glanced at Liu Tianhuan and then at Su Long, a playful smile curling at his lips. Without hesitation, he agreed. Oh, Team 13? Little Long? Sure. He thought this trip to the secret land might be quite entertaining. Chen joined the 13th team, paying no mind to the freshmen behind him. In his eyes, whether strong or weak, with SSS talent or a grade talent, none compared to himself. With all 30 teams assembled, the square-faced mentor personally activated the teleportation array, sending over 3,000 people to the bloody quicksand danger zone to begin a month-long training. During this month, all freshmen needed to kill 10 beasts of the same realm and level to successfully complete the training. The more they killed, the higher they would rank on the blood list. The blood list recorded the names and scores of the top 100 participants in this training, as well as the historical rankings and scores of all students who had ever participated in the Academy's freshman training. In this danger zone, the weakest beasts were at the soldier level. The scoring rules were as follows. 1st to 9th level soldier beasts awarded 10 to 90 points, 1st to 9th level general beasts awarded 100 to 900 points, and 1st to 9th level martial beasts awarded 1,000 to 9,000 points, and so on. However, very few could kill above the martial level. While there had been a few anomalies like Chen, who reached the general or martial level upon entering the academy, making it onto the historical blood list was still extremely difficult. But for a monster like Chen, it might not be a challenge at all. A flash of light later, the group safely arrived in the danger zone, finding themselves in a 30-mile-wide green forest. Surveying the surroundings, the entire bloody quicksand desert seemed to have only one color, the color of blood. The sand grains were stained a dark red, as if soaked in blood. The air was filled with a murderous aura, making everyone's skin crawl. The plants in the desert also appeared unusually eerie, their leaves a sickly red, as if drawing sustenance from the blood-soaked sand. Beneath the wind-blown sand layers, countless crimson sandworms wriggled. Looking further out, one could only see the vague outlines of blood-colored ridges, with no other landmarks in sight. The greatest danger came from the sand beasts hidden beneath the quicksand. Their numbers were as unknown as the beasts hidden in the ocean. "This is the blood sands," the elderly man with a white beard said gravely, his gaze lingering on Chen. "This green oasis is the only safe place here, free from the attacks of sand beasts. If you feel exhausted over the next month, return here to rest. Do not venture out recklessly." After a pause, he continued, "Of course, if you're strong enough and manage to cross the endless sands to reach the Blood Mountain's base, remember this. Do not climb to the peak, and never look directly at any skulls on the mountain. Your soul will vanish mysteriously, and not even the headmaster can save you." The old man's words carried no hint of jest, especially when he looked at Chen. Everyone knew Chen was exceptionally powerful, and crossing the blood sands would be no challenge for him. But if he reached the Blood Mountain, there might be unforeseen consequences, hence the warning. "The Blood Mountain is perilous, but also holds great opportunities," the elder added. "For instance, there are unique fruits in the blood-red sands that come from a secret realm linked to the god of blood beasts. Your instructors will explain the details and the requirements for this training." With that, the old man waved his hand, and a powerful mental force enveloped the entire area. A thin mental membrane appeared above the ancient trees, capable of detecting any anomalies instantly, ensuring the training proceeded smoothly. An SS-level mentalist? Chen marveled silently, intrigued by this rare and powerful profession. His own soul power was strong, and he thought he might be able to use similar techniques. He planned to ask the elder for guidance someday. Lu Tianhuan led the 13th squad to their designated area and addressed the 100 new students passionately. "This training is not just an individual assessment, but also a team evaluation. The more beasts you hunt as a squad, the higher your ranking and the better the rewards. Are you ready to make our 13th squad the top among the 30 teams?" "Yes," the students shouted in unison, all eyes on Chen. Even Su Long looked at this outstanding new student. Having Chen in their squad was an unfair advantage, but it also fueled their confidence. Chen blinked innocently at Lu Tianhuan, as if to say, "Instructor, I can handle this alone, right?" Lu Tianhuan smiled knowingly. Inviting Chen was precisely for this reason. The top-ranked team would bring honor and rewards to instructors, assistants, and students alike. Instructors of the other 29 squad side. With Chen, they could only aim for second or third place. This newbie with extraordinary power was like a living cheat code. In the sky above the green forest camp, a blood-red leaderboard stood tall. The front displayed the real-time rankings and scores of the 30 squads, while the back showed individual scores and historical rankings. Curious about the secret realm, Chen asked the instructors, "Besides not looking at the skulls on Blood Mountain, are there other particularly dangerous areas? What if I cross the mountain?" The white-beard elder and other instructors approached, their expressions serious. "There are, but we strongly advise against going to the mysterious Blood Sea. The death aura there is 1,000 times denser than here, and even the white dragon armor can't fully protect you. The dangers there are unknown, which is why this area is for freshmen and not upperclassmen." They didn't want a talented student like Chen to fall or get lost in the blood sands. Realizing the inherent danger, Chen nodded, agreeing to avoid unnecessary risks. However, just as Yi Chen was about to abandon the idea, a system notification chimed. Ding, growth task. Uncover the secret of the realm and reach the Blood Sea. Reward. Random Devil Fruit X1. Lu Tianhuan began formal lessons on combat techniques and battle formations to enhance the students' fighting and teamwork skills. The first 7 days will focus on theory, followed by 23 days of practical exercises. Su Long will assist and provide protection when necessary. Bored, Yi Chen's gaze wandered, itching for action. Lu Tianhuan sighed. You don't need to learn this. Just stay away from the Blood Sea, don't look at the skulls on Blood Mountain, and be careful of the blood-red sands. With your personality, you won't sit still. Go ahead, but stay safe. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. You know me well, Instructor Lu. Since you said so, I'm off. He planned to sweep through all the beasts in the secret realm within the next 7 days. With a thought, a 15-meter-long king cicada with dark golden wings appeared. An invisible portal opened before him, and Yi Chen stepped through it without hesitation, vanishing with the space cicada. Reappearing at the edge of the blood sands, 30 miles from the ancient forest, 3 earth-shaking roars echoed myriad tribulationing long, phoenix of fiery rebirth, and ice crystal Wan, all SS-level divine beasts. He's really starting the hunt. The 30 instructors looked on with a mix of resignation and anticipation, their eyes on the leaderboard's back. They wondered if Yi Chen could break into Long K Academy's top 5 historical rankings. Those 5 madmen had potential rivaling Yi Chen's, showing their prowess as freshmen. Today, they were the absolute titans of Xia. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Gate Academy, Liu Bei also noticed something unusual. On his workstation, over a dozen formation screens flickered, each displaying different images. The left half showed the masked Garfield's pet beasts, the Light Chelan, the Dimensional Dragon Whale, and the Void King Cicadol in normal condition. However, there were 2 surprising photos, one of the masked Garfield, holding a 3-tailed Imperial Fox, and another of an Ice Crystal Phoenix atop Mount Fuji. The right half of the screens displayed Yi Chen's pet beasts, the Thunder Dragon, the Phoenix, the Ice Crystal Phoenix, and the white 3-tailed Imperial Fox he was holding when he killed the demon beasts in Jiangqing. Liu Bei's eyes widened in shock. His initial suspicion had now turned into solid confirmation, and he felt as if 1,000 wild horses were stampeding through his mind. Excitement, shock, and worry intermingled within Liu Bei. He muttered to himself, little guy. If the old veterans of Tianqing and Tianbei get wind of this, they'll stop at nothing to get their hands on you. A hint of concern flashed in Liu Bei's eyes. But what I told you before is true, these 2 academies are not safe. He thought of the domineering forces in Longdu and couldn't help but worry about a potential conflict. At the same time, the instructors also sensed something was amiss. Did anyone else notice that the giant cicada beside Yi Chen looked familiar? Have we seen it somewhere recently? One instructor asked, puzzled. Yeah, I got the same feeling, another instructor agreed. I don't think it was in our Daxia news. It seemed like it was from international news. The instructors quickly pulled out their phones to check a news report from Sakura Nation. Meanwhile, outside the ancient forest, a fierce battle was unfolding. A phoenix soared into the sky, its wings stirring up a fiery red blaze that incinerated the sand beasts hidden beneath the blood-red sands. Simultaneously, a massive thunder dragon spiraled in the air, its wings whipping up a hurricane, followed by dark storm clouds. Amidst the deafening thunder, thousands of purple lightning bolts struck the desert, smashing sandworms, sand scorpions, and sonic sand snakes into pieces. In contrast, the Ice Crystal Phoenix's attacks were more graceful. It gently flapped its wings, releasing deep blue icy breaths that transformed a vast stretch of desert into a snow-covered wonderland. Standing on the edge of the blood-red sands, Yi Chen proudly proclaimed, killing demons are people's an art. Little fire and little thunder go for total annihilation, brutally and thoroughly. Just look at how elegant little Qing is, just like me. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous crash echoed through the air. Massive ice pillars suddenly descended onto the snowy ground, violently piercing the sand beneath. In an instant, the pristine snow was stained with blood, pinning countless demon beast corpses in place. Yi Chen was momentarily dumbfounded, his earlier boasting swiftly refuted. Regaining his composure, Yi Chen nonchalantly said, "Kill however you want. Just make sure to clear a path to that blood mountain over there. Let's rack up as many mission points as possible, pay off my debts first, and then I'll get you some devil fruits for upgrades. Deal?" With that, Yi Chen unleashed the Light Chelan. The majestic beast trotted through the air, each step radiating golden light. Countless light particles converged in the void, indiscriminately bombarding the blood-red sands below. System notifications rang out continuously. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet Thunder Dragon for killing 78,000 sand beasts, yielding 3,020 pieces of equipment, 32 of which are a grade. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet Phoenix for killing 52,000 sand beasts, yielding 1,800 pieces of equipment, 62 of which are a grade. Ding. Congratulations to the host's pet ice crystal phoenix for killing 39,000 sand beasts, yielding 1,000 pieces of equipment, 94 of which are a grade. The astonishing results left the instructors and freshmen dumbfounded. Someone exclaimed, "Is this guy even human? How can a person have such beasts? For Imperial-level divine beast dragons, phoenixes, and even a Qianlin, you call this a beast tamer? More like a divine beast tamer." On the blood board, Yi Chen's point skyrocketed by the second, boosting his team's score as well. Su Long, witnessing the brutality outside the oasis, shivered and muttered, "I give up. Seriously, I give up. Next time I see this bastard, I'm taking a detour." The freshmen were utterly stunned. They had thought getting into Dragon Gate Academy made them elites, but now, compared to Yi Chen, what were they? Monsters? Freaks? Young emperors? The gap was too vast, crushing any desire to compete. While the instructors were equally shocked, their focus lingered more on the light Qianlin. They exchanged glances, seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. It wasn't just Yi Chen's incredible combat prowess that shocked them, but also the potential hidden identity he might have. Just then, Yi Chen realized a significant problem. He jumped up in a panic, shouting, "Little thunder, little fire, little light, little Qing, don't kill too fiercely. Don't obliterate them completely. You heartless lot, killing demons is one thing, but at least leave some intact bodies." It turned out that Yi Chen noticed his pet beasts were annihilating the sand beasts so thoroughly that not even a trace was left. Some were reduced to ashes by lightning, some burned to cinders by fire, and others shattered into powder by ice. Without intact bodies, how could he let the system recycle them? How could he earn more mission points? This was costing him at least half the potential mission points. Is this the great talent of our Xia dynasty, the hero of the human race? Yi Chen gazed at the countless corpses of monsters strewn across the ground, his tone tinged with a hint of compassion. Although humans and monsters were sworn enemies, he still held a measure of respect for his fallen foes. This magnanimity left the surrounding freshmen in awe, their eyes sparkling with admiration, thinking to themselves, "Isn't this what a saint looks like?" However, the square-faced and green Luo mentors, who knew Yi Chen better, shook their heads in silence. They were well aware that Yi Chen's actions had deeper implications. Recalling the battle at Mount Fuji in Tokyo, Yi Chen had ruthlessly annihilated 100,000 Sakura soldiers without mercy. A few of his pet beasts felt aggrieved upon hearing Yi Chen's words. They remembered his previous orders to kill relentlessly and kill to the death. How could he now blame them for being too heavy-handed? Though they couldn't speak, their grievances were communicated to Yi Chen through their thoughts. Yi Chen smiled awkwardly and hurriedly explained, "Sorry, that was my mistake. I meant for you to kill freely but control the force enough to leave intact corpses. These bodies can be exchanged for evolution fruits. Don't you want to evolve again?" Upon hearing there was a chance to obtain evolution fruits, the pet beasts, led by the Phoenix of Flames and the Thunder Dragon, immediately became excited. With a roar, they launched another fierce attack. The Thunder Dragon hovered at the edge of the oasis, spewing massive bolts of lightning from its mouth. The lightning transformed into countless arrows, piercing through the sand beasts lurking beneath the blood-red sands, snuffing out their lives without damaging the bodies. Following closely behind, the Phoenix of Flames breathed scorching fire, while green sparks flew from its body, accurately targeting each foe. The light Qianlin and the ice crystal wand also joined the fray, with golden light glittering and countless jade ornaments falling, while blue light spread, freezing everything in its path. The four powerful pet beasts expanded outward from the oasis, launching an all-encompassing assault. Soon, the sand was littered with corpses, and rivers of blood flowed. The originally deep red desert surface was now stained even darker with fresh blood, creating a terrifying scene. Yi Chen stood alone outside the oasis, his platinum dragon robe fluttering in the fierce wind. He watched the four powerful light masses in the sky and the large-scale destruction they caused with an impassive expression. To him, this world was inherently a battleground between humans and invading monsters, and compassion was unnecessary. System, collect all these monster corpses at once. Yi Chen ordered in his mind. The system quickly responded, collected 500,000 sand beast corpses, including 50,000 at the general level, earning 5,000 task points. Yi Chen's face darkened immediately. System, that's way too stingy. 500,000 monster corpses for just 5,000 task points? Were you invented by someone stingy? The system coldly replied, "This system's existence is beyond the creation of inferior species. Most of the monsters you killed were at the general level, with none at the commander level. 5,000 task points are already quite generous." Yi Chen sighed lightly. Although the task points were fewer than he hoped, he didn't mind too much. Just as he was about to venture further into the blood-red sands, a massive noise erupted from behind him. 10 enormous pits appeared in the blood-red sands, from which 10 colossal creatures emerged. These monsters had no faces, only massive mouths filled with fangs and long, blood-red bodies. They roared earth-shatteringly and lunged at Chen with their gaping, mucus-filled mouths. These 10 violent sandworms were all at the first level of the sovereign realm, the rulers of this area. Furious at the slaughter of their minions, they decided to eliminate the seemingly weakest target, Chen. Without turning around, Chen simply raised his right hand and punched backward. An invisible shockwave erupted instantly, shattering the space like glass into countless fragments. Bang! Bang bang bang! The 10 sandworms were instantly reduced to blood mist under this terrifying impact, their blood spraying everywhere, drenching the ground. SSHH. The blood mist from the sandworm coalesced into droplets, falling like a bloody rain onto the crimson desert, corroding small pits into the ground. The blood was not only highly toxic, but more bizarrely, it vanished upon contact with the ground, seemingly absorbed by some mysterious force beneath the surface. Chen, dressed in a pristine white dragon robe, remained untainted by the blood. He casually threw a punch, effortlessly annihilating a sovereign realm sandworm. He thought to himself, since there are sovereign realm creatures here, there must be even stronger high sovereigns further away, possibly even monarch realm beings. When the time comes, I'll send you all to your deaths. Chen coldly mused. After slaying 10 sandworms, Chen, with an impassive expression, summoned Chen and, accompanied by his 4 pet beasts, stepped through the space portal, continuing his journey. An elderly man with a white beard, his eyes sharp as a hawk, saw through the mystery of Chen's punch at a glance. He pondered silently, isn't he a beast master? What is that white shield on his fist? It can release such powerful destructive force in space that even a commander realm can't withstand it. The old man recalled the dual-class individuals on Blue Star special beings known as Divine Awakeners. They could undergo a second awakening and belong to a mysterious temple organization. Could Chen be one of them? The elder couldn't help but entertain this bold hypothesis. At this moment, Chen was unaware he had been assigned a new identity. He was solely focused on moving forward, indifferent to the speculations of others. Meanwhile, a group of instructors noticed the issue. They were concerned that Chen's overwhelming display of strength might affect the training of other newcomers. The square-faced instructor and instructor Lu Luo, among others, voiced their worries to the white-beard elder. After pondering for a moment, the elder decided to expedite the training schedule by half. Notify everyone that the basics will only be taught for 3 days. After that, they will go out for field training. You will follow and protect them secretly. I refuse to believe this kid can kill all the sand beasts in 3 days. Su Long, overhearing this, couldn't help but recall similar words he had once spoken, feeling a vague sense of foreboding. On the first day, Chen had already left the central oasis. In the distance, flames soared to the sky, lightning shook the world, ice breath spread, and golden light flooded like a sea. The entire oasis could feel the tremors from afar. On the blood ranking, Chen's points were nearing 10 million, firmly holding first place. Chen continuously received system notifications, gaining a plethora of equipment and task points. Without hesitation, he used his points to buy luck fruits, feeling ecstatic. With luck fruits paired with my demon-slaying sword, even the blood beast god would be cut down if it revived. Chen confidently prepared for a slaughter. Blood beast god? You better not show up. If you do, you're dead. Haha. Actually, even if you don't show up, you're still dead. The beast god's throne, the beast god's might. This is some good stuff. The next day, Chen took a brief rest before embarking on a new mission. He directed Xiao Guang and Xiao Chen to voraciously devour light and space within the secret realm, gathering resources for their upgrades. Meanwhile, Xiao Jing greedily absorbed solar energy, geothermal energy, and wind energy. Their efforts paid off as all 3 pet beasts simultaneously advanced to the 5th tier, boosting Chen's overall strength as well. In contrast, Xiao Lei, Xiao Qing, and Xiao Hua showed slower progress due to the lack of necessary elements in the secret realm. Chen reassured them, don't worry, once we leave this place, I'll find an element-rich area for you to evolve properly. His tone had a hint of slyness, reminiscent of a boss making grand promises to employees. As they delved deeper into the secret realm, the environment worsened. The initial quicksand areas were manageable, but the latter part was pitch black, with shattered space and lurking dangers. Fortunately, the sand beasts had been completely eradicated. Xiao Hua, Xiao Lei, and Xiao Qing led the way, while Void King Cicada, Dimensional Dragon Whale, and Light Kirin guarded the rear, allowing the group to advance steadily. By this time, Chen had covered more than half of the journey. Through collecting beast corpses and selling low-level equipment, he had amassed a staggering 300,000 mission points. As for the A-grade and above equipment, Chen unhesitatingly fed all of it to the Rift Skywood ancestor. This included 14 pieces of S-grade equipment, which, despite their high quality, had laughably specific uses from women's bras to peculiar sanitary products, all top-tier items. Faced with such bizarre equipment, Chen couldn't help but wonder if the system was mocking him. Nevertheless, these items became vital nourishment for the Rift Skywood ancestor. In a short time, its level soared to the 9th tier of the Commander realm, just one step away from the Sovereign realm. A sense of unprecedented wealth filled Chen's heart. He leisurely reclined on Boss Ya's shell, holding a three-tailed imperial fox in his arms, savoring the relaxed life of a beast master. I'm a beast master. There's no need for me to get my hands dirty, he consoled himself, like a laid-back emperor. Suddenly, Chen remembered Xiaobai, who had yet to make a move. It's time for it to shine, he thought, and Xiaobai can even transform, right? With this in mind, Chen eagerly opened the discount devil fruit shop. He purchased the transcend fruit, phoenix fruit, and swallow fruit in one go, swiftly distributing them to the Rift Skywood ancestor, the phoenix of rebirth, and the dimensional dragon whale. As the system chimed in, the three pet beasts began their astonishing evolution. The Rift Skywood ancestor transformed into the Goddard Sky Rift World Tree, its size swelling to 100 meters, lush and vibrant. The phoenix of rebirth evolved into an undying phoenix, its feathers now adorned with a purple-gold sheen, surrounded by dual powerful flames. The dimensional dragon whale turned into the all-devouring dragon whale, its size increasing again, with mysterious dark gold patterns appearing on its surface. Not only did their appearances change drastically, but each gained powerful innate abilities. The Sky Rift World Tree could grow indefinitely by devouring. The undying phoenix possessed the ability to be reborn from ashes, and the all-devouring dragon whale could consume anything, turning it into nourishment for its evolution. Seeing these three immensely powerful creatures before him, Chen's ambitions grew. He began to contemplate how to leverage Xiao Jing's devouring ability to acquire more resources, even considering taking over the entire secret realm. System, confirm again. Can Xiao Jing really devour anything and everything to aid its evolution? Chen asked the system with a hint of uncertainty. The system arrogantly replied, anything produced by the system is top-notch. The swallow fruit is a lower-tier version of the chaos fruit, capable of devouring the heavens and the earth. If it weren't for the host's inability to afford the chaos fruit. Ignoring the system's taunt, Chen silently planned, you better hope I don't come across the celestial fruit. If I can transform, you'll be in for a surprise. But he kept these thoughts to himself, quietly hoping for future opportunities. Compared to the elation of Xiao Jing, Xiao Mu, and Xiao Hua, Xiao Lei, Xiao Guang, Xiao Chan, and Xiao Xin were green with envy. They longed to evolve again by devouring more fruits, just like those beasts, whose aura was evidently a notch above theirs. In truth, Chen's pet beasts harbored mutual disdain. Even Xiao Lei, Xiao Qing, and Xiao Hua, who had been with Chen the longest, weren't immune. To Xiao Lei, Xiao Hua was just a barnyard chicken, and Xiao Qing was a mere scraggly bird. Xiao Guang was a foolish deer, and Xiao Chan, an easily squashed insect. Only the massive whale made Xiao Lei slightly cautious, avoiding unnecessary conflict. The other pets didn't think highly of Xiao Lei either, seeing it as nothing more than an oversized bug. Whenever they were stored in the Beast God Ring or Sea God Ring, they couldn't help but fight. Only when Chen summoned them did they appear, pretending nothing was amiss. Xiao Bai, on the other hand, stayed out of it all. Nestled in Chen's arms, it didn't even bother to glance at the others. To Xiao Bai, the evolution brought by these fruits was powerful but ultimately useless. They were just uncivilized beasts, incomparable to its own lofty self. Xiao Bai was highly arrogant, acknowledging only Chen. From the start, Xiao Bai had never shown its abilities. It knew that mystery often equated to strength, and the strongest usually made their entrance last. Chen rarely called upon it, which only bolstered Xiao Bai's confidence. It lifted its fluffy head, its gem-like blue eyes filled with pride. Chen refrained from using Xiao Bai because he wasn't sure of its capabilities. In terms of group attacks, Xiao Bai couldn't match the wide-scale destruction of Xiao Lei and Xiao Hua. In control abilities, Xiao Bai could charm enemies one rank higher, but was currently only at the commander level, limiting it to controlling commander-level foes at best. Now, they could easily slaughter commander-level enemies. Xiao Bai's only mysterious ability was summoning dead abyssal beasts, but its unpredictability was too high. If it summoned a bunch of soldier or trainee-level beasts, it would be useless. So, Chen treated Xiao Bai more like a mascot, occasionally holding and petting it, letting it absorb the power of desire to upgrade. Unaware of this, Xiao Bai would surely reveal its true form to showcase its strength if it knew. Seeing the dejected looks of Xiao Lei, Xiao Guang, and Xiao Xin, Chen couldn't help but comfort them. Don't be like that. Hunt more beasts and accumulate enough mission points. Your dream of evolution will come true soon. He paid special attention to Xiao Lei's reaction. As his first pet, Xiao Lei had an inexplicable sense of crisis about its top dog position. Watching this amusing scene, Chen couldn't help but laugh. He thought, others worry about their harem, but I haven't even started one. and my pets are already fighting. Suddenly, Chen thought of something. The lucky fruit had always lacked a suitable beast, but wasn't the Qilin a symbol of auspiciousness and luck? There seemed to be a connection. With this in mind, Chen took out the newly acquired lucky fruit and tossed it to Xiao Guang, who understood immediately and swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, a holy power enveloped Xiao Guang, white light swirling around it, exuding a sacred aura. The system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, Light Qilin, for successfully consuming the lucky fruit and beginning evolution. Light Qilin Lucky Fruit Evolution. Heavenly Holy Qilin. God level. Ding! Unlock Halo Enchantment. From now on, with each breakthrough, an additional special effect halo can be added to anyone or anything. First Halo Absolute Hit. For 1 minute, all probabilistic outcomes will have a 100 critical hit and 100 accuracy, with a cooldown of 10 days. Exclusive ability of the Lucky Fruit. Once, seize someone's luck and make it your own, permanently stackable, can divine future events. Xiao Guang's aura underwent a massive transformation, successfully completing its evolution. Chen realized that as long as there was a slight connection, these fruits could be used. While perfectly matching abilities like the Thunder Fruit were hard to find, fruits like Kaido's could be used to break through Xiao Lei's dragon bloodline. Unlike the other pets, Xiao Lei seemed to be in a constant state of evolution. Perhaps this was the special treatment for the first pet to consume the first fruit. With the lucky fruit put to use immediately, Chen felt exhilarated, gripping his demon-slaying sword tightly and staring intently at the panel's description. This halo had to be applied to himself. He thought, after slaying gods, he could go to the store for a draw. If he could get legendary rewards each time, wouldn't he soar to the top? Though the cooldown was long, it wasn't a big deal. Standing on the back of Tianxian Ba, Chen shouted, "My pets, go forth, hunt the sand beasts in this secret realm and earn your evolution points." The pets, hearing Chen's command, charged out without hesitation, excited as if on a sugar rush. Chen, standing on the back of the giant tortoise, looked at the bustling pets and then down at the tortoise beneath him, feeling a bit awkward. While the other pets evolved quickly, this tortoise needed time to accumulate its power. Who knew how long it would take to evolve? A solution was needed. In the blood-colored sand dunes, countless lights erupted, space collapsed, and sand beasts fled in all directions. 3 days later, those at the oasis began to worry. Whether new students, instructors, or their assistants, they all looked up at the blood rankings. Chen was leading with an astonishing 60 million points, only 1.5 million points shy of the first and second places combined. He had directly entered the top 3 in history, surpassing even the current head of Longke Academy. The new students exchanged puzzled glances, muttering, "At this rate, will there be any sand beasts left for us to train on?" "Not sure, probably not. How many sand beasts does 60 million points equate to? So why are we even here?" The instructors and the Whitebeard Elder also began to doubt if Chen had already exterminated all the sand beasts outside the blood-colored sands. After all, 60 million points were an enormous number. If that were true, what was the point of them entering this secret realm? Were they just here to sunbathe? In reality, Chen had indeed slaughtered his way through the outer blood-colored sands. All the sand beasts had been wiped out by him and his pets, and he monopolized all the mystical fruits. Most were consumed by him, a few given to Xiao Bai as treats, and the remaining few were shared among the other pets. Chen found that these fruits had incredible effects. After consuming many, his physical strength had broken through to the 9th level of the commander rank. Now, Chen had reached the edge of the sands, standing at the foot of towering blood mountains. Here, he was pleasantly surprised to find tens of thousands of powerful auras. These creatures were all at the commander level, with many even at the monarch level, and at the mountain's peak, an even more formidable presence seemed to be waiting for him. The warning from the old man with the white beard still echoed in Chen's ears, but he stared fearlessly at the massive blood-red mountain before him. Although his gaze didn't linger on the skeletons, he meticulously captured every detail of the blood mountain. Chen smirked inwardly. If he couldn't look directly, then his beasts would do it for him. Tian Xuanba carried Chen, while Xiao Bai nestled in his arms. Behind him was a formidable army of divine beasts: Xiao Lei, Xiao Hua, Xiao Qing, Xiao Guang, Xiao Chan, Xiao Jing, and Xiao Mu. Each beast exuded a terrifying aura, their massive forms enough to intimidate any ordinary person. The scenes from the Blood Mountain were transmitted into Chen's mind through the eyes of his beasts. The mountainside was littered with blood-red skeletons, each in a different state of disrepair. The summit was shrouded in blood clouds, emitting an eerie atmosphere. Chen calculated in his mind that these seemingly lifeless skeletons might bring him more quest points. Just then, a dazzling red light erupted from the mountain peak, causing the entire range to tremble violently. A thunderous sound followed, and a mass of red light shot down from the summit, instantly arriving at the foot of the mountain. Within the red light, A pair of blood-red giant eyes gazed down at Yi Chen, filled with indifference and greed. These blood-red eyes were undoubtedly the master of the secret realm, the blood beast god. It sensed the presence of the three beast god positions on Yi Chen, especially the dangerous aura emanating from Xiaobai, and instinctively retreated to the mountainside. The blood-red eyes arrogantly demanded that Yi Chen surrender the beast god positions, promising him a place among the beast tribe. Yi Chen ignored this, silently drawing a demon-slaying sword, ready to kill this beast god himself. Seeing Yi Chen unmoved, the blood-red eyes grew angrier, threatening to unleash an endless army of skeletons against him. Yi Chen remained unfazed, instead devising a clever plan to have the system directly recycle these skeletons. Moments later, a faint light emerged from Yi Chen's body, enveloping the entire blood mountain. Instantly, all the skeletons vanished, converting into 300,000 quest points. A playful smile curled on Yi Chen's lips as he provocatively looked at the blood-red eyes. "Where's your skeleton army? I wiped them out in a second. Now, it's your turn." He gripped his demon-slaying sword tightly, silently vowing, "I have one sword, and it never misses. I have one sword, to slay gods among men." How is this possible? The blood-eyed giant looked around in shock. The once formidable army of 30,000 skeletons had vanished without a trace. Its crimson eye flickered with madness and frenzy, causing the entire blood mountain to tremble as if it were about to rise from the ground. "You there, what kind of sorcery did you use?" the blood-eyed giant demanded. "It must be that old witch, the ice goddess, who gave you her final strike, right?" As the blood-eyed giant raged, countless grains of red blood sand shot out from the surrounding ground, converging in the air to form a towering blood-red sand giant. The floating red orb in midair served as the giant's pupil. Yi Chen gave the blood beast god no time to reassemble its body. Gripping his demon-slaying sword tightly, he used Shao Qian's spatial teleportation ability to open a portal, instantly appearing before the blood-red giant eye. "One sword can slay demons, gods, devils, and saints," Yi Chen murmured. "One sword to send you to your death." He closed his eyes and swung his sword fiercely forward. The crisp sound of the sword resonated as its light pierced the red orb, slicing through its surface in an instant. Ding! Absolute kill activated. The system notification chimed. A force of absolute destruction surged forth, erasing the blood-eyed giant's essence and its last shred of consciousness. "Human ant, you lack honor," the blood beast god whimpered in despair. "You ambushed me before I could reassemble my blood god form. Once a mighty blood god, first I fell, then my consciousness was imprisoned as a mere watchdog, and now I'm slain by this human ant. I curse my fate." The voice of the blood-eyed giant faded, leaving behind only lingering red dots. The blood-red sand in midair lost its guiding force and fell to the ground. The once blood-drenched mountain behind them turned pitch black, emanating a chilling aura of the underworld. Yi Chen plummeted from the air but was caught securely by the ice crystal phoenix. The system notified him that he had received a random devil fruit as a reward. "Looks like this aura really paid off," Yi Chen mused. "Guaranteed hit and a luck boost. It's perfect." He commanded the little whale to devour the remaining red particles in the air. The system informed him that the little whale had successfully absorbed the blood throne, gaining the ability to control blood and exert absolute dominance over blood-related beings. At that moment, Yi Chen's score on the blood ranking in the oasis skyrocketed, eventually turning into a series of question marks, surpassing the ranking's measurement limits. "What the heck? Did the blood ranking break?" the people in the oasis exclaimed. "What did Yi Chen do in the secret realm? Did he slay a god?" An elderly man with a white beard was so shocked that he accidentally yanked out a tuft of his own beard. He sighed. "A monstrously talented prodigy will be sought after. An abnormal prodigy will be nurtured by all. But if someone breaks all limits and becomes so mysterious that they invoke fear, that's an entirely different matter." Yi Chen's performance left a profound impression on everyone, sparking endless speculation and wonder. Su Long shuddered at the memory of what had just happened. He was profoundly grateful for the school rules and the presence of the instructors. Otherwise, he might have truly perished at the hands of that maniac. The instructor assistants around him, including the tall woman in shorts, were now engulfed in an overwhelming fear, abandoning any previous curiosity they had about Yi Chen. Yi Chen's behavior made it clear that he was no ordinary person. This fear stemmed from the unknown, from Yi Chen's unfathomable nature, and from his immense power. The complexity of human emotions was evident in the crowd's current state of mind. The white-beard elder scanned the crowd with a stern gaze and declared severely, "Today's events are to remain absolutely confidential. Anyone who speaks of this will be expelled, and the consequences are theirs to bear." An invisible pressure emanated from him, oppressing everyone present, including the instructors. The freshmen nodded woodenly, evidently still in shock. The instructors nodded silently, thinking to themselves, perhaps this teaching position should be handed over to Yi Chen. His strength far exceeded theirs, even surpassing that of third-year students. Continuing as a student seemed pointless for him. They pondered how Lonke Academy could possibly teach such a prodigy. Should he be placed with the fourth-year geniuses instead? Lonke Academy, renowned for producing revered experts, annually graduates more experts than the other three top academies combined. However, it fell short in producing top-tier talents. They had mid to high-level experts, but lacked anyone at the June realm, making them appear inferior when facing the four heavenly lords of the other academies. Now, with Chen's emergence, they saw hope but also confusion. They couldn't determine Chen's upper limits. They only knew that the expert realm was not his ceiling. To kill so many demonic beasts in the blood sand, he must have slain numerous expert realm beings, possibly even higher-level opponents. June realm? Or higher? They dared not speculate further, as it was beyond their understanding. Could it be a malfunction in the blood ranking system? Or did Chen accidentally acquire a large number of points? But this secret realm had been a freshman trial ground for a century without a single error, making such possibilities extremely unlikely. The more they considered the first possibility, the more they trembled, deepening their fear of Chen. At this moment, Chen was unaware of the significant reaction his small actions had caused. He was focused on the endless black mountains before him. His intuition told him that the greatest danger in this secret realm was not the blood beast god or the sand beasts hidden in the blood sand, but what lay beyond the black mountains, the Dead Sea. Recalling the Whitebeard Elder's earlier warning, Chen realized the need for caution. Questions filled his mind. Why hadn't he received any system reward after slaying the blood beast god? What did the blood beast god mean by gatekeeper? Who was he guarding for? What was the deal with the red eye that could snatch souls? To be cautious, Chen decided to perform a divination. He plucked 2 leaves from Xiaomu, using the St. Chilin's luck-enhancing fruit ability to imbue them with holy light. He gently tossed the leaves onto the shell of Tianxian Ba Xia, which indicated great fortune. Chen then asked if Xiao Jing should devour the Black Mountain, receiving an unfavorable sign. Reluctant, he asked if Xiao Jing should devour half and then flee, which also showed danger. Finally, he inquired if devouring the entire Black Mountain and moving forward was safe, and the result was affirmative. Receiving a positive answer, Chen decisively commanded, Xiao Jing, devour it all. We're heading to the Dead Sea. If the mountain blocks our view, then we shall move the mountain. Though hesitant, Xiao Jing obeyed, unleashing the devouring vortex. 100-meter-wide black vortex, like a massive grinder, obliterated everything in its path. It bored a tunnel through the massive Black Mountain, creating a 100-meter-high passage straight through to the other side. As Xiao Jing continued to devour, its aura surged, breaking through to the expert realm. The system notification chimed, announcing Xiao Jing's breakthrough to the first level of the expert realm. Simultaneously, something seemed to shatter within Chen, unleashing a powerful surge of soul energy. His pets emitted a life light that floated behind him, merging with his soul force. This immense spiritual energy and light fused, radiating brilliantly, and ultimately manifested into 8 distinct soul beasts: the Undying Phoenix, the 10,000 Thunder Dragon, the Ice Crystal Qinghuan, the Heavenly Saint Qilin, the Devouring Dragon Whale, the Sky-Cracking World Tree, Tianxian Ba Xia, and the Void King Cicada. Even the 3-tailed Emperor Fox transformed into a completely white, perfect form. At this moment, the 3-tailed Emperor Fox was a completely different creature from the little one cradled in Chen's arms. Its tricolored tails were now tinged with color only at the tips, and the 3 large fox tails swayed freely behind it. With its tall, slender body, delicate limbs, and elevated fox head paired with those icy blue eyes, every aspect of the 3-tailed Emperor Fox exuded nobility and majesty. Its gaze, though indifferent, sparkled with a dangerous light, and its presence was the strongest among all the beasts reaching the first rank of sovereign level. Chen activated his mental power, causing his 8 beasts to manifest as martial spirits. Although these spirit forms were reduced to a uniform size of 10 meters, they retained all the abilities and combat power of their original forms, and even gained an additional trait, immortality. As long as Chen's mental power was sufficient, these martial spirits could be remanifested even if they were obliterated. Chen was deeply moved. Is this what it feels like to live a life with cheats? His mind was extraordinarily clear, and his mental power was like a cultivator's sea of consciousness, able to perceive everything around him. This mental power could turn into an invisible soul pressure, enough to render lower-level enemies into a stupor. The system's voice chimed in timely, congratulating Chen on his breakthrough and rewarding him with a random devil fruit and the ability to share his beast powers. Chen calculated inwardly, deciding to choose which fruit's ability to use after the secret realm adventure was over. The beasts behind him were still a bit bewildered, looking confusedly at their miniature versions. Chen reassured them, saying, "You are still yourselves. The martial spirits are just another combat method of mine. There's no need to worry." Chen contemplated deeply. As a beast master, his primary focus should naturally be on his beasts. The martial spirits and fruit abilities were for extreme situations. In case all his beasts were restrained one day, he would still be able to protect himself. This thought brought a sense of urgency to Chen. Suddenly, Chen sensed a sinister aura wafting from the entrance of the Black Mountain Cave. Dense, murky death energy floated like a fog, with tendrils of it drifting towards Chen through the cave's mouth. Chen and his beasts instinctively felt fear. Xiaohua immediately acted, unleashing heavenly fire to try and eliminate the death energy. However, instead of burning it away, the flames were converted into a murky sea of death, which then surged back towards Xiaohua. With a startled cry, Xiaohua's feathers turned gray and lifeless, transforming into a giant crimson egg to begin its rebirth. Realizing the danger, Chen swiftly recalled his other beasts into his ring. Facing the incoming death energy, Chen thought of the martial spirit power he had just acquired. He decided to attempt using Xiao Jing's devouring ability to counter the death energy, knowing he could resummon the martial spirit if it failed. At that moment, Xiaobai suddenly broke free and returned to Chen's embrace. Its sapphire-like fox eyes were filled with gravity as it solemnly said, "This is death energy from the realm of death. A single wisp of it can turn countless worlds into wastelands. Master, do not take risks. My three-tailed Emperor Fox lineage has special means to erase this death energy. To be able to ignore the restrictions of the Beast God's ring, disregard my commands, and emerge directly from the Beast God's domain, such an ability that defies space itself." Chen looked down at the sudden appearance of a white bundle in his arms, his eyebrows slightly raised, feeling quite puzzled. When Xiaobai mentioned recognizing the deathly aura, Chen was even more astonished. He had always thought that Xiaobai had no inherited memories since birth, overlooking Xiaobai's identity as a descendant of the gods and the beast god. How could a descendant of the divine, having awakened the ancestral blood, be merely a little fox for daily petting? Recalling other fantasy novels where divine beast descendants awaken their bloodline memories, Chen realized he might have underestimated Xiaobai all along. Feeling a tinge of excitement, Chen asked softly, "Xiaobai, can you really eradicate this deathly aura without harm to yourself?" Having witnessed the power of that grayish deathly aura, he was reluctant to let Xiaobai take the risk. After all, he had promised the ice beast god to take good care of Xiaobai, which was why he had never let Xiaobai transform into an imperial form for battle. Xiaobai responded through telepathy, "It will have some impact, but it's manageable. Our three-tailed Imperial Fox clan is inherently a clan of misfortune. We can use the blood and aura of our kind to dispel various misfortunes and deathly auras." Upon hearing this, Chen immediately refused. "In that case, let's forget it. It hasn't reached that level yet. I have a way to neutralize this deathly aura." Without waiting for Xiaobai to say more, Chen took a few steps forward and sheathed his demon-slaying sword. Behind him, the dragon whale martial spirit soared into the air, diving straight into the grayish sea of deathly aura. The surrounding deathly aura was drawn into the dragon whale's mouth by a powerful devouring force, not only leaving it unharmed but also making the martial spirit more robust. Its form became more solid, with some flesh-like colors appearing on its surface. "It indeed works," Chen muttered to himself, eyes gleaming. "These deathly auras target living beings with life essence. But since martial spirits are inanimate, the dragon whale's devouring ability perfectly exploits this loophole." A look of confusion and surprise flashed across Xiaobai's adorable fox face. "What kind of power is this? Even with my royal bloodline, neutralizing this deathly aura comes at a cost." The rising aura around it slowly calmed down. Chen gazed at the boundless sea of deathly aura, continuously emerging from the cave under the Black Mountain. Determined to resolve this issue, he commanded all his martial spirits to eradicate the deathly aura. The fire sea, divine lightning, blazing brilliance, wood devourer, and spatial exile, all sorts of abilities were unleashed, proving to be surprisingly effective, even faster than the dragon whale's devouring. Does the deathly aura fear soul power? Chen pondered. The 8 martial spirits charged into the Black Mountain tunnel, continuing to eliminate the deathly aura. He realized that the soul power and martial spirits, being inanimate, gave him an unparalleled advantage compared to pet beasts. Just as Chen was immersed in his advantage, a cold, ancient voice echoed from the endless sea of deathly aura, "Human, this ends now. You violated the contract first. Do not eradicate the deathly aura, or my realm of death will have grounds to invade the human realm, just like the beast realm." A pitch-black path opened in the center of the deathly sea, revealing a gradually clear figure, a woman. She had long black hair, flawless white skin, a voluptuous chest, and a slender waist, floating naked in the air, with only her face obscured by the deathly aura. Chen gripped his demon-slaying sword tightly, calculating his options. However, upon seeing the woman's appearance and figure, he he was momentarily stunned. He had come here to slay gods, yet he encountered such a tempting scene. Mere beauty cannot tempt me. Alluring appearances, bones, and flesh are but illusions. Chen reminded himself, though his eyes couldn't help but linger on certain parts of the woman's body. He consoled himself that looking wouldn't cost him anything. A gentleman's intentions matter more than his actions. Despite this, Chen remained vigilant. If the woman intended harm, he was ready to use the ice god's trump card at any moment. 1,000 years have passed since I was sealed here. You're the first to make it this far. Chen stood beneath the black mountain, facing the desolate sea. A cold, indifferent female voice echoed in his ears. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, but saw no one. The voice continued, "There used to be a beast god here, but that fool left only a wisp of consciousness after death, which got trapped by the dead aura and turned into a guardian of my dead land." Chen frowned, sensing the eerie atmosphere around him. The woman seemed to notice his tension and chuckled lightly. "No need to be so wary. I mean you no harm, and even if I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead by now." She explained further, "This desolate land is where the death gate of my domain lies hidden. This black mountain is the boundary separating my death domain from your human domain. By opening a breach here, you have violated the ancient pact between your people and my royal family." Chen's heart skipped a beat, realizing the gravity of his actions. The woman's voice carried a hint of amusement. "By absorbing this dead aura, are you trying to bring back the death gate and let my domain invade yours?" The sudden influx of information left Chen bewildered. 1,000 years? Sealed? Death domain? Human domain? Boundary? Death gate? These terms swirled in his mind, making it hard to process. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the desolate sea. It was a woman in a gray robe, stunningly beautiful but with an ethereal quality. Her gaze fell on Chen, filled with scrutiny and curiosity. Instinctively, Chen took a step back, his wariness heightened. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to reveal his trump card. With a thought, 8 martial spirits appeared around him. The woman's eyes flickered with surprise. "I didn't expect you to have a royal bloodline of such an ominous nature. The concentration seems to have mutated to an ancestral level. Quite impressive." Her gaze shifted to the small creature in Chen's arms. "The ultimate strike of the ice beast god should be with you, correct?" Chen's heart tightened, surprised at how easily she saw through his secrets. He asked in a low voice, "How can I trust what you're saying? How can I be sure you mean me no harm?" The woman replied calmly, "Let the little one in your arms speak with me. She has already awakened her bloodline and knows far more than you. Rest assured, I have no desire to harm her. The ice beast god and I have a history." Chen looked down at the small creature in his arms and asked mentally, "Xiaobai, do you trust her?" Xiaobai responded, "Master, don't worry. I have some guesses about her identity. If she's who I think she is, she's not lying. If she's a remnant of the old clan, you might gain an unexpected opportunity from her." With that, Xiaobai transformed into a stream of light and flew towards the desolate sea. Under Chen's astonished gaze, Xiaobai's form began to change. Amidst the flashing white light, a graceful human figure gradually appeared. Chen stared in shock, feeling a rush of heat to his nose, and realized he was having a nosebleed. He quickly looked away, heart pounding, chiding himself for his reaction. Xiaobai and the mysterious woman began conversing in a language Chen couldn't understand. He could only watch from a distance, trying to calm his racing thoughts. After a long while, Xiaobai returned to Chen's arms in a flash of light and conveyed, "Master, you can fully trust what she said. She indeed means us no harm. This place is indeed the boundary between the two domains." Xiaobai continued, 1,000 years ago, the death domain attempted to invade the human domain, but powerful humans intervened, establishing a 1,000-year non-aggression pact. The Black Mountain is the boundary, and the dead aura conceals the death gate. If the dead aura is gone, the death gate will appear, and the death domain might break the pact and invade. Chen nodded thoughtfully. Xiaobai's tone suddenly turned excited, but for some reason, she was sealed and exiled here. She found this boundary by accident and now guards it. She doesn't want the death domain to appear too soon in the human domain, nor does she want the death domain to thrive. So, her choice is to invest in you, Master. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Chen's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for uncovering the secret of the realm. This place is a connection between the death domain and the human domain. You have received a random devil fruit 1. Oh, investment?" Chen's eyes sparkled at Xiaobai's words. He nodded subtly, suppressing a hint of regret, reminding himself to focus on the task at hand rather than indulging in distractions. Xiaobai mentioned that the woman had a grudge against the death domain and needed his help, implying that the initiative was in his hands. A smirk appeared on Chen's lips as he thought, "Masked lady, you don't want to miss your chance for revenge, do you? What does she want me to do, and what are the conditions?" Chen asked, his eyes scanning Xiaobai, particularly focusing on the area below her three tails. He frowned, thinking, wait, when she transforms into a human, there are two holes, so why is there only one now? The woman calmly replied, it's simple. I can help you restore the erased death energy, return Black Mountain to its original state, and grant you access to the death domain. I can also make you immune to death energy and give you the ultimate weapon against the death domain. The condition is that you help me deal with the three emperors of the death domain. Her voice carried immense hatred as she finished. That's it? Not enough. Chen sighed in disappointment. The woman's tone showed more emotion as she responded. What? Just that? Kid, do you realize the trouble you're in? Without my help, the death domain could invade soon. The human domain has already suffered from the beast domain's abyss and the false heaven of the god race. If the death domain joins, humanity is doomed. Also, the ability to enter the death domain and resist death energino human expert on Blue Star can do that. Chen shook his head in rebuttal. This death energy in Black Mountain, even if I destroy it, you would repair it because you don't want the death domain to discover it too soon, right? As for access to the death domain, I can come and go as I please. Immune to death energy? My 8 martial souls can eradicate this death energy. What is there to fear? The woman was momentarily speechless, her face showing signs of struggle. Chen, meanwhile, calculated that as long as he obtained the power to resist death energy, he could transfer it to his pet beast, allowing the little whale to devour the death domain. This was something the woman clearly didn't know. After some bargaining, the woman finally relented. Fine. As long as you agree to help me kill the 3 emperors and free me, I can give you the secret to becoming a god, with a 70 chance of success. Also, the secret of cultivating a death body when you break through to the emperor realm and return. I can help you become a god directly. But you must hurry, as the erasure of death energy might affect the hidden location and hasten the death domain's discovery of the path to the human domain. With that, she pointed out a death light, forming a black lotus flower in Chen's palm as the key to entering the death domain. Weighing the pros and cons, Chen decisively agreed. Deal. As soon as he spoke, a contract seemed to form in the void. The woman impatiently issued a dismissal, but Chen didn't mind, leaving with Xiaobai in his arms. He mentally planned his next steps. Activate the devil fruit, go shopping, spin the wheel, and complete the freshman welcome ceremony. Exiting the secret realm, Chen felt the cold aura emanating from the black lotus in his palm, deep in thought. Xiaobai told him about the legends of death and life bodies, but Chen was indifferent. Forget it. What I have may not be worse than those 2 physiques. Besides, I'm already close to uncovering the secret of one of them, aren't I? Meanwhile, other freshmen encountered a shocking scene in the middle of the blood-red quicksand. Space shattered, and fierce winds raged. Facing imminent danger, they had only one thought in their minds. We're doomed. Are we really going to die here? This desperate cry echoed through the ranks of the new recruits undergoing military training. The sudden spatial storm in the blood sand zone had caught everyone off guard. Sharp fragments of space assaulted from all directions, even overwhelming those at the general level, let alone these newly enrolled recruits. The assistant instructors fought valiantly, but their abilities, spells, and arrows were powerless against the raging spatial winds. Only Su Long remained calm, staring thoughtfully into the distance, suspecting that this disaster might be related to Chen. Just as despair was about to set in, a massive tremor shook the ground. Chen appeared, riding the colossal Tian Xianba and holding Xiaobai in his arms. Seeing the trapped recruits, a hint of embarrassment flashed across his facete. Turned out the calamity was indeed his doing. Chen quickly summoned the Void King Cicada and mended the broken space. Then he called forth Xiao Jing, whose enormous body hovered in the sky, swallowing the fierce spatial winds in one gulp. Even though the crisis was averted, the recruits did not relax. Instead, they were terrified by the sight of the 200-meter-long giant whale. Many faint-hearted recruits passed out on the spot. Seeing this, Chen hurriedly retracted Xiao Jing, muttering in exasperation. This batch of recruits really has weak nerves. We need to work on that. The recruits were full of complaints, but dared not voice them. The assistant instructors, on the other hand, were stunned by how powerful Chen's beast companions had become in just a few days. At that moment, Xiaobai and Chen's arms suddenly broke through to the first-tier sovereign level, unlocking the powerful innate skill, Heavenly Enchantment. Seeing the recruits still looking terrified, Chen assumed they were disappointed about not having sand beasts to train with. So, he summoned Xiao Jing, Xiao Chan, and Xiao Qing again, intending for them to serve as sparring partners for the recruits. This action scared the recruits so much that they dropped to their knees, begging Chen to retract his beasts. Realizing his mistake, Chen quickly withdrew them and awkwardly opened a spatial gate to leave. Before departing, he poked his head out and softly said, "There's no need to explore the rest of the route. There are no more sand beasts to kill, so you might as well head back early. With that, Chen glanced apologetically at the hidden instructors behind the recruits, saying, "Sorry about that, instructors," before making a hasty exit. In just 3 days, not only did his cultivation level break through from the commander realm to the sovereign realm, but he could also instantly see through the concealed formations of the monarch realm. The white-beard elder sighed deeply, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. He slowly spoke. "The secrets he carries are too deep and complex for us to get involved. This freshman trial has turned into a farce with his participation, wasting 3 whole days." Turning to face the other instructors, the elder's voice was tinged with weariness. "Once we return, we need to find another secret realm. You all continue to guide the students. I need to go back and reflect, to ponder if I've wasted these years, unable to make a breakthrough in my cultivation." Before he finished speaking, a flash of white light enveloped him, and the white-beard elder vanished from the secret realm. The remaining instructors looked at each other, their faces full of sighs and reflections. The square-faced instructor muttered to himself, still looking shaken, to single-handedly make the vice dean question his life. Only Chen could achieve that. Honestly, when that gigantic dragon whale appeared just now, I was too scared to step out. Its aura, presence, and demonic energy were terrifying beyond measure. With such a massive size, no one in the sovereign realm could match it. I even think it could transcend realms. His words immediately resonated with the other instructors, who nodded in agreement. They recalled the earlier scene, secretly relieved they hadn't acted rashly. Suddenly, Lu Luo seemed to remember something, and she shouted, "Quick! Tell those kids to cancel the special welcome ceremony, or they'll get beaten up so badly they won't recognize their own mothers. Hurry, tell them to stop preparations and stay away from the training grounds, or they'll be crushed to the point of doubting their lives." The group snapped out of their daze and quickly used the teleportation array to contact the relevant teachers, instructing them to cancel the welcome ceremony. They knew well that with Chen's displayed strength, the sophomore students in the general realm or lower levels of the commander realm wouldn't stand a chance. Even the juniors in the commander realm might struggle. Meanwhile, Chen had already arrived alone at the grand training ground of Long K Academy. With a smile on his face, he muttered to himself, "It looks like I'll end this freshman training early for them. Next should be some special welcome ceremony. I wonder if they're ready, given that I've come out so much earlier." Following the instructions in the freshman handbook, he found the coordinates of the North Campus training ground. A spatial portal unfolded before him, and he stepped through without hesitation. Before him lay a vast training ground spanning thousands of square meters. It simulated various terrains: rocky ground, sandy land, abandoned outskirts, icy plains, fiery plateaus, and more. In the distance, on a sandy area, a dozen figures were busy setting up lights, hanging banners, and building a stage and canopy. Chen approached silently, overhearing their conversation. "I'm really looking forward to this year's freshman welcome ceremony. It should leave a lasting impression on these first-year students," one boy said excitedly. "Yeah, no kidding. Last year, the seniors beat us so badly we were black and blue for 2 months. This time, it's finally our turn to give them a good thrashing." Another student chimed in with a smile full of anticipation. However, a girl voiced her concern. "But this year, there are top students from other provinces, and Jiangqing Chen is here too. The others might be manageable, but he can kill monarch realm beings. I don't think we can handle that." Several boys immediately retorted, "Top students? We're all top-ranked in our own provinces too. Do you believe everything you see online? Those exaggerated scenes, do you really buy that?" A younger student facing a million-strong demonic beast army without flinching, controlling them to kill each other, and even slaying monarch realm beings? "Come on, do you think this is some superhero movie like Avengers?" At that moment, Chen suddenly spoke up. "I don't think Chen is that bad. Just because something is online doesn't mean it's false. What if some of it is true? Besides, maybe he has his reasons for not choosing Tianbei Academy." Everyone was startled and turned to the unfamiliar voice. A girl in long pants scrutinized Chen and said, "You look familiar. Have we met before?" Chen just grinned, shrugged, and gave a pure, sunny smile. But behind that smile was a barely perceptible hint of danger. He thought to himself, "You talked so much trash just now. Well, let's see if I don't beat you so bad your own mothers won't recognize you." As soon as Chen stepped onto the campus of Long K Academy, he was surrounded by a group of students busy setting up the sky curtain. They scrutinized the top freshman with skeptical eyes, their tones brimming with disdain and provocation. "So, you're Chen? Shouldn't you still be in the blood sands for the freshman trials? Do you think just because you have the top spot, you can do whatever you want?" one student sneered. Chen, dressed in a platinum robe, exuded an extraordinary aura. This caught everyone's attention, and they were shocked to realize he was wearing one of the Academy's prized treasures, the White Dragon Battle Robe. "Did the dean give it to him?" someone whispered, instinctively taking a step back. Despite their disdain for someone who they thought had marketed his way into the academy, they couldn't help but reassess his strength. A few students hiding behind the sky curtain quietly took out their phones to call for reinforcements. Impatiently, Chen waved his hand. Enough with the nonsense. Let's get the freshman welcome ceremony started. Are you all coming at me together? Or should I take you on one by one? His arrogant words completely infuriated the dozen or so students. They roared and threw down their materials, unleashing various class skills in an instant. Fireballs danced in the air. Thick wooden pillars erupted from the ground. Terrifying ghost faces and alluring illusions flickered in the void. However, to Chen, these were nothing more than mere tricks. With a casual snap of his fingers, a crack appeared in the void, spreading rapidly like a spider web. After a dull explosion, all their attacks dissipated into nothingness. The force of the earthquake hit instantly, as if a heavy hammer struck their chests. They spat blood and were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. So, how is it? Weak or strong? Is it marketing or not? Do you understand now? Chen asked with a smile, looking at his battered opponents. He turned to those hiding behind the light curtain and taunted, "Call for backup. Get all the sophomores here. If you can't beat me, call the juniors. Call your backers. We'll be waiting right here." Chen summoned the World Tree of Heaven's Rift, its enormous canopy shading a vast area. He sat leisurely on a wooden chair formed from its branches, letting smaller branches fan him. Dozens of vines hoisted the previous group into the air, spinning them wildly. Soon, they passed out from dizziness, their hearts filled with humiliation. The people backstage scrambled to call for reinforcements, but seeing the terrifying scene before them, they swallowed hard. They began to doubt if he was really a freshman. Chen nodded in satisfaction, quietly waiting for the sophomores to arrive. He had already planned various welcoming methods and even thought about taking a group photo. To Chen, this farce was only just beginning. How dare you? Release your seniors immediately. Do you plan to overthrow the heavens? A furious shout pierced the air, shattering the previously calm atmosphere. Chen sat leisurely atop a 100-meter demonic tree, looking down at the scene below. Thick vines moved like living creatures, wildly thrashing a group of seniors. These trapped seniors were foaming at the mouth, their eyes rolling back, yet they were not released. In the distance, dozens of people rushed over, having received word from friends about the early freshman welcome ceremony. However, the sight before them left them dumbfounded. Their friends were being toyed with by a giant demonic tree. Most of these newcomers were of high-ranking general level, with only 2 or 3 at the lower martial level. Despite facing the towering tree, they did not consider themselves weak. Among them were fire element mages, dual attribute metal mages, and weapon masters wielding giant axes, long swords, and long knives. They were confident, believing these weapons were perfect for countering the tree. Chen yawned, showing no interest in these lackeys. He softly instructed Xiao Mu, "Give them a 360-degree spin ride." The newcomers charged at the demonic tree with a roar. Kill, wild axe slash, dragon blade roar, golden fire dual magic, ground fire flowing gold. They leaped, brandishing their weapons, attempting to sever the vines holding their comrades. However, as soon as their weapons touched the vines, a crisp collision sound rang out. To their shock, the vines remained unscathed, while their weapons shattered. The powerful recoil caused their hands to split open, blood spurting, and they were sent flying. The mage's attacks were equally futile. Flames and metal elemental power struck Xiao Mu, leaving not a single mark. The crowd was stunned, staring in disbelief at the tree that feared neither metal nor fire. Before they could land, thick vines extended again, restraining the dozens of people. A terrifying, devouring force emanated from the vines, instantly draining their strength. If not for Chen's prior instruction to avoid fatal injuries, these people would have been skewered like human kebabs. The formation mages on the ground fared no better, bound tightly by the vines, unable to move. Following Chen's command, Xiao Mu's massive tree body trembled slightly. The next moment, the restrained individuals began a thrilling aerial journey. They were spun 360 degrees in all directions, flung up, down, left, right, front, and back, like a frenzied pendulum, their screams echoing continuously. "Just wait. When the top 10 ranked fighters arrive, you're finished," someone shouted defiantly, but was soon silenced by the intense spinning. Chen chuckled softly and ordered, "Xiao Mu, give them a close encounter with the ground." As soon as he spoke, the vines slammed the people heavily into the ground, raising clouds of dust and creating small craters. Their agonized screams echoed through the sky. At that moment, the teleportation array lit up again, and another 100 people were transported over. Just as they were about to reprimand the freshmen, they were swept up by the vines and joined the airborne spinning group. For the next 10 minutes, group after group of seniors were teleported in, only to be captured by Xiao Mu without exception. Soon, The sky was filled with nearly 1,000 vines, each holding a constantly spinning figure. White foam rained down like droplets, creating a spectacular scene. A few people hiding in the shadows watched in shock. They recognized many prominent figures: the 11th-ranked S-level Wild Axe warrior Zhang Dashui, the 7th-ranked SS level 4-element mage Jibuochang, and even the 5th-ranked Japanese exchange student, Heavenly Water Fury Sakurajima Ryujui. These people had long stopped calling for reinforcements, realizing that anyone they summoned would only add to the casualties. Their phones seemed like instruments of doom, dooming whoever they contacted. They trembled as they looked at Yi Chun, their faces filled with fear and regret. They began to doubt if he was really a freshman. What kind of freshman could possess such terrifying power, virtually massacring the entire sophomore year? Yi Chun noticed their gazes, a dangerous glint in his eyes. What are you looking at? Keep calling for more. Once you're done with the sophomores, call the juniors, and keep going up. At that moment, a series of system notifications echoed in Yi Chun's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host's three-tailed emperor fox for devouring fear. Evolution points 5,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host's three-tailed emperor fox for devouring pain. Evolution points 5,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host's three-tailed emperor fox for devouring regret. Evolution points 5,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host's three-tailed emperor fox for devouring resentment. Evolution points 5,000. With a succession of notifications, the small white fox in Yi Chun's arms absorbed a large amount of evolution points, rapidly advancing from the first level to the third level of the sovereign realm. Yi Chun's own level also increased to the third level of the imperial sovereign. A vast surge of spiritual and mental power flooded in, expanding his abilities into the realm of a spiritual mind master. Yi Chun was secretly delighted. The more people came, the more negative emotions Xiaobai absorbed, which was beneficial for their growth. He even had a bold idea. Should he release Xiao Jing and swallow the entire Longke Academy? Maybe he could break through to the Emperor realm in one go? Big brother, how about you just tie us up? We really can't call for help. A few students stepped forward, wearing expressions even more pitiful than crying, with tears welling up in their eyes. They looked at Yi Chun as if they were going to their doom, actively requesting to be bound. Yi Chun smiled at them without making a move. An invisible pressure emanated from the void, engulfing them like a tidal wave. Instantly, their faces turned pale. Their minds went blank, as if struck by lightning. Ah, they gasped, clutching their heads in agony. They quickly pleaded, Big brother, we haven't badmouthed you. We really can't call anyone. Please let us go. A deep glint flashed in Yi Chun's eyes as he glanced down at the three-tailed imperial fox in his arms, a smile curling at his lips. Just as he was about to take further action, Liu Bei's voice rang out abruptly. Yi Chun, that's enough. The freshman initiation is an outdated tradition. The school won't hold it anymore. Liu Bei appeared from the teleportation array with a few white-beard elders. Xiao Mu instinctively conjured hundreds of thick vines, their imposing presence almost binding them as well. Whoa, Xiao Mu, stop. Don't tie up these old men. Yi Chun quickly shouted. Xiao Mu obeyed, and the vines disappeared instantly. Liu Bei's face darkened, silently relieved to have avoided disaster. He advised, Yi Chun, with your strength, these seniors seem more like freshmen. Let's end it here today. You'll still get your reward. How about that? Yi Chun sighed regretfully but agreed to end it. The system immediately issued the task reward. However, some students were indignant, shouting, Dean, we're not weaker than him. He just ambushed us first. Liu Bei sternly rebuked. You can't last a single round against him. Is it so hard to acknowledge someone else's excellence? Yi Chun raised an eyebrow and looked at a female student from Sakura country. Sakura girl, how powerful is that water jet of yours? Come to my dorm and show me sometime. I'll let you off today, but you'll owe me. Before he finished speaking, three colossal beings emerged from the sea god's ring and hovered in the sky: a 200-meter whale, a 100-meter azure phoenix, and a lightning-clad dragon. Everyone present fell silent, staring in shock at the astonishing scene. Three colossal beasts emerged menacingly on the horizon. Their enormous, demonic eyes brimmed with ferocity and authority, exuding a sense of indifference and condescension from those of higher status to those beneath them. Roar, screech, howl. Three deafening roars echoed simultaneously. The call of the 10,000 devouring dragon whale was deep and prolonged, like the low murmur of a deity from the depths of the ocean, sending chills down everyone's spine. The thunderous roar of the 10,000 thunder-winged dragon reverberated across the heavens, with flashes of lightning tearing through the void, embodying supreme dragon might. The college sophomores tied to the small wooden trees felt their chests burst with the violent dragon roar, blood trickling from their ears. In contrast, Xiaoqing's cry was much more elegant. It let out a symbolic light roar, subtly infused with the breath of ice crystals. As the sound passed, a faint layer of frost formed in the space, causing everyone's blood to momentarily halt, their bodily functions seemingly frozen. Two general-ranked and one commander-ranked beasts unleashed their monstrous aura, their presence as imposing as the heavens. They blocked out the sunlight, looking down on everyone below. Chen, looking down from above, spoke with a voice full of mockery, pity, and indifference. If I say you're weak, then you are indeed weak. If you're bad at something, practice more instead of ignoring advice. Killing you is really too easy. Not just them. Even Xiaomu could kill you effortlessly. Are you brainless or just plain stupid? You dared to challenge 100-meter giant tree? The sophomores, bound and staring blankly at the three colossal beasts and a supreme being above them, were in shock. Each one of these creatures had an SS-level talent in their eyes. Chen's words were like a slap in the face, sharp as knives and piercing like needles. They opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but found everything so powerless and futile. Zhang Deshuai and Ingdao Lushui were the most shocked, their faces full of despair and defeat. They had never felt so powerless before, unable to fight back, argue, or even insult back. The truth was like a slap, hitting them all over. As Chen said, killing them was indeed too easy. Only then did everyone calm down, realizing they had completely overlooked Chen's strength and the power of the giant tree behind him. They had subconsciously assumed it was just an ordinary tree, easy to handle. Chen shook his head. Boring. Without awakening a profession, seeing me is like a frog at the bottom of a well glimpsing the vast sky. Even after awakening, seeing me is like an ant looking at the heavens. If you don't train, you just know I'm powerful. Once you start training, you'll realize how powerful I truly am. He ordered Xiaomu to casually drop everyone, retrieve the three giant beasts behind him, and prepared to go back and count the spoils. Wait, Chen, I have something to say to you. Liu Bei called out hurriedly as Chen was about to leave, instantly appearing beside him, pulling him away from the training ground. The aftermath of this farce wasn't important, but what came next was crucial for Chen. Before leaving, Liu Bei signaled a group of whitebeard elders to look at Ingdao Lushui. As an exchange student from Sakura country, what Chen did today, in the display of his beasts, were bound to reveal something. For Chen's safety, they needed to use special means to erase everyone's memories of Chen's beasts. This was agreed upon by the headmaster and several other deans. Hey, old man, what's this about? Where are you taking me this time? Chen asked, feeling the spatial shift around them. They seemed to be stepping into a teleportation array, destination unknown. Although Chen could summon a teleportation gate through Xiao Chan to forcibly leave during the teleportation, he decided to listen to what Liu Bei had to say since he brought him here. You are the masked Garfield who caused such a commotion in Sakura country. Kid, you really kept me in the dark. Liu Bei stared intently at Chen, trying to catch any change in his expression. In just a month, you disappeared into the far seas, went to Sakura country, and pulled off such a big stunt. Do you know how many assassins and infiltrators they would send after you if your identity were exposed? But still, well done. But Chen remained calm throughout, nodding innocently and blinking. Yeah, you never asked me. If you had, I would have told you right away. Liu Bei's forehead veins bulged, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. If this little rascal hadn't been tricked into coming here by him, he would have wanted to give Chen a good beating. We've arrived, Liu Bei said. This matter is significant. The strength of Sakura country should not be underestimated. Who knows what they've been plotting all these years, and now there's talk of them allying with the Beast Abyss. And the Western cult, who knows how many of our people they've brainwashed. Spies are everywhere, so you must be cautious. Liu Bei looked at Chen, worried beyond measure. In his eyes, Chen was just a newly adult child, unaware of the dangers of society. Without guidance from adults like them, he might not even know how he died. The surrounding space cleared, and the two stepped into a completely sealed office in Longhai Academy. The curtains were all drawn, and the overhead fluorescent lights shone brightly. In the middle was a large conference table, with 4 people seated at the front. Besides the 3 white-robed elders Chen had seen before, there was also an old woman sitting at the head position. You've met them before. These 3 are the deans of the Swordmaster Academy, the Berserker Academy, and the Esper Academy. And this is the 7th vice principal of Longhai Academy. Liu Bei introduced Chen. The old woman's status was the most distinguished, her realm the highest, having reached the royal rank. Come, child, sit. The old woman stood up and greeted Chen with a smile, her face showing no signs of aging. Seeing the old woman rise, the 3 elders also stood up, all smiling kindly at Chen. Chen quickly cupped his hands and bowed to the 4. Greetings, deans and vice principal. The 4 smiled even more at Chen's gesture. Liu Bei, seeing this scene, grumbled quietly, his mustache twitching in annoyance. He calls them deans, but always calls me an old man. Kid, I'm also a dean, you know. Old Liu, don't sweat the small stuff. the three white-robed elders said in unison, looking remarkably similar. They're triplets, one mind and three bodies, triple the power. Chen couldn't tell which one was the dean of which academy. Young man, could you give us a clear idea of how many beasts you possess? Are they all SS level? The vice principal got straight to the point, her words sincere. Rest assured, we mean you no harm. If anything happens, we old folks will stand in front and ensure your safety. The waters of Daxia are deepening, and besides this matter, there's an internal storm brewing that requires your answer urgently. The other three share the same sentiment, all looking at Chen. And, Liu Bei added quickly, you should briefly summarize what you did in Sakura country, so we can understand the situation better. In the land of Sakura, what happened was purely accidental. They provoked me first, and I had no choice but to fight back. Who knew they would be so foolish, getting played by me so easily? Chen shrugged, his tone relaxed. The five listeners couldn't help but smirk at Chen's words. They knew all too well that only someone like Chen, with his extraordinary pet beasts, could toy with others so effortlessly, whose pet beast could traverse space and even absorb energy from a nuclear plant. Such a creature could hardly be called an ordinary pet beast. Seriously, absorbing energy from a nuclear plant? Is that even a carbon-based life form? One of them couldn't help but quip. Chen smiled silently, feeling a sense of pride. He knew that his actions had left the land of Sakura struggling with power shortages for half a month. Pet beasts? I have about 8 or 9. All of them SS level, each with different abilities, Chen explained slowly. Their upgrade method, as Elder Liu has likely explained to you, involves absorbing energy that matches their attributes. This is why they can level up so quickly. Chen continued to elaborate. For instance, Xiaolei can evolve by absorbing lightning elements, Xiaohua by absorbing fire elements, and the Light Qilan by absorbing light elements. Chen didn't hide this information. He still needed to use the vast resources of the Longke Academy's secret realms to level up his beasts. In fact, he didn't even need to enter the realms himself. He just had to send his pet beasts in to level up automatically. He could then take a few idle beasts to hunt monsters and earn mission points. At this point, Chen paused deliberately, observing the expressions of the five. As expected, they all looked utterly shocked. Who would have thought that there could be such a method for upgrading pet beasts? Typically, beast masters fed their pets special upgrade pills and materials, resulting in slow progress. This was why being a beast master was so costly. But Chen's method bypassed this flaw, allowing for rapid upgrades and swift power boosts. As for the number of divine beasts I have, it seems to be related to my physique. There are 10 supreme divine beasts sealed within me, Chen continued. I've already unsealed 9, and the last one will appear when I break through the next realm. Of course, Chen wasn't foolish enough to reveal the existence of the system. That secret was best kept to himself. So, he fabricated a backstory, drawing inspiration from common novel tropes. A mysterious young man with divine beasts sealed within him, gradually unsealing them to rise to power. He had considered the trope of an old man in a ring but realized it wouldn't fit since the old man wouldn't teach him beast mastery, only alchemy. The old woman, hearing Chen's words, nodded heavily, speaking softly. This is the legendary Emperor Beast physique. It is said that such a physique seals a number of divine beasts, each at least S level. If what you say is true, Longke Academy might go into a frenzy. Your identity and physique are rare in a millennium for Daxia, tied to a battle of fate. The old woman sighed, worry flashing in her eyes. She seemed to foresee an impending invisible storm, danger quietly brewing. We only need to confirm this. We won't pry further into your secrets, the old woman continued. What follows is crucial, concerning the foundation of Longke Academy and the future of Daxia. Listen carefully, young one. The old woman looked seriously at the 4 others. Liu Bei and the 3 white-robed elders understood, and with a wave of a hand, an invisible force enveloped the entire conference room, ensuring no sound would escape and isolating the space from any possible eavesdropping or time reversal. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Chen listened in confusion, trying to understand the battle of fate the old woman mentioned. Wasn't he in a high martial world? Wasn't a battle of fate something out of fantasy? In a year, Longke Academy will hold its annual ranking battle. No matter where you are, you must return to participate, the old woman said solemnly. The headmaster has opened an ancient divine realm, where several divine beast elders await you. This concerns the ancient 4 symbols of Daxia. This is of utmost importance, as the foundation of Longke Academy for centuries rests on this, and the final inheritance should rightfully be yours. The vice headmaster's words implied that the ultimate legacy of Longke Academy would be handed directly to Chen. But to Chen, it sounded like a last will and testament, a final arrangement. He kept this in mind, suspecting that chaos was brewing in Blue Star. In 6 months, the 4 major academies of Daxia will hold the Longke competition. The 2 winning academies will represent Daxia in the Blue Star Heavenly Monarch battle, the old woman continued. This battle is the best opportunity for the strongest young talents from each country to shine, gathering the hearts and minds of all Blue Star's people. It is also a contest among the great sects of Blue Star. She listed the representatives from various countries. Dacia's traditional professions like elemental mages, swordsmen, blade masters, spear masters, and beast masters. West Europe's divine contractors who bond with divine beasts or deities, healers, and dark elemental mages. Sakura's ninjas. West India's heaven Brahmins, and North America's superhumans, assassins, and soul masters. The victor will uncover the secret to becoming a deity, leading to the 7th generation of Blue Star's ruler. The old woman said word by word. This ruler will unite Blue Star, representing the strength of their nation. No one wants to see another nation stronger than their own. Do you understand this? Chen listened intently, not missing a single detail, nodding heavily. He realized how much there was to do in the future. No wonder Daxia was so turbulent, with cults spread across Blue Star, aiming to hunt down each nation's talents. Across Blue Star, powerful nations were likely laying down plans and strategies for this ultimate battle, each wanting their country to unite Blue Star, producing a deity to resist the abyss and false heavens, and the power of the blood moon. But in reality, beneath the oceans, underground, and under the city's bright lights, who knows how many traitors lurked? Instead of uniting against external threats, people were plotting to dominate Blue Star. This path would only lead to ruin. Chen saw this clearly but didn't care much. Let them destroy each other, as long as he wasn't affected. Besides, it made things interesting. The so-called heavenly monarchs of other countries? Could they match his divine beasts? West Europe's divine contractors? Could their bonds compare to his divine beasts? Sakura's ninjas? They were nothing in his eyes. North America's superhumans? How strong could they be? The only mystery was the heaven Brahmins from India, as he hadn't encountered them yet and didn't know what to expect. The heavenly monarch battle would involve the strongest young talents from each country. Without Chen, Longke Academy would have no chance, with the best candidates coming from Tianqing and Tianbei academies. But with Chen's emergence, everything became uncertain, and he was the biggest variable. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang. Ding, mandatory task triggered. Participate in the Blue Star Heavenly Monarch Battle, achieve first place, gather all of Blue Star's faith energy, and receive 500,000 task points and a random Chaos Demon evolution fruit. This time, the task wasn't a growth task but a mandatory one. All the scattered growth tasks were just paving the way for this main task, which had finally appeared. In the conference room of Longke Academy, 5 senior officials sat in a circle, their expressions stern as they meticulously explained various matters to Chen. They repeatedly reminded him to be cautious in his tasks, their tone revealing high expectations for the young prodigy. Afterwards, they awarded Chen with the prizes for the freshman competition. The rewards were beyond his wildest dreams: access to 5 secret realms. The realms of Earth Flame, Skylight, Ice Sea, Burial Thunder, and the most precious, Time's secret realm, perfectly matched his 5 pets. Little Fire, Little Light, Little Blue, Little Thunder, and Little Chen. Chen could hardly contain his excitement upon seeing the Time's secret realm's name. Finally, he had the opportunity to help Little Chen, the turtle who had been stuck at its current level, to break through. He certainly didn't want Little Chen to lag behind while his other pets ascended to godhood. The Academy officials explained that these 5 secret realms were rare resources obtained from Tianyuan. The Academy's native secret realms wouldn't open for another 6 months, so they decided to grant these 5 slots to Chen. They also revealed that in the upcoming overseas exchange competition with the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities, they would exchange secret realm slots with Tianqing and Tianbei academies, creating more opportunities for Chen. The 5 unanimously believed that Chen was one of the chosen ones of this era in Daxia, possessing the demon emperor physique, and like the 4 heavenly lords from the other 3 academies, he carried great fortune and a special constitution. They hesitated to tell Chen about the battle for fortune, as it involved the secrets of becoming a god, which might be too early for him to comprehend. After watching Chen leave, the 5 officials began to share their thoughts. 3 white-robed elders marveled at Chen's rapid growth, having reached the sovereign realm within just a month, predicting that he could become an emperor among lords in half a year. An elderly woman agreed, stating that with such a promising successor, they could die without regrets. Meanwhile, Liu Bei was busy handling some trivial matters, such as erasing the bounty on Chen from Sakura country. In a secret realm, a man was studying at the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities. He was accompanied by 7 S-grade pets and 2 SS-grade fierce beasts, all at the sovereign realm and possessing dragon blood. The 7 elemental dragons corresponded to the 5 elements plus wind and ice, while the other 2 were a 4-winged seraph and a fallen angel. The man suddenly yawned, feeling as if someone had mentioned his name. In the Parthenon Academy in Western Europe, a young man was studying abroad. He often touched the golden ring on his ring finger, questioning whether he could truly possess a trisoul weapon. An ancient voice from the ring assured him that as long as he followed the instructions and absorbed the faith power of believers, he could cultivate the third weapon soul. Back at his residence, Chen began to inventory the rewards from his mission. He sent each of his 5 pets into the 5 secret realms to absorb the elemental power and level up. Chen roughly estimated that within half a month, they should be able to devour all the power in the realms and break through to the supreme realm. With only Little Wood and Little Cicada left by his side, Chen generously gave all his grade weapons to Little Wood to devour, helping it break through to the first tier of the sovereign realm and unlocking its innate skill, Forbidden Forest. Next, Chen eagerly anticipated the results of his lottery draw. The 5 draws brought Chen abundant rewards: 3 random devil fruits, 2 grade 9th tier weapon realm beasts Fire Sparrow and Blade Tiger, 2 more random devil fruits, and 2 evolution king cards. Chen immediately used the evolution king cards to elevate his newly acquired beasts to the first tier of the supreme realm and used a breakthrough card to assist Little Cicada. Finally, Chen opened 10 random devil fruits, obtaining the hurricane, gold, sweet, shadow, human, speed, heat, and diamond fruits, among others. With these, Chen's strength significantly increased once again. Chen looked at the reappearing human fruit and couldn't help but complain. This human fruit again? What's the use? Feed it to a pig to turn the pig into a pig lady? He was almost furious enough to spit blood, but he resisted the urge to discard it. After all, 2 human fruits might be useful in the future, and it wasn't worth wasting 10,000 mission points. Chen then questioned the system. System, are you doing this on purpose? What's with these 3 love fruits? Are you trying to make me build a harem army? The system retorted bluntly. The fruits are obtained randomly and may be related to the host himself. The host is like a mango yellow on the outside, even yellower on the inside. That's why there are 4 love fruits. The host just hasn't found the right pets to consume these fruits. Otherwise, you would have already formed a massive harem army. Chen was infuriated, but also more determined to buy the celestial fruit. He vowed that once he got his hands on the celestial fruit, he would make the system pay. Fortunately, the other devil fruits he obtained were quite good. Chen planned the hurricane fruit for Xiao Lei to let it evolve again, the acceleration fruit for Tian Xianba to reach the divine rank, the drill fruit for the ice crystal phoenix to enhance its hardness, the shadow fruit to form an army of skeletons or shadows, and the gold fruit and heat fruit for the newly summoned fire sparrow and saber-toothed tiger. Chen tossed the heat fruit and gold fruit to the fire sparrow and saber-toothed tiger. After swallowing the fruits, the 2 pets were taken into the beast god ring to undergo breakthroughs. The fire sparrow evolved into an SSS level blazing phoenix, and the saber-toothed tiger evolved into an SSS level sacred gold white tiger, both reaching the first rank of the sovereign realm. The system prompted that fruit awakening required 600,000 mission points, which made Chen explode with anger. System, why don't you just go rob a bank? But he had no choice and had to put this idea aside for the time being. Chen checked his character panel and discovered that with the increase in pets, his shared innate abilities had become quite diverse. He now had multiple elemental resistances, and his physical strength had also improved. Half a month later, the freshman trial ended. Chen's reputation spread throughout Longke Academy, becoming known as the monstrous freshman who swept through the second-year students. Using the abilities of the gold fruit, he bought many good items on the black market, including a rare A-grade snow dolphin and a grade undead skeleton. While Chen was studying in the library, news came that people from Tianbei Academy were causing trouble. He closed his book and decided to go take a look. The system immediately triggered a growth mission. Stand up for the freshmen of Longke Academy and earn generous rewards. Today, the training grounds of Longke Academy were bustling with activity, packed with people. Surrounding the area were students from Longke Academy who weren't out on missions, spanning sophomores to juniors, gathering in the thousands. Additionally, there were hundreds of freshmen from Tianbei Academy and spectators from outside the school. However, the faces of the crowd from Longke Academy were quite grim, even the freshmen, who looked pale and demoralized. On the arena, matches were ongoing. A new student from Longke had just stepped onto the stage and was sent flying by 3 enormous beasts within 10 moves. Immediately after, another Longke freshman with an SSS talent was struck by a sharp sword energy, causing him to spew blood and fall off the stage in a sorry state. On the other side, a newly promoted first-rank student barely had time to stand before being enveloped by a powerful mental force and flung away like a ragdoll. Worse still, another student was knocked unconscious by a single punch from a berserker from Tianbei and was kicked off the stage. This wasn't because the freshmen from Tianbei were vastly superior to those from Longke. In fact, the overall skill levels of the 2 schools' freshmen were quite similar. The only difference lay in their ranks. After finishing their freshman training, Longke students had only advanced by 2 or 3 minor ranks, with the highest being at the first rank. In contrast, Tianbei had numerous students at the first rank, with several even reaching the third rank, forming an all-star lineup. The reason for this disparity could be attributed to the unexpected factor of Chen. His presence had caused the training content and quality to fall far below expectations. Additionally, the freshmen were mentally affected by the shadow of the enormous dragon whale they had witnessed, leading to a severe blow to their morale. These combined factors placed the Lonke freshmen at a significant disadvantage in this exchange. 3 mentors from Tianbei Academy were overseeing different training grounds, and upon seeing Long students consistently defeated, they offered kind remarks. They earnestly pointed out that the overall level of Lonke freshmen needed improvement, acknowledging that while their teaching quality and ranking were not on par with Tianbei, and their strongest only reached the first rank, there was still much room for growth. They also reminded everyone that in half a month, they would be attending an exchange event at the Modu Academy of Supernatural Abilities. To the ears of Long's crowd, these words were nothing short of blatant mockery. Though the phrasing was polite, the essence was no different from direct ridicule. The mentors from Longke were seething with anger, wishing they could teach these arrogant individuals a lesson, but they had to restrain themselves due to their positions. On the stage, the 7 champions from Tianbei Academy, all third-rank powerhouses, were showcasing their prowess in their respective arenas. Among them, Citizen Wen, Chen Longxing, and the muscular SS-level dual-blade berserker Chen Yaowen were particularly arrogant. Chen Yaowen even declared, "If the heavens hadn't birthed me, Chen Yaowen, berserkers would have been in eternal darkness. We from Tianbei can carry the glory of Longke to the world." These words caused an uproar among the freshmen of Longke Academy. Though defeated, the freshmen were not convinced, and the sophomores and juniors, bound by rules not to intervene, were also furious. At this moment, a figure simultaneously appeared in everyone's mind: the invincible freak, Chen, who had been inexplicably holed up in the library. Immediately, many students rushed to the library, intending to invite Chen to fight. They thought to themselves, let them taste the fear of being dominated. Those few meter-long beasts are nothing but ping-pong balls in the palm of that terrifying giant beast. Chen had barely set foot in the training ground when he heard students from all directions calling his name. He looked around and noticed that not only freshmen but even the sophomores he had previously disciplined were shouting for him. This left Chen somewhat surprised. At the same time, the atmosphere in the training ground turned strange. Some students whispered among themselves, discussing whether the top scorer from Nansong province, who had been missing for a month, had really returned. Some doubted the authenticity of the online videos, believing that if Chen truly possessed the Yaojun Emperor body, it wouldn't have taken 18 years for his abilities to manifest. Chen Yaowen and several other top scorers from different provinces were dismissive, considering it all a marketing stunt. They were confident that in the upcoming freshman exchange competition, they would be the invincible ones. However, the mentors at Longke Academy wore grave expressions. They knew better than the students just how terrifying Chen's strength was and began scanning the crowd for him. Eventually, their eyes locked onto a distant corner. Chen walked slowly, and the crowd parted to make way for him. All eyes were on him, filled with a mix of hope, fervor, apprehension, and fear. Chen remained expressionless, casually glancing at the people present. Who claims to be invincible? Who dares to say they are unbeatable? Chen spoke coldly. Cut the nonsense. Should I take you all on at once, or will you come at me one by one? Make it quick. I don't want to waste my reading time. His words electrified the students of Longke Academy, who looked gleefully at the freshmen from Tianbei Academy. They eagerly took out their phones, ready to capture the upcoming spectacle. Several top scorers, infuriated by Chen's attitude, stepped forward to challenge him. Chen shook his head and laughed. You still don't get it. I mean all of you at once, not just the 7 of you. To me, you're no different from ants. With that, Chen lightly punched the air. A cracking sound echoed, as if glass were shattering, and a powerful shockwave surged toward the freshmen from Tianbei Academy. Before they could react, they felt a sharp pain in their chests and then lost consciousness. The 7 top scorers stood stunned, while the mentors from Tianbei Academy rushed to check on their students. Chen paid them no mind. With a thought, he summoned 2 SSS Grey Divine Pets, a 100 Turtle Rue Gene White Tiger, and an equally massive Vermilion Bird. The moment these 2 mythical beasts appeared, the entire training ground seemed to change. The Rue Gene White Tiger's roar was thunderous, and the scorching wind from the Vermilion Bird's wings made it hard to breathe. The 7 top scorers recoiled in fear. Chen coolly gave his order. Little Tiger, teach them a lesson. Let them know this academy isn't for just anyone. Since they've made a move, they should pay the price. Destroy their arenas. The Rue Gene White Tiger struck the ground with its paw, creating 7 fissures that headed straight for the 7 arenas. The mentors from Tianbei Academy intervened just in time to prevent a fatal blow, but the arenas still shattered. Looking at the panicked group from Tianbei Academy, Chen chuckled. Oh, I was so focused on dealing with them that I forgot about you. Since the mentors have stepped in, let's all fight together. No sooner had he finished speaking than 5 powerful auras erupted from the 5 secret realms of Lonke Academy, rapidly approaching. Chen looked up at the sky and murmured, "Let's make a big scene out of this today." On the training ground, the tail of the Rugine white tiger swayed wildly, its eyes fixed intently on the dozen or so instructors from Tianbei Academy on the 7-sided arena. It bared its fangs, a hint of killing intent flashing in its eyes. In the air, the burning sky vermilion bird quietly observed everything, awaiting Chen's command. Chen's students stared in awe at the 2 colossal divine beasts, whispering among themselves, "Where did this white tiger and vermilion bird come from? We haven't seen them before." They recalled Chen's previous pets, neither a phoenix nor a blue-ice crystal Qinghuan, and speculated whether this vermilion bird was one of the 4 symbols recorded in the Great Xia's Divine Beast Compendium. The instructors from Lonke Academy did not interfere much with the actions of the Tianbei Academy instructors. They were well aware of Chen's prowess and knew that even if the vice deans of various academies came, they might not be able to suppress him. The students were astonished that Chen had acquired such powerful divine pets, exclaiming, "This is insane. Who can own so many divine beasts?" Someone joked, "Brother, why don't you start a wholesale business? I'd go broke to buy one." The sophomores couldn't help but remark on Chen's consistent dominance and strength. "He's practically inhuman." At this moment, the freshmen were ecstatic, cheering loudly. They mocked the people from Tianbei Academy. "Weren't you bragging just now? Where's your courage to resist now?" The freshmen glanced at the burning sky vermilion bird in the sky, secretly relieved. Although this divine bird was equally imposing, at least it wasn't the terrifying 200-meter-long devouring dragon whale. The 7 top students from Tianbei Academy turned pale, their faces flushing with shame at the freshmen's taunts. But seeing their instructors in front of them, they felt a sense of relief, knowing they had protection. The instructors from Tianbei Academy tried to explain, "You've misunderstood, young friend. We had no intention of attacking you. We only wanted to protect our students. Your attack was too powerful for them to withstand. Our students have conceded defeat and are sincerely convinced. Please show mercy." Hearing this, Chen's eyes flashed with coldness. Just as he was about to speak, the Lonke freshman angrily shouted, "It's easy for you to say. When our ribs were broken, did our instructor step in? Are your top students more precious than us?" Chen nodded inwardly, admiring the freshman's spirit. He noticed that the Lonke instructors seemed to be deliberately igniting the students' fighting spirit, a hint of approval on their faces. Chen turned his gaze to the Tianbei Academy instructors, waiting for their response. He had already made up his mind. No matter how they answered, he would teach them a lesson today. The Tianbei Academy instructors fell silent, clearly at fault but unwilling to admit it. They knew their students were more valuable, but didn't dare provoke their hosts. At that moment, Chen Yaowen, Situ Junwan, and Chun Longxing stepped forward, scanning the crowd fearlessly. "Of course, we're more valuable. We are the top scorers of our provinces, while you are merely 2nd and 3rd place. 18 years of hard study is our reason to look down on you. As for losing to him, we accept it, but once we reach the sovereign realm, we may not be weaker than him." Seeing this, Chen took a heavy step forward, releasing an overwhelming soul pressure. Under this pressure, everyone felt as insignificant as ants, struggling to breathe. In the eyes of the 3, Chen's figure grew enormously, like a 100-meter divine warrior. "You are right, your efforts do surpass others," Chen said coldly. "But let me teach you a lesson. Weakness is a sin. I am powerful, so I make the rules. When I say you are weak, you are weak. When I say you are dust, you are pathetic dust. As for being in the same realm, you're just slightly bigger ants." As Chen's words fell, his soul power surged like a tidal wave. Under the immense pressure, the 3 were forced to their knees, and the ground of the training field cracked layer by layer. The overwhelming pressure of his soul was like a tidal wave, vast as the ocean. It felt as if the entire river of 3,000 miles flowed eastward into the sea, and mountains of 5,000 feet soared into the sky. Chen stood before the gates of Lonke Academy, his white robe fluttering, eyes sharp as a hawk. His voice thundered, "You come to challenge Lonke? To provoke us? Then stay here, all of you." At that moment, Chen's image skyrocketed in the hearts of the freshmen at Lonke. Their previous fear and trepidation swiftly transformed into awe and fervor. They acknowledged their own weakness, but Chen's presence was the pride of Lonke. In their eyes, Chen alone was enough to stand against the geniuses of all academies. The instructors at Lonke nodded in approval. They had received orders from the higher-ups to let Chen handle the situation alone. His performance greatly pleased the higher authorities, and his declaration of being part of Lonke delighted them even more. Chen's soul pressure was as overwhelming as a mountain, and the 3 intruders, along with the other 4 top students, instantly fell to their knees. Their pride vanished, replaced by resentment and unwillingness. They silently vowed that when Chen reached the dragon capital, they would exact revenge. The instructors from Tianbei Academy were also affected, their strength reduced by 20%. However, as the backbone of a top academy, their power was far beyond that of ordinary experts. Chen sneered. It seems you still refuse to submit. Then I'll cripple you and send you back. At his command, the golden tiger and the flaming vermilion bird attacked simultaneously. The golden tiger's steps caused the ground to crack and sand to fly. The vermilion bird spread its wings, creating a fire tornado that engulfed the sky, burning holes in the air. The instructors from Tianbei Academy were furious and shouted in unison, "Don't push us too far. We've already conceded. What more do you want? Do you know that those you keep here today are from Tianbei Academy, from the Dragon Capital?" Facing their threats, Chen did not back down. A dozen instructors immediately used their elemental powers to form a massive shield to protect the 7 top students. Meanwhile, a trio of a psychic, a formation master, and an assassin joined forces, using shadows, soul spears, and an ancient azure bell formation to counter Chen's attacks. With a thunderous roar, their attacks collided in midair, causing a deafening explosion. Chen shattered the sound waves with a single punch, showcasing his formidable strength. Seeing this, the instructors at Longke roared in anger and prepared to assist. Freshmen, sophomores, and juniors all stepped forward, determined to fight alongside Chen. Chen smiled. There is no need for that. I can handle this alone. These so-called experts are nothing worth mentioning. A sense of belonging surged within him, but he quickly refocused on the battle at hand. After analyzing the opponent's combined assault, Chen decided to get serious. Suddenly, a white fox appeared in his arms, and 5 powerful auras emerged above his head. Chen spoke gravely, absolute control of flames, absolute deprivation of gold elements, absolute control of wood elements. First disable your elements, convert ice to water, destroy your shadows, shatter your sound waves. A deafening screech echoed through the sky as a massive fire phoenix bathed in immortal flames descended, its entire body akin to a sea of fire. The intertwining hues of the immortal bird's purple-blue flames and the phoenix's crimson fire highlighted its majestic presence. Its aura of supremacy swept across the area, instilling fear in all who witnessed it. Trailing closely behind, a magnificent radiant Kirin trotted through the air, exuding an aura of divine light that reflected a pure, holy brilliance. An ice crystal wand soared through the snowstorm, freezing everything in its path. The ground rumbled, and smoke billowed as a colossal bashia, as large as a small mountain, made its entrance with unmatched might. The most formidable and awe-inspiring of all was the devouring dragon. It raised its noble dragon head high, its eyes filled with indifference. Though it shared the same supreme realm as the others, its aura surpassed even that of the heavenly Saint Kirin and the immortal phoenix. Its dragon scales shimmered with lightning, turning everything they touched into a sea of thunder. With a flap of its wings, endless dark storm clouds gathered. The 7 mythical beasts assembled, their overwhelming presence sweeping across the battlefield. The once arrogant instructors of the Tianbei Academy immediately felt their confidence wane, replaced by a palpable sense of dread. Seeing his mythical pets return, Chen warmly greeted, "You're back? I've waited half a month for you, and you've finally broken through. It's not too late. After we deal with these small fries, we'll head to the Magic City Ability Academy. We'll show them what we're made of." The members of Longke Academy, who had been worried about Chen fighting alone, stepped back 10 paces in unison, their eyes filled with admiration as they watched the return of the formidable beasts. Despair gripped the Tianbei Academy side. Each of these 5 colossal mythical beasts was of the supreme realm, their auras more terrifying than before. Even the 3 sovereign realm experts among them turned pale. The 7 top students trembled in fear at the sight of the 5 colossal beasts. Their own pets, terrified, ignored their master's commands and retreated into their beast spaces, shivering. Just as the instructors of Tianbei Academy were about to issue threats, Chen preempted them with a command, "Bashia, slow time, devouring dragon, rain down thunder. Kirin, give them a taste of the light, but don't kill them. Crippling them is fine. Focus on those old guys and that so-called berserker. Seize control of the elements fire, wood, water, metal, space, and light, all of them." The radiant Kirin was the first to act, moving so quickly it was almost invisible. Countless points of light transformed into hooves, striking the 7 top students harshly. The berserker Chun Yaowen received special attention, his screams echoing through the battlefield. The dozen instructors from Tianbei Academy snapped back to reality, roaring in anger, "Chen, how dare you? Have we been too lenient, making you think Tianbei Academy is easy to bully?" Chen sneered, his hand glowing with 7 strange lights. With a swift motion, he clenched his fist. The instructors felt their elemental powers being stripped away, their speed drastically reduced, leaving them helpless. From the sky, The devouring dragon unleashed an endless barrage of thunder, striking everyone below. The fire phoenix and ice crystal wand joined the fray, scorching and freezing their enemies, subjecting them to dual torment. The dozen instructors were soon beaten to the brink of death, their life force flickering like a candle in the wind. Chen declared coldly, "If I am displeased, then Long Ke is displeased. If I am angry, then Long Ke is angry. Repent." The members of Long Ke Academy watched this brutal scene, both awed by Chen's power and filled with anticipation for the upcoming exchange at the Magic City Ability Academy. They were confident that the name of Long Ke Academy would soon resonate throughout the Great Xia and the entire Blue Star. Ding! The system notification chime brought a series of good news for Chen. The three-tailed imperial fox in his arms had absorbed various emotions from the surrounding crowd, gaining 200,000 evolution points and breaking through 2 levels to reach the third-tier sovereign realm. Simultaneously, Chen completed a system task, earning a random devil fruit, 50,000 task points, and a spin on the prize wheel. However, the scene was chaotic. The new students of Tianbei Academy were unconscious, and the 7 top students were severely injured. The 3 who had provoked Chen were in even worse condition, teetering on the brink of crippling injuries. Chen Yaowen, given special attention by Chen, was utterly incapacitated, hanging by a thread. The mentors of Tianbei Academy, sovereign realm experts, and elders from the Longdu Demon Hunting Association lay on the ground like dead dogs, their fates uncertain. Chen shook his head and sighed, feeling that these opponents were too weak and posed no challenge. Even with Xiao Zhu and Xiao Hu holding back their power, these people could barely hold their own. With the addition of his newly acquired 5 divine beasts, combined with the slowing abilities of the Tianqian Baxia, the speed of the Tianqing Qilin, and the joint attacks of his other 3 pets, the opponent stood no chance. Chen thought to himself that he still had 3 pets yet to be unleashed. Defeating sovereign realm experts was effortless, and while the monarch realm posed a slight challenge, it was still manageable. As for the emperor realm, he had yet to face one, but he planned to test his skills back in Sakura country and take control of the fire demon nation there. Retracting all his pets, Chen turned to leave. The people from Long Ke Academy made way for him, but Chen stepped into a space and disappeared. He didn't care about the potential retaliation from Tianbei Academy, confident that Long Ke Academy would handle everything. The headmaster had already communicated that they could spare their lives and use this incident to extort secret realm slots from Tianbei Academy, allowing Chen to reap the rewards. Upon returning to his residence, Chen immediately fed fruits to his 3 pets. The 10,000 devouring dragon swallowed the hurricane fruit, evolving into a god-level 10,000 devouring dragon emperor, gaining the dragon emperor's might and the heaven's fury hurricane thunder tribulation skills. Tianqian Baxia consumed the speed fruit, transforming into a god-level time Xuanwu, mastering time acceleration and reversal. The ice crystal Qingwan devoured the diamond fruit, becoming a god-level ice crystal prison wand, with the innate skill of eternal seal world. Chen carefully examined the new abilities of his 3 pets, a constant smile on his face. Eternal seal, time reversal, and 50 realm suppression. These abilities were practically invincible. He also gained the abilities of the hurricane fruit, and combined with the tremor fruit, he could easily destroy a city. Chen secretly felt proud. Not only were his pets powerful, but he himself was also strong, with a martial soul for protection, making him virtually unbeatable. After parting for just 3 days, it's like seeing a completely different person, Chen thought as he gazed at the system panel surrounding him. The plethora of information on various pet beasts and their skills was overwhelming, almost blinding. Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. In just half a month, combined with the evolution demon fruit, his strength had skyrocketed. This rapid progress filled him with confidence, making his goals of becoming a lord, an emperor, or even a supreme ruler seem within reach. Despite being just a freshman in college, Chen's abilities had already surpassed those of his peers. He was considering applying to the dean for a grade skip. The courses for sophomores and juniors, such as professional skill applications, weakness analysis, exploration of secret realms, and classification of beasts, no longer held much appeal for him. Chen was more focused on achieving a higher rank in the year-end competition. His strength was already enough to challenge higher levels, and he only needed to earn the corresponding credits. As for the professional knowledge and beast weaknesses, they were of little concern to him. Your beasts may be strong, but can they match my pet beasts? Chen thought confidently. With divine beasts at his command, along with the power of mastery, the might of the beast god, and the suppression of Xiao Lei's 50% combat power, he was confident in facing any challenge. Chen now possessed abilities equivalent to multiple professions combined. As a master of the 5 elements, a psychic, a stealth assassin, and a spatial array master, he could handle any situation with ease. With these thoughts in mind, Chen decided to open the random demon fruit first, leaving the lottery for later when he had enough for a 10 draw. He also remembered the shadow and sweet fruits he had obtained earlier and decided to use them as well. The system notification chimed, informing Yi Chun that he had obtained the blood fruit. This powerful fruit allowed him to control others' blood and even transform into blood. Yi Chun immediately thought of Xiao Jing's previous blood mastery, feeling a bit regretful but quickly forming a new plan. Maybe I can save this fruit and find a suitable beast to devour it. Who knows, I might be able to cultivate a fierce beast like Qiongqi, Yi Chun mused, deciding to store the blood fruit in the system inventory for now. Next, Yi Chun summoned a small black skeleton from the beast god ring. The skeleton was only half his height, its bones trembling and making a rattling sound. It stared at Yi Chun warily, its ghostly green eyes flickering with a dim light. The terrifying aura and forbidden energy emanating from Yi Chun made the weak skeleton shiver uncontrollably. In its ghostly eyes, Yi Chun appeared as the ruler of the underworld, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Seeing the skeleton's frightened expression, Yi Chun couldn't help but smile. He crouched down and gently reassured it, "Little one, there's no need to be afraid. I mean you no harm. Tell me, do you have dreams? Do you want to become an undead lord?" As he spoke, Yi Chun played with the shadow fruit in his hand. The skeleton, seemingly understanding his words, nodded vigorously, its head detaching from its spine and rolling to the ground in the process. Yi Chun chuckled and casually tossed the fruit to the skeleton. Ignoring its fallen head, the skeleton eagerly grabbed the fruit, ran to Yi Chun's side, reattached its head, and took a bite of the fruit without hesitation. In an instant, a dark glow erupted from the skeleton's body. The system notification sounded. Skeleton Shadow Fruit Evolution? SSS Grade, Skeleton Undying Marquee. The skeleton's form began to change, becoming taller and donning a pitch-black robe. Its bones hardened, turning from dark to pure black. A flicker of blue flame ignited in its eyes, emitting a chilling aura. Dark shadows gathered in its palms, and strangely enough, it cast no shadow itself. The system revealed that the skeleton Undying Marquee had unlocked two skills, Shadow Mage and Shadow Control. These abilities allowed it to create invincible shadow clones, and even control others' shadows to counterattack. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction, thinking that this fruit's abilities were indeed extraordinary. He now had another skill set similar to that of a stealth assassin and could enhance his power by absorbing shadows. Next, Yi Chun summoned a pure white river dolphin from the sea god ring. With a mischievous smile, he broke off a small piece of the sweet fruit and tossed it into the water tank. "Little one, do you want to become stronger?" Yi Chun coaxed gently. The white river dolphin swallowed the fruit without hesitation, and its body began to transform. Yi Chun watched expectantly, hoping to see the emergence of a legendary mermaid. However, Yi Chun didn't notice the lazy, curled-up Xiaobai on the sofa, who had sensed the sweet fruit's presence. Xiaobai glanced at the white river dolphin in the tank, its gem-like blue fox eyes flashing with a hint of jealousy. Xiaobai pouted its tiny fox mouth, wrinkled its delicate nose, and squeaked in discontent. Yi Chun heard some movement from Xiaobai on the couch and quickly picked her up, nestling her in his arms. He gently stroked her fluffy fox head and reassured her softly, "Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who forgets friends for beauty or is fickle. I just want to see if I can evolve into a mermaid. You're still very important to me." Hearing Yi Chun's soothing words, Xiaobai felt a bit better and stopped squeaking, snuggling obediently in his arms. She adjusted to a comfortable position, her eyes fixed on the glowing orb in the fish tank. A mix of curiosity and a slight sense of crisis welled up in her heart. Since her hatching, Yi Chun had always held the most important place in Xiaobai's heart. Though she couldn't quite define her feelings, she definitely didn't want any other vixen to steal him away. Yi Chun had a dozen powerful pets, like the black skeleton, the big tree, the giant whale, and the cicada, but none of them had ever made Xiaobai feel threatened. However, the snow pig in front of her was different. Not only was it also female, but it had absorbed an ability similar to Xiaobai's charm and petrification power. This meant Xiaobai's power was no longer unique. Nonetheless, Xiaobai had a trump card: her ability to transform into 3 different forms, including a perfect human form. A bold idea flashed through Xiaobai's mind. Should she use her charm power to claim Yi Chun while he slept? Yi Chun was oblivious to Xiaobai's thoughts, his eyes eagerly watching the changes in the glowing orb. The system's notification sounded. Snow Pig Sweet Fruit Evolution? SSS Grade Enchanting Snow Pig. First Stage Apprentice Level. Evolves by absorbing the lust of others. Unlock skills. Lustful Petrification, Lustful Stone Arrow. As the light gradually faded, Yi Chun stored the snow pig in the sea god's ring and placed it in the ocean. However, the mermaid he had anticipated did not appear. The snow pig's body became more elongated, reaching a meter in length, its skin pure white like snow, smooth as ice, exuding an inexplicable allure. Yi Chun's forehead was lined with frustration, his emotions a mix of disappointment and confusion. Where was the mermaid he hoped for? Even if it was just a mermaid's tail, why was it still a pig? And why did the snow pig, after consuming the sweet fruit, only evolve by absorbing lust, while Xiaobai could evolve by absorbing any emotion. While Yi Chen was pondering, the system chimed in again. The enchanting snow pig successfully absorbed a massive amount of lust. Evolution points 100000, breakthrough to first stage soldier level, unlock skills. Siren's voice, capable of voice enchantment and petrification. Yi Chen was astonished by the snow pig's sudden breakthrough and puzzled about where it had absorbed such a vast amount of lustful energy. He looked around the sea god's ring, his gaze shifting between the 200-meter-long dragon whale and the ice crystal phoenix soaring in the sky, wondering if Xiao Qing and Xiao Whale were in heat. This could be a problem. Finding mates for such large and powerful mythical creatures would not be easy. Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Chen. He remembered that the human fruit could turn pets into human forms. He immediately took out a small piece of the human fruit and fed it to the snow pig. Without hesitation, it swallowed it, and its body began to change once more. Its upper body gradually elongated, its skin taking on a more human-like appearance. A voluptuous chest emerged, with golden hair cascading over its shoulders. Water droplets trickled down, gliding over its fair skin. Her face was delicately sculpted, with a fine nose and cherry lips, resembling a piece of exquisite porcelain. Her slightly upturned mouth exuded gentleness and charm. Her lower body transformed into a white mermaid's tail, stunningly beautiful. The system notification sounded. Enchanting snow pig, human fruit evolution. God grade enchanting mermaid unlock innate skill. Enchanting song, capable of enchanting and controlling enemies 2 levels above, or permanently petrifying them. Yi Chen stared in awe, his eyes fixated on her captivating figure. He felt a surge of relief and joy, finally having a perfect mermaid pet. In the following 2 weeks, Yi Chen meticulously managed his time. Half was spent soaking up knowledge in the library and studying records of extraterrestrial invasions in Blue Star's history, occasionally taking on beast hunting tasks and accumulating 150,000 task points. He also upgraded the little skeleton and the snow pig to first stage general level. The other half of his time was devoted to teaching the enchanting mermaid and other pets to learn human language. However, Yi Chen discovered that only pets that could transform into human or humanoid forms could speak human language. The enchanting mermaid's voice was particularly melodious, with a hint of allure that nearly made Yi Chen lose his composure several times. This discovery sparked a thought in Yi Chen's mind. If he had enough human fruits, could he turn all his pets into humanoid forms? But Yi Chen didn't rush to try. What he needed was powerful combat abilities from his pets, not more members for a harem at least for now. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai's sense of crisis grew day by day, and she began to plot when to take action. During these 2 weeks, Yi Chen's reputation at Longhai Academy soared. From scaring off freshmen to defeating sophomore students, and even thrashing instructor Tianbei, his feats were widely known, his fame surpassing that of the top 10 talents of the senior class. Finally, the day to participate in the freshman exchange competition at the Magic Capital Ability Academy arrived. Longhai Academy sent only Yi Chen, as he alone was sufficient. However, thousands of people came to see him off, including students from all grades and many instructors. Yi Chen smiled and waved goodbye to the well-wishers, stepping onto the teleportation array with Liu Bei, heading to the bustling magic capital. He was filled with anticipation, curious about the freshman exchange competition and wondering if he would encounter some familiar faces, like the freshmen he had beaten up at Sakura. Just then, the system issued a new growth task. Defeat other overseas prodigies in the freshman exchange competition. Reward: random devil fruit 3 or 50 chaos fruit fragment, 50,000 task points, and a king-level random profession weapon 1. Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. He felt a twinge of pity for those overseas prodigies, thinking to himself, "It's not that I mean to beat you up, it's just that the system gave me this task, so I have no choice. So, when the time comes, I won't feel any guilt." The system, sensing Yi Chen's thoughts, silently retorted, "Even without the system task, the host wouldn't feel guilty. The system won't take the blame for this." Unfortunately, the tickets for the freshman exchange tournament were sold out a long time ago. Yi Chen stood in front of the teleportation array of Longhai Academy, listening to the discussions of his fellow students. Most of the tickets were sold by the Magic City Academy, with some bought by Sakura Academy, Beautiful Country Academy, Tianqing Academy, and Tianbei Academy. Magic City Supernatural Academy also kept a few for themselves. Longhai Academy received very few, leaving them no chance to witness Yi Chen's performance on the field firsthand. "No problem, why don't we just have our students live stream it?" someone suggested. "The result will be the same anyway. Yi Chen will definitely crush all his opponents," another person laughed. "Just like how he crushed us and the students from Tianbei Academy, only in a different way." Everyone nodded in agreement. When they talked about being defeated by Yi Chen, their faces showed no fear, only a sense of relief. When discussing how he defeated others, they even seemed to take pleasure in it. The incident of Yi Chen defeating the students from Tianbei Academy half a month ago had become a hot topic at Longhai Academy. The strange thing is, There's been no reaction from Tianbei Academy these past 2 weeks, no outrage. No retaliation, someone said, puzzled. It feels like the calm before the storm. At that moment, in a roundtable meeting at Tianbei Academy, 10 powerful figures were in heated discussion. We must get someone as talented as Chen to join Tianbei Academy at all costs, a woman in blue said firmly. With him, we are sure to come out on top in the Blue Star Heavenly Lord battle. Everyone agreed, discussing various strategies. After most had left, only 3 powerful figures remained. Their eyes glinted with a strange light, and a cunning smile appeared on their faces, a hint of beastly aura in their eyes. Back at Lonke Academy, Liu Bei handed a small bag of keys to Chen. These are the 30 elemental secret realm keys we got in exchange for you beating up the students from Tianbei Academy. Be careful when you go to Longdu. It's a deep water, Liu Bei cautioned seriously. Especially with Tianqing and Tianbei, they might try to forcefully take you away. Chen gave Liu Bei a disdainful look. Old man, I bet Lonke hasn't been completely innocent in these dirty tricks either, right? Liu Bei awkwardly smiled. Heh, we may recruit people too, but our methods aren't as despicable as theirs. Over the past century, the competition between the 4 academies has become increasingly fierce, almost to the point of eliminating one to divide its resources. Half an hour later, Chen and Liu Bei were teleported to the reception area of Magic City Supernatural Academy. The grand and luxurious hall was bustling with contestants from various countries. Chen looked around and saw people with blonde hair and blue eyes, dark-skinned people from Africa, fair-skinned Europeans and Americans, all races gathered together, creating a lively atmosphere. As far as the eye could see, the grand hall was teeming with people, a gathering of prodigies from various nations. Chen quietly assessed the strength of these overseas newcomers, finding them comparable to the top talents of Lonke Academy and even the 7 champions from Tianbei Academy who had once challenged them. In terms of potential, they were uniformly rated SSS, with a rare few at SS, and S or A grades were exceedingly scarce. Most were at mid-tier general level, ranging from 4th to 6th tiers, with even the weaker ones reaching mid to high-tier soldier level. Chen couldn't help but think that the 7 champions Tianbei Academy had sent before might not have been their strongest, suggesting there were more hidden talents. The same could be said for Tianqing Academy, which had always kept a low profile. As the host of this event, the Magic Capital Academy surely had its own hidden talents, and Chen wondered what kind of geniuses from Daxia would emerge. Beside him, Liu Bei's old face showed a hint of excitement, eagerly anticipating this year's freshman exchange competition. With Chen's exceptional abilities, Lonke Academy's victory seemed almost certain. However, Chen himself was rather uninterested, feeling that participating in such competitions was beneath him. Whether freshman, sophomore, or junior, none could match him. His focus was already on the so-called for heavenly lords of the 3 major academies, curious to see the extent of their powers. Liu Bei patted Chen on the shoulder, advising, "Kid, I've safely brought you here, and now I need to catch up with some old friends from other academies. You're absolutely safe within the Magic Capital Academy, so don't worry about any assassination attempts. Even if the Sakura group recognizes you, they wouldn't dare make a move here unless they want to be mobbed by our Daxia people." He pointed to the reception desk, indicating that Chen should register himself, and then disappeared through a teleportation array. Chen sighed, shaking his head. That old guy is as unreliable as ever. If I trusted him, pigs would fly. He glanced around, noticing that the prodigies from other countries were also sizing each other up, estimating each other's strengths. After all, everyone wanted to excel in this exchange competition, and understanding their opponents was only natural. Chen walked straight to the center of the reception hall, where a female attendant from the Magic Capital Academy led him to a more spacious and luxurious domed hall. The hall was intricately decorated, showcasing masterful craftsmanship. At 5 positions, large crystal orbs were placed for testing and recording the participants' profession information and potential. The attendant politely explained, "Sir, this is the testing hall. Please choose a line and place your hand on the crystal. It will record your profession information and grant you eligibility to compete. The specific competition schedule will be announced later through a formation transmission." She then quietly withdrew, showing no curiosity about the numerous prodigies. Chen thanked her, squinting slightly as he detected something unusual. Her overly straightforward attitude suggested she already knew all about the prodigies, implying that this exchange competition might have hidden agendas. Chen decided to stay vigilant and inform Liu Bei later, though he wasn't overly worried given his current strength and the white dragon battle robe he wore. At that moment, long lines had already formed at the 5 positions. The overseas prodigies could choose any line, placing their hands on the crystal orb to display their profession information and potential. The orb occasionally emitted colorful lights, projecting screens that detailed each participant's profession, revealing even hidden professions. Age 19. Egypt, Abitron, SS level, profession Shadow Assassin. A dark aura spread from the orb, chilling everyone to the bone. Age 18, North America, Thomas, SS level, profession dual elementalist of thunder and fire. The sounds of thunder and fire echoed through the hall. Age 18, Western Europe, David, SS level, profession divine conjurer. A holy light descended, calming the crowd. Age 19, Eagle Country, Tommy, SS level, profession mind controller. The power of illusions fluctuated, changing the scene in an instant. The prodigies in the hall paid close attention to both their own profession manifestations and those of others, understanding that knowing their opponent's strengths was crucial for the upcoming competition. Chen watched with interest. He pondered how his own profession as a beast tamer, with abilities spanning multiple professions, would be displayed. Would the crystal show signs of a shadow assassin, mind controller, elementalist, space mage, and other abilities? He wasn't worried about revealing his cards, as the crystal could only detect so much. Besides, even if they knew, it wouldn't change the outcome. His system's tasks ensured that. The hall was ablaze with various manifestations, all impressive. Most were SS level with a few S levels, but SS level beast tamers were rare. There were SS level swordmasters with hundreds of flying swords circling the crystal, SS level dual elemental mages with miniature forests growing inside the orb, SS level hidden ninjas with eyes appearing in the dark mist, and SS level divine practitioners from the White Elephant Country with thousands of Buddha lights enchanting. The strength of these manifestations varied, with those from powerful countries like Western Europe, America, and the White Elephant Country extending their manifestations beyond the crystal orb into the hall. Weaker ones were confined within the orb, making it hard for others to see the full extent. Chen's line gradually shortened. The overseas prodigies, having recorded their information, didn't leave immediately but observed others' profession information and manifestations. Besides the overseas prodigies, many elite students from Daxia, mainly from Tianqing and the Magic Capital Academy, were present, though few from Tianbei Academy. This surprised Chen, but he didn't dwell on it. As the line moved forward, Chen's turn was approaching. He felt a hint of anticipation, curious to see what kind of spectacle his profession manifestation would create. The number of participants dwindled until it was finally Chen's turn. He extended his hand and placed it on the half-meter-wide crystal ball in front of him. A chill ran from his palm up his arm and then back into the crystal ball. Suddenly, a light emerged, and Chen's detailed information appeared above the crystal ball. Desya, Chen, bone age 18? Profession? Level Beast Master. Chen stared at the information on the crystal ball, bewildered. His profession and Beast Master level were both marked by 3 question marks. Could it be that the crystal ball couldn't measure his potential? He pondered that this might be because most of his pet beasts were of divine level, with talents at least SSS level, far exceeding the human-defined 3S level. The crystal ball couldn't evaluate such high-level pet beasts, so it naturally couldn't accurately determine his potential and profession as a beast master. On both sides of the hall, the foreign prodigies and Desya prodigies who were investigating others' information were equally stunned by Chen's results. They widened their eyes and repeatedly confirmed what they saw, seemingly unable to believe that someone's profession and potential could be marked by question marks. Doubts filled everyone's minds. Was Chen too weak to be measured, or was he so strong that he exceeded the measurement range? At that moment, the crystal ball in front of Chen suddenly erupted with a terrifying beam of light, shooting straight to the dome of the hall. The other 4 crystal balls responded, each emitting a beam of light. The 5 beams converged at the dome, creating a stunning vision. In this vision, Chen stood in midair with his hands in his pockets. Behind him loomed 10 indistinct chaotic figures, exuding an unsettling aura. The roars of various beasts could be faintly heard, sweeping through the hall like a tidal wave, imposing an overwhelming presence. Everyone present felt as if their hearts were struck by a heavy hammer, causing them to stagger back a few steps, their faces pale, and their blood churning. Although it was just an image, it made them feel a real sense of danger and terror. Just when Chen thought the vision was over, the 10 chaotic figures each unleashed different eerie power fluctuations. One figure emitted a crimson flame, instantly raising the temperature of the hall. Another released bone-chilling cold, causing a layer of frost to form on the ground. Faced with such a terrifying scene, the prodigies present activated their professional abilities, trying to resist the intertwining pressure of ice and fire. They were shocked to realize that this was not a case of being too weak to be measured, but rather being so strong that even the instrument couldn't gauge it. Everyone stared intently at Chen's figure in the vision, filled with apprehension. Regardless of their own strength or talents, they unanimously regarded Chen as the primary adversary. Sensing something amiss, Chen withdrew his hand. He glanced around and noticed everyone staring directly at him, their eyes filled with dread. Is there something on my face? Chen shrugged helplessly, ignoring the crowd. He looked down at his left wristband and found an additional light ring displaying detailed information about the upcoming freshman exchange competition, including dates, battle locations, and rules. Before leaving, Chen cast a meaningful glance at everyone present and gave a bright, sunny smile. However, this smile, meant to be warm, appeared to them as the sinister grin of a demon, sending chills down their spines. After Chen left, all the foreign freshmen hurriedly communicated with their guardians, reporting about Chen, who could potentially become their greatest adversary. Their hearts raced, and they felt a cold sweat on their backs, as if a great calamity was looming. At this moment, in a glass viewing room suspended in midair at the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities, over 100 powerful figures from various places had gathered. Vice presidents and presidents from the 4 supreme academies of Defy were present, along with deans and elders from numerous top overseas institutions. The viewing room was constructed entirely of glass, offering a panoramic view of the entire Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities below. Every match in progress could be clearly seen. The atmosphere inside was subtle. On the surface, representatives from various factions were engaging in light-hearted conversation, but beneath the surface, tensions were brewing. The deans of the Magic City Academy were exchanging pleasantries with representatives from the Beautiful Country, Eagle Country, and White Elephant Country. Some of the deans were even from overseas. The high-ranking officials from the 3 major academies Tianqing, Tianbei, and Longquether together, appearing harmonious but each harboring their own motives. Strong figures from other countries also formed small groups, outwardly friendly but inwardly on guard. An old man with a white beard, the very same elder who had pursued Chen in Jiangqing City, looked at Liu Bei and sighed. "Old Liu, your Longquet Academy is impressive, managing to recruit that young man. With him, you have a future Tianjun in the making." A middle-aged man next to him, the Yujun expert who had accompanied the old man that day, also sighed. "What a pity. You old fox managed to snatch him up." Liu Bei, hearing this, shook his head mysteriously. "Heh, it's all about timing and fate. Some things are destined." This display made the 2 men want to punch him. The old man with the sword lowered his voice and suggested a bold idea. "What if little Sakura discovers Chen's true identity? Should we join forces to detain them all here permanently?" The deans of the 3 major academies exchanged meaningful glances, a hint of murderous intent flashing in their eyes. Liu Bei nodded secretly and transmitted a message through a formation. "It's not impossible. After all, little Sakura harbors ill intentions towards us. Many of the assassins in the heretical church are ninjas. It's obvious they participated in the plans to hunt our Disya prodigies. If anything goes wrong, we kill immediately." At that moment, new students from the Beautiful Country, White Elephant Country, Sakura Country, and Stick Country were all transmitting messages to their mentors, all mentioning the same name Chen. Who is this Chen, and why does Tommy fear him so much? Is Chen really that powerful, making Thomas say he would be utterly defeated? Can someone tell me which country's prodigy this Chen belongs to? The elders from various overseas factions were thrown into a frenzy, looking at each other before collectively turning their gaze towards the deans of the 4 supreme academies of Disya. Liu Bei felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny and cunningly shifted his gaze to the square-faced middle-aged man and the old man with the sword beside him, trying to divert attention. However, this only made more people focus on the representatives from Tianqing and Tianbei academies. At that moment, the deans of Tianqing and Tianbei also received messages from their students. Despite the intense attention, they maintained their composure, though they inwardly cursed Liu Bei countless times. With no other choice, Liu Bei awkwardly smiled and admitted, "He is indeed a prodigy of Longquet Academy." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire crowd's gaze pierced towards Liu Bei and the deans of Longquet Academy like sharp arrows. Although they remained outwardly calm, the deans of Longquet Academy couldn't help but curse Chen inwardly. What on earth did this kid do to make everyone so wary? It seems he'll have to face them all alone right from the start. Despite their complaints, they still had boundless confidence in Chen. Victory was certain. Chen had no idea that a casual move of his had put Liu Bei in an awkward position. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he was leisurely lying in the bathtub of the restroom at the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities, enjoying a fruit platter and light music, feeling the vibrations of a massager, while carefully studying the rules of the upcoming freshman exchange competition. The competition spans 3 days. The first day features a chaotic arena battle with 10 arenas, where freshman prodigies from various schools fight randomly. The last 5 standing in each arena earn 10 points. The second day is an unknown ranking match, where participants can choose their opponents but are limited to 5 matches each, with winners earning 10 points per match. The third day involves an SS-level difficulty area called the Land of the Undead, where points are awarded based on the number of skeletal beasts hunted, with the top 10 earning between 15 and 6 points. The rules are quite lax, allowing any form of harm except for fatal injuries. In fact, if both parties agree to sign a life and death contract, they can fight to the death. This excited Chen greatly. He initially just wanted to beat up his opponents, but now he had grander ambitions. "If they don't agree to sign the life and death contract, I'll force them to sign." Chen schemed to himself. If that doesn't work, Xiaobai and Xiaoduan can help. As for the third day's death zone, it's practically tailor-made for Xiaogu. Although the locations and groupings for the arenas hadn't been announced, Chen wasn't worried. He planned to first enjoy the VIP treatment at the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities, which not only offered gourmet food and massages, but also special services for those willing to pay. Time flew by, and after a morning of massages and baths, Chen finally received detailed information about the first day's competition. The venue was set in the Academy's massive training grounds, simulating various terrains. 10 giant circular arenas stood within, each with a randomly generated terrain, which could be ocean, forest, swamp, or mountainous. Chen was assigned to the 7th arena, which simulated a swampy, ancient forest. When his wristband flashed green, his body was teleported to a random location within the arena. Other participants also appeared on their respective arenas, totaling around 1,000, with about 100 in each arena. Ultimately, only 5 would remain in each arena, while the rest would be eliminated. Elimination was straightforward. Either force the opponent to voluntarily admit defeat and leave the arena, or beat them to the point of life-threatening danger, at which the wristband would automatically determine and teleport them out. Eliminated participants had one chance for a revival match, but their points would be halved. The training ground was packed with spectators, who looked up at the 100 floating light screens, eagerly discussing the strengths of prodigies from various countries. Some praised the mental prowess of the prodigies from the United States, others marveled at the 6-winged seraphs from Western Europe, and many cheered for the 4 major academies of Daxia. In the air, hidden within a glass observation room, top-tier experts from various nations closely watched the competition. Liu Bei stood by the glass, his eyes filled with anticipation and calculation. Chen, this is just the first round. Show them what you've got. Even if you kill a few, Longke Academino, all of Daxia will back you up. Chen lazily leaned against a large tree, looking up at the sky, mumbling, another ancient forest. Should I just set it on fire? Let's see if they've ever had their butts burned. He planned to teach everyone a lesson. Those who cooperated would get a beating, and those who didn't would get beaten until they cried for their mothers. With that, Chen released Xiaomu from the beast god ring. Instantly, a gigantic heaven-split world tree rose from the ground, its thick trunk covered in golden ancient scripts, exuding a mysterious aura. The canopy reached 100 meters high, shading a vast area. Pale green life energy swirled around the tree like fireflies. Chen was lifted to the top of the canopy by a thick branch, overlooking the entire arena. The tree was so conspicuous that participants from the other 9 arenas all looked over in astonishment, wondering if it was some kind of powerful wood-based ability. Those who had been ready to fight stopped in their tracks, staring in disbelief at the incredible scene unfolding on the 7th arena. Whose power is this? To summon such a terrifying giant tree through some form of spirit communication, even I, with my divine contract techniques, can barely summon a 30-meter demon tree. On the 7th arena, a spirit contractor from Western Europe stared in shock at the sudden appearance of a 100-meter turtle tree, his face full of fear and dread. He thought to himself, if this tree possesses real combat power, they might all be doomed. What kind of freakish ability is this? He muttered under his breath. I've never heard of such a terrifying presence in this year's freshman exchange competition. The prodigies from the Cherry Blossom Nation and Korea were equally stunned. Their eyes sparkled with envy and jealousy, harboring resentment. Why couldn't such a monstrous ability be theirs? Standing at the highest point of the world tree, Chen was about to survey the entire scene and devise a plan when he suddenly noticed a large glass viewing room not far ahead. Inside stood several sovereign realm experts, including Liu Bei and other deans from Longke Academy. Chen was a bit surprised. He waved at Liu Bei and called out, "Hey, what's with the crowd here? Old man, what are you watching? I'm up here." Liu Bei's mouth twitched, and he nodded helplessly. The expressions of the other sovereign realm experts varied. None of them had expected such a monstrous talent among the overseas freshmen. The heads of the 2 highest academies from the Cherry Blossom Nation stared at Chen with furrowed brows. They felt they had seen this boy somewhere before, but couldn't quite place him. Ignoring the others, Chen took a deep breath and shouted with all his might, "There's no need for fighting or hiding. It's useless. I'll beat all of you myself. Everyone, come out and take your beating to avoid multiple rounds of pain." His voice echoed thunderously across the 7th arena and even reached the other 9 simulated arenas. All the overseas freshmen recognized the voice and immediately groaned in despair. They cursed their bad luck for ending up on the same arena as this monster. However, Chen's words also ignited their anger. They secretly conspired to hide in various places, hoping to be among the last 4 standing to advance. Seeing this, Chen sighed. It's hard to persuade the doomed. Since you won't accept one beating, you'll have to accept continuous beatings. With that, he lightly waved his hand, and the 7th arena underwent a dramatic transformation. All the ancient swamp trees seemed to come alive, their branches growing wildly and interconnecting to form a massive wooden platform. Countless vines emerged from the ground, precisely binding each hidden prodigy, lifting them high into the air, and then slamming them forcefully to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of impact and agonized screams filled the air. The snapping of vines and the cries of pain echoed throughout the arena. Uh, uh, uh. None of the prodigies escaped the brutal beating. They were battered and broken, their bodies covered in wounds, blood streaming down. In the 10 arenas, each one is guarded by 10 revered experts who act as judges to maintain order. The 7th arena, where Chen is located, is no exception. When Chen started using Xiao Mu's forest power to pummel everyone, the 10 judges, 5 men and 5 women, immediately appeared beside him. Just as they were about to speak, Chen silenced them with a cold glare. An invisible soul pressure weighed down on them like a mountain, rendering them immobile. Chen's revered aura manifested, with 9 chaotic, indistinct figures appearing behind him, each one roaring skyward, exuding different respected beast auras. I haven't killed anyone, and I haven't broken any rules, Chen said with a harmless smile that barely concealed his threat. Judges, it's best not to meddle. After all, you wouldn't want to get beaten up on this stage, would you? Feeling Chen's terrifying aura and the 9 chaotic figures behind him, along with the 100-meter turtle giant tree beside him, the judges hesitated for a moment before retreating. They disappeared into the air, continuing to keep a low profile. They had intended to maintain order, but it was clear they couldn't do so here. As long as Chen didn't kill anyone, they wouldn't intervene. Chen nodded in satisfaction and continued his performance. Meanwhile, in the glass observation room, the faces of the revered experts turned increasingly grim. The deans of the Magic City Academy looked particularly frustrated, their expressions as dark as soot. Standing atop the World Tree of Heaven's Rift, Chen enthusiastically directed the attacks. That's right, those little cherry blossoms. Beat them until their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. Whip them across the face. And those little sticks who keep stealing our blue planet's culture, claiming everything is theirs, whip them on their 3rd legs. Make them shrink back. And those who keep licking their American overlords' boots, beat them to a pulp. Use wooden mallets on their faces, wooden spikes in their rears, and show no mercy. As Chen gave orders, the ancient swamp forest in the 7th arena grew increasingly violent. Vines, wooden stakes, thorns, and roots multiplied. The ground shook more violently, and screams echoed incessantly. What the heck? You devil! We didn't provoke you, why are you beating us? The crowd howled in agony, feeling something strange rampaging inside them. Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Hey, guess what? Can't handle it? Too bad. Chen's handsome face spouted such infuriating words that even the spectators wanted to punch him. In the glass observation room, the overseas experts looked livid, the atmosphere tense and silent. Representatives from Japan, Korea, and the Philippines looked especially displeased. Chen continued, I told you to come out earlier to avoid a beating, but you didn't listen. I'm soft-hearted. So if you have good relations with Daxia, I might help you recover later. He explained that the World Tree of Heaven's Rift had healing abilities, able to absorb other trees' life force to heal them. Your injuries will be gone, but you won't forget the beating. But hey, it's the system's orders, right? Chen chuckled inwardly. It was actually his own idea. He still had to consider the bigger picture, as these people represented various countries, and today's exchange competition was meant to foster friendly relations. Half an hour later, Chen felt it was enough and tied everyone to Xiao Mu's trunk, initiating the high throw mode. Another round of screams filled the sky. Just as Chen was enjoying himself, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding. Host's task progress at 110, but your approach is too brutal. The system specified beating, not merciless abuse. Chen immediately retorted, System, you didn't clarify. What's the difference between beating and abuse anyway? It's all getting hit, just in different quantities and intensities. You should have been clearer. This is your fault. During the high throw, Chen noticed about 20 people were severely injured, their faces swollen like pigs, teeth knocked out. These were the ones he had given special attention to: Japanese, Koreans, and those from countries opposing Daxia. They all shared a common hostility towards Daxia and himself, so the beating wasn't in vain. These 20-odd prodigies were thrown uniformly, flipping 360 degrees in every direction at high speed. They had long since fainted, eyes rolled back, frothing blood-mixed saliva. As for the others, Chen used the power of the wooden breath to heal their injuries. Many of the beaten prodigies were surprised to find their pain gone, wounds healed, and bones intact. But their faces showed little joy. Today's events had thoroughly humiliated them. Chen, feeling the fun was over, noticed that the battles in the other 9 arenas hadn't started, with everyone watching his side. He figured if he didn't end it, the competition might drag into the next day. To avoid delaying tomorrow's schedule, he decided to show some mercy. Snap. Chen snapped his fingers, and all the vines on Xiaomu retracted. Everyone, now unsupported, flew out in all directions like shooting stars. In the distance, several angry shouts echoed. "I'm never coming back. I'd rather die than return. If you want to live, stay away from that monster." The match at the 7th arena ended in a bizarre manner. Chen single-handedly swept through the competition and emerged as the sole victor, leaving no one to claim second, third, or fourth place. At the edge of the arena, several concealed glances were cast towards Chen's figure. The owners of these gazes were all hidden under loose gray robes, their faces obscured. A prodigy of Desya, possessing 10 top-tier beasts, one of the gray-robed figures transmitted in a raspy voice. "Originally, we planned to deal with the Magic City Ability Academy and eliminate the hidden Demon Emperor body there. We never expected such an unexpected gain. His beast mastery talent is no less than that of the Demon Emperor body," another gray-robed figure responded. "The giant beast he just released should be his life-bonded beast and his strongest. The remaining 9 might be just S or SS rank, with a few at the commander level and some at the sovereign level. Then we shall lure him to the slaughterhouse and kill him." The gray-robed figures reached a consensus, each twisting a dark gold ring on their ring fingers. A mysterious power flashed through the golden halo on Chen's left wrist, quietly altering the trajectory of the spatial teleportation. Having completed this, the gray-robed figures turned their attention to the other arenas, planning to similarly manipulate the victorious prodigies and send them to other slaughterhouses. Standing on the arena, Chen placed a hand on his forehead, watching the departing prodigies with amazement. "Hey, you have to admit, they fly pretty far." Turning to the other contestants and spectators, he beamed brightly. "Why don't you all come to my arena and join me for some fun? Or referee, can you combine all 10 arenas into one so everyone can join me here on the 7th arena? I'm a very hospitable person. When friends come from afar, I break their bones and smash their heads. I welcome them as my dearest friends." The prodigies from the other arenas, hearing this, couldn't help but twitch their mouths and clench their fists, cursing inwardly. "Who wants to play with you? Who wants to be your friend? This bastard's intentions are clear as day. He just wants to beat us up." They quickly turned away and resumed their battles, fearing Chen might target them. The 10 hidden referees shivered upon hearing Chen's suggestion. They knew all too well the schemes behind his smile. As fellow Desya people, they were well-versed in such tricks. In unspoken agreement, they chose to ignore Chen's words, instead displaying winner Chen above the 7th arena. Seeing no response, Chen sighed and retracted his wooden talisman. The halo on his left wrist flashed, and the power of space teleported him away, destination unknown. As Chen departed, the audience finally breathed a sigh of relief and shifted their attention to the other 9 arenas. Chen's performance on the 7th arena had been astonishing. The contestants had hidden before the fight even began, only to be easily found and thrown out of the arena by Chen, making the whole process seem like a farce. The audience watched in shock, feeling as if they could sense the pain of each blow. Only the spectators from Long K Academy enjoyed the show, finally seeing others experience Chen's torment, which balanced their own feelings. "I have a feeling Chen wanted to burn down this ancient forest," said one spectator from Long K Academy. "His eyes looked the same as last time. But whatever, it's not us getting beaten up, it's them. Let's just enjoy watching him beat people up." With that, they took out their phones and began live streaming. In the viewing room, the expressions of the sovereign-level experts eased slightly. If not for sensing that the injuries of the defeated prodigies seemed to be healed by some kind of demonic art, they might have already confronted Long K Academy, sparking a sovereign-level battle. "Damn it, when has our own been so humiliated?" One sovereign-level expert gritted his teeth. Beaten beyond recognition. In the entire viewing room, only Liu Bei had a smile on his face, while the other sovereign-level experts' faces were as dark as coal. Meanwhile, during the spatial teleportation, Chen suddenly sensed something amiss. Something's off. This teleportation seems tampered with. The spatial nodes are problematic. He observed the dense, electric-like flow of temporal light points around him, some flowing backward, others forward, making the teleportation process extremely chaotic. "Am I being sent to some strange place again?" Chen sneered. "Well, let's see who's behind this. I've got plenty of cards up my sleeve." He began to calculate how to turn the tables, sensing that the teleportation array's direction was far from friendly. In his perception, it felt like an invisible net was tightening, trying to capture something. Chen became vigilant, ready to face any potential crisis. Endless rays of light flickered, the teleportation array's space alternated between brightness and darkness, and the surrounding points of light seemed to settle, as if they were about to reach their destination. A smile appeared on Chen's face, making him look even more sinister under the intermittent light. Suddenly, a burst of intense light flashed, stabilizing the space-time continuum. Chen's body passed through, landing firmly on the ground. He looked around and found himself in a blood-red space. The area was small, only a few hundred meters across, shrouded in darkness except for a conspicuous blood pool in the center, bubbling with blood. In the middle of the blood pool stood a statue of a faceless man in a blood-red robe, continuously absorbing the surrounding blood energy and transforming it back into clear water that flowed back into the pool. The air was thick with a pungent smell of blood, more nauseating than any beast carcass Chen had ever encountered, a mix of decayed blood and rotten seafood. At the edge of the blood pool, a dozen bald men wielding butcher knives stood with cruel smiles, waiting for the next unlucky soul to arrive. Behind them lay a dozen corpses, each with gouged-out eyes and flayed faces, blood flowing like rivers, creating an extremely gruesome scene. Heh, another newbie? One of the men taunted. What is this, the 13th one now? 9 from Daxia, 3 from Maozi, and 1 from Ingwa. I wonder which country this one is from? Chen frowned, calculating silently. These men were clearly lying in wait to hunt those transported here. He made a mental note of the countries they mentioned. A scar-faced bald man saw Chen and instantly turned vicious. Huh, a pretty boy? I hate pretty boys the most. My ex-girlfriend ran off with one. So I'll flay this kid's face and make a mask out of it, then use his bones to craft a necromancer's tool. Another man exclaimed, hiss, this kid's at the sovereign level, a supreme prodigy. One of the men sneered, kid, if you cooperate and tell us everything you know about your academy's secrets, and call us father a few times, you might get off with fewer beatings. Of course, you can choose to be tough and end up as one of those hard bones over there. He pointed to the skeletal remains at the edge of the blood pool, a mocking smile on his face. Chen responded calmly, I'm curious, why are a few sovereign-level trash barking here? I won't bother asking where this is or what you're planning, because I know you won't answer anyway. His gaze swept across the blood pool, noting the piles of bones and the blood flesh dissolving into the pool. This sight only made Chen's heart grow colder. The men were initially surprised by Chen's words, then burst into laughter. Ha, big talk from a small fry. Plenty of so-called invincible geniuses have died here. Their bones are piled up over there. Do you think you can summon your beasts in this space? Chen knew this space had special restrictions for beast tamers, preventing them from summoning their beasts. He closed his eyes slowly, then abruptly opened them, uttering a single word, suppress. In an instant, an overwhelming soul force surged towards the bald men like a tidal wave. Chen's soul was far stronger than ordinary people, and now it crashed down like an avalanche. Behind him, 3 monster souls manifested. An undying phoenix, an ice crystal inferno, and a blazing vermilion bird. These souls, wielding the powers of fire and ice, seemed almost real. Kneel! Chen commanded again, increasing the soul pressure. The 3 monster souls roared, launching a combined attack of fire and ice at the men. The men's faces turned pale as they desperately resisted the burning and freezing in their minds, but they couldn't withstand Chen's soul power. One by one, they fell to their knees in a row. Impossible! They cried in terror. How can this kid have such terrifying soul pressure? Beast taming is supposed to be restricted, so how is he able to use this power? The envoy wouldn't have tricked us. Chen coldly said, I ask, you answer. If I'm not satisfied, you die. If I am, you get to live. He gestured, and the ice crystal phoenix behind him exhaled a breath of ice, forming a 10-meter-wide array of ice needles in the air and on the ground. It was a silent threat. Unsatisfactory answers would result in them being skewered and crushed. The scar-faced man glared at Chen, snarling, kid, do you think you can scare us? We've been in this line of work for too long to fear death. We're a group of outlaws, and we regret not killing you sooner, letting a prodigy like you emerge from Daxia. Chen nodded expressionlessly, good, I like your spirit. Let's see if your bones are as tough as your mouth. Behind him, a 10-meter-tall giant tree soul appeared. Thick vines wrapped around the scar-faced man's limbs, draining his energy. At Chen's command, the vines yanked violently. Rip! The man's limbs were torn off, flying into the air. Blood sprayed wildly, splattering onto the faces of the kneeling men. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the blood-red space. The limbless man hung in the air, blood gushing out, his face turning as pale as paper. The excruciating pain caused him to lose consciousness instantly. Chen remained expressionless, while the other men were stunned, staring in horror at their suspended comrade. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Faint to avoid the aftermath? Not that easy. Chen stared coldly at the unconscious bald man suspended in midair. With a flick of his finger, the heaven-splitting world tree martial soul appeared, and a strand of life force was injected into the man's body, stabilizing his fragile life force. This wasn't an act of kindness. It was a brutal extension of suffering would experience every ounce of pain and every tear of his flesh while fully conscious. The man awoke with a start, letting out a blood-curdling scream. his face contorted in agony. It took every ounce of his strength just to glance at Yi Chen. With a blank expression, Yi Chen said, "Weren't you the one who wanted to break my bones? Now, let's see how it feels when I break yours first." His voice echoed through the blood-stained space, as chilling as the icy winds of midwinter, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. Yi Chen continued, "After losing a lot of blood, it's best to chill it to slow down the flow." As soon as he finished speaking, he sent the man to the ice needle judgment platform. The needles closed in from above and below, piercing through his flesh. Blood and bits of flesh spurted out as his screams filled the entire space. The gruesome scene struck fear into the hearts of the other bald men. They realized that in this sealed space, no one could hear their cries for help, and no one was coming to save them. Terror washed over them like a tidal wave. "Boss, we were wrong," one of the bald men stammered, shaking with fear. "It was those bastards who tampered with the space teleportation array, sending you here. We were just following orders. We're not the masterminds." Yi Chen sneered. "Oh? You have a family? What does that have to do with me? How about I help you reunite with them in the underworld?" His words dripped with a chilling mockery. Suddenly, a nine-tailed fox martial soul, pure white in color, appeared behind Yi Chen. A powerful charm enveloped the area, causing the nearest bald man to lose consciousness. Yi Chen grabbed the man's head and began soul-searching. Through the soul search, Yi Chen obtained a wealth of information. These men belonged to the blood division of a heretical sect, targeting prodigies from countries like Daxia but sparing those from Sakura, Megwa, and Gaoli. They had tampered with the teleportation bracelets of the new students during the Magic Capital's Ability Academy exchange competition. They harvested the faces of prodigies to make human skin masks and collected their eyes for some kind of blood magic. After the soul search, Yi Chen mercilessly crushed the man's head, scattering blood in a mist. He continued forward, soul-searching and killing each bald man one by one. Each step was like the footfall of death, each explosive sound like a countdown to their demise. The last few men had fainted from fear, but Yi Chen cruelly woke them up again and again, forcing them to witness the horror befalling their comrades. Finally, when 17 headless corpses lay on the ground, Yi Chen had all the information he needed. At that moment, the system in Yi Chen's mind issued a new task: eliminate the heretical sect members who infiltrated the exchange competition and find the mastermind. Completion would grant him 3 random devil fruits, 50 of a chaos fruit shard, or a random fruit awakening card. A glint of coldness flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. His killing intent had become palpable. "Oh, I didn't expect to find a mission here, and the reward is the remaining 50 of the chaos fruit fragment? That's quite tempting. And there's also that random devil fruit awakening card, which is equally enticing. You really know how to get me excited, don't you, system?" Yi Chen couldn't help but smile when he heard the sudden task notification from the system. He had originally thought that participating in the freshman exchange competition was the main quest, but it turned out that eliminating this heretical sect was the real primary objective. Completing both tasks would reward him with a whole chaos devil fruit, filling him with anticipation. Yi Chen recalled the system's previous boasts about the chaos devil fruit and couldn't help but wonder what the first random chaos devil fruit would be. If it was the celestial fruit, that would be ideal. But even if it wasn't, he wasn't too worried. Strengthening his abilities was the immediate priority. In the early stages, focusing on growth was essential, rather than getting caught up in romance. Of course, adding a bit of romance to break the monotony of training wouldn't hurt. After all, sometimes love comes when you least expect it. Surveying the scene before him, Yi Chen's eyes fell upon a faceless statue standing in the center of a pool of blood and bones. He frowned, finding the sight utterly revolting. Initially, he had considered letting his dragon whale devour and evolve, but the blood stench was nauseating. He decided to eliminate it directly. Yi Chen communicated with the 2 martial spirits behind him, the undying phoenix and the blazing vermilion bird. In an instant, scorching phoenix flames and vermilion bird fire surged forth, intertwining into a sea of flames that engulfed the entire pool of blood and bones. The intense heat burned holes in the fabric of space, evaporating all the blood into steam. The surrounding bones turned to ash in the crimson flames, as if Yi Chen was performing a cremation ritual for them. The raging flames consumed everything, including the faceless statue at the center, which soon turned to nothingness. However, just as the statue vanished, a red light burst forth from it, causing the space to tremble violently, as if a powerful force was awakening. Seeing this, Yi Chen's face showed a look of impatience. He was tired of these cliched plot twists, always involving some pointless threats and grandstanding. He couldn't be bothered to listen, so he summoned his dragon whale martial spirit and had it open its jaws to swallow the red light. The memories and power within the red light were instantly absorbed by the dragon whale and transmitted to Yi Chen's consciousness. A resentful roar echoed from the red light. "Brat, you destroyed my spirit form. I will return." Yi Chen paid it no mind, focusing instead on examining the memories within the red light. To his amusement, Chen discovered that the red light was the remnant soul of an old acquaintance, the blood beast god. The entity he had slain in the blood's secret realm was merely an avatar, and now he had encountered another fragment of its life. Recalling the blood fruit in his possession, Chen couldn't help but smile playfully. He was eager to see the blood beast god's reaction upon learning that another fragment of its soul had been destroyed. Chen summoned the void cicada martial spirit, using its spatial transmission ability to construct a portal ahead. He commanded the cicada to devour the unique spatial energy, preparing to master the forbidden beast space domain. Chen mused that if he could control methods to restrict other professions, he could create several special spaces where everyone would be reduced to mortals, with only himself retaining power. That would be quite amusing. The void cicada began to devour the surrounding blood-colored space, its aura steadily growing stronger. Although it couldn't directly evolve by devouring this energy, its body became more substantial, showing signs of transitioning to a physical form. With the system notification confirming his mastery of the forbidden beast space domain, Chen nodded in satisfaction and stepped through the portal, leaving the blood-colored space behind. The space was left in darkness, with only a few headless corpses floating about. These bodies would slowly decompose in this hidden space, eventually fading into nothingness. The spatial connection to a certain slaughterhouse abruptly severed, as if the coordinates had been erased from existence. The blood god sent a mental message, intending to manifest his divine presence, only to be thwarted by an unknown force. A dozen men in gray robes, hidden among the crowd, had been watching the battles of the prodigies on the stage. They were about to alter the winner's teleportation destinations when they received an order to retreat from the blood god's emissary. They acted swiftly. Although the first round of their plan had failed, they remained untroubled. The necropolis for the third round was already fully prepared. Even if the giants of Disya detected it, they wouldn't be able to breach that space in time. By the time they found a way in, the prodigies would have been slaughtered, and the gray-robed men would have long since vanished. One of the gray-robed men twisted a dark gold ring on his ring finger, and with a flash of spatial light, they eerily disappeared from the stands. On the stage, 9 of the 10 arenas had already determined their winners, except for the 7th. The victors of the 1st to 4th arenas were primarily from Western Europe, the United States, Russia, and India. The winners of the 5th and 6th arenas hailed from the other 3 Supreme Academies of Disya. The top 5 of the 8th and 9th arenas were from various countries. The 10th arena was unique, with only 2 winners, both from the Supernatural Academy of Magic City. One was a beast master named Yao Jun, who commanded 9 powerful pets, including 3 S-class, 7th-tier elemental dragons. The other was Yin Ranwu, a beautiful girl with a puzzling professiona gunner. Her combat style was unconventional, drawing various firearms from a small pouch at her waist, ranging from handguns to assault rifles, and even sniper rifles. This peculiar profession unsettled both the audience and her opponents, especially the prodigies from overseas who were targeted. Had it not been for the timely activation of the teleportation arrays on their wrists, they might have been torn apart. Chen returned to the resting area of the Supernatural Academy of Magic City and called Liu Bei to report the incident, but he omitted any mention of the dangers in the third match. Enraged by the news, Liu Bei ordered Chen not to leave the academy and arranged for high-level protection from the Longke Academy. The Supernatural Academy of Magic City secretly replaced everyone's light bracelets and heightened security measures and anti-teleportation arrays for the event. The next day, the competition proceeded as usual. 10 circular arenas replaced the previous day's setup, each equipped with 3 referees. The live broadcast screens in the air turned into 10 massive displays. The expressions of the sovereign-level experts in the glass viewing room were grim, harboring caution from the previous day's events. Chen stepped onto the first arena, his gaze sweeping over the waiting area. Contestants from other academies avoided his eyes, fearing to be chosen by this harbinger of misfortune. Chen paid no mind, locking his gaze onto the contestants from Cherry Blossom Country and Korea. The prodigies from these 2 countries looked at him with eyes full of killing intent and hatred, understanding that Chen's strength posed an increasing threat to their nations. Under Chen's scrutiny, the contestants from the 2 countries felt a surge of hesitation, planning to concede immediately if called upon. However, Chen had already devised a plan. If anyone refused to step onto the stage, he would use the abilities of Xiaobai or Xiaoduan to control them, forcing them to sign a life-and-death contract. This was the real slaughterhouse, the gallows for the prodigies of these 2 nations. Wait, I challenge you to a duel. Yao Jun's voice echoed through the grand hall, interrupting Chen just as he was about to exert control over the prodigies from Sakura Country and Goryeo. Yao Jun stepped forward, dressed in white trousers and shirt, his middle-parted hair flowing in the breeze, locking eyes with Chen with a determined gaze. Chen looked at Yao Jun in surprise, wondering if this person was tired of living. He was about to ask Yao Jun if he had lost his mind when he abruptly realized he had almost made a grave mistake without signing the life-and-death agreement. He couldn't kill anyone. Sensing Chen's threat, Yao Jun smirked disdainfully. Of course, I don't want to die. As long as I don't sign the life and death agreement, I'll be fine. I want to prove that my demon emperor physique from the Magic City Academy is stronger than yours from the Lonke Academy. In the glass observation room above, the Magic City Academy's dean and high-ranking officials were in an uproar. They knew very well how powerful Yi Chen was, but had forgotten to inform Yao Jun beforehand. Now, they could only watch helplessly as this lopsided battle was about to begin. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, inwardly amused. He decided to accept the challenge and postpone dealing with the Sakura and Goryo prodigies until the third round. Yao Jun had already stepped onto the first arena, signaling the referee to start. Before the match, Yao Jun cleverly avoided signing the life and death agreement to prevent any mishaps. He then closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and prepared to give his all. Suddenly, 7 deafening dragon roars echoed from the arena. 7 giant dragons of various colors soared from Yao Jun's beast space, circling above his head. These were elemental dragons of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with ice and wind dragons. Each one was an S-class, 7th-rank sovereign dragon, over 20 meters in length. The appearance of the 7 dragons was awe-inspiring. Yao Jun looked at Yi Chen proudly, anticipating his reaction. However, Yi Chen's expression remained calm, as if the scene before him was nothing unusual. Where's your beast? Yao Jun urged. Let me see the strength of the youngest dual dragon phoenix beast master of Daxia. Yi Chen nodded slightly. As you wish. With a thought, he prepared to summon Xiao Lei. The audience held their breath, eagerly awaiting this clash of demon emperor physiques. Although Yi Chen seemed to have the upper hand, anticipation for the impending battle filled the air. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Countless tribulation clouds obscured the heavens, and thunder rumbled. A colossal dragon, adorned in purple and gold, emerged from the clouds, its body stretching an astonishing 150 meters, far surpassing the combined length of Yao Jun's 7 dragons. As Xiao Lei appeared, its dragon might was overwhelming. The 7 elemental dragons trembled under this immense pressure, prostrating themselves and whimpering in submission. The elemental energy within them dissipated like extinguished flames. Yi Chen remained expressionless, having anticipated this outcome. Yao Jun, on the other hand, was completely stunned, his eyes vacant as if his soul had left his body. A colossal dragon, over 150 meters in length, hovered in the sky, exuding a terrifying, unstoppable aura. Its presence was like a hurricane sweeping across the land. The aura of a sovereign realm beast was unmistakable. The prodigies on the ninefold arena were about to engage in battle when they felt this overwhelming pressure. Instantly, they halted, their hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. Despite their efforts to remain steadfast, their bodies betrayed their fear. Goddamn, how is this thunder dragon so massive? And it's in the sovereign realm? How are we supposed to fight that? Someone muttered in disbelief. The same thought crossed everyone's mind. They were barely in the general realm, while Yi Chen had already reached the sovereign realm. This fight seemed like a death sentence. The dragon's golden-purple scales shimmered under the sunlight, leaving everyone present in awe. Even the mightiest titled heavenly lords of Western Europe, whose contracted titans were barely 100 meters, paled in comparison. Yet, Yi Chen's beast had reached such an intimidating size. Is this guy really our age? Did he lie about his age? Someone questioned skeptically. Their despair deepened as they recalled Yi Chen showcasing a flame in the Great Hall. Could that also be an SS-grade sovereign beast? Does this freak have 8 such beasts? Fear washed over everyone like a tidal wave. Many began to contemplate retreat. I'm done. I want to go home to my mom. On the other platforms, the summoned beasts and spirits of the beast tamers, summoners, and contract masters were all cowering under the dragon's immense pressure. Yao Jun snapped back to reality, his fighting spirit completely vanquished, replaced by confusion and dread. His 7 elemental dragons, usually so proud, now lowered their heads, submitting to the dragon above like lowly servants. What saddened Yao Jun even more was his inability to control his own life-bound contract beasts. Among his 7 elemental dragons, some showed signs of betrayal, ready to turn against him at Yi Chen's command. A flash of self-mockery and realization crossed Yao Jun's face. He now understood how laughable his earlier actions must have seemed to Yi Chen. Yi Chen blinked innocently and said, "My realm? Didn't your academy's dean tell you? I can't believe those old guys didn't see through my realm. I thought they would have informed you. Haven't any of those general realm folks told you my true level?" He pointed towards a hidden glass observation room in the sky, where the general realm experts were watching. His words were directed not just at Yao Jun, but at all the prodigies on the ninefold arena. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, including Yao Jun, who looked up in confusion but saw nothing. Yi Chen shrugged, saying bluntly, "That's odd. Maybe your mentors have abandoned you, thinking you're not worth their time." The prodigies clenched their fists and gritted their teeth at Yi Chen's infuriating remarks. His words were sharp and biting, making them seethe with anger. In truth, the general realm experts had wanted to inform their protégés but were stopped by the Shanghai Supernatural Academy, citing rule violations. As a result, none of the new students had realized Yi Chen's true realm, assuming he was at most in the general realm. Who could have guessed he was already a sovereign? Yi Chen looked at Yao Jun with impatience in his voice. Do you have any special tricks left? If not, prepare to get beaten and then leave. He had expected Yao Jun, with his famous demon lord emperor body, to be stronger. But seeing only 7 scrayed mixed blood dragons was disappointing. Yao Jun, faced with Yi Chen's aggressive stance, was at a loss for words, his face flushed. He wanted to summon his only 2 SS-grade beings, an angel and a fallen demon, but feared they might be taken by Yi Chen. He realized now that his demon lord emperor body was nothing compared to Yi Chen. He even suspected Yi Chen's physique might be superior, something like a demon lord god emperor body. Otherwise, how could his 7 elemental dragons be so terrified, to the point of severing their connection with him? Seeing this, Yi Chen snapped his fingers. A force of spatial shock enveloped Yao Jun, causing his entire body to shudder violently. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds echoed as Yao Jun's limbs and chest were struck as if by heavy hammers. His chest caved in, bones fractured, and he was sent flying off the platform like a broken kite. His eyes rolled back, blood foamed from his mouth, and he passed out. It would take him months to recover. Yi Chen sneered, everything comes with a price, doesn't it? You can't just show off and walk away unscathed. It's like trying to skip out on a bill at a brothel and getting your legs broken by the bouncer. With that, he kicked Yao Jun again, breaking his leg completely. Boring. Yi Chen shook his head, losing interest in the so-called unknown duel. He just wanted to fast forward to tomorrow, beat all the prodigies, kill the heretics, complete his mission, and obtain the complete chaos-level devil fruit. As Yi Chen's gaze swept over the crowd again, whether they were from the local Xia or overseas prodigies, they couldn't help but tremble. Under that pressure, they felt like they were stripped naked and thrown into a pack of wolves, their bodies involuntarily shivering. Realizing his strength had been exposed, Yi Chen tentatively asked, why don't you all come at me together? Honestly, this thunder dragon is just a paper tiger. It might look big, but it's useless. All special effects, just a scary trick. He pointed to Xiao Lei beside him, signaling it to tone down its aura. Don't scare the kids. Xiao Lei felt wronged. Clearly, Yi Chen wanted it to make a grand entrance, and now he was asking it to hold back. It looked like this could change its species, but as a pet beast, it had to comply, reluctantly restraining some of its aura, though it still remained terrifying. The overseas prodigies, hearing Yi Chen's words, wore expressions of disdain, as if saying, do you think we're fools? Who would believe such nonsense? Seeing this, Yi Chen sighed and said, then let's kill 4 Sakura warriors for entertainment. As he spoke, a snow-white 3-tailed emperor fox appeared in his arms, casting an invisible charm on one of the Sakura warriors. The person happened to look at the emperor fox and was instantly controlled. Yi Chen pointed to the controlled man. Fight me. The man nodded woodenly, stepping onto the first arena and signing a life-and-death contract under everyone's gaze. The crowd erupted in shock and discussions. Even the other Sakura warriors were puzzled by their companion's actions, suspecting he might have been driven to seek death. In the glass viewing room, the faces of the Sakura Kingdom's monarch-level experts were extremely grim. If not for the presence of other monarch-level figures, they might have already rushed down to stop it. Yi Chen explained to everyone, you heard him, it was his own request. I didn't force him. After saying this, he retracted Xiao Lei back into the beast's space, and a demon-slaying sword appeared in his right hand. With a slight bend of his legs, Yi Chen instantly appeared in front of the Sakura warrior. With a resounding clang, the opponent's head was separated from his body. Blood dripped from the tip of the sword onto the arena. Next, Yi Chen said coldly, scanning the crowd. The fox in his arms cast its charm again, and another Sakura warrior stepped forward, also signing a life-and-death contract. Yi Chen repeated his tactic, beheading the second person with 1 strike. After 2 consecutive charms, the remaining 2 Sakura warriors from Osaka University followed suit, both meeting the same fate. For headless corpses lay neatly on the arena, blood flowing. The expressions on their severed heads were frozen in shock, indicating they had regained consciousness at the last moment, but it was too late. After killing the 4, Yi Chen expressionlessly jumped off the arena and walked straight out of the venue under the stunned gazes of the crowd, returning to the rest area. He didn't care about others' thoughts. He was here solely to complete his system mission. Next, Yi Chen planned to head to Longdu, using the secret realm key in his possession to upgrade his pet beasts. As for skipping grades, he had already discussed it with Liu Bei. 5 months later, he only needed to defeat 10 second and third-year students in the ranking battles and complete certain demon hunting tasks. These tasks could be taken from demon hunting associations across the Xia, jointly issued by the associations and Longke Academy. These cherry blossoms seem to have truly lost their minds. For prodigies from Osaka University recklessly challenged Chen and ended up being decapitated by a single sword strike. As the four headless bodies fell to the ground, the audience from Desya erupted in wild cheers, openly expressing their satisfaction. In contrast to his restraint against Yao Jun earlier, Chen now displayed genuine killing intent. The spectators from the Magic City Academy couldn't help but feel relieved that Chen had shown mercy to Yao Jun. The female artillery mage stared intently at Chen's departing figure, excitedly pondering whether her weapon could stand against that terrifying thunder dragon. In the glass observation room, three sovereign realm experts from Osaka University were furious, their nails digging into their palms as they etched Chen's image into their minds, their eyes gleaming with hatred. They secretly vowed to assassinate Chen and eliminate all the Xia prodigies to avenge today's humiliation. As Chen left the arena, the other prodigies breathed a sigh of relief, as if waking from a nightmare. Brilliant displays of professional abilities, pet beasts, and spells once again dazzled the stage. However, for the audience, these performances seemed to have lost their allure. After witnessing Chen's earth-shattering thunder dragon, everything else paled in comparison. After a morning of intense battles, this unique ranking duel finally came to an end. The audience could no longer muster interest in the outcomes of the other matches, as in their eyes, Chen was the undeniable champion of this freshman exchange competition. Liu Bei, who had disappeared for a night, returned and sought out Chen, who was soaking in a bath in the lounge. He reported that the Magic City had been sealed off by Desya forces and curiously asked how Chen had escaped from the slaughterhouse that restricted Beast Tamer's abilities. Liu Bei was secretly planning to ask Chen for some of his trump cards. Liu Bei assured Chen of their safety and detailed the forces Desya had mobilized. However, Chen seemed distracted, nodding absent-mindedly while munching on a fruit platter. This infuriated Liu Bei, who sternly reminded Chen of the dangers posed by the heretical court. Chen suddenly asked what would happen if all the overseas prodigies were to die unexpectedly in the necromancer's domain. Liu Bei immediately warned him against such actions, explaining the potential diplomatic crises it could trigger. From Liu Bei's words, Chen gleaned some information about Desya's hidden strength, pondering it silently. In the end, Chen decided to abandon the idea of a wholesale massacre, but still planned to target certain nations' prodigies in the necromancer's domain. He intended to use soul-searching techniques to determine their knowledge and then decide their fates. Regardless, some were destined to die. After a sleepless night, Liu Bei returned to the viewing room where the elite of Junjing were gathered, while Chen headed to compete in the third round's S-level death zone. As the competition progressed, the number of participants had significantly decreased. Including the 50 who rejoined through the revival match and the 50 from the second round, only 100 contestants remained. The secret realm was vast and boundless, and the participants' skills were relatively shallow. Entering such a high-level death zone raised questions about the intentions of the organizers at the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities. From Chen's perspective, the level of the death beasts and various eerie dangers in this zone required at least the level of a commander to navigate. These top-tier SSS talents, who were only at the level of a general, would likely have no choice but to flee in panic when faced with powerful death beasts. Of course, the halo on their wrists could automatically teleport them out in times of danger, which was a bit of a hassle for Chen. However, disabling it wasn't difficult. After all, it was a type of spatial array. He could leave it to Xiao Chan to handle. On the circular arena, the 100 participants were ready. Above their heads, over 100 light screens floated, broadcasting everything happening within the secret realm in real time. However, if they encountered a special blood-colored space like the slaughterhouse that day, the signal would be automatically blocked. Chen planned to use this to quietly eliminate his enemies. The dozen judges announced the rules in unison, particularly emphasizing the protective mechanism of the halo that would automatically teleport them out in danger. They also gave different advice based on the participants' strengths. The general advice was to flee when encountering a venerable level death beast, but for Chen, it was to run only when facing a death beast monarch. After all, Chen had reached the venerable level and could handle ordinary venerable level death beasts. The judges repeatedly stressed the importance of safety, placing life above points. The participants nodded in agreement, but their faces showed no fighting spirit, only helplessness and despondency. From the initial confidence on the first day to now just hoping to return safely, Chen's sudden emergence and terrifying strength had completely shattered their confidence. With a wave of the chief judge's hand, holy light enveloped the 100 participants, teleporting them to the S-level deathly secret realm. Overseas viewers watched the screens with dwindling enthusiasm, worried about whether their champions would return safely. In contrast, the atmosphere at Daxia, especially among the freshmen of Longhai Academy, was filled with excitement and cheers for Chen. The deathly secret realm was a sinister and terrifying graveyard. Rotting leaves and soil covered the ground, emitting a damp, musty stench. The sound of bones cracking underfoot occasionally came through, and the air was thick with the smell of death. Dilapidated tombstones leaned precariously, with scattered bones and hollow eye sockets seemingly staring at the intruders. In the center of the graveyard stood 3 ancient bronze steels, beneath which a hidden aura was slowly awakening. The participants frowned as soon as they arrived. This was no secret realm. It was clearly a graveyard. They instinctively stepped back, huddling together with uncertainty. They had expected to hunt death beasts, but were instead transported directly to the heart of the most dangerous deathly realm. The overseas participants were panicked, having never seen such a dangerous scene. They debated whether to exit immediately, but were concerned about the embarrassment of running away so soon. During their heated discussion, a participant from Bangzi proposed using the powerful Yiqian as bait to attract attention, while they escaped to the edges to hunt lower-level death beasts. This suggestion quickly gained support from participants from Yinghua and pretty countries. They formed a ruthless consensus: sacrifice Yiqian to secure their own survival. Although the participants from Daxia were also unhappy with Yiqian, they decided not to partake in the plan for the sake of unity. Participants from countries friendly with Daxia were also hesitant. Yiqian heard their conversation clearly and sneered internally. This luck of being randomly transported to the center of the deathly secret realm provided him with a perfect opportunity. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the 1,000 commander-level skeletons reviving and the high-level venerable skeletons hidden beneath the 3 main steels. This would be more than enough to make the participants suffer. Yiqian had a plan and was ready to let Xiao's skull showcase its abilities and level up in the process. Crack! The ground suddenly started to tremble violently. The bones of the skeletons lying on the ground twitched slightly, and a strange blue flame flickered in their hollow eye sockets. As the shaking intensified, a massive fissure opened in the ground, and countless skeletal arms reached out like the tentacles of demons, clawing madly. One by one, the skeletons crawled out of the underground tomb. Their empty, lifeless eyes seemed to sense the presence of the living. Their broken teeth emitted a piercing screech, and the stench of decay, rot, and death filled the air, suffocating everyone around. Over 2,000 high-level decayed skeletons and over 2,000 mid-level eyeless ghouls staggered to their feet, locking their sights on Yiqian and his companions. Instinctively, they sensed the life force emanating from the group and were itching to tear them apart and devour their organs. Roar! Roar! Thousands of skeletons and ghouls growled excitedly as they slowly approached the group. Under the eerie moonlight, their shadows stretched long behind them, resembling a vast army of the undead. Yiqian calmly observed the skeletons and ghouls. Although their levels were higher than his little skeletons, they were still fundamentally undead beasts. Yiqian had already devised a plan. He would use his pet's power to control them, then have his little skeleton cut off their shadows, thereby commandeering this skeletal army. In this land of the dead, he would become the true necromancer, the harbinger of the undead. Run! The overseas prodigies screamed in terror. Thousands of high-level undead, we can't possibly fight them. Their bodies are so decayed and hard that even our powers and flames can't harm them. Only a holy priest's purification power can remove their deathly aura and curses. The group looked towards the holy priests in their midst, stepping back with fear etched on their faces. They had thought the skeletons would take time to revive, but they had been caught off guard by their speed. The female holy priests turned pale and trembled uncontrollably. Their levels are higher than ours. It takes about 10 minutes to purify just one ghoul or decayed skeleton. There's no way we can handle thousands of them. Then we stick to the plan and run. The prodigies from Korea, Japan, the USA, and the Philippines exchanged glances. Let that freak hold them off. He's at a high enough level to last a while. As long as he's distracted, we can make our escape. No sooner had the words left their mouths than the formation masters set up teleportation arrays. Wind element mages boosted everyone's speed, and the speedsters pushed their limits. In mere seconds, 20 out of the 100-strong group had fled. Though the members from Daxia were also terrified and their legs trembled, they chose to trust Yiqian. However, the mass exodus triggered a chain reaction, and soon, more people fled towards the rear. Yiqian murmured softly, "Xiao-chan, set up space-cutting teleportation to bring them back. Xiao-lei, use your beast god's power to control all the skeletons and ghouls, but don't kill them. Xiao skeleton, cut off all their shadows and incorporate them into the shadow army." Following Yiqian's command, a massive space king cicada appeared out of thin air, its transparent wings looking especially holy under the moonlight. The surrounding space rippled like water, and spatial nodes shifted. Those who had just escaped suddenly felt the space around them solidify like a swamp, making it difficult to move. One step further, and they found themselves inexplicably back behind Yiqian. Roar! A colossal thunder dragon materialized in the sky, exuding an invisible aura of beastly might. All the skeletons and ghouls were instinctively suppressed, stopping in their tracks. A flicker of fear and respect flashed in their hollow eyes. A pitch-black skeleton emerged silently from Yiqian's shadow, holding a pair of dark scissors in its right hand. It moved like a ghost among the skeletons and ghouls, the sound of continuous snipping filling the air. Snip, snip, snip. The shadows of the skeletons and ghouls disappeared instantly, their expressions shifting from fear to dullness. Moments later, all the skeletons and ghouls were incorporated into the shadow army of the undead skeleton Marquis, under Chen's command. A system notification sounded, indicating that Xiao Skeleton had broken through to the first level of the high rank after absorbing a large amount of shadow power, unlocking a new skill, shadow filling. Chen signaled Xiao Lei to withdraw and turned to face the fleeing group, a mocking smile on his face. Run? Why aren't you running anymore? Keep running. He took a step forward, and behind him, the little skeleton and thousands of ghouls and skeletons followed in perfect unison. What's going on? Weren't these skeletons just trying to kill us? Why aren't they moving now? The prodigies from Xia were shocked. Could it be that the black skeleton controlled them? How many SS-level beasts does this guy have? Their hearts pounded as the situation reversed so quickly it left them stunned. Just moments ago, they were gearing up to fight alongside Chen, and now, he controlled the entire skeletal army. This was beyond comprehension. Accidents happen. It was just an accident. The prodigies from Sakura Country, Stick Country, and Beautiful Country, who had been teleported back by Chen, looked embarrassed and repeatedly apologized. They explained, "We were just too scared. Fear is a natural human instinct. We didn't mean to abandon everyone by running away. If we had known you had such power, we wouldn't have run. We promise we won't run again. Please, Chen, believe us." Although they said this on the surface, the shock in their hearts was undeniable. Witnessing Chen command an army of skeletons with a simple gesture felt surreal. Who could control undead skeletons? It defied all logic. Chen paid no attention to their excuses and merely chuckled, waving two fingers of his right hand forward. In an instant, the army of 5,000 skeletons behind him surged forward, their fangs and claws aimed at the group. Chen deliberately suppressed the skeleton's power to a high general level to avoid causing fatal injuries. The prodigies suddenly found themselves unable to move, watching helplessly as the horde approached. In a panic, the prodigy from Beautiful Country shouted, "You must know, I am a prodigy of Beautiful Country. If you harm me, do you intend to ignite a war between our nations?" Chen sneered, "Even if I killed 100,000 of you, your Beautiful Country wouldn't dare to attack Xia directly. Do you think a mere soldier can influence the fate of two nations? Fool." The skeleton army reached the group. Rotting hands slapped the face of the Beautiful Country prodigy with a loud crack, while ghostly claws targeted the abdomens of the prodigies from Korea and Sakura Country. Their shrill screams and the crisp sound of slaps created a bizarre symphony. Chen took out his phone to record the scene, a devilish smile on his face. He knew his identity was exposed but didn't care. After all, this was their arena, and those minor Sakura warriors couldn't do anything to him. The spectators were dead silent, staring in shock at the brutal scene, grateful they hadn't tried to run. In the glass viewing room, powerful figures from Osaka University and Kyoto University were seething with rage, their killing intent focused on Chen in the light screen. Chen looked up at the sky. The light from the false moon had turned to blood red, and 6 points of light formed a hexagram, hinting at a coming event. He thought to himself, is it here? The hexagram, the 5 slaughtering grounds, and the execution platform. Chen directed part of the skeleton army toward the Xia group behind him. His aura of supreme power and killing intent was fully unleashed. The Xia group cried out, "Big brother, don't lose control. We're innocent." The light wristbands detected the imminent deadly threat and automatically teleported the Xia prodigies and other overseas prodigies who had sided with them away, leaving only Chen and dozens of doomed individuals. Chen calmly watched the blood-red hexagram in the sky. He didn't care if people misunderstood him or feared his notorious reputation. If he was to be evil, he would be so evil that people trembled at the mention of his name. If he was to be fierce, he would be so fierce that people feared his presence. If he was to be a saint, he would be revered as a god. If he was to kill, he would kill until people were terrified to their core, his killing intent boundless. The halo on their wrists flashed, and all the prodigies of the Great Xia and their allies were suddenly teleported out of the land of the undead, returning to the arena. Their faces were still marked with shock and disbelief, clearly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. "This isn't how the story was supposed to go," someone muttered. "Weren't we supposed to side with Chen and follow him in the land of the undead? Why is he targeting us? Could it be that he really doesn't show any mercy, even to his own people?" Another prodigy questioned, puzzled. "Did we make the wrong choice?" someone asked worriedly. "Is he a lone wolf, a demon on earth, who shows no consideration for anyone?" All the prodigies who had been teleported out were stunned, looking up helplessly at the light screen in the sky, watching the scenes of Chen and the land of the undead. It felt like they had been stabbed in the back. The surrounding audience, seeing the state of these dozens of people, couldn't help but feel pity for them. Some even began to verbally criticize Chen. At that moment, a sophomore student from Longke Academy suddenly stood up, pointing at one of the light screens and shouting, "Wait, look at the secret realm. There's a hexagram on that fake moon, and it's blood red. Those 6 light points are getting closer. Isn't that the blood moon hexagram from the heretical court?" Everyone turned their gaze to the light screen in unison, including the June realm experts in the glass viewing room. They were equally shocked and angry at Chen's actions. When the hexagram appears, the heretical court strikes, and a prodigy is bound to die, someone murmured. Chen had been watching the blood-red hexagram in the sky, as if he had long noticed this anomaly. Spectators began to speculate that Chen might have teleported the great Xia prodigies and their allies out to protect them from the impending threat. Liu Bei and the deans of the 3 major academies quickly deduced this. Other June realm experts also realized this possibility, narrowing their eyes and fixing their gaze on the scene on the light screen. Meanwhile, the June realm experts from the nations of the trapped prodigies looked grim, their expressions darkening. They silently prayed that the heretical court would quickly deal with Chen to avoid any prolonged complications. In the land of the undead, 5 blood pools descended onto the field, each containing dozens of blood-robed figures. A giant cross stood in the center, connected to a bone blood pool above. The entire secret realm was shrouded in blood-red light, and the exterior light screen could no longer show what was happening inside. The members of the heretical court descended in unison, their faces filled with arrogance. They believed they had set an inescapable trap and were ready to close in for the kill. However, when they found only Chen and about 20 fallen prodigies left on the field, their laughter abruptly stopped. Nearly 100 blood-robed men turned their gaze to Chen, their scalps tingling at the sight of the massive army of ghostly soldiers and skeletons behind him. 3 June realm experts immediately appeared in front of Chen, extending their blood-red hands to slap his face. They knew the weaknesses of beast tamers and aimed to subdue Chen with a single strike. Chen remained highly vigilant. Faced with 3 sovereign-level strongmen and a mysterious gallows, he knew that while his own strength was formidable, he couldn't afford to be careless. When 3 figures in blood-red robes suddenly appeared before him, Chen immediately unleashed the full power of his tremor fruit. With a single strike, the space around him trembled violently, and countless cracks spread out like a spider web. The faces of the 3 blood-robed figures changed dramatically, and they retreated several steps back, only stabilizing themselves near the gallows. They stared at Chen in shock, finding it hard to believe that a beast master could possess such terrifying combat power. The onlookers on the ground, though battered and bruised, continued to curse and swear, vowing to kill Chen. However, their swollen faces and ferocious expressions only made them appear ridiculous. Chen dismissed them with disdain, focusing his attention on the 3 sovereign-level strongmen and the mysterious gallows. Seeing that Chen showed no fear, the 3 blood-robed figures decided to use their ultimate move. Each of them forced out 100 drops of fresh blood, which they injected into the 5 blood pools. Instantly, an eerie blood-red glow enveloped the area, forming an isolated space that prevented the Beastmaster from summoning his pet beasts, restricted various abilities and elemental magic, and even weakened weapons to 1/10 of their usual power. The female blood-robed figure glared at Chen with a sinister expression, threatening to skin him alive and gouge out his eyes. Chen, however, remained indifferent and mockingly commented that the blood patterns on her face looked like menstrual blood. In the next moment, Chen struck swiftly. With a sweep of his left hand, 8 tornadoes roared to life. With a hammering blow from his right, the power of the tremor fruit erupted again, splitting the entire space in half. The violent winds, mixed with dust and debris, swept everything around into the chaos. The fallen prodigies watched in horror at the apocalyptic scene, some being torn to pieces by the tornadoes, while others fell into the ground fissures, shattered to bits. In the blink of an eye, the 5 blood pools were obliterated by the cataclysmic attack. Only the blood-red cross remained, still flickering with red light, barely resisting the combined assault of the hurricanes and tremors, guarding the last of the gallows. How could this be? Chen's heart was filled with uncertainty and disbelief. They had clearly sealed off their powers in the beast space, so how could the opponent unleash such terrifying strength? The hurricane roared, the earth trembled, and the space twisted incessantly. This cataclysmic force far exceeded human control, as if only a deity could wield it. A dozen blood-robed figures stood frozen, their eyes filled with shock and fear. They exchanged bewildered glances. Is this really just a freshman? How could he control a force of nature? Could he be the reincarnation of a god? Despite all their preparations and the favorable conditions they had created, they still couldn't defeat Chen. The skeletal minions and underground ghouls had long been sealed into the beast space, yet they remained no match for him. This defied all logic. Chen cast a cold glance at them and said indifferently, "Enough talk. Show me what you've got. None of you will leave here alive today. By the way, Don't you worship some blood beast god? Let him come. Let him show himself. Yi Chen's gaze fell upon the blood-colored cross. Its ability to withstand the attacks from the tremor and hurricane fruits was astonishing. More accurately, the surface's bloodlight had a strong protective force that made it hard for the attacks to penetrate. Only Xiao Chan's devouring and analysis could unravel its mysteries. With a demon-slaying sword in hand, Yi Chen vigilantly scanned his surroundings, ready for any sudden developments. Though he mocked them with his words, he remained highly alert. 3 sovereign realm figures were infuriated by Yi Chen's words. They bit their tongues, spraying blood onto the crucifix. Instantly, their faces turned pale, their skin shriveled like bark, and they aged decades in moments. They transformed into 2 old men and 1 old woman, their sovereign realm aura completely dissipated. From within the blood-colored cross, a terrifying presence began to awaken. Endless bloodlight shot into the sky, and oppressive power gathered around them. The surroundings morphed into a vast sea of blood, with Yi Chen at its center. Countless blood creatures of varying forms emerged, roaring towards Yi Chen. Their levels ranged from low to high, with a few hundred maternal blood beasts forming at the sea's edge. The space was further reinforced, not only restricting various abilities, but also filled with millions of invisible blood threads. These threads densely covered the space, mere centimeters from Yi Chen's body. A single touch would flood his body with threads, turning him into a puppet of the blood beast god. Divine domain sea of blood. The blood cross suddenly shattered, and a towering red light descended. Within the light, only a pair of indifferent blood-red eyes were visible. A cold, ethereal voice echoed, "Which ant dares to awaken me?" Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but grin mockingly. He was ready to go all out and slay the blood eyes once more. The kneeling blood-robed followers pointed at Yi Chen. "Blood god, this person possesses strange powers. We beg you to imprison him in the crucifix and turn him into a puppet of the god." The blood eyes slowly turned to Yi Chen, pupils contracting in sudden panic. It let out a terrified scream. It's you, you scoundrel. The one who killed my first consciousness and devoured my blood god's dominion. When my true form awakens, I will kill you next time. This time, I'll spare you. Remember to thank me for my mercy." The blood eyes trembled even more as they fixed on Yi Chen's demon-slaying sword. Without giving Yi Chen a chance to react, they vanished swiftly. The blood sea phenomenon in the divine domain instantly dissipated. Everyone could see that these harsh words were more out of fear of Yi Chen. Yi Chen was dumbfounded. What the heck? How did this coward learn to run so fast? A mere remnant of the blood beast god wants to escape? With this domain, I can't catch up. Damn it, coward, and you call yourself a god. He cursed under his breath, cursing the blood beast god's ancestors. The blood-robed cultists were plunged into despair. The blood god ran away? What does this mean? What should we do? We can't defeat him. Has the blood god abandoned us? Who is this guy to make the blood god so afraid? We're doomed. Without the blood god's protection, we're dead. The divine consciousness is gone, and so is the blood crucifix. Being abandoned by their deity, only they could understand this feeling. We are not resigned. We are unwilling. We hate this. The blood-robed cultists roared. Yi Chen sneered. Not resigned? Unwilling? Weakness is your original sin. Instead of relying on your own strength, you put your faith in some so-called beast god? As humans, you should believe in yourselves, not external entities. You deserve to die. Kill. Even if we die, we'll take you with us. The blood-robed cultists glared at Yi Chen like venomous snakes, ready to devour him. Excluding the 3 sovereign realm figures who were already incapacitated, over 100 commander and honor realm blood-robed figures unleashed their blood powers. Blood abilities, blood attacks, blood weapons, blood elements, all sorts of killing moves were deployed. Yi Chen looked at them with disdain. Even the blood god runs from me. Even a god fears me. What are you to me? Ask any deity from beyond this realm who dares to take a strike from me. With a thought, colossal beings appeared in the sky and on the ground. The 10,000 devouring dragon emperor soared above the catastrophe clouds, bathed in the hurricane. The undying phoenix transformed into a sea of fire, its wings covering the sky. The ice crystal inferno froze the world, snowflakes swirling everywhere. The 10,000 devouring dragon whale devoured the heavens and earth, its massive body blocking out the sky, its terrifying presence sweeping all around. The holy sky Qian illuminated the darkness with its body. The undying skeleton marquis became a shadow, followed by thousands of honor realm skeletons. The heavenly Qian overlord controlled time, while the void king cicada traversed space. The colossal sky-rending world tree stood like a bridge between heaven and earth. The burning sky vermilion bird soared above an endless sea of fire, while the auspicious golden white tiger arrived with a killing intent. Over a dozen terrifying honor realm beasts gathered, their immense presence sweeping in all directions, their aura more overwhelming than the heavens. Impossible. The scene before them left everyone in shock. A massive army of mythical beasts suddenly appeared, each one a legendary divine being, and there were even sacred beasts among them. Over 10 colossal creatures, each 100 meters tall, hovered in the air, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The red-clad cultists were instantly petrified. The blood-based killing moves they had prepared evaporated under the immense demonic aura. Everyone was stunned, feeling as if they were dreaming. Even the blood beast god they worshipped couldn't compare to this. An endless wave of despair washed over their hearts. They were doomed, with no chance of survival. The slaughterhouse they had prepared for others had become their own burial ground. Chen stepped onto the space teleportation array and instantly appeared before the crippled monarch-level old woman. Xiao Chan followed closely, immediately setting up a space confinement. Chen placed his large hand on the old woman's crown, her face filled with terror as she begged for mercy. But without her monarch-level power, how could she escape? Behind Chen, a 10-meter-tall Void King cicada spirit appeared, beginning the soul search. The old woman felt as though thousands of needles were piercing her brain, the pain unbearable. The surrounding red-clad men instinctively retreated, their will to fight already shattered. To them, Chen appeared as a god descending to the mortal world. After the blood god fled, the cultist spirits were utterly crushed, and they scattered in a desperate bid for survival. Chen paid them no mind, focusing on locating the heretic headquarters. Moments later, with a sudden force, the old woman's head exploded into a mist of blood, her headless body collapsing to the ground. With the information he needed, Chen ordered the execution of the remaining cultists. The divine beasts behind him cheered and began to display their powers. Thunder dragons roared, storms howled, phoenix flames descended from the sky, intertwining with vermilion birds' divine fire. Ice Luan exhaled frost, and white tiger's golden light shone. Time Baxi controlled the flow of time, and devouring dragon whale consumed everything in its path. In the blink of an eye, the entire necromancer's secret realm was enveloped in blinding white light. A terrifying energy storm swept across the land, tearing it apart. Everything turned to nothingness, except for a small patch of land beneath Chen's feet. From the soul search, Chen learned that the heretic headquarters was in Western Europe, but branches existed in major cities. There was one in the black market of the Magic City, housing over 300 cultists and beast traders. More intriguingly, he discovered that the headquarters of the Dark Division was actually in Egypt, plotting to control many of Egypt's mysterious creatures. The Dark Division had also infiltrated the Kansai region, eyeing the immortal army left by the Qin Emperor. Chen pondered for a moment, realizing that the upcoming Dragon Gate Academy inheritance trip in 5 months would likely be even more eventful. He temporarily set the matter aside and turned his gaze to the 3 tombstones behind him. Buried beneath them were 3 monarch-level skeletons, already aware of the terrifying divine beasts and not daring to act rashly. Chen spoke calmly, "Will you resurrect and submit to me, or shall I slay you?" If they showed any sign of defiance, Chen would command the beasts to annihilate them. With the little skeletons' help, controlling them would be no difficult task. Rustling sounds filled the air as 3 sovereign skeletons emerged from their graves, finally yielding to Chen's threats after a moment of hesitation. First, their snow-white skeletal hands reached out, followed by their upper bodies, and lastly, their lower halves. These skeletons were significantly larger than typical ones, though not as towering as Chen's 100 turtle pet beasts, standing only a few meters high. Each skeleton possessed 4 bone arms and a beast-like lower body with 4 skeletal limbs, resembling the lower half of a centaur. The 3 centaur-like, 4-armed skeletons fixed their glowing red eyes on Chen and his army of pet beasts. Although their skeletal faces betrayed no emotion, their slow retreat revealed their deep apprehension. Chen's voice, cold and commanding, echoed through the air, "Submit or die." He gave the skeletons no other option, silently considering that if he had extra demon fruits, he could further evolve them. Surrounded by his numerous divine beasts, Chen exuded an aura of supreme dominance. The undying skeleton marquis stepped forward, its ghostly eyes burning with an inexplicable authority. Despite being of a lower realm than the 3 sovereign skeletons, it showed no fear. The scissors it held transformed into 3 dark shadow seals, which it deftly flicked onto the sovereign skeletons. Instantly, a foreign power surged through the skeletons, their auras visibly rising from the first tier of the sovereign realm to the 3rd. This transformation left the skeletons with no further hesitation. They knelt on their bone limbs, submitting to both the undying skeleton marquis and Chen. The shadow seals, formed from the power of many shadow lords, could elevate the realm of the undead without side effects, a tempting offer for the skeletons trapped in this desolate land. To them, the appearance of the little skeleton was akin to a rebirth, prompting them to cling tightly to this newfound opportunity. Following Chen, alongside so many divine beasts, was hardly shameful. The little skeleton nodded in satisfaction, but the forceful motion caused its skull to detach from its neck and roll to the ground. It quickly scampered to retrieve its head, reattaching it with a faint blush on its bone surface, a sign of embarrassment. Then, the little skeleton channeled the power of shadows through its palms, and the three sovereign skeletons willingly transformed into dark shadow masses, merging into the little skeleton's form as its shadows. A timely system notification announced that Chen had completed 2 tasks, defeating a group of prodigies and slaying members of the Blood Clan. As a reward, Chen unhesitatingly chose 2 chaos fruit fragments, completing a whole fruit. He now possessed 450,000 task points. Eagerly, Chen instructed the system to unlock the reward, hoping for the appearance of a celestial fruit. The system's chime informed him that he had obtained a sovereign realm weapon, the Sovereign Slayer Sword, and the supreme Heavenly Dao Fruit. The abilities of the Heavenly Dao Fruit left Chen thrilled. It allowed communication with the Heavenly Dao of various worlds, granting control over a world's entirety. The higher the user's realm, the greater their control, potentially even becoming one with the Heavenly Dao. In essence, this fruit bestowed the power to command an entire world and expel anything foreign to it. The system also helpfully reminded Chen that the Supreme Fruit's abilities could be shared with his pet beasts, allowing the use of world power once a year, with the extent depending on the user's realm. Chen realized that while the fruit was powerful, it had its limitations. Maximum potential required at least an Emperor realm level. Nevertheless, even accessing just 1 or 5 of a world's power was enough to obliterate god-level beings, making this fruit another formidable trump card for Chen, alongside his Ice God Strike, Demon Slayer Sword, and Lucky Aura, greatly enhancing his survival capabilities. Chen's mind raced with plans to buy another underworld fruit for emergency use. He was also eager to explore the other abilities of the Heavenly Dao Fruit, pondering which of his intelligent pet beasts should use it. After handling these matters, Chen decided to leave the land of the undead. Before departing, he allowed his pet beasts to absorb the surrounding energy to their heart's content. Little Whale, Little Skeleton, and Little Light all advanced by 1 tier. Little Whale reached the 2nd tier of the Sovereign Realm, Little Skeleton ascended to the 1st tier of the Sovereign Realm, and Little Light became a 2nd-tier sovereign. With the upgrades complete, Chen stored all his pet beasts in the Beast God Ring, keeping only Little White in his arms. He tapped the teleportation bracelet on his wrist and left the desolate land. Holding the fluffy, snow-white Little White, Chen made a decision. Among all his pet beasts, Little White had the highest intelligence, making it a suitable candidate for the Heavenly Dao Fruit. What Chen didn't know was that only a few Chaos Evolution fruits could break and create rules, and the Heavenly Dao Fruit was among them. If Little White decided to pursue its wish to have baby foxes without taking protective measures, it might indeed lead to the birth of little foxes. Lights flickered as Chen appeared out of thin air on the stage, holding Xiao Bai. His expression was calm as he surveyed the surroundings, noticing that all the spectators had stood up, including the top talents from Xia and other teams he had previously rescued from the secret realm. Everyone was staring at him intently, unmoving. The scene made Chen feel a bit awkward. As soon as he landed, Liu Bei and other Xia Sovereign Realm experts quickly surrounded him, followed closely by Sovereign Realm experts from overseas countries like Sakura Country, Stick Country, and the United States. Liu Bei and his group looked concerned, while the latter group's eyes were filled with killing intent, as if they wanted to execute Chen on the spot. However, due to the large crowd and the live broadcast, they did not dare to act rashly. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host's pet, the 3-tailed Emperor Fox, for successfully absorbing emotions of envy, admiration, surprise, worry, hatred, and killing intent. Evolution points, 300,000. Realm breakthrough to 7th tier Sovereign Realm. The host's realm has also been elevated to 7th tier Sovereign Realm. Liu Bei urgently asked, "What happened inside the secret realm? Are you alright? Did the blood hexagram involve members of the heretical church? What about the other top talents?" Although his words were filled with concern, the smile in the corner of his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Feigning sorrow, Chen replied, "Principal, it's a great pity that I couldn't protect the other top talents. I was too weak and could only watch as they were ruthlessly killed by members of the heretical church. If not for my sovereign realm cultivation allowing me to escape quickly, I might not have survived either." He looked up at the sky, tears slipping from the corners of his eyes, and continued, "That blood-red space restricted everyone's abilities. Fortunately, I had a space-type pet and managed to crush the bracelet in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have escaped either. It's all my fault for not being able to protect my comrades." Liu Bei patted Chen's shoulder, comforting him, "Good child. It's not your fault. It's all the heretical church is doing. You've been through a lot. Let me take you to rest." Saying this, he led Chen away from the stage, skillfully avoiding further questions from others. After they left, the overseas Sovereign Realm experts looked grim but helpless. They secretly issued a kill order against Chen, determined to eliminate this threat. However, 7 sovereign realm experts from Sakura country couldn't hold back and directly confronted Chen at his resting place. They aggressively questioned whether he had killed their top talents. Unexpectedly, they walked right into a trap. Chen had already set up an ambush with the principals of the 4 major academies, surrounding the 7 with 20 sovereign realm experts. Chen taunted, "Who's barking like a dog? So what if I killed a few of your people? Is it worth being so petty?" He then released a video with evidence, exposing the misdeeds of Sakura country and others, as well as his own actions in the land of the dead. The 7 sovereign realm experts were thoroughly enraged and attacked Chen recklessly. However, they were quickly subdued by the 20 sovereign realm experts. Chen did not participate in the one-sided slaughter, but left to deal with the blood divisions branch in the black market of the Magic City. He was still contemplating whether he could receive another gift from the blood beast god, gaining the power of a leader and the strength of the beast god. The International New Student Exchange competition has concluded, and Chen unsurprisingly clinched the first-place title. He already has plans for his reward. Liu Bei will bring it to him directly, whether it's divine equipment or a spot in a secret realm. As for money, after obtaining the golden fruit, Chen no longer lacks it. Xiao can always pull out heaps of gold. The black market in the city and the Academy of Supernatural Abilities are not far apart, with frequent transactions between them and the students. Before heading to the black market, Chen decided to first visit the Monster Hunting Association to take on some tasks, which he could later exchange for academic credits. The Monster Hunting Association's building stands tall, almost as high as the Oriental Pearl Tower. The first-floor hall is resplendent with gold and jade, with a luxurious dome mural and crystal floor. The hall is bustling, with 10 screens displaying tasks of varying difficulties. The most prominent golden screen shows the lowest-level tasks involving the hunting of Lord Beasts, with rewards starting at 5 million and special elixirs included. The silver screen tasks are slightly easier, while the bronze screen is aimed at freshmen. Task levels range from D to SSS, corresponding to potential levels. Chen walked straight to the golden screen, quickly browsed through, and took on 5 level tasks requiring the hunting of 10 Lord Beasts. He also unhesitatingly accepted an SS-level task finding the blood division. This task has rarely been completed over the years, but Chen already knows the location of the blood division, so he is naturally confident. While filling in his personal information, the surrounding monster hunters glanced over. They buzzed with discussions, surprised that this unfamiliar face dared to take on such high-difficulty tasks. Some thought he was reckless, while others pitted the punishment he might face. However, Chen paid no attention to these comments. After registering the tasks, a gray halo appeared on Chen's left wrist, marking him as a novice monster hunter. He looked around and noticed that most hunters had red or green halos, with blue being extremely rare. Chen chuckled to himself. These people had no idea he had already slain multiple beast gods. He shook his head and left, ignoring the stares of others. On the top floor of the Monster Hunting Association building, a voluptuous young woman was reviewing Chen's information with great interest. From his high school exams in Jiangxing City to his performance at the Longke Academy and now the Academy of Supernatural Abilities in the city, nothing was overlooked. She became deeply intrigued by Chen's identity and abilities, especially since he was the masked Garfield who escaped the siege of 2 Emperor-level beings in Sakura country. Using Xiao Chan's spatial teleportation, Chen made a few jumps and arrived at the underground black market of the city. This lawless area sells anything and everything, with various forces intricately intertwined. The underground streets are like a labyrinth, as bustling as the city above. In this chaotic place, killing and looting are commonplace, which might be why the Blood Division chose to establish a branch here. The underground black market is dominated by 3 major forces: the auction house, the dark tower, and the pleasure pavilion. The auction house sells anything and everything. The dark tower specializes in intelligence and hired assassins, while the pleasure pavilion is a playground for the wealthy. Chen's target on this mission, the members of the blood sect, happen to be hiding in the dark tower. These 300 blood-clad cultists also control the management of the underground black market in the Magic City. Today, the dark tower is destined to be anything but peaceful. Everyone who comes to the black market conceals their identity, as this is far from a legitimate place. The market also has a complex residential area, mostly serving as a hideout for those who have caused trouble elsewhere. Chen skillfully covered the lower half of his face, just as he did in Sakura country, and approached the dark tower. Before him stood a 9-story building, adorned in red and black, exuding an ancient and solemn aura. The signboard at the top had the words "Dark Tower" written in a flamboyant style. A large, ferocious Tibetan mastiff stood guard at the entrance, glaring menacingly at the passers-by. As Chen was about to step into the dark tower, his attention was caught by the dog. With a glint in his eye, he hatched a plan. Doggy? I happen to have a blood fruit. How about you turn against your master at the dark tower and help me take down the blood beast god?" Before the dog could respond, Chen prepared to snatch it away. The dog immediately became alert, baring its teeth and looking fierce. Chen raised an eyebrow and released an invisible soul pressure. The dog instantly cowered, its ferocity turning to fear, whimpering softly. That's better. Chen chuckled. I'm all about democracy and freedom. Submit to me willingly or I'll freely put you down. Moving swiftly and unnoticed, a flash of light from the ring on Chen's hand made the ferocious Tibetan mastiff disappear, absorbed into the beast god ring. Inside the beast god ring, creatures like Little Thunder, Little Light, Little Tiger, Little Fire, and Little Xian sensed an unfamiliar presence and turned their attention to the newly captured dog. To them, this little creature was no bigger than their eyes. Terrified by the aura of the divine beasts, the dog cowered on the ground. It had never encountered such a situation before. It was just a guard dog, now caught in a dire predicament. Chen's voice echoed in the space within the beast god ring. Do you want to become stronger? Do you want to turn the tables and be the master? The opportunity is right in front of you. With that, he tossed a small piece of the red fruit. The other beasts understood Chen's intention immediately. They had all grown stronger in this manner. It seemed that this dog was also destined for a dramatic transformation. Under the combined threats and temptations, the dog dared not resist and swallowed the fruit in one gulp. Instantly, a blood-red light erupted from its body, drastically changing its aura and appearance. When the light dissipated, the dog was gone, replaced by a fearsome beast covered in metallic scales. Its fangs were razor-sharp, its eyes burned like fire, and a pair of dagger-like horns sprouted from its head. Its limbs were powerful, and its tail, covered in barbs, could sweep away any obstacle with ease. A system notification sounded. Dog blood fruit evolution. Fierce beast Qiongqi. 100 loyalty, slaughter evolution, evolves by devouring blood. The more it kills, the faster it evolves. Chen nodded in satisfaction. Good boy. The blood fruit truly is extraordinary. A regular dog transformed into a Qiongqi just by eating it. This method of evolution through slaughter was tailor-made for him, perfectly suited for his upcoming plans. He had come to kill the members of the blood sect. If the people in the Dark Tower didn't interfere, that would be fine. But if they knowingly involved themselves, then the Dark Tower had no reason to exist. Emperor-level guards? Sovereign-level guards? None of that mattered. Even if the beast god appeared, he would not hesitate to cut them down. His demon-slaying sword hadn't tasted high-level blood in a long time. Chen took a step towards the Dark Tower, his face expressionless but did not enter. Instead, he used Xiao Chan's spatial powers to locate the spatial nodes and search for the people within. This was a new skill Xiao Chan had gained after breaking through to the Supreme Realm Spatial Search, perfect for pinpointing locations. Miles of tracking, miles of searching. Chen muttered, suddenly puzzled. Strange. This is supposed to be an urban setting. Yet these spatial skills seem so mystical. He continued to search among the countless spatial nodes before him, hidden within the space. Each intersecting line represented an independent location. Meanwhile, in the blood-colored conference room on the top floor of the Dark Tower, 300 blood-clad cultists sat around a long table, their faces hidden beneath their blood-red robes. Under the red lighting, their faces were faintly visible, covered in intricate red patterns, giving them an eerie appearance. All the people we sent out are dead, and the blood invoice plan has completely failed, one core cultist said. We failed to kill the prodigies of Daxia, and we couldn't handle the overseas prodigies either. The framing plan was a total bust. We used nearly 70% of our forces, and we still failed. Could it be that Daxia's sovereign-level experts have discovered us? In the past 2 days, there have been signs of several emperor-level activities in the shadows and borders of the Magic City. We must be extremely cautious, another core cultist added. 3 sovereign-level blood envoys are dead, and now there's no sovereign-level protection within the Dark Tower. We need to quickly call in some sovereign-level experts from other branches, a third core cultist said urgently. The main envoy can't take action, as he is constantly being watched by people from the Pleasure Pavilion and the auction house. He can't afford any extra moves. We have received all the information about Chen, the leading core cultist said gravely. After this meeting, issue a 5-star assassination order, with a bounty on his head. We must kill him here, at any cost. At the mention of Chen, all the blood-clad cultists looked up, their faces twisted with murderous intent. We didn't meet our quota this year and didn't collect enough blood. If the blood god blames us, we're done for, one cultist said anxiously. In just over 10 days, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the blood moon will descend, causing chaos in the city. The beast abyss will attack again, and we can hunt the humans amidst the chaos, another cultist said excitedly. It won't be long before our century-old plan for the beast race is complete, and the entire blue star will be under our control. The only problem is those fake gods of the false heaven. They seem to be plotting something as well, the leading core cultist said, frowning. Their conversation made it clear that these were not humans but beasts lurking in the blue star cities, or traitors who had betrayed humanity. Their conspiracy was about to come to fruition, and Yi Chen's appearance was undoubtedly a major variable in their plan. No need to look for me. I'm right here. Today will be your doom. An icy voice echoed from the top floor of the dark building, causing the space in the meeting room to ripple. The next moment, Yi Chen stepped out from a spatial rift, his demon-slaying sword gleaming coldly in his hand. He unleashed his terrifying soul power without reservation, flooding the entire space like a tidal wave. Boom! The soul pressure instantly enveloped the room. 300 members of the blood-clad cult sensed the disturbance and sprang to their feet. The blood-red markings on their faces, like writhing worms, flickered ominously, releasing an invisible pressure that clashed with Yi Chen's soul power. "Brat, it's you," one cultist snarled. "You found this place and dared to intrude? You've got guts." "Searching high and low, only to find you effortlessly delivered," another cultist said grimly. "You've walked right into our trap. Today, there's no escape for you." The cultists' faces twisted into sinister smiles, their blood-marked visages even more horrifying, making Yi Chen feel a wave of nausea. Suddenly, the blood-clad cultists forced some of their blood out, merging it with the floor. The surrounding space abruptly transformed into a blood-red realm. 3 white bone pools bubbled with scalding blood at different corners, and in the center stood a crucifixion rack covered in blood-red chains. Seal beasts, seal abilities, seal elements. Crucifixion rack, blood chain seal, chanted the 300 cultists in unison. The blood in the bone pools boiled, and the red light spread throughout the space. The chains on the crucifixion rack bizarrely traversed the space, wrapping around Yi Chen's arms with alarming speed. A mysterious force emanated from the chains, instantly sealing all of Yi Chen's professional abilities. Yi Chen was taken aback, realizing he couldn't summon the beasts from his beast god ring or sea god ring. He even felt a mysterious force blocking his abilities. Yet, his face showed no sign of panic. "You can seal abilities, elements, and beast control, but what does that have to do with my shared fruit powers?" Yi Chen thought. "You may lock my professional abilities, but I still have the power of 10 great demon souls. This is a gift from the system. I'm not a professional soul master, yet I'm still invincible." With a shake of his hands, the space trembled violently. Bang! The chains binding his hands shattered instantly. At his will, 10 great demon souls appeared behind him. The devouring dragon whale, the undying phoenix, the holy sky Kirin, the ice crystal purgatory, the golden radiant white tiger, the catastrophic dragon emperor, the sky profound Bashia, the heaven-splitting world tree, the heaven-scorching vermilion bird, and the fully evolved 3-tailed emperor fox. The 10 demon souls simultaneously unleashed their unique attacks: flames, hurricanes, thunderbolts, radiant light, ice crystals, golden light, illusions, tree stumps, and devouring vortice targeting the 300 blood-clad cultists. Yi Chen also activated his whirlwind fruit ability, summoning a massive tornado that destroyed the 3 bone pools. With a thunderous crash, the beast-sealing powers of the 3 spaces vanished instantly. How is this possible? The 300 cultists screamed in terror. How can he break the blood god's chains? How can he ignore the restrictions and still have soul master techniques? But they had no time to ponder as Yi Chen's attacks pierced their bodies. Lightning paralyzed their nerves, flames scorched their blood, ice crystals froze their bodies, and tree stumps impaled them. Finally, countless sharp golden energies shredded their corpses, leaving not even ashes behind. Yi Chen now held a fluffy 3-tailed fox in his arms, his demon-slaying sword at the ready, waiting for the other powerful enemies in the dark building. Behind him, the Qiongqi began to devour the blood on the ground, preparing to level up. At that moment, a man in red emerged from the blood-red space. Unlike the previous cultists, he had no blood markings on his face and appeared human. However, Yi Chen could sense the beastly aura from him, akin to the little white fox in his arms. A member of the illusory fox clan, Yi Chen thought, and a royal illusory fox at that. A noble royal, yet reduced to being a human's beast companion? The man in red glanced at the little white fox in Yi Chen's arms, a look of disappointment flashing across his face. A descendant of a god, willingly becoming a human's plaything. How shameful. He turned to Yi Chen, sneering, "Brat, breaking the blood god seal reveals you have many secrets. But that's all you'll be. Today, I'll show you the vast difference in our power levels." Despite the threat from the royal level foe, Yi Chen remained unfazed, his demon-slaying sword glinting with a cold light. Another one coming to die? Yi Chen thought, ready to face the new challenge. "Little brat, I'm curious. How did you know my secret division belongs to the blood sect? Why did our plan fail? Could it be that the powerful figures in the demon city discovered us?" The man in the blood-red robe regained his composure, his gaze as sharp as a knife sweeping over Yi Chen. He looked down at the young man with the demeanor of a sovereign facing a lowly subject, his words laden with undeniable authority. Yi Chen shrugged dismissively, his fingers gently stroking the soft fur of the little white fox in his arms. Idiot, be curious all you want. If I told you I killed them all, would you believe me? He knew the key to this battle lay with the little white fox. Facing 2 or 3 emperor-level opponents might be challenging, but with just one, the fox was more than enough. Behind him, the Chionchi had already devoured all the blood from the 3 blood pools, transforming the pure blood energy into nourishment for itself. Its power directly broke through 2 major levels, reaching the 9th rank of the general realm, unlocking new abilities blood control and blood kill, allowing it to manipulate the blood of those at the same level and turn blood into weapons to slay enemies. The man in the blood-red robe sneered, pointless banter. Since you won't talk, I have ways to make you, he threatened. When the time comes, I'll use the blood god's chains to imprison your body and extract a confession through torture. That fox in your arms won't escape death either. Before his words had faded, the man released a powerful emperor-level aura, a blood-red longsword appearing in his hand. More surprisingly, 2 identical figures emerged beside him, their auras slightly weaker but still possessing 70% of the original strength. This was a unique cloning ability of their clan. Chen remained unmoved, a trace of contempt appearing on his face. You must be the master of the secret division in this demon city. I won't bother asking you anything. When the time comes, I'll extract the information directly from your soul. With that, Chen whispered to the little white fox, heavenly enchantment. The fox lazily lifted its eyes, a hint of disdain flashing in its sapphire-like pupils. An invisible charm spread out, transforming into strands of blue and white light. The man in the blood-red robe and his 2 clones involuntarily looked into the fox's eyes, instantly falling into an endless illusion, their eyes losing all focus as they stood motionless. Chen silently marveled at the fox's powerful ability, slowly walking to the man in the blood-red robe. His hand covered the man's head, instantly extracting a vast amount of secret information about the blood sect. Upon learning that the blood sect had divisions in 13 of the 23 provinces of the Great Xia, Chen decided to inform Liu Bei, letting the upper echelons of Lengdu handle it. He also discovered that the secret division had a branch in Lengdu, with an even more hidden outpost near Longke Academy. No big secrets, it seems this guy doesn't know much. Since he's of no use and I've got what I need, I might as well kill him. Chen sighed in disappointment, drawing his demon-slaying sword and stabbing at the man in the blood-red robe. The body of an emperor-level beast was extraordinarily tough. One strike wasn't fatal. Chen was undeterred, continuing to thrust his sword fiercely. Take this, he shouted, his sword flashing as he struck 36 times in quick succession. Finally, on the 36th strike, he triggered an absolute kill. An invisible force completely erased the man's life energy, his eyes dimming instantly. The system's notification sounded, and Chen waved impatiently. System, cut the crap. How many mission points is recycling this worth? Host, it's worth 50,000 mission points. The system replied truthfully. Chen nodded. Fine, 50,000 it is. At that moment, the other 2 clones of the man in the blood-red robe began to dissipate. But before they vanished, a vortex of red light appeared, revealing a pair of blood-red vertical pupils, the eyes of the blood god. Chen, unfazed, smiled and waved at the eyes. Hello there. Fancy meeting you again. How have you been? Next time we meet, you're dead. He deliberately used a light-hearted tone to deliver his threat, just to irritate the blood god. Although he couldn't directly confront the blood god yet, Chen believed that one day he would personally end this formidable enemy. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen's demon-slaying sword sliced through the air, striking fiercely at the massive red eye. The eye vanished instantly, but the entire scene was transmitted back to the beast god of blood. The 9th layer of space was devoured by Xiao Chan, aiding her in breaking through to the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm. This also granted Chen 2 unique spaces, the Forbidden Spell Space and the Forbidden Energy Space. These would undoubtedly serve as powerful assets in dealing with future emergencies. Once the space normalized, Chen returned to the meeting room on the 9th floor. He sheathed his martial soul, keeping only Xiao Bai in his arms. Chen was secretly impressed by Xiao Bai's abilities and resolved to develop her combat potential further. The commotion on the top floor and the fall of the Dark Tower's master in the Magic City quickly drew the attention of other assassins. Over 100 masked killers flooded into the meeting room, their right wrists marked with a conspicuous blood-red skull. They eyed Chen warily and demanded, "Where are the envoy and the tower master? Who are you?" Chen replied nonchalantly, "They're dead. I killed them. Your envoy was obliterated, and I stabbed the tower master 81 times. Now it's your turn, traitors who have allied with the Blood Division and betrayed the Great Xia." Outraged, the assassins activated their powers and magic, launching an attack on Chen. Unperturbed, Chen activated the Forbidden Spell Space and the Forbidden Energy Space, summoning Qiongqi. A blood-red space enveloped the room, instantly nullifying the assassin's abilities. Yi Chen coldly declared. Those below the sovereign realm are mere ants. Shao Qi kill. Qiong Qi lunged forward, unleashing blood control and blood explosion skills. The assassins screamed in agony as their blood burst from their capillaries. Yi Chen watched the gruesome scene with indifference. Afterward, Yi Chen and Qiong Qi descended through the dark tower, killing everyone in their path. From the 9th floor to the 1st, no one was spared. The entire black market was shaken. No one had expected one of the 3 major factions, the Dark Tower, to be annihilated so thoroughly. Finally, Yi Chen reached the 1st floor, confronting a trembling, short man hiding behind the reception desk. The man clutched a blood-red button. Just as Yi Chen was about to inquire about its purpose, the man, shaking, pressed it. A formation activated, and both Yi Chen and the man vanished, transported to another secret chamber outside the Magic City. This bloody purge had come to a temporary halt, but it was clear that an even greater storm was brewing. Who was this harbinger of doom? What did the Dark Pavilion do to provoke such a catastrophe that it was annihilated? The black market in Modu was in an uproar, rife with rumors. Some said the Dark Pavilion had offended a powerful figure, others claimed it had killed the wrong person, and some even whispered that the pavilion master had betrayed someone, prompting a vengeful husband to exact bloody revenge. After Yi Chen left, the entire black market was plunged into panic. 2 Emperor Realm experts immediately mobilized all their forces to investigate. They quickly identified Yi Chen through his portrait and contacted Liu Bei for verification. At that moment, Liu Bei had just finished dealing with a matter involving Xiao Yinghua and was searching for Yi Chen to issue a mission reward. He glanced at his phone, and upon seeing the information and images, he was stunned. Damn it, this little troublemaker. Liu Bei's face turned pale. The Dark Pavilion is backed by powerful figures in Daxia. If this gets reported to their headquarters in Longdu, we're in big trouble. Liu Bei immediately utilized all available resources, instructing the deans of Tianqing and Tianbei to contact the Dark Pavilion branches across the regions to resolve this issue. The high-ranking officials of the Longke Academy, upon hearing the news, rushed to Longdu to find Yi Chen. Liu Bei also sent an urgent message to Yi Chen. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was in a spatial teleportation array. A man in a black robe cowered in a corner, pleading in terror, "You can't kill me. I'm from the Dark Pavilion, and this teleportation array leads to Longdu. If the pavilion finds out you killed me, they won't let you go." The pavilion master and elders are all Emperor Realm experts, and their network spans the entire Blue Star. You have nowhere to hide. Yi Chen sneered. Longdu headquarters? Saves me a trip. Emperor Realm? Even if an Imperial Realm expert comes, I won't be afraid. He mercilessly extracted the man's soul and killed him. Immediately, Yi Chen's demon hunting ring changed color from gray to green, recording the entire process. The top-ranking young woman of the Modu Demon Hunting Association was alarmed upon seeing the transmitted footage. She instantly used Spatial Leap to rush to Longdu, her heart filled with anxiety. This is serious. The Dark Pavilion is notoriously domineering. They might act without warning. As spatial particles rapidly shifted, Yi Chen and the Headless Corpse appeared simultaneously in the main hall of the Dark Pavilion's headquarters. Over 500 silver-masked assassins glared at Yi Chen with murderous intent. 5 ninth-rank Sovereign Realm experts stepped forward and demanded, "Did you kill the Dark Pavilion steward? Have you slain many of our members?" Yi Chen stood unafraid. "Yes, I killed them. They deserve to die. As traitors to humanity, they dared to assassinate me." The 5 experts were enraged. "You're courting death." Without hesitation, they launched their attacks. Gold, wood, water, fire, and lightning elements surged forth, aiming to obliterate Yi Chen. A cold glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. 5 elements, strip away, Xiongqi, slaughter them. He instantly seized control of the 5 elements' power and summoned a blood-red beast. Xiongqi spread its wings and tore into the 5 experts' throats with razor-sharp claws. Blood spurted, and 5 heads fell to the ground. No sooner were words exchanged than the killing began. Yi Chen stood alone with his beast, Xiongqi, behind him, its face twisted in a vicious snarl. The beast's black blood armor gleamed menacingly, ready to obey Yi Chen's command at any moment and unleash a bloodbath. Yi Chen's cold gaze swept across the surroundings, and he reaffirmed in his heart, anyone not in the Sovereign Realm is just an ant. Those who have lost their abilities are nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. This explained why even a commander-level Xiongqi could easily dispatch them. Yi Chen's decisive action caught the silver-masked assassins off guard. They stared in disbelief, waves of shock crashing through their minds. This is the headquarters of the Dark Pavilion. How dare he kill someone here? And he's killing people from the Dark Pavilion. A deathly silence enveloped the 1st floor of the Dark Pavilion. Both clients who came to issue kill orders and the silver-masked assassins were momentarily stunned. When they snapped back to reality, the assassins' eyes burned with fury as they glared at Yi Chen, ready to strike. Seeing this, Chen frowned and cursed inwardly. Are these idiots out of their minds? They want to fight without understanding the situation. Are they in such a hurry to die? A flash of killing intent crossed his eyes as he resolved. Anyone who comes at me will die. If they push me, I won't hesitate to slaughter the entire Dark Pavilion headquarters. The silver-masked assassins were enraged and shouted, "You little brat! How dare you kill our people right in front of us? Today, there's only one outcome: you leave here as a corpse." In the spacious first-floor hall, about 300 of the 500 silver-masked assassins attacked simultaneously, displaying a variety of professional skills. Assassins, psychics, beast tamers, elemental mages, formation masters, swordsmen, blade masters, gunners, and berserkers all brandished their weapons or unleashed their powers, charging at Chen. Blades and swords flashed, elemental powers surged, and a deadly web of multicolored attacks converged on Chen. If not for the protection of formations, the entire first floor would have been destroyed in the chaos. The scene descended into chaos, with terrified clients fleeing in all directions. The remaining 100 or so rational silver-masked assassins contacted the stewards and elders on the second and third floors, requesting their intervention. Chen sneered, "Good, very good. Since that's the case, let's kill." His eyes were deep and abyssal, making anyone who met his gaze shiver. Behind him, the Void King Cicada, the Dragon Emperor of Tribulations, and the Undying Phoenix manifested simultaneously, enveloping the entire area in 3 layers of blood-red space, suppressing the abilities of 3 major professions. An overwhelming soul pressure of the sovereign realm surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the 300 silver-masked assassins to shiver uncontrollably as they struggled against the pressure. They were horrified to find their abilities vanishing, and their summoned beasts retreating. Damn it, this kid is something else. Retreat. But it was too late. Chen's soul pressure had already descended. Sounds of bang, bang echoed as the silver-masked assassins, stripped of their abilities, were crushed into blood mist, filling the air with a bloody stench. The surviving berserkers, swordsmen, and weapon masters tried to retreat, but it was too late. The Dragon Emperor of Tribulations roared out terrifying tribulation lightning, and the Undying Phoenix unleashed scorching phoenix flames. Their combined attacks, lightning and fire interwoven, swept across the battlefield with devastating force. At that moment, a voice from the higher-ups of the Dark Pavilion called for a halt, and a surge of 5 elements, sovereign realm power, and even more terrifying psychic energy weakened Chen's attacks. However, Chen did not stop. Instead, he became even more ferocious. Stop? Why? They want to kill me, so we'll kill them. The demon-slaying sword fell into his hand, and behind him, the holy light Chelan's martial soul manifested, its divine light brimming with lethal intent. The Void King Cicada's martial soul extended a dark banishment space, pulling the surrounding silver-masked assassins into it. Is the speed of light and killing intent fast enough? Will you survive the banishment of space? Chen's counterattack had just begun. Chen nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the remaining masked assassins. He pondered whether to eliminate these 100 or so individuals as well. After all, he had already taken out over 300. A few more wouldn't make a difference. Being ambushed the moment he arrived had truly ignited his fury. The silver-masked assassins, meeting Chen's gaze, cautiously stepped back, watching him intently, fearful of another attack. They knew they were no match for him. Only the gold-masked or the elders could contend with him. Concepts like silver-masked dignity and honor were meaningless in the face of life and death. Just then, a dozen elders from the Dark Pavilion descended from above, arriving in the Grand Hall's first level. Each of them had reached the monarch realm, exuding an overwhelming presence. More powerful figures were gathering strength on the second level. One elder demanded sharply, "I ordered you to stop. Why do you continue to kill? They are not your match, so why must you eradicate them completely? Do you have some deep-seated hatred against them?" Chen sneered and retorted bluntly, "Of course there's hatred. They attack me without any reason, so what's wrong in killing them? If I had been weaker, I would be the one dead now. Would you stand up for me then? Spare me such nonsense. Even if the King of Heaven himself questions me today, I am not wrong." The elders, hearing this, frowned deeply, their auras turbulent, yet they did not act hastily. They recognized Chen's identity, a prominent young talent with a sensitive status. Though they were unwilling to be defied by a junior, they dared not make a move. At that moment, a steady and powerful male voice echoed from the 9th level, "Bring him to the top floor. I have questions for him. Let this end here, and no one is to mention it further." This voice carried a force that instantly subdued everyone present. The elders quickly made way, guiding Chen to the teleportation array. Chen looked up at the top floor, realizing this was the true authority. Without hesitation, he stepped into the teleportation array and arrived at the top-level conference room. A man in a black robe was already waiting. He gestured for Chen to sit, and Chen, unceremoniously, took a seat and downed a cup of tea. The man had an ordinary appearance but an immensely powerful aura, suggesting he might have reached the Emperor realm. The black-robed man asked, "I'm curious. Despite my warning, why did you dare to kill so recklessly on my territory?" Chen replied frankly, "Because they deserve to die. Attacking me without cause, it's only right for me to kill them." The man laughed heartily. "Well said. He who kills must be prepared to be killed. You truly are a remarkable talent of the great Xia, a madman indeed." He then asked sharply, "Why did you kill our Dark Pavilion steward?" "He used the teleportation array to escape because you had almost wiped out the Dark Pavilion's members, correct?" A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Chen's eyes, but his tone remained casual. If those silver-masked assassins were courting death, then the entire Dark Pavilion deserved it. As he spoke, he nonchalantly poured himself another cup of tea. "How so? Please elaborate," the man in the black robe said, his expression impassive as he quietly listened to Chen's explanation. Chen replied casually, "It's simple. All the footage is recorded in this demon hunting ring. You just need to check it out, provided you have the necessary permissions." As he spoke, he removed the ring from his hand and placed it on the edge of the wooden table. Words are meaningless without evidence. The footage recorded by the Demon Hunting Ring of the Demon Hunting Association is undeniable proof, Chen added. Of course, it only activates the recording function during missions. As for whether it records at other times, I have no idea. These words served as a wake-up call for Chen. He pondered silently, thinking that if he ever did something shady and it got recorded by the ring, it would be like a live broadcast. He decided it would be best to only wear it while hunting demons and to keep it in his storage ring at other times. The man in the black robe showed a hint of curiosity and surprise as he reached for the ring. Although he wasn't a member of the Demon Hunting Association and couldn't access high-level permissions, the spatial lock on the ring was no obstacle for him. His thumb glowed with a dark light, and with a gentle touch, he broke the seal and began to review the contents. Chen, meanwhile, sat leisurely sipping tea, scanning the dimly lit room and contemplating his next move. Now that he was in Longdu, he planned to retrieve all the secret realm keys he possessed and let his spirit beasts enter the respective realms to absorb elemental energy and level up. As for himself, he intended to explore Longdu and, if necessary, take Xiongqi, Little Pig, and Little Skeleton to dangerous places for training and demon hunting to earn mission points. These three newly acquired spirit beasts were at a lower level and needed focused cultivation. The other high-level spirit beasts would become dominant in the secret realms, so there was no need to worry about them. Chen pulled out his phone and saw a message from Liu Bei asking about his whereabouts and activities in the Dark Pavilion. Surprised by how quickly the news had spread, he replied after a moment's thought. The events in the Dark Pavilion were true, but he hadn't harmed any innocents. The Dark Pavilion had been infiltrated by the Blood Division, and all the assassins were members, including some traitors. He had eliminated them all and discovered the locations of 12 other Blood Division bases. After sending the message, Chen refocused on the man in the black robe. The man's expression shifted from serious to grim, and finally to shock and disbelief. After finishing his review, the man in the black robe took a deep breath and placed the ring back on the table. Standing up, he said sincerely, "It was our Dark Pavilion's fault. Please forgive us. We will make amends for any losses and assist you in any way you need." Chen nodded in agreement. The Dark Pavilion's intelligence network spanned the globe, making it invaluable for future information gathering. As for compensation, he decided to think it over before making any demands. After all, he had just helped the Dark Pavilion eliminate a significant threat, and it would be foolish not to take advantage of it. Chen reminded, "You should investigate whether other branches have been infiltrated by the Blood Division. These 12 addresses can be forwarded to Liu Bei of Longke Academy. With the Dark Pavilion's capabilities, it shouldn't be difficult to trace the origins." As he spoke, he used his spatial imprint ability to pinpoint the 12 Blood Division locations in the air. A map of the Great Xia Kingdom appeared out of thin air in the 9th floor room of the Dark Pavilion, with 12 blood-red dots precisely marking specific locations in various cities. With all misunderstandings cleared up, Chen had managed to gain an advantage. Although the system hadn't issued a mission, thus missing out on some mission points and a random devil fruit, he planned to enjoy his time in Longdu. The man in the black robe was left speechless by Chen's actions. He stared blankly at the floating map, marveling at how this young man operated with the calm and confidence of a seasoned veteran. More astonishingly, he had uncovered 12 Blood Division bases within the Great Xia Kingdom, something the dark web had struggled to achieve for years. This person was truly extraordinary. Ignoring the man's shock, Chen turned and had Xiao Chan create a teleportation space, leaving the highest floor of the Dark Pavilion and its master behind. He was ready to explore the sights of Longdu. As Chen stepped out of the Dark Pavilion, the system's voice rang out, issuing 2 tasks. 1. Growth task. Find and eliminate the Dark Division. Reward. 1 random devil fruit and a random supreme physique. 2. Mandatory task. In 15 days, during the Blood Moon Mid-Autumn Festival, a beast tide will erupt from the beast abyss. The host must stay in Longdu and help defend against the tide. This beast tide will determine the future of the Great Xia Kingdom. Completing the task will reward a complete Chaos Devil Fruit. The system advises the host to prepare thoroughly. After Chen left, 2 elderly men suddenly appeared in the 9th layer of the Dark Pavilion. They exchanged solemn glances with the master of the Dark Pavilion. The master then ordered the summoning of 10 Emperor-level guardians from the 2nd floor. Suspended in midair was a massive map of the Great Xia Empire, with 12 bright red dots flashing on it. The master of the Dark Pavilion pointed at the map, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and recounted the recent events word for word. "What do you all think?" the master asked gravely. "What has been happening recently? I need you to investigate every detail thoroughly. Pay special attention to these 12 red dots. They must be investigated in depth. Send people to survey the sites in person. Remember, act discreetly and do not alert anyone." The 10 Emperor-level guardians nodded in unison, though a look of disbelief flashed in their eyes. Could a young man under the age of 20 really possess such terrifying investigative skills and combat prowess? In the images, even a branch guarded by an Emperor-level master was overrun, and the branch leader was slain. Though it was a beast trader, the strength of an Emperor-level master was undeniable. To be killed by a young man like that? Did that mean Chen could also kill them? The thought sent chills down their spines. If what he says is true, it's incredibly frightening. One of the guardians couldn't help but whisper. Such talent and such methods are terrifyingly formidable. The others nodded in agreement. Despite their experiences, they couldn't help but shiver at the thought of Chen's abilities and methods. The master of the Dark Pavilion spoke softly. "Fortunately, such a formidable talent has appeared in our Great Xia. This is a blessing for us. His future achievements will far surpass ours. His realm will not stop at the Emperor level. Even the 3 heavenly lords of Longdu might not be able to compare." The 2 elderly men, also at the Emperor level, had wise glints in their eyes as they emerged from the deeper space where they had been hiding, having listened to the entire process. One of the elderly men, hunched and short, spoke in a hoarse, aged voice. "Liu Bei has indeed taken in a good disciple." Thankfully, Bei Sha detected the situation in time and prevented a greater conflict. Otherwise, our Dark Pavilion would have been dismantled, our centuries-old foundation destroyed, and we might not have escaped unscathed. The 10 Emperor-level guardians looked puzzled. Even if Chen had extraordinary talent, could it really be this terrifying? The Dark Pavilion's foundation was incredibly deep. Even the ancient families and old powers of Longdu dared not underestimate it. Why would the elders say such a thing? They soon understood the reason. Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared in the sky above the Dark Pavilion. The weakest among them was at the Emperor level, and the 10 leading figures emitted the terrifying aura of Emperor-level power, with even some high-level emperors among them. 10 Emperor-level figures arriving together. What an astonishing lineup. The Dark Pavilion's main branch in Longdu, including the Master and the 2 elders, had only 3 emperors. Now, 10 had arrived at once, enough to easily take down the Dark Pavilion. With such power, they could even wipe out some medium-sized countries on Blue Star without anyone knowing. "See, I wasn't wrong," the hunched elder sighed, appearing alongside Bei Sha and another black-robed elder above the Dark Pavilion. They began to explain the situation to prevent any misunderstandings from escalating. The 10 Emperor-level guardians exchanged glances, marveling. "Is this the hidden strength of our Great Xia? And this is just what we see. Who knows how many hidden experts there are? Our Great Xia's plans are silent but deadly, ready to overturn everything." Meanwhile, Chen was unaware of the Emperor-level figures who had come looking for him. He didn't know he had nearly caused a major upheaval, nor that he was a storm center wherever he went. Now that he had arrived in Longdu, the entire city's fate would shift with him. Achoo! Chen sneezed and scratched his nose. "I feel like someone's talking about me." His thoughts returned to the mission the system had mentioned. Finding the Dark Pavilion wasn't difficult since he had already gotten a rough location and address from the deceased bloodhound. Now he just needed to narrow it down further. The system seemed unusually serious and somber about this mission. Affect the future layout of Great Xia? A beast tide from the Blood Moon Beast Abyss? From his observations, Great Xia had unfathomable depths, especially Longdu, with countless Emperor-level experts. It was even possible that legendary beings existed. Yet, the system told him to prepare well? After much thought, Chen believed there was only one possibility. This beast tide might involve human traders or high-level beast traders hiding among humans. More likely, a beast god-level entity might appear. Chen leaned towards the latter, thinking it more plausible. If neither Blue Star nor Great Xia had gods, the appearance of a god would indeed be significant. With this in mind, Chen's expression grew serious. He wasn't worried about people's lives, but about how to approach this god and kill it with one strike. Gods had their own methods and might detect his intentions, using unimaginable means to stop him, like the forbidden spaces used by the blood beast god, which were highly effective against humans. Since Xiao Chan had mastered this ability, Chen knew its power well. Therefore, he needed an opportunity to get close and kill the god. As for how to do it, he hadn't figured it out yet and would need Xiao Chan, Xiao Xian, and Xiao Guang's cooperation. With time, space, and light speed, his speed could reach its peak. Walking on the bustling streets of Longdu, Chen looked around, holding Xiao Bai in his arms. Xiao Bai was continuously absorbing the vast desires and emotions around, gaining a large number of evolution points. The more people, the faster Xiao Bai upgraded. Chen estimated that within 10 days, Xiao Bai's realm could reach the 9th level of the sovereign realm. If lucky, it might even break through to the monarch realm, allowing him to follow suit. If that happened, Yichun could head to Mount Fuji in Sakura, take control of the Flame Demon Nation, and then return to Longkei, heading to Black Mountain guarded by the woman from the Dead Domain to seek the chance for godhood. Yichun took out a large bundle of secret realm keys from the Beast God Ring, which Liu Bei had previously given him. He carefully examined each key, recalling the information about the corresponding secret realms in his mind. Thunder, fire, light, wood, wind, ice, and a place of necromancy. These secret realms were discovered and controlled by the two major academies, Tianqing and Tianbei, from the Beast Abyss. Yichen's eyes lit up, realizing this was the perfect opportunity for Xiao Lei, Xiao Hu, Xiao Guang, Xiao Jin, and others to enhance their powers. He quickly formulated a distribution plan, assigning each pet beast 12 suitable secret realms. Considering Xiao Jing's special nature, Yichun gave it the remaining unsuitable keys. After the distribution, Yichun noticed that even the Time's secret realm had been assigned. Except for Xiao Tun, Qiong Qi, and Xiao Bai, all other pet beasts had their destinations. Yichun decided to keep these three by his side, as they could benefit from his actions. Qiong Qi could grow through battles, while Xiao Tun and Xiao Bai could absorb emotional desires in the city to level up. Yichun carefully instructed the departing pet beasts, once you enter the secret realms, handle any trouble by force. If you encounter anyone claiming to be a beast god, devour them. You have absolute control over the elements. If you meet hostile individuals, you can kill them. For those competing for opportunities, just teach them a lesson. Don't go too far. His voice echoed above the Beast God Ring and Sea God Ring. Finally, Yichen emphasized an important date. 14 days from now, when the Blood Moon Mid-Autumn Festival arrives, no matter how busy you are, leave the secret realms immediately and return to me. The pet beasts nodded in understanding. They then crushed the keys and were transported to their respective elemental secret realms. The Beast God Ring and Sea God Ring suddenly felt empty as the massive, terrifying beasts disappeared. Yichen felt a bit down but quickly adjusted his mindset. Even though they've left, with my martial soul, my combat power hasn't diminished much. I've just lost some intimidation factor and a few chances to show off. He sighed softly, stroking Xiao Bai's smooth fur. Sensing its master's mood, Xiao Bai looked up with its sapphire eyes and snuggled closer to comfort him. Yichen smiled knowingly. Xiao Bai always understands me best. With Xiao Bai in tow, Yichen strolled through the bustling streets of Longdu, preparing to hunt June realm beasts and complete 5 level tasks. What he didn't know was that as soon as the divine level pet beasts entered the secret realms, they immediately dominated, causing chaos. They mimicked Yichen's behavior at the academy, beating up students in the secret realms, causing widespread wailing but not endangering lives. Many students complained to the school authorities about powerful divine beasts taking over the secret realms. This caused some disputes, but it didn't affect the pet beasts much. Coincidentally, Liu Bei was visiting the two academies. Hearing the students' descriptions of the divine beasts, his face darkened, knowing he would have to clean up Yichen's mess. As Yichen walked, the street ahead suddenly became crowded. Numerous vehicles were parked in front of an imposing red and gold ancient building, its plaque inscribed with Zhuangyuan Tower in flamboyant characters. Though impressive, it was still inferior to the Dark Pavilion. Hundreds of young prodigies poured into Zhuangyuan Tower, crossing the Zhuangyuan Bridge and heading inside. Yichen overheard passers-by discussing that the Tianbei Academy's top students were hosting a banquet, inviting all the young talents of Longdu to prepare for the upcoming Blood Moon event. It seems the younger generation in Longdu isn't all useless. They know how to prepare in advance, Yichen thought, intrigued, and decided to check it out. At the entrance, several burly men in black guarded the place, all exuding the aura of June Realm experts. Yichen was secretly impressed. Even the doorkeepers were June Realm, truly befitting the powerful center of Daxia. A burly man noticed Yichen's young face and initially wanted to stop him. However, sensing the June Realm aura from Yichen, his expression changed, and he respectfully bowed. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.